Slime. I must be crazy to buy slime. These things are everywhere. This isn't ordinary slime. It's my optimized slime gel, a premium building material. Please just buy a little. Wearing a tattered hood, the girl anxiously lifted her jar, pleading with the pot-bellied merchant. Get lost. Please buy some. I haven't eaten in 4 days. Go on, shoo. The merchant swung his arm, knocking back part of the girl's hood, revealing white hair and a pair of animal ears. What? A demi-human. How dare a demi-human wander near the city? They go mad and bite people. Get far away. The merchant's disgusted gaze turned fearful as he stepped backward. A clearing opened around them. You say this is building material? A black-haired, brown-eyed youth approached, eyeing the material in the girl's hand, and the girl herself, with curiosity. Yes, it has incredible adhesive strength. Elisa pressed her hood tight, stubbornly pushing her product. Lister cupped his chin, staring at the girl's chest. Name: Elisa Race Bird, demi-human, loyalty 0, talent sharp mind, epic profession, materials apprentice, 310, architecture apprentice, 310, status dark corruption, inactive, severe hunger, a worry for family, homeless, cold, give her a meal, and she might follow you. Epic tier talent. He had been wandering all morning and had never seen an epic talent. Could he really win her over with just one meal? Lister fell into thought. He had transmigrated into this world just 2 days ago. This was a fantasy realm with elves, dwarves, orcs, demi-humans, and all kinds of magical beasts, slimes, goblins, magic wolves, and even dragons according to legends. His location was a barren wilderness filled with caves, monster lairs, and dungeons. This land was almost entirely ruled by magical beasts. At night, all beasts would go berserk, attacking everything nearby. Only by staying within a shelter under the light of a crystal tower could one be safe. But that safety was only relative. When Lister had transmigrated, his original body had died inside that very shelter. 3 arrow towers had been destroyed by monsters, only the core crystal tower remained intact. Lister inherited that crystal tower, gaining a shelter of his own on the wasteland. But to survive, he needed to repair and strengthen the shelter and recruit some hands, at least to rebuild the defenses and walls. So, taking advantage of the once-a-week light day when all monsters hid, he came to the nearest city. Outside the city gate was a spontaneous market, and he hoped to find a capable worker. The cheapest worker here cost 2 blue crystals per week. Slave prices ranged from 5 to 60 blue crystals. Over the past 2 days to escape monsters, Lister had spent more than 10 blue crystals on the crystal tower, repairing 3 cores to regenerate arrow towers. He had only 5 blue crystals left. Buying a cheap slave. Only the old, weak, sick, incapable of work. Hired workers all demanded 1 month's salary in advance, which he couldn't afford. Blue crystals. Lister wished he could stumble upon a blue crystal mine. Though he didn't find a mine, he did stumble upon a person with epic talent and dual professions in materials and architecture. Nearly half of the people had no talent at all. Lister himself was among them. Name: Lister Race, human talent none, profession architecture expert, 120, civil engineering expert, 120, status excited, did I strike gold? Both of those skills were from his previous life, hard-earned over a decade on construction sites. You'll come with me. Lister prepared to coax this girl into coming along. Elisa's eyes went wide. Staring at the handsome young Lister, her face cycled through complex emotions. Humiliation, grief, despair, then resignation. Seeing Elisa's flushed face, Lister knew she had misunderstood. I mean, work for me. Wages? 1 blue crystal per week. Meals and lodging included. Meals and lodging. Elisa couldn't help blurting out loud. The merchant, who had been eavesdropping, anxiously circled behind Lister, putting more distance from Elisa. Are you insane, young crystal tower owner? That's a demi-human. They evolved from magical beasts. They go berserk at night. Even crystal towers can't suppress them. Lister nodded. The dark corruption inactive in Elisa's status was the root cause of their berserk states. But unlike magical beasts, demi-humans went berserk infrequently. Even so, this race suffered severe discrimination. Banned from all cities, forced to stay outside walls, and most shelters refused to hire a demi-human who might turn on them. But Lister wasn't worried. The status panel was the ability he had gained after arriving in this world. And this ability was merely an extension of his main power. With a flicker of his mind, Lister saw a golden book appear in his hand. For now, only the first page was Wonder Construction Guide. Sacred Fountain clears all abnormal statuses, slowly heals injuries, and grants energetic 20 energy capacity, provides fresh water requirements. Worker 1, total work hours 12H. Statue of the God of Architecture reduces construction time by 25 requirements. Worker 2, total work hours 48H. Cornucopia, all slain monsters have a 10 chance to drop blue crystals. Requirements. Worker 1, total work hours 12H. The first page held only these 3 wonders. The Sacred Fountain was Lister's solution to demi-human berserk. Clearing abnormal statuses should eliminate dark corruption. Over the past 2 days, to keep himself alive on the wasteland, Lister had sunk 10 blue crystals into the crystal tower, repairing the 2 arrow towers of his shelter. He hadn't built a single one of the three wonders yet. The wonder he most wanted to build was the statue of the god of architecture, which required 2 workers. Once built, all subsequent construction times would be reduced by 25, but it required 2 workers. Lister alone was certainly not enough. His gaze burned toward Elisa. He urgently needed a cheap laborer. You really don't mind that I'm a demi-human. I have had berserk incidents before, but I lock myself in an iron cage every night. Elisa said nervously, her eyes full of longing for food and lodging. Of course, 1 blue crystal per month, meals and lodging included. Promise. Word is bond. All right, master of the tower. I accept your recruitment. Please let me be your subordinate. Elisa didn't notice that her pay had changed from 1 blue crystal per week to 1 per month, and happily picked up her only luggage, a small bag. This is a crystal tower contract, term of 5 years. By signing, you must obey the tower owner, that is me. The contract is under the watch of the gods. This was the most basic employment contract purchasable in the city. 1 blue crystal could buy 100 copies. His shelter had some leftover stacks. As for the God's Watch, Lister had looked into it, it didn't seem fake. This world indeed possessed Elisa carefully took the contract, scanning through salary, working hours, confidentiality clauses, notes, and breach penalties. Upon seeing the tower owner provides meals and lodging, she signed her name with trembling hands. Come, Elisa, let's buy some supplies, then head back to the shelter. Lister noticed the changes in Elisa's panel: loyalty 068, status dark, corruption inactive, severe hunger, homeless, cold, incredulous. Is this real? A place that provides food and lodging without paying to work. Elisa's incredulous thought lingers. Is there really a place that provides food and lodging without paying? The increase in loyalty was unexpected. It was impossible to demand complete devotion from Elsa from the very beginning, but the direct leap to 68 still delighted Lister. As for the status bar displaying incredulity, Lister had no way to change it. Although the surrounding shelters were nominally governed by the city-state, in essence they were highly independent. One could even say the city-state was merely a larger shelter. Elsa had truly become his subordinate. There would be plenty of opportunities to earn her trust later. Lister spent 2 blue crystals to purchase food sufficient for 2 weeks, then returned to the shelter together with Elsa. To Lister's surprise, Elsa was incredibly strong. She carried 2 sacks of wheat by herself. Been out shopping, Lister? As soon as they reached the shelter, a half-grown youth called out from a distance. Luke, you went to the city-state too? Lister shouted back loudly. Luke Griffin's family lived about 4 or 5 kilometers away. Their shelter was a level 3 shelter with 5 towers, all arrow towers upgraded. They had also cultivated farmland with over a dozen slaves working on it. It was Luke who had woken him up on the morning after the beast tide ended and had left him some food. Without that food, he would have gone hungry for 2 days. I didn't go just on regular patrol. Luke waved his hand and left. Lister, after calling out, led Elsa toward the shelter. Is this the Tower Master's shelter? Elsa gazed with longing at the shelter standing in the wasteland. In the center stood a towering crystal tower about 10 meters high, emitting a soft, warm light that dispelled the cold of the wilderness and enveloped a radius of about 30 meters. Those who had not signed the Crystal Tower contract could not enter its range without the Tower Master's permission. The light not only drove away beasts, but also warded off the cold. 3 arrow towers stood at 3 directions of the shelter, like sentinels guarding against surrounding beasts. In the center was a shabby yet clean wooden cabin with 4 rooms inside. The left room is yours. Rest a while, then we start work. Yes, Tower Master. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Good, very spirited. Lister took out Guide to Constructing Wonders and tapped on Holy Spirit. First, wash away the abnormal status. What if she goes berserk tonight? I can't handle a beast woman with that kind of strength. Total construction time was 12 hours. Together, they could finish in 6. It was only around 1 in the afternoon now. They could finish by 7 in the evening, and the beasts would not go berserk and attack until 8. There was still plenty of time. Elsa suddenly exclaimed, Boss, I feel something entering my body. No, my head. Guide to Constructing Wonders directly transmitted construction knowledge to the worker. Lister also sensed detailed construction methods for the Holy Spring appearing in his mind, but this blueprint was a severely truncated version. The finished product would only be a small pool about 1 meter in diameter. Can something like this be called a wonder? Never mind, let's build it first. This is the knowledge I have bestowed upon you. Do not question it, or prepare to begin construction. Elsa's eyes widened, and she didn't dare ask further. Having just eaten 2 bread rolls on the road and feeling blissfully full, she was terrified of offending Lister and losing this job. Okay, boss. She hurriedly drank 2 gulps of water, then trotted after Lister to the empty ground beside the cabin and began to work, digging moving rocks, polishing details. A wonder was called a wonder because of its breathtaking appearance and soul-stirring charm. But this small pool, aside from its delicate details, Lister found it hard to associate with a wonder. They worked until dark, having excavated a pit about 2 meters in diameter. Elsa kept opening her mouth as if to speak, not understanding the use of digging such a pretty yet useless hole. The wasteland soil could not hold water. The shelter's water had to be fetched from a distant river. Yet she still didn't ask because the Tower Master had ordered her not to. And this ability to directly implant knowledge into the mind filled her with deep reverence. The Tower Master must have his reasons. By around 7 in the evening, Lester was panting heavily, nearly collapsing, when he finally shattered the last stone and placed it in the right spot. The next moment, a golden radiance enveloped the entire pit. The small hole, merely 2 meters across, visibly swelled and expanded. It formed a sacred pool larger than the wooden cabin. The rough stones under the light became as beautiful and transparent as amber. The dry pit gushed out bubbling spring water, radiating a faint divine glow. The radiant holy spring directly occupied most of the open space behind the cabin, like a refined bathhouse behind a wooden structure. But no one would mistake it for a bathhouse. Its holiness was too intimidating to defile. Lester's mouth fell open in shock. What kind of void production capacity was this, eh? Was this the delicate little pit he and Elsa had spent the afternoon fussing over? Elsa's eyes widened even more. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Her mother had said that the greatest profession on the wasteland was the builder, and the highest-ranked legendary architect could turn the mundane into the miraculous, crafting divine wonders. Only a legendary architect could transmit knowledge directly to others. She felt that if she drank the water of the holy spring, her body and soul would be purified. Lester urgently wanted to know the spring's effect. He crouched down, took a sip, and instantly the aches of the day's labor vanished, and his exhausted body regained a portion of its vitality. You have some too, Elsa. It's almost night. Elsa looked at Lester, unable to help swallowing. This. Okay, my lord. She knelt down and drank a mouthful of the glowing water. Immediately, a thick black smoke was expelled from Elsa. Felt her entire body become light, and even her mind grew active, as if she had thrown off the shackles she had worn since birth. That was the sword hanging over the heads of all subhumans, curses, hatred, insults, rejection. The bone-chilling cold of countless nights curled up in iron cages. But in this moment it all seemed to vanish. Tears flowed down Elsa's dirty face. My lord, you will never go berserk again. Lester looked at Elsa's chest, a panel appearing before his eyes. Name: Elsa. Race: Sparrow. Subhuman. Loyalty: 92. Talent: Scientific Genius. Legendary Profession: Materials Apprentice. 910. Architecture Apprentice. 310. Status: Grateful, Reverent, Energetic, Full. Worry about family. Will do anything you say. Legendary. After drinking the holy water, Elsa's talent had actually jumped from epic to legendary. This was an unexpected delight. A scientific genius. This meant he should have Elsa learn more things in the future. At the very least, he could teach her all the knowledge from his past life, including his professional expertise as an architectural designer. Maybe she could create miracles. Legendary grade was the highest talent. Lester was quite envious. His own panel was nearly blank, without even the lowest talent. My lord. Elsa knelt before Lester. From this day forward, I am your most loyal subordinate. Please do not dismiss me. No need to be so polite. Get up. Lester glanced around and said the magical beasts are about to arrive. Nearby, a slime hopped into the attack range of the arrow tower, and a blue arrow shot out, piercing the slime and pinning it to the ground, exploding into a mass of viscous gel. Magic wolves began to surge out of their lairs, while goblins rushed from caves and underground cities to the surface, seemingly endless. 3 arrow towers started operating, unleashing blue arrows that eliminated the magical beasts approaching the sanctuary. The fallen magical beasts left no corpses behind, instead turning to dust consumed by the wasteland, as if cursed by the divine. Lester still felt a bit worried. Today in the city, he learned that a beast tide had occurred the night before, causing a disturbance in magical energy. Almost all magical beasts had been mobilized, and not only had their original forms perished in the tide, but many sanctuaries had met the same fate. No one knows when the next beast tide will strike. It is said that the city has hired a prophet who can accurately. The 3 arrow towers should suffice on ordinary days, but they would certainly be insufficient during a beast tide. It is imperative to bolster the sanctuary's defenses before the next tide arrives. A crystal core capable of forming an arrow tower requires at least 100 blue crystals, which Lester cannot afford, and his crystal tower is only level 1, capable of bearing at most 3 cores. Upgrading the crystal tower's level also requires 200 blue crystals. Maintaining the crystal tower's operation demands a weekly investment of blue crystals. Blue crystals. Lester looked at the miracle construction guide and the treasure basin. Killing a monster has a 10 chance of dropping a blue crystal. He had observed that at least 300 to 400 magical beasts were killed by the arrow towers in a single night, while the magical beasts emerging from underground were endless. Now it seems that the statue of the god of construction isn't urgent. Even with 2 people working together, it will take 2 days. If we can build the treasure basin first, we can accumulate blue crystals for 2 days in advance, allowing us to buy more items in the city next week during the Radiant Day. Lister really needed blue crystals. Rest now, tonight should be safe. Without the beast tied, the sanctuary is secure. He can't keep worrying and lose sleep. Even if some low-level magical beasts come in, the wooden walls will hold. Aisha murmured and walked into the room next to Lister's main bedroom. Early the next morning, Aisha voluntarily got up to make breakfast and tidied up the house, completely transforming into a maid. The outside wasteland had returned to its original appearance, showing no signs of the great battle that had taken place the night before. Boss, you're awake. No need to be tense, Aisha. I want people to think of this as your home, Lister said, stretching lazily while looking at the somewhat restrained Aisha. Today we continue our work. Keep creating miracles, and our sanctuary will improve more and more. Your home, huh? Aisha took a deep breath. I will work hard for you, boss. Lister scratched his head, thinking of the company as his home. It seemed he had said something akin to a capitalist quote. Breakfast wasn't much to eat. They couldn't even get fresh meat or oil, just some bread and porridge. After a simple meal, Lister took out the manual and clicked on Treasure Basin. Complex knowledge once again flooded into both of their minds. It was still a small-scale miracle model, a 2-meter square altar with a small stone basin in the center filled with intricate patterns, exceptionally complex and beautiful. Having learned from the last experience, Aisha did not shout in excitement. She quietly memorized the details. Let's get started. Rolling up their sleeves, the two went to the back of the house. After both took a sip of holy spring water to gain a state of vigor, they began constructing with soil and stones. With 12 hours of work, they could finish in about 6 hours, likely by noon. While working, Lister chatted with Aisha, mostly asking questions. There are many demihumans living in the wasteland. The gathering place for the sparrow demihumans is over 100 kilometers away on a dead tree where 2 crystal towers protect the populace. However, during a beast tide 3 years ago, the demihumans went into a frenzy, and with the siren calls of the bird demons, the entire sanctuary fell into chaos. When Aisha awoke, she only knew that the sanctuary had vanished. The crystal towers were reclaimed by the city, and her family was nowhere to be found. She was captured and enslaved, forced to work in the mines until escaping during the beast tide 2 days ago, following a merchant caravan to the vicinity of the city. When the beast tide broke out 2 days ago, I'm glad I didn't go mad, or I might have already died. Thank you, my lord, for taking me in and removing my curse. Less talk of thanks. Put your energy in. Yes, boss. While working, I will share some knowledge that may be useful to you. Please remember it patiently. Lister discovered time that could be utilized. Aisha is a prodigy in research, so she should learn very quickly. Aisha's eyes widened. Are you going to teach me? The knowledge Aisha learned from her parents cost no blue crystals, but she had heard her mother mention the prices. A lesson from an ordinary materials science scholar and an architectural scholar costs more than 10 blue crystals. The Tower Master might be a legendary architect. Will he impart knowledge to me? My lord, I don't have enough blue crystals to attend your class. Aisha's face turned red. She was eager for knowledge, but felt unworthy of the Tower Master's teachings. You don't need to pay with blue. It's fine, just pay me when you earn blue crystals later. 1 lesson is 10 blue crystals, remember that. Is that really okay? Isn't 10 blue crystals too cheap? Aisha, no matter how dull, understood what Lister meant and nodded earnestly. I will repay you, my lord. I will give you lots of blue crystals, no, a lot of pink crystals. Lister smiled. Pink crystals are a higher currency than blue crystals. 1 pink crystal equals 1,000 blue crystals. He hadn't seen a pink crystal since arriving in this world. All right, I remember your words. Where do we start? Since you've learned about architecture, let's talk about construction first. Lister explained for a while and noticed that Aisha's architecture apprentice value increased by 2 points, reaching 910. The two worked hard all morning, successfully constructing a stone altar approximately 3 meters in diameter, along with a massive stone basin in the center of the altar. As the last pattern was carved by Aisha, they stood still. Lister took out the manual and pressed the final step. A burst of golden light flashed, and the stone basin seemed to reconstruct, turning into a heavy golden color. The altar also spread out in an instant, forming a small stone platform with exquisite patterns radiating a golden glow, and a golden basin with a metallic sheen was placed in the center of the altar. At the same time, Lister took a glance at both their panels. Aisha Architecture Apprentice, 910, Architecture Expert, 120. Lister Architecture Expert, 120, 520. Despite constructing a simplified version, the knowledge and experience gained from building the 2 miracles provided him with 4 points of progress. Aisha directly advanced from an apprentice to an expert. Not bad, but it seems that becoming a master architect is just around the corner. The treasure basin is adjacent to the holy spring, occupying half of its area. Now the 2 wonders have already taken up a considerable portion of the area covered by the crystal tower, leaving no space behind the wooden house. Lister felt that the wonder was somewhat too ostentatious. Although he would not be harmed by outsiders within the range of the Crystal Tower, it is easier to defend against open attacks than covert ones. If someone truly coveted his wonder and sought to claim the Crystal Tower for themselves, they must have a way to do so. I need to find a way to cover the wonder. At the very least, it shouldn't look so exaggerated. Drenched in sweat, Aisha also forgot her nervousness and shyness, placing her hands on her hips and asking, "My lord, what is the name of this magnificent structure?" "The treasure basin." "What effect does it have?" You'll find out tomorrow." Lister stretched his sore back, took a couple of sips of holy water, and slumped down next to the holy spring. The holy water could cleanse abnormal conditions, alleviating Lister's sore muscles due to its healing effects, but the fatigue he felt was very real. He was still tired. Aisha's stamina was much stronger than is likely, honed by her years of experience as a miner. She sat beside Lister, looking small, truly resembling a little sparrow still chattering away softly. "Boss, can the pipes you mentioned be made from the bark of the sausage tree and slime gel?" "You said a flush toilet, but I think the difficulty in constructing the sewer can be replaced with the decomposition ability of the slime." "Child, have you considered the slime's perspective?" Nevertheless, Aisha indeed had many interesting ideas, providing him with much inspiration, especially since he was still unfamiliar with the unique mechanics of this world. Lister, too exhausted to respond, sighed, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Today's lesson ends here." Although the lesson ended, the work still had to continue. The statue of the god of construction could commence. In the span of an afternoon, the two of them had accumulated enough hours to reach 10. The remaining 38 hours could be completed over 2 days, allowing for a more relaxed pace. After resting for over an hour and eating a bit, the two continued their work. "Once the treasure basin produces blue crystals, I must recruit more people. Working is truly exhausting." "Boss, you should rest. I'm not tired yet. You just let me work." Aisha took over Lister's tasks. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Lister's physique truly could not handle heavy labor for long. Even the holy water could not fully ease his fatigue, so he could only watch as Aisha worked. Does this world have cultivation methods? Can I train to become a Superman? Lister let his mind wander, balancing work and rest until the night deepened. Let's call it a day. The two shared a meal, standing guard in front of the treasure basin outside the wooden house. Soon magical beasts appeared. A pack of magical wolves roamed in from afar, their eyes gradually glowing red. They began to go berserk, disregarding the threat of the Crystal Tower and running towards the area where people were present. Swish! The arrow tower began to function, and after shooting down the third magical wolf, Lister heard a crisp sound. Ding! A blue crystal the size of a mung bean appeared in the treasure basin. Blue crystal? Aisha's eyes widened. Where did this blue crystal come from? Aisha turned to Lister, a wild thought flashing through her mind as she recalled yesterday's holy spring. "Boss." Lister couldn't help but laugh. "That's right, the function of the treasure basin is to obtain blue crystals from the fallen magical beasts." "Exactly. With this, our shelter will not lack blue crystals, boss." "Indeed." Lister extended his hand, and Aisha instinctively raised her hand to clap against his, then shyly lowered her head, though a smile remained on her face. Ding! The blue crystal appeared once again in the treasure basin. Lister felt a joy akin to that of a farmer harvesting. After watching for over half an hour and collecting the 6 blue crystals from the basin, they both went to rest. The next day, Lister woke up early. He immediately opened the door and went to the treasure basin, looking at the half-filled basin of blue crystals with a satisfied smile. "Boss, you're awake too." Aisha followed closely behind, staring at the blue crystals in a daze. "Don't just stand there, come and count how many there are." Lister took out his purse and started filling it. One blue crystal was the size of a mung bean, and along with the few he collected last night, he had a total of 132, making the purse bulge. "If the daily income is around 130 crystals by next week's Radiant Day, I should be able to save over 700, enough to buy a few slaves to work. However, I don't need to buy too many since the shelter's food and room are limited. I will adhere to the requirements of the Wonder Construction Manual for now. Upgrading the Crystal Tower requires 200 blue crystals. Tomorrow I must first upgrade the tower. Upgrading to a level 2 tower will unlock the level 2 arrow tower, which can defend against small beast tides, ensuring safety for this week." After sorting out his thoughts, Lister called Aisha to start eating and working. They worked until nightfall, and even Aisha fell silent. The two leaned against the holy spring, drinking holy water, feeling a strange but comfortable kind of fatigue. Not far away stood a statue over 3 meters tall. After being infused with knowledge from the Wonder Construction Manual, despite neither of them having experience in sculpture, the work surprisingly turned out well. They only needed to carve out the general shape without making mistakes. In the end, the wonder would perfect itself to an astonishing degree. To outsiders, this was the miracle displayed by Lister. Creating the holy spring first was indeed the right decision, Lister sighed. If he hadn't had holy water to drink during work, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Remaining work hours 8. Rest well tonight, and we'll finish tomorrow. All right. Aisha took some water from the holy spring, washed her face, returned to her room, and snuggled into her warm little nest. The holy spring is sacred, but drinking too much is still just that. Aisha felt her sense of reverence waning. Perhaps it was because the boss was too gentle, never reprimanding her, always smiling at whatever she said wrong. Aisha warned herself repeatedly to respect the boss and to honor the great legendary builder. The next morning, the two stood guard in front of the treasure basin, counting the blue crystals one by one. 144 crystals, a significant increase from yesterday. Lister accepted this unexpected joy and went to the crystal tower with his purse. The tall and beautiful crystal tower continued to radiate light, dispelling the surrounding cold and throwing in 200 blue crystals at once. The light of the crystal tower grew denser, as if an endless sea was rising in the air, washing away the surrounding dry air. It feels like the surroundings have become more humid. Aisha had long removed her hood, revealing the feather-like tips of her hair, which were slightly stirring as her sensitive perception of humidity kicked in. Lister nodded, and the coverage area has expanded. It's now close to a 50-meter radius. A 50-meter radius is already quite large, equivalent to more than half a football field, allowing for more wonders to be accommodated. Upgrading a level 2 arrow tower requires 50 blue crystals, though upgrading one is sufficient for now. If an unexpected situation arises, it can be upgraded temporarily. After communicating with the crystal tower, Lister invested another 50 blue spirit stones. 1 rapid-fire arrow tower increases the arrow tower's firing speed by 100, but reduces attack power by 25. 2 sniper arrow tower decreases firing speed by 50, increases attack power by 200, increases attack range by 50, prioritizes attacking the strongest target. 3 scatter arrow tower fires 5 arrows in a single attack, reduces attack power by 50 and attack range by 40. The basic range of the arrow tower is quite large, nearly 200 meters. These 3 options left Lister in a dilemma. Each had unique effects. The rapid-fire arrow tower and scatter arrow tower could handle different waves of beasts, while the sniper arrow tower was suitable for dealing with stronger individuals among the beast hordes. While Lister was deep in thought, a camel beast approached from a distance. "Hey, Lister, are you up?" Lister turned his head and saw Luke patrolling. Luke's archery skills were impressive. Even without the light of day, he dared to roam outside, and the camel beneath him ran faster than a magic wolf. "Good morning, Luke," Lister replied with a smile. "Hey, here you go." Luke had a messy head of brown hair and a waxy complexion typical of the people from the wasteland. His smile was innocent, always reminding Lister of the precious pearls from his past life. Lister raised his hand to catch the water pouch thrown by Luke. He opened the pouch to find fragrant milk inside, still warm from boiling. "It smells so good, Luke. Do you sell your milk? I want to drink it every day." Luke did not immediately answer Lister's question, but asked, "Is this your purchase, slave Lister? Why is it a subhuman? My father said it's very unsafe." He noticed Aisha not far away tidying up the building debris. "No worries, I have a way to keep them from going wild." "Is that so? Then it's good, my friend. I can deliver milk to you every day since I patrol daily." "How much?" "I will pay you. Just give me 1 blue spirit stone a month. You would have to run over here, though." Lister handed Luke 2 blue spirit stones, and the boy happily accepted them. Although the Griffin family shelter was quite affluent, he had 2 older brothers, and the pocket money in his hands was limited. 2 blue spirit stones were enough for him to buy many fun little gadgets in the city. "By the way, Lister, I came to tell you that the diviner hired by the city has arrived. She said that in the next few days, powerful and troublesome magical beasts will emerge from the underground city, and everyone might get sick from it, so be careful." "I understand, Luke. Thank you. No need to be polite, my friend. Your shelter has a new water pool now. Oh, it looks really beautiful." Lister nodded. "It's just a water reservoir." Luke chuckled. "Then I'm heading back." Lister watched Luke's departing figure thoughtfully. Indeed, with the construction of the wonder, it was impossible to avoid being noticed. Plans had to be made early. With Luke's information, Lister returned to the crystal tower and chose the second upgrade for the arrow tower. 2 sniper arrow tower decreases firing speed by 50, increases attack power by 200, increases attack range by 50, and prioritizes attacking the strongest target. If the diviner's words are true, the second upgrade will definitely be more applicable. If there are too many magical beasts, he can also spend 50 blue spirit stones to temporarily upgrade the arrow tower. After completing these tasks, Lister held the milk and called Aisha, preparing to improve breakfast. "Boss, did you call me? Let's improve the meals today. Each person gets an extra cup of milk." Lister shook the water pouch in his hand. Hearing the mention of milk, Aisha couldn't help but swallow. She had only heard that milk was something only the wealthy and tower masters could drink. The shelter of the subhumans wouldn't raise cows at all. Sitting at the dilapidated dining table, Lister slowly poured the white milk into 2 cups, sliced the rye bread with a knife, and ate it along with jerky. The milk was incredibly delicious, richer than the boxed milk he bought in his past life. Even the bread tasted. Aisha sipped slowly from across the table, constantly repeating in her mind room and board. Family members who understands the value of room and board. The job providing room and board must not be lost. The Tower Master is too good. Keep up the good work. Future meals will be better and the living conditions will improve. Taking this opportunity, Lister drew a big pie chart to motivate the staff. Aisha nodded vigorously. After finishing breakfast, they continued to work. Working until after 10 o'clock, the stone mini-sculpture was completed. Lister took out the handbook and a golden light flashed. A giant sculpture over 10 meters tall stood firmly in front of the wooden house, looking tall and majestic. Aisha remained immersed in the marvel, still shocked despite having seen it twice before. Aisha Architecture Expert, 120, 320, Lister Architecture Expert, 520, 820. Lister couldn't wait to open the handbook. The first page had been turned, and finally the second page could be flipped. Horn of Abundance. The sharp horn of the mount of the goddess of abundance. Crops within the shelter grow at 100 speed and yield 50. Requirements: 1 worker, must be built next to farmland. Total work hours 48 h 36 h. Bonus from the sculpture of the god of construction. Guardian statues. 4 statues granted by the god of protection to the faithful. 1 statue is randomly activated each night to patrol until dawn. Requirements: 4 workers. Total work hours 192 h 144 h. Horn of Submission. The horn of the ancestors. Blowing it can make a magical beast within 5 meters. Submit. Cooldown time of 30 days. Requirements: 4 workers. Total work hours 64 h 48 h. Statue of the goddess of hunting. Within the range of this shelter, each arrow tower can train an archery master, increasing the damage of bows and arrow towers by 50. Requirements: 4 workers, must have 4 arrow towers. Total work hours 72 h 36 h. Lister's heart raced. Building wonders came with an additional requirement, but this page had a full 4 wonders. 1 agricultural type, 1 defensive, 1 for taming magical beasts, and the last one could even train archery masters. Does that mean I could train myself too? Lister had long coveted the archery skills of the Griffin family. Mastering archery would surely ensure safety during his outings beyond the light of day. If Aisha could also be trained into a master archer, the safety factor of going out together would definitely be very high. Lister sat by the holy spring, crossing his legs in contemplation. I need 3 conditions and 4 workers to complete this. I must buy at least 4 workers this time. They can squeeze into the remaining 2 rooms and find time to build new ones. There are 3 days until the next day of glory. The original 48-hour work hours for the Horn of Abundance have been reduced by the sculpture of the god of construction, so finishing it in 3 days is very easy. Each person only needs to work 6 hours a day, and the remaining time can be used to improve the farmland. Upon reaching the city, I need to buy some seeds and fertilizers to plant directly when I return. After finalizing the plans, Lister decided to quickly cultivate a piece of farmland. For someone who grew up in the countryside, this was not difficult. The shelter still had a few old farming tools that were barely usable. After admiring the giant statue, Aisha approached. Boss, what are we doing this afternoon? The energy of the demi-humans is truly remarkable, especially with the state of the sacred spring. They could work all day without fatigue. Everyone has different physical constitutions, otherwise should I let Aisha do all the remaining work? Anyway, in a couple of days I can recruit more slaves specifically for labor, and I definitely won't do it myself. Even a scientific genius shouldn't be moving bricks all the time. Aisha, bear with it for a couple of days. I'll teach you how to cultivate farmland and some knowledge on hybridizing high-yield crops. Aisha nodded excitedly. During these 2 days, the Tower Master occasionally taught her some previously unheard-of knowledge, greatly satisfying her curiosity and thirst for knowledge. She increasingly felt that the Tower Master was omniscient, akin to the deities of legend. At the same time, she had no idea that Lister intended to shirk his responsibilities and leave all the work to her. Ahem, Lister said, looking at Aisha, whose face was written with "I am easily fooled." He maintained a straight face and said, I will instruct you on how to cultivate the farmland. First, let me demonstrate a segment. After one afternoon, an acre of farmland appeared in front of the wooden house. The soil of the wasteland was truly poor in quality with almost no fertility. However, crops within the range of the Crystal Tower matured quickly, typically ready for harvest in about 1 to 2 weeks. With proper planning, prioritizing the cultivation of beans should rapidly enrich the soil. Opening the Wonder Construction Manual, Lister discovered that the icon for Horn of Abundance had lit up. Let's start a new Wonder Construction. Pressing the icon, knowledge surged into the minds of Aisha and Lister. It was still a sculpture. As Aisha picked up the hammer, preparing to start crafting with the stones she had previously transported, she suddenly felt different. Boss, I feel like I can create things quickly, very quickly. It's as if I've been blessed by the deities. If it were the previous statue, my construction speed would have increased significantly. That's the effect of the statue of the god of architecture. This time there's no need to rush. Just finish it before the next radiant day. While Aisha remained there working on the wonder lister, when a short distance to the small mountain where they had been collecting stones, moved some rocks and dug a smaller water reservoir beside the sacred spring. Tower Master, what are you doing? Making a bath. The water from the sacred spring was still for drinking, so he naturally couldn't just wash in it. As the sacred spring was the most convenient and inexhaustible water source, it had to be utilized well. Lister hadn't bathed for several days. He quickly made a small pool channeling water from the sacred spring and connecting the bath to the reservoir by the farmland. Finally, he used a few thin stone slabs to cover the bath. Lister let out a sigh of relief. Once there were more hands, he definitely needed to bring the bathtub inside the house. Wooden houses weren't safe. They should all be repaired to stone. Aisha, I'm going to take a bath. Don't peek. Okay, boss, I want peek. Aisha also took a break today. While the sky was still bright, she was using paper and pen to organize the valuable knowledge Lister had taught her. Lying in the sacred spring, Lister felt as if his soul had been purified. I admit the sacred spring is the best wonder. Within the range of the crystal tower, the water of the sacred spring was warm. Although it wasn't as hot as a hot spring, the effects of the sacred spring compensated for the shortcomings. Half an hour later, Lister felt refreshed and changed his clothes before stepping out. Aisha, you should also take a bath. Take a bath? How do I take a bath? Aisha lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. She wanted to wash herself, but there were no rivers nearby. Out of respect for the sacred spring, she had never dared to think about using the holy water for washing, and she had never heard the term taking a bath. When she was a child, bathing only involved finding a riverbank to wipe herself with burlap, and in the mine, there was no opportunity for any cleaning. She had grown accustomed to being dirty. Just get into the pool and wash yourself clean. Lister said helplessly. Did she really need to learn how to take a bath? This is a scientific genius. He couldn't possibly teach her step by step. All right, I'll go right now. Aisha took her only set of worn clothes and dashed behind the yard. The sky gradually darkened. After finishing her bath, Aisha quietly returned to the house, stealing glances at Lister from time to time. What are you looking at? Aisha quickly lowered her head. She had just noticed that Lister hadn't changed the water in the bath. Based on the principle of not wasting holy water, she simply got in. Once inside, she realized that Lister had made a simple water valve allowing for easy water intake and drainage, and the water wouldn't go to waste, but instead flow to the reservoir by the farmland. I am bathing in the same water as the Tower Master. Aisha felt a bit dizzy. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the sky. It's going to rain. Lister moved under the eaves. Shadows of monsters appeared on the distant horizon. Aisha's ears perked up. Boss, there are dangerous magical beasts approaching from afar. The demi-humans retain some characteristics of magical beasts, possessing their alertness and perception. Lister looked into the distance where a massive figure was slowly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a giant troll standing 5 to 6 meters tall, wielding a wooden club, and a small figure seemed to be perched on its shoulder. Magical beasts had started to enter the attack range of the Arrow Tower. The upgraded Arrow Tower had an attack range of about 250 meters, and it began its assault first. Any magical beast locked onto would be killed with a single shot. Lister became anxious. That giant troll looked suspicious. He wondered if the level 2 Arrow Tower could deal with it. The mountain-like body was gradually drawing closer, and the rain began to intensify. Lister got a clear look at the appearance of the magical beast. It was a troll larger than the ordinary ones, with a goblin shaman holding a wooden staff perched on its shoulder. Both their bodies were shrouded in green mist, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of a putrid swamp. The troll's body was covered in festering wounds, oozing pus resembling a corpse. Plague Shaman, Aisha exclaimed. I've heard my mother speak of this kind of goblin. They can use dark magic to control the corpses of monsters. Those rotting corpses will spread the plague once they enter human territory. The Plague Shaman on the troll's shoulder raised its wooden staff and unleashed a new spell. In the front, the goblin and wolf corpses that had just been killed by the Arrow Tower suddenly struggled to stand up. The pressure on the Arrow Tower instantly increased. Lister realized something was wrong. He checked his coin pouch and found only 36 blue crystals remaining. To upgrade the Arrow Tower again, he needed 24 more blue crystals. Aisha, go to the back and keep an eye on the treasure basin, and as soon as we gather 24 blue crystals, bring them to me right away. Okay, boss. Lister could only keep his gaze fixed on the defense line, feeling utterly helpless and loathing this sensation. We must construct the statue of the hunting goddess. If I were a master archer, I would have the ability to respond to emergencies. With a series of whooshing sounds, the Arrow Towers kept firing. Low-level magical beasts that could be taken down with a single arrow before now required 2 or 3. The beast's bodily tissues had to be completely destroyed to render them immobile. Fortunately, the arrows fired by the towers were not ordinary ones. They were energy arrows powered by blue crystals capable of blasting large chunks of flesh upon impact with a magical beast. The Tier 2 arrow tower still maintained its efficiency of 1 arrow per kill. The Plague Shaman was slowly approaching the sanctuary, and Lester was waiting for it to enter the tower's attack range. The Tier 2 arrow tower would prioritize the most powerful target within its range. There was a chance to kill the shaman with a single arrow. The rain grew heavier. The number of magical beasts was far greater than in the previous 2 days. In just half an hour, over 200 had been slain, but the nearest ones had already charged to within a dozen meters of the wooden cabin. Lester grabbed a farming tool for self-defense. A demon wolf, its heart pierced by an arrow from the tower, lunged at him. He swung his tool and sent it flying, its blood and saliva splattering all over him. Is that enough, Elsa? Just 2 more, Elsa shouted. 2 more demon wolves broke through the line and pounced. Lester turned and ran. As he saw the sacred pool, a thought struck him. If the berserk state of the beastmen could be cleansed with holy water, what about these frenzied magical creatures? Lester grabbed a container by the pool, filled it with holy water, and turned to splash it at the demon wolves. With a hissing sound, a cloud of black smoke emerged. The bloodshot eyes of the wolves suddenly became clear. It works. With more whooshing sounds, the arrow tower reacted and killed the 2 demon wolves in front of Lester. Boss, that's enough. Give it to me. Hearing Elsa's words, Lester immediately ran to the cornucopia. He took the money pouch from Elsa and rushed to the crystal tower. Select evolution for arrow tower. 3. The tower fires 5 arrows per attack. Attack power reduced by 50. Attack range reduced by 40. Lester decisively chose evolution 3. Facing swarms of magical beasts that could also revive, the best strategy was to shred them into a sieve with a spread shot, ensuring they could never get up again. The reduced attack range was no longer an issue as the beasts had already charged into the sanctuary. After Lester inserted the blue crystals, 1 arrow tower began to transform. The next moment, a series of thuds from arrows being fired echoed. Magical beasts near the sanctuary fell in droves, and the pressure immediately eased. The Plague Shaman is almost in range. Hold on. A giant troll stepped forward with enormous strides. If this creature entered the sanctuary, it could probably tear down the arrow towers. It's in range. The Tier 2 arrow tower immediately shifted its target and began to charge. A deep blue arrow flew across a distance of over 200 meters, heading straight for the troll. Don't hit the troll, hit the shaman. The arrow blasted a large hole in the troll's head. As if hearing Lester's words, the tower switched targets. With a whoosh, the shaman, who was hopping provocatively on the troll's shoulder, was blown to pieces. The pressure on the front line vanished instantly. The dead magical beast stayed dead. The troll's corpse also fell to the ground silent. Lester breathed a sigh of relief. Elsa stood beside him, clutching his clothes, equally tense. It should be fine now. Go get some rest. Lester dared not sleep. He had to keep watch at least. If necessary, he would save up more blue crystals and upgrade another arrow tower. Elsa shook her head. She couldn't sleep either in this situation. The 2 of them stood at the cabin door, patrolling from time to time, watching the surroundings of the sanctuary until the next morning. It's over. Lester leaned against the sacred spring and finally relaxed. The spring had not been polluted by the storm. It remained pure and holy. He took a sip of holy water to relieve the fatigue of a sleepless night. Go check the cornucopia. Lester jolted awake from a dream. He went to the cornucopia and saw it filled with blue crystals soaking in water. His heart seemed to skip a beat. We're rich, boss. Elsa raised her hands and cheered. Haha, let's count them quickly. The 2 of them took wooden boxes and began counting one by one. A total of 932 pieces. The number of magical beasts in the beast tide was more than 8 times the usual. 932 pieces. That was enough for him to purchase ample supplies and hire labor in the city. Relaxed, Lester felt the discomfort of being soaked by the rain. Just took a bath and now I'm getting rained on. Well, I guess I'll reluctantly take another one. Lester and Elsa tidied up the fences and planks in the camp that had been destroyed by the beasts. Then they prepared to take a bath and sleep soundly until the afternoon. As he entered the small compartment partitioned by stone slabs, he heard the footsteps of a packed beast in the distance. Lester coughed. Lester, I've brought the milk. Lester saw Luke approaching the sanctuary holding a water skin. After a night of hard work, he had forgotten about the breakfast delivery service. Thank you, Luke. Lester took the milk and felt his appetite return. Cough, I'm glad to see you're okay. Last night was dangerous. You have a cold. Why are you coughing? There were a lot of corpses yesterday. Father said corpses carry plague. Cough, we're all infected. It'll take a while to get better. Maybe there's a specific cure in the city. Plague. Lester and Elsa didn't have these symptoms. They had just been in close contact with the corpses. Could it be the effect of the holy water? It's great to see you alive. Father said you might not make it through the night, so I came to see you at dawn. Looking at Luke's innocent face, Lester couldn't help but smile. What a good kid. Wait for me, Luke. Lester went back to the sacred spring, filled the water skin Luke had used for milk with holy water, and returned. Drink some of this water, Luke. Okay. Luke didn't ask why, he just tipped his head back and took a couple of gulps. Your water is delicious, Lester. I feel much better. My throat isn't itchy anymore, and am full of energy. Luke marveled at the change in his body. Lester pondered for a moment. So it is indeed effective. He looked up at Luke. This is my secret formula. It can cure the plague. Take it home and share it with your family. Wow, Lester, you're amazing. Are you a healer too? I was just lucky to get the formula. Go on back now. Thank you, Lester. I'll tell my father. Luke went back excitedly. Lester called Elsa, they shared the milk, took a bath, and then went to sleep. Not far away at the Griffin family sanctuary. The Tier 3 Crystal Tower had a large coverage area equivalent to about 2 football fields. A perimeter of wooden fences served as defensive fortifications. Inside the sanctuary were 2 rows of slave quarters, farmland, and a cattle pen. At that moment, over 20 slaves were gathered together, coughing and repairing the sanctuary. Father, one of the arrow towers was smashed. We need blue crystals to repair it. Go ahead, son. Old Griffin sighed and touched his slightly feverish head. The beast tied yesterday had cost them dearly. The most troublesome was the plague. It would take city apothecaries at least a week to develop a specific cure. They could manage with ordinary medicine for a while, but the slaves were a different story. A slave was worth over a dozen blue crystals. Losing a few would be a huge loss. Little Luke isn't back. He said he went to see his friend and brought some milk. Still that Lester. He was lucky to survive the last beast tide, but it'll be tough this time. I saw a troll corpse yesterday. That's a monster from the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Old Griffin said. The young man beside him, who bore some resemblance to Luke Griffin, was his older brother Noah. I've seen that sanctuary. Coffet was left to him by his uncle. It only has a Tier 1 crystal tower. That young man definitely didn't survive last night. I've already told Luke if Lester is dead, remember to retrieve the Arrow Tower's crystal core. Big brother went to patrol the northern sanctuary too. With any luck, we can collect some crystal cores. Noah finished speaking and broke into a violent cough. Not bad cough. Crystal towers were too large to move easily. Usually only the city's army would be sent to transport them. But the crystal cores that made up facilities like Arrow Towers were small. Plundering crystal cores was nearly impossible while the tower owner was alive. The damage from an Arrow Tower was not something a human could withstand. But if the owner died, the crystal cores became ownerless and wouldn't attack anyone who entered their range. The Griffin family, relying on their fast-pack beasts for transport, had harvested several crystal cores from the surrounding area. Just then a young boy's voice came from outside. Father, look what I got. Noah shrugged. Looks like we have a new crystal core. Old Griffin sighed. Luke Griffin walked over, holding up his water skin. Lester. It's from Lester. He has a cure for the plague. See him completely better. Old Griffin's eyes widened. Let me see, son. Old Griffin took the water skin, opened the mouth, and examined it against the sunlight. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. It smelled faintly of milk. It looked like clear water. Father, take a sip. Just one sip and you'll be fine. Old Griffin skeptically took a small sip. The next moment, he felt his spirits lift dramatically, as if he had become 10 years younger. And the fever and weakness that had been plaguing him seemed to have vanished. Lester really gave you this? Old Griffin asked. Of course. He told me to share the medicine with my family. Old Gulifun felt a surge of vigor within his body. This was no mere healing potion. It restored and heightened his stamina and seemed to offer more besides. If sold in the city-state, a single small vial would fetch at least 2 blue crystals. This sack of water would be worth more than 20 blue crystals. He had not expected Lee Sight to give it so freely. Luke, who was a child and could not fathom Lee Sight's intentions, old Gulifun of course understood. Here, Noah, you distribute it among the family to drink. Dilute the rest with water and share it with the slaves. Luke could come with me this afternoon to Lee Sight's shelter. For now, repair the refuge. After a drowsy sleep until just past 2 in the afternoon, Lee Sight found that Ai Shah had long since risen and was busy crafting the Horn of Abundance. Such diligence, he murmured. Lee Sight stretched, stepped outside, and saw 2 figures riding camel beasts approaching. One he knew well, young Lu Ku, and the other must be old Gulifun. At the edge of the shelter, Lee Sight prepared to greet them. Greetings, Lee Sight, Tower Master. Old Gulifun dismounted as he neared. Thank you for sending us the potion. It has been a tremendous help. Otherwise, we would have suffered grievous losses. You're welcome. Lu Ku has helped me many times. We are friends. In any case, we owe you one. If you need anything, ask without restraint. Old Gulifun spoke plainly. I happen to need assistance. Does the Gulifun household have any spare Arrow Tower crystal cores to sell? The wasteland grows ever more perilous. 3 Arrow Towers are scarcely enough to fend off the beasts. Old Gulifun stroked his beard. We happen to have 1 spare Arrow Tower crystal core. We were planning to activate it once the crystal tower reached level 4, but I can sell it to you at a discount. Lee Sight's eyes brightened. The Gulifan household was among the wealthier shelters in the area. Li Site's request for an arrow tower was merely a trial. Had old Gulifan refused, he would have sought seeds, materials, or slaves instead. Unexpectedly, old Gulifan proved generous and agreed to part with an arrow tower core. Even in the city-state, such cores were scarce, most being bought up in advance. Li Site lacked connections. With money alone, it would be difficult. Old Gulifan said, 800 blue crystals. I can sell you an arrow tower for that. What do you think? 800, 200 below market price. Old Gulifan was a decent fellow, easy to deal with. All right, Li Site replied, but I don't have enough blue crystals on hand. I'll need a few days. Li Site did possess sufficient blue crystals in total, but his priority was procuring supplies and slaves, so he could not pay the full sum immediately. No problem. I'll have Lu Ku bring the core to you first. Old Gulifan said, stepping forward. Li Site, Tower Master, I wonder how much stock you have of the healing potion. Selling it in the city-state could bring a sizable income. Li Site nodded. Asking Lu Ku to deliver the potion to old Gulifan had this hope in mind. If old Gulifan could escort him and the goods to the city-state before Guangyao Day, they might make a handsome profit. He could not cross the perilous wasteland alone. Now that the beast tide had passed and pestilence ran rampant, his supply of sacred water seemed inexhaustible. Transporting it to the city-state would be like finding money on the road. I have a great many potions. Would you be willing to escort me to the city-state? I will pay you. Of course, old Gulifan smiled. But my idea is that we cooperate together. Cooperate how? Li Site asked, intrigued. Old Gulifan was not as simple as he appeared. To run a shelter on such a scale required considerable guile. If you sell potions in the city-state on your own, you'll draw the ire of the Apothecaries Guild. Their methods are unsavory. However, I know many shopkeepers in the city-state. We can supply them and let them sell it. How shall we split them? A small vial can sell for 2 to 5 blue crystals. You take 60% and I'll arrange the remaining 40 with the shops. How does that sound? Agreed. Li Site did not hesitate. Old Gulifan's terms were fair. After all, the Gulifan house would serve as escort and middleman. Besides, the sacred water cost him nothing. Every sale was pure profit. Li Site, Tower Master, when can— Tomorrow, he answered. First thing in the morning. Bring plenty of containers, and we will set out for the city-state. No problem. Old Gulifan and Li Site exchanged a knowing merchant smile. Lu Ku cocked his head to one side, unable to comprehend their conversation. After seeing them off, Li Site was in high spirits. First, if all went well, he would net a handsome sum. Enough to buy a cadre of slaves to toil for him. Second, reaching the city-state before Guangyao Day would accelerate the construction of the marvel by 2 days. Guangyao Day occurred weekly. Li Site had set it for Sunday. Today was Thursday, so they could depart for the city-state on Friday. The Horn of Abundance's 24-hour work quota now had only 12 hours remaining. Ai Sha had secretly worked more than 3 hours, and it now seemed likely to be completed today. That way, after buying seeds tomorrow, they could plant immediately and begin producing grain. With food, they could recruit more slave labor. A perfect cycle. With that in mind, Li Site rolled up his sleeves and joined Ai Sha in strenuous labor. At night, a shaft of golden light flashed, and a horn-shaped sculpture appeared beside the wooden hut. The next day, 96 blue crystals. After the beast tide, 2 in succession, the number of monsters was fewer than before. Li Site had already transferred the sacred water into the shelter's largest wooden barrel and placed it at the entrance. Soon old Gulifan arrived with Lu Ku and Nualan driving 4 camel beasts. An extra one pulled a makeshift small camel cart, for a larger wagon would slow their pace. Here is the arrow tower crystal core I promised yesterday, Li Site, Tower Master. Lu Ku set the core before Li Site. Ai Sha put it away. All this potion. So much. Old Gulifan regarded the softly glowing sacred water in the great barrel as if it were an overflowing cache of blue crystals. Indeed, their values were not far apart. How does it perform? Just as you experienced. Wonderful, wonderful. He hurriedly instructed Lu Ku to transfer the barrel's contents into the sealable earthen jars he had prepared. Careful, don't spill. Old Gulifan directed Lu Ku and Nuaya as they filled jars, then came before Li Site and regarded the young man as though he were a trove of treasure. They'll bring my workers with me to the city-state. She can ride on the camel cart. Old Gulifan was far more diplomatic. Seeing Ai Sha's Kia features, he betrayed no surprise. Of course. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared an extra camel beast. Come to think of it, your shelter doesn't even have a camel beast. Would you like to buy one from our territory? 50 blue crystals will be enough. Li Site had long coveted the Gulifan household's camel beasts and agreed at once. Certainly. 50 blue crystals. I'll provide you with the finest camel beast. They are the pure stock of the wastes. Neither wolf nor ghoul can catch them. Their endurance is extraordinary. They can carry 500 jin of cargo. Li Site looked at the camel beast. A massive creature, a fusion of ox and horse with 2 great horns upon its head. and felt that the crude phrase oxen horse did it an injustice. After over an hour of travel, the group arrived at the city gate. Along the way, only 2 packs of demon wolves had tested them from a distance, driven back by Luke and Noah's arrows. Leave these goods to me. Rest assured, Old Griffin always deals fairly. Not a single blue crystal ode to you will be missing. Lee Si thought of his ability and glanced at Old Griffin's chest. Jack Griffin, race, human, loyalty 0, talent, business opportunity, rare class, archer master, 450, status, excited, moderate back injury or anxiety over the beast tide. Ingratiating, this is a prime investment target. Can't miss it. It seemed the old man wouldn't play tricks on him for now. Worth noting, besides Old Griffin, his sons Noah and Luke were both archer experts. He'll trouble you, Tower Master Griffin. Lee Si nodded and led Elsa into the city. Although subhumans were only forbidden from staying overnight in the city, walking the streets in daylight still drew sidelong glances. The chirpy bird subhumans who loved to chatter in the sanctuary fell silent and spoke not a word once outside. Let's head to the commercial street first. With over 1,000 blue crystals in hand, Lee Si felt far more confident than during his last visit to the city. Feeling the biting cold wind, he decided to buy some clothes first. The commercial street was bustling after 2 beast tides nearby Tower Masters had gathered to exchange supplies and information. I heard the seer made a new prophecy. Where did you hear that? The seer's words from the day before yesterday all came true. Who would have thought the second beast tide would hit so fast? What did the seer say now? She said the continuous beast tides are due to the dungeon seals loosening, opening passages to the 3rd layer and deeper, forcing monsters from the first 2 layers to surface. After 2 beast tides there will be a period of calm, but in half a month monsters from the 3rd layer and below will roam the night. Then what about the sanctuaries? Last week's sanctuaries should either join a powerful one or offer their crystal towers to the city for protection. Otherwise survival is impossible. The wasteland is getting more dangerous by the day. Lee Si nodded to himself. Their words were logical. It seemed defenses must be strengthened. At the clothing shop's entrance, the shopkeeper immediately approached. Greetings, my lord. What type of clothing do you require? Durable and warm. He might need to work later, so there was no need for fancy garments. But Lee Si glanced at Elsa. Get 2 sets for her too. This. The shopkeeper hesitated upon seeing Elsa, then said to a female slave beside him, You take this young lady to pick some clothes. Elsa's eyes widened as she looked at Lee Si. Boss, I don't need clothes. It counts as work expenses, reimbursable. Go ahead. A blissful expression spread across Elsa's face as she followed the maid into the shop. Every girl harbored a love for beauty. On the streets, she had forced herself not to gaze at the pretty dresses worn by other maidens afraid to indulge in fantasy. She never expected the Tower Master to gift her clothes. What a wonderful job this was. Was she doing enough to— Miss? The maid, somewhat afraid of the subhuman, called softly from a distance. What is it? How about this outfit? It's perfect for banquets and dancing. Elsa gazed at the exquisite, beautiful dress, her palms growing sweaty. It was truly lovely. But could she work in it? The hem would be far too cumbersome on a worksite. Is there something suitable for the wild? Yes, miss. Look at this. Many noble ladies wear this fitted hunting suit for riding and hunting. It was also beautiful and very practical. They'll take this one. Lee Si picked out a black casual outfit and a sturdy set of work clothes plus a pair of leather boots. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar black and white lace-trimmed garment on a nearby rack. A maid uniform. Lee Si swallowed hard, an image of Elsa in the outfit flashing in his mind. He'll take one of these too. Elsa, having just emerged, stared at Lee Si with wide eyes. I'm not wearing a maid uniform. I already compensated you with a dress. Elsa's expression turned resigned. Find it as convenient for cleaning the house. See, watching Lee Si's deadpan face, Elsa felt she had discovered her boss' peculiar fetish. Maid uniforms were for servants. She was an employee, not a maid. But since the boss provided room, board, milk, and clothes, wearing it once in a while couldn't hurt. Could it? Both changed out of their ragged clothes in the shop. Lee Si donned a black trench coat over a crisp shirt and vest with leather boots. Elsa wore a brown hunting outfit resembling a handsome huntress. Compared to before, when they both looked like refugees fleeing famine, they now had the air of a Tower Master and his trusted aide. Let's check out the seeds. Rounding a corner, Lee Si saw a girl about a meter tall, standing in front of a shop, cursing loudly. Are you blind? These seeds are from the Southern Thousand Bird Basin. This price is a steal. Who knows if you're lying? A halfling traveling from the Thousand Bird Basin to here. I told you my team was scattered by the beast tide. A halfling. Curious, Lee Si activated his ability. FIA Ford race, halfling, loyalty 0, talent, quick-witted, epic class, botany expert 1920, a geology expert 220, brewing expert 220, status, irritated, furious, mild plague, longing for promotion to botany master, hungry, don't say a word. I just want to curse your entire family. You're all brain dead for blue crystals. Haggling. Is it never-ending? Bullying me cause him an outsider. Believe me ill, ahem. Lisi cut FIA. Elsa stepped forward, little miss. Little miss my ass. Am old enough to be your mother. FIA spun around her small face, still flushed. Elsa recoiled 2 steps in fright. Calm down, madam. I'd like to inquire about your seeds. Huff. Huff. Finally someone with taste. Am FIA botanist. These are all premium seeds. Those blind shopkeepers wouldn't know quality if it bit them. Here, FIA opened a backpack as tall as herself, revealing leather pouches containing seeds. I've got various vegetables and high-quality wheat. Any legumes? Of course. FIA glanced up at Lisi, newly reclaimed land. Lisi bent down to inspect the seeds, all plump and fresh. The crop yield in the Thousand-Bird Basin is renowned. It won't disappoint, rest assured. FIA looked at Lest, unconsciously feeling a hint of nervousness. This was the most likely deal to close in the past 2 days. All right, how much? I'll give you all this for 20 blue crystals. FIA lifted her chin. Of course, if you have any novel seeds, they could offset part of the price, but they must be seeds I've never seen before. Are you collecting seeds to advance your botany? Les noticed from the panel that FIA was on the verge of advancing from botany expert to master. He still wanted to recruit such talent. Obviously, why else would a frail halfling like me travel far and wide? FIA put on a fierce expression. Why must you find new seeds? Well, new seeds always provide new inspiration, right? FIA wasn't entirely sure. Lest roughly understood Fia's situation. He knew little about botany, so directly showcasing advanced knowledge to attract her wasn't feasible. But he had money now and FIA was desperately short of it. First, get her to come over. Once she was there would be plenty of ways to keep her. I'd like to hire you to work at my sanctuary for a while to help us reclaim the wasteland. 1 month and I'll provide you with enough blue crystals for your subsequent travels. How about it? 1 month. That's not impossible. How many blue crystals can you give me? It depends on your performance. If the harvest is good, you get more. If it's poor, you get less. A minimum of 20. How's that? Deal? Don't underestimate me. There's no better botanist in this backwater. Aisha watched Lest, and FIA feeling that the halfling had been outmaneuvered by her boss. Wait for me at the city gate. I still need to buy some things. FIA volunteered. Let me help you buy some fertilizer. The soil in the wilderness is very barren. Thanks. FIA didn't leave, but kept looking up at Lest. What are you staring at? Give me the money. I don't have a single blue crystal in my pocket right now. Haha, I'll pay you for the seeds first. Reimburse me for the fertilizer later. If you've got a good temper, young man. FIA weighed the money pouch in her hand, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to leave. Aisha leaned in close to Lest and whispered, they say halflings live only half as long as humans. Someone in their 20s is like a human in their 40s or 50s. Could Miss FIA really be old enough to be my? Perhaps. Lest had no interest in probing the age of a fiery-tempered little girl. Let's go to the slave market. We need more hands. The two arrived at the slave market on the outskirts. As soon as they approached, a foul stench hit them. Tents were set up, each containing cages filled with all kinds of slaves. Tower Master, would you like to purchase some slaves? Yes, do you have any strong ones? Les couldn't help but frown. Though he had anticipated it, seeing living people locked in cages and sold like goods stirred a deep revulsion with. Still, he had to admit that in this era, only slaves bound by contract were truly reliable. After all, your wife or son might stab you in the back, but a slave never would. The Crystal Tower contract and the watchful eyes of the gods were no joke. Strong. Of course. Please look in this tent. These are all refugees from the war-torn north, red-haired, sturdy, and capable of any work. Lest endured the discomfort and walked around inside, but found no slaves with special talents. I'll look around on my own. Of course, Tower Master. Take your time. Lest began strolling through the slave market with Aisha scanning each person with his panel. Most were humans, with an occasional dwarf locked in a cage. He saw no beastmen. Aren't there any beastmen here? Lest asked. Of course not, Tower Master. To prevent rampages, beastman slaves are kept outside the city. Lest wandered for over 10 minutes, gradually losing patience. The best slaves with rare talents or a couple of apprentice professions cost 50 or 60 blue crystals. Hardly a bargain. They're just labor anyway. I might as well grab a couple at random or go outside the city to see the beastmen. Given Aisha's condition, beastmen should have great stamina. They can work all day without rest, pushing the work hours forward. The slave trader noticed less lack of interest and sidled up to him, avoiding Aisha. Tower Master, if you're interested in beastman slaves, take my card and head to the west side of the city. Find Tiga at the Sunset Trading Company. He's my brother. All right. Compared to the strictly managed city, the goods sold outside were far more diverse. The slave market there not only featured beastmen, but also some magical beasts. After finding Tiga, he excitedly welcomed Lest into his tent. Tower Master, you've come to the right person. Many nearby beastman settlements have vanished in the beast tides, and we've gathered plenty of desperate beastmen to sell as slaves. Hearing this, Aisha couldn't help but tremble. Lest immediately thought of Aisha's own experience. What kinds of beastmen do you have? Tiga caught a glimpse of Aisha beside Lest and seemed to understand. Tower Master, we currently have some dog beastmen and lizard beastmen. No bird beastmen or other types. Hearing this, Aisha wasn't sure whether to be relieved or not. How much? From 3 to 30 blue crystals each. Excellent value. Lock them in cages at night, and they make perfect slaves. Lest took a quick scan. Dog beastmen looked much like humans except for their beast-like ears and tails with some fur on parts of their bodies. Lizard beastmen, however, were more unsettling. Their entire bodies covered in scales with vertical pupils like those of magical beasts. Lizard beastmen may have lower intelligence, but they're the strongest. Tiga pitched to Lest. Lest still found it hard to look at the lizard beastmen directly. They'll take 4 dog beastmen. Suddenly, Lest noticed a purple flash on the panel of a female dog. Harper. Race dog beastman. Loyalty 0. Talent artisan spirit epic. Profession forging expert 320. Status dark corruption inactive. Hunger, nervous, deep concern a leg wound must survive for my daughter. An epic tier talent. When Lest encountered a purple talent, he never let it slip away. Looking down, he spotted a small dog beastman, girl hidden beneath Harper's tattered clothes. Pylo. Race canid humanoid. Loyalty 0. Talent super strength rare. Occupation none. Status dark corruption inactive. Hunger, warmth, very hungry. Both individuals possess talent. Though the young canid humanoid did not inherit her mother's epic talent, having a rare one is still quite good. Lister continued his search and found 3 more canid humanoids among over 32 with rare talents and 1 with ordinary talent, all of whom had no occupation. Exceptional smell rare female. Animal affinity rare female. Night vision ordinary male. Let's go with these 5, said Lister. He had considered buying more slaves to provide greater productivity, but the food pressure at the shelter was too great. He lacked the capacity to travel back and forth between the city and the shelter alone and couldn't always trouble the Griffin family. The food he purchased in a week was only enough to sustain around 10 people. As for sourcing grain from the Griffin household, old Griffin had also bought quite a bit of grain today and loaded it onto the camel cart. The production from the farmlands was insufficient to support over 20 individuals in the Griffin family. Once the statue of the hunting goddess is completed, he could consider training one of the slaves to become a master archer and then buy another camel cart for procurement. By then, the farmlands would be able to produce steadily, and he would have enough energy to build accommodations for the slaves. At that point, he could increase the workforce. Your eye for quality is impressive. These are the best we have here. 4 adult canid humanoids will cost you 90 blue crystals, and that child is a gift from me totaling 90 blue crystals. Tiga rubbed his hands as he approached Lister. Deal, please deliver them to the shelter. No problem, here's the... How should I solve the housing issue for these slaves, eh? Lister inquired. Just give them some tents. I have some for sale here, 2 blue crystals each. How about I throw in 5 tents for you? Sure. Tents aren't a long-term solution as it is already late autumn and winter is just around the corner. Even with the warm glow of the crystal tower, it won't fend off the cold, but for now this is all that can be done. His shelter was developing rapidly, and the construction of wonders made it inconvenient for outsiders to see, or else he could recruit apprentices from the city's architects to help expand the wooden houses. After handling the slaves, Lister also bought some food in bulk, a jar of animal oil, and 2 hens, placing them on the camel cart provided by Tiga. After wandering around with Aisha for a while, they finally waited for old Griffin. It's all settled. Oh, I've signed contracts with the 3 largest stores in the city, loading a total of 2,000 bottles. The merchants paid a deposit of 500 bottles, and I will receive the remaining payment in batches after they sell. I sold them at 4 blue crystals per bottle, totaling 2,000 blue crystals, which includes your 1,200. Old Griffin secretly pulled out a pink crystal and slipped it into Lister's hand along with a bag containing 200 blue crystals. Pink crystals are precious resources. With so many eyes outside the city, it's wise to keep wealth concealed. Old Griffin was also very pleased, having received a total of 400 blue crystals, showing his gap teeth. Lister was sure he made the right choice. If he had sold the goods himself, he would never have made so much money. This is 800 blue crystals, the funds for the arrow tower. Lister handed the remaining money from the purchase of slaves and supplies to Old Griffin. Old Griffin accepted it, saying, Lister, since your funds are sufficient, I suggest you go back and upgrade your crystal tower and also purchase a crystal core for the arrow tower. A level 2 crystal tower can accommodate 4 arrow tower cores, while a level 3 crystal tower can hold 5. The future is becoming increasingly dangerous. Trust me, at least 5 arrow towers are needed to ensure safety. If you trust me, give me a pink crystal, and I will procure another core for you in the coming days. Lister thought for a moment and agreed to Griffin. I've returned, boss. Where should I put the things? The halfling Fi, he dragged a large bag of fertilizer to Lister. Put it on that camel cart. Let's head back to the shelter. There were only a few people when they came, but now they were returning as a large convoy. This trip to the city truly yielded great rewards. They picked up a plant scientist, halfling, and bought 5 canned humanoid slaves. The construction of wonders can now begin. The trio of archers from the Griffin family, along with the guards from the slave merchant, provided a strong sense of security for the entire convoy arriving at the shelter by afternoon, while the slave merchant's convoy returned the same way. "See you tomorrow, Lister." Luke waved goodbye at the end. FIA raised her hand and patted Lister's waist. "Hey, where's my room?" "It should be the leftmost room in the wooden house." "All right, once I tidy up my things, I'll check out your farmland." FIA walked off with enthusiasm. Lister glanced at the few slaves. His shelter had no iron cages and had never purchased any. He had the sacred spring to eliminate dark corruption so the humanoids wouldn't go mad, so it was fine for them to stay intense. Several slaves were now gathered together waiting for their fate to be determined. Harper held Pilo protectively, watching Lister warily. She had heard many tales of tower masters with cruel tendencies, specifically purchasing young humanoids for torment and amusement. She was grateful that the tower master bought both her and Pilo, but she was also concerned for the child's fate. Harper felt utterly helpless. If the tower master truly intended to do something to Pilo under the constraints of the slave contract, she could only kneel and plead. But no matter what it took, she had to ensure Pilo's safety. Lister coughed twice. "Welcome to my shelter. From now on, you will refer to me as your boss." As a startup. "The benefits of our shelter are quite good with 3 meals a day. For lunch, you can have a piece of jerky. We currently lack wooden houses, so you will have to stay in tents for now." Each person's status bar prominently displayed hunger. Using food to stabilize them was the most effective measure. "Aisha, go cook a pot of porridge and add more jerky to it." Hearing Lister's words, several people couldn't help but swallow hard. Harper was a free citizen from the Canid humanoid settlement and had only recently become a slave. She was not too swayed by these conditions, merely feeling surprised, and her main concern was not this, but her daughter. However, the other 3 Canid humanoid slaves were not as indifferent. Simply being able to fill their stomachs made them ecstatic. Young Pilo was equally delighted, her stomach already audibly growling. "What is your name?" Lister approached Harper, feigning ignorance. "My name is Harper, master of the tower." "Are you a blacksmith?" Harper's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "That's not your concern. What can a blacksmith do?" Harper respectfully replied. "If there is a forging room, I can craft agricultural tools, weapons, shields, and some basic armor for you." "Not bad." Lister felt pleased. "I appreciate talent. Since you are a blacksmith, these slaves will be temporarily under your management. You and your child will reside in the rightmost room of the wooden house." Harper's heart raced as she was about to express her gratitude, but found Lister had already raised his hand. "All slaves are treated the same. If they can demonstrate their talents, they will receive favorable treatment. Making significant contributions to the shelter could even allow one to escape their status as a slave." Lister shook the contract in his hand, noticing that aside from Harper, the remaining slaves showed little reaction, leading him to let out a helpless sigh. The mindset of the slaves had been deeply ingrained in their minds. They would merely regard Lister's words as the tower master playing some strange game. Soon the cooked porridge was placed on the ground, and Harper took the initiative to serve everyone. Aisha handed each person a cup of water. Aisha said, "This is a blessing from the Lord of the Tower, which can free us from the encroachment of the night and relieve us from the maddening curse." "What?" Harper thought she misheard. "Just drink it." The holy water was distributed to everyone, but several slaves hesitated. Harper looked at the cup of water in Pilo's hand, gritted her teeth, and was the first to pour the holy water into her stomach. A cloud of black mist was expelled from her body, making a piercing sound. "This?" Harper looked at the cup in disbelief. The shadow that had shrouded her heart since birth seemed. She felt her spirit better than ever, her thoughts unusually clear, and she clearly sensed that the approaching night would no longer pose a threat to her. "This is simply a miracle." Moreover, even the knife wound on her leg began to heal. Harper couldn't help but shed tears. "Pilo, drink it, hurry up and drink it." The little canine hybrid was still staring at the full bowl of rice, and upon hearing her mother's words, she raised her head and poured the holy water into her mouth. "Mom, it feels so good." Seeing her daughter smile, Harper also revealed a long-lost smile. Several slaves drank the holy water in turn, and after realizing what they had experienced, they all knelt on the ground to worship Lister. "Let's eat your fill, but don't overdo it." Lister also served himself a bowl and began to eat. Harper. Race canine hybrid. Loyalty 72. Talent artisan, spirit epic. Profession forging expert 1820. Status hungry, incredulous, expectant, knife wound on hind leg. This doesn't seem like a dream. Hello. Race canine hybrid. Loyalty 60. Talent giants, strength epic. Profession none. Status hungry, craving, so hungry, so comfortable. Lister was pleasantly surprised to find that Pilo's talent had upgraded from the rare brute force to the epic giant strength. Why did only Pilo change? He quickly looked at the other 3 slaves, but none of them had changed. Currently, only Aisha and Pello have changed. This change must be related to drinking the holy water. Is it the reason for the dark encroachment? In any case, it's a good thing. The loyalty of several slaves has also reached a passing level. Harper, after you finish eating, set up tents near the crystal tower with them, then fetch water from the holy spring, clean yourselves at the edge, and rest. Yes, master. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Lister left satisfactorily. After a busy day, it was time to rest. FIA came out after tidying up the room. Boss, your wooden house is too dilapidated. Why don't you find a craftsman to repair and reinforce it? FIA was covered in dust while sweeping. Money should be spent wisely. Or what do you know? You dare to speak to me like that? Do you understand respect for your elders? I am the boss, so don't make me cut your wages. Ah, cough, cough, cough. I admit you are awesome. I'm going to eat that bird hybrid named Aisha, right? Or is that child more to my liking? You should apologize to me. Aisha had teased FIA by calling her a little friend, and Lister naturally wouldn't indulge her. Go on, eat more to grow stronger. Levi swiftly entered the house and closed the door in one go. Grow stronger. A sharp shout came from outside, a sound unlike anything a halfling could make. Night fell. Lister did not rest. After hearing news about the dungeon during the day, Lister had been worried. Several slaves had already set up tents guarding around the shelter. Both canine hybrids had quite good scouting abilities. Extraordinary smell and night vision were specifically chosen by Lister. Magical beasts began to appear. Magical wolves, slimes, goblins, night bats, scorpion beasts. All common magical beasts. The 4 arrow towers began to operate, shooting down any approaching creatures. Soon Lister noticed several larger crawling creatures than the magical wolves appearing in the distance. What is that? Boss, that is a magical lizard. FIA shouted loudly. Only creatures from the 3rd layer of the dungeon exist. Lister frowned. Although a beast tide wouldn't erupt in the short term, the levels of magical beasts had increased, making them harder to deal with. He wondered if the level 2 arrow towers could kill the magical lizard. He had given Old Griffin a pink crystal, and now he had 1228 blue crystals, most of which were from the last beast tide. Upgrading the crystal tower to level 3 required 500 blue crystals. Upgrading the level 1 arrow tower to level 2 required 50 blue crystals, and from level 2 to level 3 required 200 blue crystals. After upgrading the crystal tower, the remaining blue crystals were only enough to upgrade 2 arrow towers to level 3 and the other 2 to level 2. If he could acquire some more blue crystals tonight, he could upgrade the 3rd arrow tower to level 3. The remaining 4th arrow tower would have to wait a bit longer to upgrade to level 3. It needs to be upgraded sooner or later. Let's do it. The holy water sold by the city-state would soon arrive for 3,600 blue crystals, and every night, he could also earn over 100 blue crystals through the treasure basin. The blue crystals spent are still blue crystals. They can't be taken into the grave. Having invested enough blue crystals, Lister began to upgrade. In total, there were 4 arrow towers. Besides the 2 already upgraded, Lister upgraded the remaining 2 to Type 1 arrow towers. 1A arrow towers firing speed increased by 100, attack power decreased by 25. This is the most stable type of arrow tower, very versatile, positioned at the front and back of the shelter, covering the entire camp and a large surrounding area. Then Lister upgraded the crystal tower to level 3. A faint pink glow emanated from the blue crystal tower, making the entire wasteland environment warmer and more humid, with the coverage area of the crystal tower's radiance reaching a radius of 100 m. Moreover, the crystal tower gained a very useful function. Lister could now use the energy from the crystal tower to slowly move all buildings and materials within the radiance of the tower. This greatly increased the efficiency of transporting building materials, and existing wonders could also be repositioned using the crystal tower. Most importantly, future constructions, including houses, could also be assisted by the crystal tower, truly a godsend for civil engineers. Not only Lister could control it, but those authorized by him could also operate it. At this time, the total number of arrow tower cores that could be placed also reached 5, allowing for a second upgrade. 1 flame arrow tower attack increases by 50. Attack inflicts a burning effect that continues to scorch enemies. 2. Piercing arrow tower attack power increases by 50. Eye penetration power increased by 103. Stagnation arrow tower attack power increases by 50. Attack slows enemies by 50. Lister quickly made a decision. He would upgrade the 2 Type 1 arrow towers to Type 3 to slow down enemies. The Type 3 scatter arrow tower would be upgraded to Type 1 to increase the flame effect, and the Type 2 sniper arrow tower would be upgraded to Type 2 to enhance penetration, specifically targeting high-armored enemy leaders. He couldn't upgrade them all to level 3 for now, so Lister prioritized upgrading the Type 3 sniper tower and the 2 Type 1 arrow towers, leaving the scatter arrow tower for later when he had enough blue crystals for the upgrade. After upgrading to a level 2 arrow tower, Lister discovered that he could control the attack targets of the arrow tower to a certain extent. If goblin shamans stand on the shoulders of trolls again, the arrow tower will not prioritize attacking the trolls, though under Lister's command it can definitely strike at the main target. Each upgrade consumes 200 blue crystals. 4 arrow towers almost consume all the pink crystals invested, leaving about 100 blue crystals energy to be stored in the crystal tower. The crystal tower needs to consume blue crystals to maintain its glow in the operation of the arrow tower's core. Currently, each level 2 arrow tower requires 2 blue crystals per week, while the crystal tower itself needs 5. The stored blue crystals can sustain operations for a long time. Boss, this is so fierce. Such powerful firepower, Aisha said excitedly. Compared to the dilapidated arrow tower from a few days ago, the 4 arrow towers now perform their duties, and any beast entering the attack range will be subjected to fierce assaults. The farthest magic lizard rushed into a range of over 200 meters. The Type 1 sniper arrow tower immediately locked onto it, and the high-penetration arrow pierced through the lizard's head scales. However, to Lister's astonishment, despite a 250 increase in attack power and 100 penetration, it did not kill the lizard in one strike, but severely injured it, leaving the magic lizard, its brain pierced, still writhing on the ground. It was not until the second arrow was shot that it was finally killed. Fortunately, this was just a localized situation. The other beasts were being slaughtered en masse by the arrow towers. Watching the battle at night no longer felt tense, instead it became an enjoyment. Only Lister felt a bit worried. Just the magic lizards on the 3rd level of the dungeon were this strong. If he hadn't reinforced the level 3 crystal tower, he might not have been able to withstand tonight. Even a level 2 crystal tower would require considerable effort to deal with the lizards. For now, he set those thoughts aside. His shelter had just begun. As wonders and blue crystals increased, there would always be ways to deal with dangers. Taking advantage of everyone observing the great power of the arrow towers, Lister approached the crystal tower. He first used his transportation privileges to move the statue of the god of architecture and the horn of abundance to the west side of the shelter's wooden house, placing them next to the holy spring on the north side. Then Lister uprooted the treasure bowl and placed it at the entrance of the wooden house, covering the top with a round wooden board, like putting a lid on a pot. There was no need for Lister to guard against the people in the shelter. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, he trusted both employees completely, and the slaves would never betray him. The main reason for covering the treasure bowl was to avoid the gaze of outsiders. Boss, I've always wanted to ask, how come your shelter has so many strange buildings and statues? FIA wandered over. These are wonders, symbols of human civilization and treasures of culture. We cannot only focus on basic needs, we must also pursue spiritual power. Lister replied casually. I didn't expect a young person like you to have such long-term thoughts. You aren't trying to fool me, are you? Of course not. These wonders will be our primary construction goals moving forward. All right, do as you wish. I'm only staying for a month. Once your crops yield twice, I will leave. Generally, seeds planted within the range of the crystal tower absorb energy and will mature in about 2 weeks. Large shelters on the wasteland are the most important food supply sources for the city-states. Lister did not respond to FIA. This Halfelf's goal was to advance to a master of botany, and the knowledge he possessed would surely help her. In the end, it would depend on her own choices. He slept until dawn. Aisha woke up early to collect the blue crystals from the treasure bowl and stored them in a small vault known only to her and Lister. Boss, what are we doing today? After drinking a cup of holy water, the energetic little sparrow asked. Continue constructing wonders. The Horn of Abundance had been completed, and 3 wonders remained on the second page. Guardian statues, 4 statues granted to believers by the god of protection, randomly activating 1 each day to patrol requirements. Workers, 4. Total work hours 192, H144. Horn of Submission, the horn used by ancestors to tame beasts. Blowing it can make 1 beast within 5 submit. Cooldown time 30 days. Requirements. Workers, 4. Total work hours 64, H48. Statue of the Huntress within this shelter's range. Each arrow tower can train an archery master, increasing bow, arrow, and tower damage by 50. Requirements. Workers, 4. Requires 4 arrow towers. Total work hours 192, H144. The Guardian statues take too long to complete, and the shelter does not currently need additional defensive strength. The Horn of Submission is decent. 4 workers can complete it today, allowing for the taming of 1 beast. This concept is quite ambiguous and does not specify the strength of the beast. Could it be that a dragon flying by could also be tamed with a blow of the Horn of Submission? However, the 5-meter limitation is quite harsh. It is best to capture the beast and bring it close to the Horn of Submission, or let the arrow tower avoid attacking the targeted beast and guide it near the horn. Another method is to place the Horn of Submission on the front line and blow it when the beast approaches. Both methods can be used together. The third wonder, the Statue of the Huntress. Lister was very envious of this wonder. It was the fastest way for him to enhance his own abilities. If he could also become an archery master and tame beasts, he would definitely be able to roam freely across the wasteland during the day. Let's first construct the Horn of Submission. With 36 work hours after completing it, we can still spare some time today to build the statue of the Huntress. Just as he finished speaking, a shout from little Luke came from outside, bringing a strong female camel beast. After receiving the water pouch, Lister sat at the dining table in the wooden house looking at Aisha preparing vegetable porridge for breakfast. The grumpy FIA, with a bit of morning grumpiness, and little Pello eagerly waiting to eat, feeling somewhat troubled. There isn't enough milk. Tell Luke to send more tomorrow. He poured into cups, and there were only 3 cups in total. So I let the kids drink it. Little Pello. Looking at Pello, Lister recalled the puppy he raised in his past life. The door opened, and Harper, who had just cleaned up the battlefield from last night, walked in, immediately bending down. Sorry, Master Pello, don't run around. It's fine from now on. Let the kids eat with us. We are. It's all right, you go tidy up quickly. We need to prepare to start working after breakfast. Okay, thank you, Master. Harper left the wooden house, glancing at Cooper with a look of affection and joy on her face. Life seemed to be getting better, as she could feel that the Tower Master cared for Pello very much, and this child should grow up well. A cup of milk was placed in front of Pello, a cup in front of Aisha, and a cup in front of FIA. What is the FI? I made a face of disgust. I don't drink what kids drink. Breakfast should be beer with raw eggs. Raw eggs too. You'll just have to deal with diarrhea then. Is diarrhea caused by this? Beside him, Pelu had already lifted her cup and gulped down a glass of milk, her sparkling eyes gleefully fixed on Lister, while her little tail wagged like a fan. Aisha quietly pushed the milk towards Lister, saying, Boss, you should drink it. I prefer vegetable porridge. No need to be polite, just ask Luke to bring more tomorrow. Lister looked at the light breakfast and remarked, the 2 hens will take 2 more days to lay eggs. Remember to boil the eggs before eating, Fia. The workday began promptly at 7 o'clock. The 4 canine humanoids were taught by Lister the method of constructing the Horn of Submission and went off to gather stones for work. Fia was expanding the farmland, struggling a bit with the shovel in her tiny hands. What are you going to do, Aisha? Lister noticed Aisha changing into her old clothes. Working, boss. Now that the canine humanoids are building wonders, you have more important tasks. Come learn how to control the Crystal Tower. Besides transporting building materials, you can also adapt to operating the Crystal Tower for construction in advance. All right, boss. After teaching Aisha the operating process, Lister took a break and tidied up the stable, properly settling the newly arrived camel beast that Luke had just delivered. At that moment, he thought of Harper's talent, the craftsman spirit, and the profession of a blacksmith expert. Perhaps it was time to add a forging room. Just as Lister was contemplating how to build the forging room and expand the wooden house, a rider appeared in the distance. Who goes there? Lister asked. In the distance was a young human mounted on a brown warhorse, clad in light armor with a long sword at his waist and a recurved bow slung on his back. Lister, the Tower Master. The young man approached, gradually stopping outside the range of the arrow tower without dismounting. You know me? No, I know your good neighbor. He has provided a large quantity of healing potions in the city-state. Haha, I know him well. He lacks such abilities. The clearly newly established small shelter does not focus on developing farmland and ranches, but instead builds these flashy things. Do you intend to sell them in the city-state? Lister felt relieved. Finally, someone was there to criticize the construction of wonders. But you also have the capital for indulgence. Those healing potions must have originated from your hands. I don't know what you're talking about. Lister tilted his head. Stop pretending. Ew, I've heard your name more than once from the 2 blabbermouth sons of the Griffin family. Who are you? Lister asked. You don't need to know who I am. Tomorrow morning, I need 100 potions. If you can't provide them, you'll bear the consequences. Lister frowned. Within the range of the Crystal Tower, he was practically invincible. Only powerful magical beasts could potentially breach the Arrow Tower's defenses. This seemed to be a guarantee provided by the Crystal Tower to the Tower Masters, preventing infighting among them. Thus, it was rare to hear of one Tower Master invading another's shelter. Despite the Crystal Tower and crystal cores being extremely precious, almost no one contemplated how to seize them. Instead, people would come to harvest the spoils after magical beasts had destroyed shelters and Tower Masters had perished. Could this person be planning to ambush him when he goes out? This was quite possible, as many did such things. Yet it was surprising that the threat had come to him. Lister weighed the pros and cons. Since this young man threatened him rather than old Griffin, it indicated he still had some caution regarding the Master Archer. Once the statue of the Goddess of Hunting was completed, his shelter would have 3 Master Archers. Not to mention the Horn of Submission that could tame magical beasts and the Guardian statue that could soon be constructed. The safety of the shelter would be greatly enhanced. Lister did not attempt to provoke this person. What he needed now was time. With each wonder built, his strength would dramatically increase. He remained calm and unperturbed. Perhaps you could bring something to exchange with me. Such cooperation would be more sustainable. Opposing me will come at a cost. Haha, a newly promoted third-tier crystal tower and a shelter without even a city wall dares to say such things. Remember exchange. I have never heard of those two words. The young man seemed obviously impatient and turned his horse around. You better be prepared with what I need by tomorrow. The young man gradually left, his eyes filled with anger. It seems you are a disobedient master. You won't easily submit without suffering a bit. He thought of the rampant spread of disease within the shelter, took a deep breath, and secretly threw a device into the yellow sand from his pocket. Lister pondered as he watched the young man leave. His shelter was not far north of the city-state with the Griffin family to the west. As for the north, Lister was unsure if there were any neighbors, at least none nearby. That young man gave Lister a very ominous feeling with a hint of unintentional killing intent in his gaze, something not commonly cultivated by ordinary people. He needed to quickly ask Luke or Old Griffin and inform them about the holy water being targeted. It was imperative to enhance the security of the shelter. Help me call Harper here, Aisha. All right. Soon Harper ran over from the construction site looking all dusty. Master, you called for me. You are a blacksmith. What do I need to prepare if I want to build a forging room? Without hesitation, Harper replied. A forging room needs a furnace and an anvil as well as some accompanying tools. These should be available for purchase in the city-state. Very well, we will go to the city-state in a few days. At that time, you can personally select the necessary items. I hope you can forge agricultural tools, weapons, bows, and some materials needed for construction. Harper's eyes lit up. She had thought she would never have the chance to touch forging again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly her master would really give her the opportunity to pick up the hammer once more. Moreover, it seemed this forging room would allow her to arrange things for herself and use it. She had previously been a top forging expert in the gathering place, even having the potential to become a forging master if. Harper dared not think too much, fearing this was a dream that would awaken her from desire. Go back to work now. Lister sent the excited Harper away and, striding like a master, began to observe Fia's work. You just stand there watching? Come over and lend a hand to turn the soil. A half-elf has very little strength. Fia, after being stared at for a while, couldn't help but shout. Lister did not move. He had worked tirelessly on the construction site for several days and didn't want to do any work now, just wanting to be a shameless slave master. I'm curious about what level a botany expert is at. Botany experts also come in levels. Ordinary botany experts can recognize the vast majority of crops and herbs, mastering methods of planting, gathering, and preserving them. But someone like me who is about to enter the realm of mastery is different. I can sense the life force of crops and select excellent specimens to cultivate generation after generation. The crops I cultivate can boost yields by at least 20%. Lisite pondered Feiya's claim. Do you select and nurture superior plants through the vocation's innate perception? It still lacks theoretical grounding, it relies on experience. Lisite asked, have you considered why some plants turn out superior while others do not? How do excellent plants arise? Isn't it simply luck, the blessing of the goddess of abundance? Some plants are just naturally better. Feia, though quick-tempered, never hid her thoughts or her occasional clumsiness. Lisite resolved to impart a little Mendelian wisdom. Have you noticed that crossing high-yield wheat with short-stalk wheat can produce high-yield offspring that also have short... Oh, of course. Hybridizing plants is a required lesson for any master. I've conducted many experiments and recorded them in my notebook. Did you discover any patterns? What patterns? In this world, fundamental education was scarce. Feia knew the principles of botany, but was ignorant of mathematics and statistics. Bring me your notebook. I will teach you a method called hypothesis and deduction. You. Teach me a Aisha, hearing Lisite was about to lecture, hurried over from the crystal tower. Feia, Lord Lisite is a great legendary builder. He possesses abundant knowledge, show him more respect. Seeing Aisha's solemn expression, Feia shrank. All right, I'm listening. After drinking from the sacred spring, Feia was astonished and peppered Aisha with questions about Lisite. Though skeptical that he was a legendary builder, she was still awed by the constructions. First, let's examine your notebook and compute the data within. Feia had recorded everything in great detail. She had simply focused in the wrong direction. Lisite patiently explained step by step to the two who were blind to mathematics. Aisha was far more adept in this field than Feia. She grasped Lisite's theory in one pass and could extrapolate further, while Feia kept scratching her head. Do you understand? Skipping some steps, Lisite presented the hypothesis and validated it with the data. I understand. Aisha nodded, her eyes bright. Following the Tower Master truly taught truths that struck at the essence of the matter. What scope of wisdom must one possess for such logic and thought? Aisha could not find words to describe it. Feia had become dazed. Lisite rose to drink and rest. Hey, wait, I didn't catch that. Feia realized that Lisite's teachings directly affected whether she could become a master of botany. She was so close. She had touched on an inspiration, only a little more clarity was needed. Aisha, little sister, Aisha, you understood right. Aisha smoothed her hair and replied, yes, hee little sister, Aisha, you know I like you best. You are so much better than that dreadful Li Si Te, both beautiful and gentle. Do not speak ill of the Tower Master. All right. Listen, Aisha, when I brew mead with the sacred spring, you'll be the first to taste it. He'll even teach you the brewing recipe, okay? The sacred spring belongs to the Tower Master. We cannot appropriate it. Yes, we will not appropriate it. Then, Aisha, is there anything you desire? No. I feel I lack nothing right now. Then could you repeat what the boss just said to me? That depends on whether the Tower Master agrees. That knowledge is exceedingly precious. Fei understood. That sly girl Aisha was clearly in league with Li Si Te. Boss. Fei abandoned decorum and ran toward Li Si Te. Li Si Te glanced at the panel. Fei's loyalty had risen to 76. He turned to Aisha and said, you are responsible for teaching her, Aisha. Very well, boss. Fei flopped to the ground with a silly grin. Boss, you are quite kind. When I brew beer, loyalty 82 with loyalty above 80, betrayal was scarcely a concern. Still persuading Fei to remain in the shelter would require continued effort. Li Si Te returned to the wooden cabin and began drafting architectural plans with paper and pen. For a former architectural designer, planning an area was effortless. Drawing on blueprints from his past lives textbooks, Li Si Te sketched a spacious two-story stone castle, a great reception hall, dining room, kitchen, servants' quarters, washrooms on the first floor, and more than 10 bedrooms on the second. The castle would be strongly defensible, its stone outer walls nearly half a meter thick, and the second floor ringed by a balcony that allowed observation of the entire shelter. Li Si Te added many innovations of his own, piping sacred spring water into the castle to meet daily needs, planning a sewage system, and even designing flush toilets. Beyond the castle, he planned the locations for the smithy, stables, and fields, and selected plots for future wonder constructions. Statue-like wonders could be placed around the perimeter. Once built, they would be exceedingly sturdy and nearly indestructible. Placing them outside would absorb some attacks and serve as a deterrent to daytime beasts. The remainder could be temporarily placed on open lots. The coverage of the level 3 crystal tower was not yet extensive. By noon, Hopper returned with several dog people. Aisha had cooked vegetable porridge and handed each person a generous strip of jerky. Upon seeing the food, the dog people finally believed Li Si Te's words from yesterday and ate with faces full of gratitude. Meals boiled with sacred spring water carried a restorative effect. After eating, they needed no rest and immediately resumed work on constructing the Horn of Submission. Where's the boss? Fei's brain was still overloaded digesting Aisha's lessons. He's in the kitchen. He said he'll make us something delicious. Aisha crouched at the doorway in anticipation. Could he possibly be a cook? Fei murmured, unconvinced, then took a small sip of the vegetable soup. Li Si Te finished quickly. He had simply stir-fried fresh meat and vegetables with purchased animal fat and sprinkled in modest spices. It was not a gourmet feast, but to Li Si Te, whose palate had long been unadventurous, it felt like a rare banquet. Aisha hoisted little Pei Luo onto a stool, and the four sat down. Pei Luo's nose twitched constantly, and her tail betrayed her excitement. It smells wonderful. Fei could not wait. She speared a piece of meat with her fork and popped it into her mouth. Not bad, boss. Your skill rivals the taverns in large city-states. Pity there's no alcohol. Aisha kept watching Li Si Te. Eat. Li Si Te could not resist either. He took the chopsticks he had just carved, and with the vegetable soup relished the meal. Delicious. Although for the ever-roaming Fia this dish could only be considered decent, Aisha and Perlo had a different opinion. The lives of the beastmen were certainly not as enjoyable as that of a botanical expert who could eat well everywhere. After taking a bite, Aisha couldn't stop eating, her small mouth stuffed full. While Perlo ate meat with a fork, she had already consumed 2 bowls of vegetable soup, leaving Lister curious about her bodily structure. Although she looked only 6 or 7 years old, her stomach capacity was surprisingly large, and her status bar indicated she wasn't full yet. In comparison, Fia appeared to be doing much better, though she kept mumbling about beer. It was afternoon. Lister showed Aisha, the architectural apprentice, the rough draft of the blueprint. He was not familiar with the materials and construction methods of this world, so he had no idea about the difficulty of building. Aisha's eyes sparkled as she looked at the castle. This design is so beautiful, boss. It's 100 times more stunning than the noble residences in the city. And the internal structure is very convenient. How long would it take to complete if we hired a team of architects? Generally speaking, it takes about 3 to 4 months under the leadership of an architectural expert, Aisha replied. However, if we could hire a master architect, they could finish it in a month. What special abilities do master architects possess? Lister and Aisha had been making great progress on their wonders, and they were not far from achieving mastery. Aisha nodded. Master architects are the most powerful profession in the wasteland. All masters of various professions gain a unique trait, the most common being rapid construction. Under the control of a master architect, all materials can quickly solidify into building materials securely assembled together. If combined with Crystal Tower's efficiency, could be doubled. The most powerful master architects can even raise a fortress in an instant on flat ground. Wait, why is the Tower Master asking me these questions? The Tower Master is clearly a legendary architect, a living legend. Could it be that the Tower Master is testing me? Under his guidance, my architectural skills have indeed been advancing rapidly. Could it be that the Tower Master believes I have the potential to become a master architect? Not bad. Lister nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave this blueprint to you. When you become a master architect, you can complete it. This will be our home. Aisha held the blueprint like a precious treasure. Such a precious blueprint, the Tower Master entrusted it to me. This will be our home. The Tower Master even said in person that I will become a master architect. Aisha took a deep breath. Tower Master, please rest assured Aisha will not disappoint you. Lister scratched his head. He just didn't want to do the work himself. Aisha's progress was about the same as his, and once she became a master architect, he could relax. By the way, would personally participating in the construction of wonders speed up the process? Aisha, to hone your architectural skills, I allow you to continue participating in the construction of wonders, but you won't need to do the heavy lifting. You'll be responsible for supervising and directing from the side. As a foreman, this was his path. How could one in this line of work stay away from the construction site? Lister returned to his lounge chair. After a short rest until the afternoon, the four of them, after over 8 hours of construction, finally completed the Horn of Submission. Lister walked over to open the manual. In front of the astonished eyes of the slaves, he instantly enlarged the Horn of Submission, which was as tall as a person radiating golden light, and placed it at the edge of the shelter at the front line of the battlefield. Tonight he planned to see if he could tame a magical beast first. It would be best to capture a high-level magical beast. If it were a magical lizard, it could even serve as a cart. A magical lizard 5 or 6 meters long would be excellent for transporting goods to the city or as a small cart on the construction site. Aisha's architectural expert progress reached 1520. Lister surpassed Aisha slightly, reaching 1620. It seemed that after creating one more wonder, both of them could reach the threshold of becoming master architects. Lister glanced at the panels of several canine beastmen, and the profession column did not show the addition of architectural apprentice. The entry level is the hardest. Aisha is already an architectural apprentice, understands the basic knowledge of architecture, and with the legendary talent of research genius, she can continuously improve her profession through the knowledge of wonders. I too can integrate the strange architectural knowledge of this world thanks to my rich experience from my past life. These canine beastmen, even if they receive the knowledge of wonders, would only become skilled laborers on the construction site. Lister felt a bit regretful. Should he open a course to spread some knowledge to them? What if among these people there were natural talents for civil engineering who could grasp it instantly and become master architects in just a few weeks? Lister remembered Fia's dumbfounded expression when faced with old Mendel's straightforward hypothesis deduction and abandoned this idea. Aisha is the best as she can understand whatever is explained. It definitely isn't my explanation that is the problem. It can't be. Everyone is doing well. Let's take a break before continuing with the next project. Dinner will include 2 extra meat jerky per person. The faces of the tired slaves all showed smiles. Lister took out the manual and selected the next wonder. It was the statue of the huntress which he had been longing for. Once this wonder is completed, Lister would truly have the ability to protect himself. An archery master. Statue of the huntress. Within the range of this shelter, each arrow tower can train an archery master, and damage from bows and arrow towers within the shelter increases by 50 requirements. Workers for must have 4 arrow towers. Total work hours 192 H144 H144 hours. Divided among 4 slaves means 36 hours per person, at least 3 days to complete. This is currently the longest lasting wonder. However, Lister knew that the wonders to come would only take longer. We don't need a break. We will start working immediately. Harper had a good relationship with several beastmen and had established credibility. As a fellow beastman, she understood them well. The physical strength and endurance of the beastmen were already outstanding, and with the holy spring water restoring their condition, they weren't feeling too tired right now. Everyone, let's work hard. Returning to the wooden house, Lister saw old Griffin coming over with his eldest son, Jet Griffin. Noah and Luke were the second and third sons, and it was Lister's first time meeting the eldest son of the Griffin family. He used his ability to take a glance. Lister found that the eldest son of the Griffin family, like Luke and Noah, was an archery expert. Only old Griffin was an archery master. The statue of the huntress is about to be completed. Oh, let's see if I can ask old Griffin for a good bow. Old Griffin began shouting towards Lister from a distance. Master Lister. Old Griffin quickly spotted the Horn of Submission standing at the edge of the sanctuary, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, though he quickly concealed it. Master Lister, your sanctuary truly is ever-changing. You must be an exceptionally talented architect. These buildings are absolutely magnificent. It's merely a hobby. Lister waved his hand, not wishing to pursue the topic further. Is there any good news, Master? Of course. Here is the Arrow Tower crystal core you asked me to purchase earlier. It seems your sanctuary already has a level 3 crystal tower, making your 5 Arrow Towers complete. By the way, the earnings from the holy water yesterday and today totaled 1,200 blue crystals. Don't think it's too little. The reputation of the holy water has spread throughout the city-states, and it will definitely sell well. If we don't have enough, we'll have to make another trip. Old Griffin dismounted from the camel beast. Lister had Aisha put away the crystal core, as he also intended to upgrade this one into a rapid-fire arrow tower. How to upgrade to level 3 could be considered later based on the situation. The effects of your holy water are truly exceptional, far better than the herbal concoctions made by those alchemists in the city-states. My back injury, which used to cause me pain every night, guess what? Yesterday it didn't hurt at all. Haha, when I have the chance I'll treat you to a stroll through the flower market in the city-state. Ahem. Lister naturally knew that the flower market was not just a flower market, but rather a place for more intimate encounters. I was just about to mention this today. I saw a man on a warhorse in the north, and he seemed to have his eyes set on our holy water business. Lister recounted the details of their meeting and conversation to several people. I'm truly sorry, my sons really cannot keep their mouths shut. They have indeed brought about disaster. Old Griffin frowned upon hearing this. This is unavoidable. Do not blame yourself. Young Luke and the others may have simply been discussing their own matters, overheard by someone with ill intentions. I will teach them a lesson when I return. Old Griffin sighed. At this moment, a young man beside Old Griffin spoke up. I can explain the origins of those people for you. You should know that the magical beasts in the north are causing even greater havoc than here, with many crystal tower sanctuaries having fallen and even some city-states unable to withstand the onslaught. There have always been many refugees and armies that have lost their city-states wandering nearby. Some have become slaves, while others have found crystal towers establishing camps in the vicinity, surviving through sanctuaries and plunder. Jet said, in the Rocky Mountains about 10 kilometers north, there is a wandering army. They have previously set their sights on us, but my father drove them back. Those people are exceedingly fierce and devoid of morality. Wandering armies, indeed, they fit the image of that young man quite well. He was more concerned about the city-states in the north that had been attacked. The first time he saw the tall and sturdy city walls, he felt an incredible sense of disbelief. What exactly were they built to defend against? Moreover, the military forces within the city-states are quite formidable, with each soldier equipped with impressive black iron armor and many archers reaching expert levels, even having seers as special magical profession. Even such individuals cannot withstand the magical beasts. They have become bandits. Old Griffin nodded. Many sanctuaries have been threatened by them. It is precisely because our Griffin family excels in archery that they dare not provoke us. You must be extra cautious. I see, I will be careful. Lister nodded. By the way, I wonder if you have any good bows left. I would like one for self-defense. Jet couldn't help but chuckle. Archers require long-term training. A novice's arrows are utterly ineffective against both humans and magical beasts. Even to shoot a goblin requires at least 2 or 3 years of training, and to deal with a magic lizard you need 5 to 10 years of hard work to penetrate their scales. Old Griffin raised his hand. Although what Jet said is absolutely correct, it is certainly not wrong to master a skill for self-defense. However, good bows are hard to come by. The materials required are extremely precious, and we have no stockpiles. However, we do have a few ordinary bows left. Approximately over 80 pounds. Lister could tell that Old Griffin did not believe he could draw a good bow either. That's fine. How many blue crystals? Lister did not press the issue, as he couldn't explain the matter of the hunting goddess statue to others. Sigh, it's not worth much. Consider it a gift from a friend. I will have Luke bring it to you. Thank you, Master Griffin. I'm curious about one thing. Master-level professions all have special abilities. Oh, I wonder what your ability is as a master archer. Ha ha ha. Old Griffin chuckled with a hint of pride upon hearing this, while Jet's eyes also showed a bit of it. Every master-level archer has different abilities. Mine is known as the Mage Archer. The arrows I shoot are imbued with lightning, capable of paralyzing a large group of enemies, with a single shot, effective against magical beasts as well. Lister listened with a sense of wonder. After seeing off the two, he had a bad premonition. An 80-pound bow could only shoot at goblins and magic wolves, and even then it could only barely break the skin. But he couldn't blame Old Griffin and Jet, considering his own physique. Pulling an 80-pound bow was indeed somewhat strenuous. This is indeed a problem. If I become a master archer after the statue of the hunting goddess is completed, but lack the muscles to pull a 7,080-pound bow, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thinking of Griffin and Jet's arms thicker than his thighs and the calluses on their fingers, Lister pondered that perhaps he should also start working out instead of becoming too comfortable in his reclining chair. After autumn began, the days grew shorter. Everyone who had been busy all day gathered in front of the crystal tower, watching the darkness in the distance. Lister stretched lazily in his recliner. Tonight, I plan to tame a magical beast. Tame a magical beast. Do you think magical beasts are like demahumans who would be completely devoted to you after drinking your holy water? Fia said bluntly, then noticed Aisha and Harper's rolled eyes and shrank her neck. Lister paid no mind to the unfiltered words of the halfling. He patted the statue beside him. We have this. This is the building you crafted during the day. What use does it have? Fia asked, looking curiously as well. Every marvel crafted by the Tower Master possesses tremendous effects. Whether it is the holy spring or the treasure basin, they resemble the powers of deities. Once the statue of the god of architecture is completed, it makes one feel that their work speed has greatly increased. The Horn of Abundance is placed in the farmland, likely related to agriculture. But what about this Horn of Submission? Aisha, being very clever, had already deduced the pattern. Sounding the horn can tame nearby magical creatures, but only one at a time. Taming magical creatures. This idea had not escaped others' minds, but the magical beast's tendency to go berserk at night caused many who attempted to engage with magical creatures to suffer greatly, leading to the gradual abandonment of such thoughts. Fia Fort pondered with her hand supporting her chin. Lister has holy water. Perhaps he can really tame a magical beast. Tonight, I will control the Arrow Tower and try to let in a single magical beast to tame. Aisha worriedly said, Master Tower, please let me do it. This is too dangerous. Magical beasts are incredibly fast, and unexpected situations can easily arise. No need. I can control the Arrow Tower in conjunction with myself, and I will let in at most one magical beast. Moreover, I need you to control the Crystal Tower, operating some stone slabs to assist me when necessary. Aisha hesitated. Don't worry, if there is danger I will escape. Lister knew there was danger, but it was manageable and the rewards were quite considerable. Nightfall had completely descended. Beasts began to emerge. The 4 arrow towers commenced their work, systematically slaying the rampaging monsters. No magic lizards appeared. The canine hybrid slave used its night vision ability to survey the situation in the distance. Controlling just one magic wolf left Lisite somewhat dissatisfied. There was only one slot available, and the cooldown period was a full month. It would be best to tame a stronger beast. They waited anxiously. The magic lizard has appeared. Lisite's eyes sparkled with excitement. The magic lizard was his primary target for the day. Outside the range of the arrow towers, the threat posed by the magic lizard was immense. It was incredibly fast, had razor-sharp claws, and possessed scales that even archery experts found difficult to pierce. It could not only transport goods, but also serve as a sentinel for the shelter, becoming a powerful ally during explorations. At that moment, no one noticed the faint glimmer of green crystals on the edge of the shelter in the yellow sand. Lord Tower Master. Master, there is tremor on the ground. Harper's ears perked up. Something feels off, Master. There is something underground. Fia's entire body trembled as she instinctively grabbed Lisite's arm. What is this? Is there an earthquake? Lisite tightened his grip on the cold, smooth surface of the subjugation statue. Don't panic. Everyone lean back and take shelter around the arrow tower. Fia suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. It's a ground dragon, a third-tier magical beast that only resides underground or in caves near mining veins. Generally, they pose no threat to humans, so why would it appear near the shelter? Lisite squinted his eyes as he spotted a bulge in the ground nearby that was rapidly approaching. Judging by its rough size, it was at least as big as a truck, double the size of the magic lizard. However, compared to a first-tier beast like the magic lizard, a third-tier beast's physical strength, power, and resilience were far beyond what the magic lizard could compare to. Moreover, beasts above the third tier could master certain spells etched into their bloodlines. The ground dragon undoubtedly wielded earth magic, allowing it to gallop swiftly underground. Third tier. A third-tier beast can even breach the walls of a city-state. Not even an entire squadron of knights could defeat it. Fia shrank back, appearing even smaller than before. An entire squadron of knights. Harper, the hybrid's senses were more acute. She felt an intense sense of crisis, as if being targeted by a natural enemy ready to be torn apart at any moment. Aisha felt the same way as she stepped forward and stood beside Lisite. Don't worry, Lisite reassured them. Yeah. Aisha clung to Lisite's arm, her tense and trembling body gradually calming down. The Tower Master always could create miracles. They would surely be fine. Lisite was somewhat nervous, but felt more excitement. If this had happened before today, he would have undoubtedly fallen into despair, even thinking of ways to flee. But now he held the subjugation horn. This was his only hope to keep these people in the shelter alive. If he could use the subjugation horn to capture this ground dragon, it would be an immense boon. The tremors of the ground intensified. The beasts affected by the night showed no signs of stopping, continuing their ferocious assault as the arrow towers pierced their bodies, seemingly causing no pain. The bulge in the ground halted just outside the range of the arrow towers. Everyone held their breath. In the next moment, a massive beast erupted from the ground, revealing a part of its body. Its fearsome scales covered its head like armor, exposing a pair of vicious eyes that glimmered with a metallic sheen, with two small sharp horns protruding from its head resembling spiraled spikes. It lifted its head, seemingly sniffing the air nearby, and soon it dug through the sand, unearthing a shard of blue crystal. Roar! It seems to be wailing, Harper remarked. Lisite gazed at the glowing crystal fragment, narrowing his eyes. That location was precisely where the young man riding a warhorse had come from during the day. This was no coincidence. The ground dragon had likely been drawn here by the crystal fragment. The ground dragon cast a glance at Lisite, its eyes glowing redder, as if ready to charge at him at any. Then, as if sensing something, it suddenly turned its head and plunged back underground, vanishing into the wasteland. Hey, where are you going? Come back! Lisite exclaimed in urgency. Although he had felt a bit scared initially, now he was more eager to catch the ground dragon. As long as he was near the subjugation horn, he was not afraid of the ground dragon's attacks. If it dared to approach, he could tame it. How could the meat on hand just run away? Reflecting on the ground dragon's earlier actions, Lisite speculated that it might have been led away by someone. Lisite instantly thought of the suspect. It must be the young man who threatened me during the day. They must have grasped some behavioral patterns of the ground dragon and used those to manipulate it into attacking the shelter. The one guiding the ground dragon's behavior should be that blue crystal shard. That person did not intend to directly destroy my shelter. They only wanted to make me feel pressure, letting me know they could make the ground dragon attack my shelter at any time. If it were anyone else, after experiencing the threat of the ground dragon, they might have truly submitted. They could never have imagined that Lisite was more afraid of them not sending the ground dragon again. A third-tier magical beast was exceedingly rare, especially one adept at hiding underground while possessing formidable strength. Not too disheartened knowing the ground dragon's source, catching it was only a matter of time. The people around him sighed in relief. Lisite smiled. Don't worry, even if it comes again, we can still tame it. Faya took a deep breath. Don't boast, this is a third-tier magical beast. Be grateful it didn't decide to swallow us whole today. It must have been the goddess of abundance who persuaded it to leave for my sake. Faya turned to the statue of the Horn of Abundance, clasped her hands together, and uttered a prayer with an unknown meaning. Aisha smiled, lifting her head to look at Lisite. I knew we would be just fine. With the threat of the ground dragon gone, the arrow towers seemed to work even harder as hordes of beasts fell swiftly, turning to sand consumed by the wasteland. Let's save the subjugation horn for the ground dragon. We won't be capturing any other beasts today. Lisite arranged for several slaves to take turns keeping watch before returning to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Aisha snuggled under the covers, recalling the tense moments earlier, remembering Lisite's seemingly assured expression, her face slightly flushed when suddenly a knock came at the door. Who is it? Aisha. Aisha. It's me. Faya's whispering voice came from the doorway. What is it, Lady Faya? Aisha opened the door. Faya, clutching her blanket, awkwardly said, I was worried you might be scared and unable to sleep, so I came to keep you company. Aisha wore a blank expression. Are you afraid, Lord Fi? Do you need me to keep you company while you sleep? Fia pouted. What are you talking about? How could I be afraid? I traveled alone from the eastern continent to this desolate land. I've seen all sorts of dangers along the way. Then please go back. Don't, little Aisha, you know you're my favorite. I need to rest. I'm scared. Come in. Lister sat at his desk in his bedroom, clearly hearing the commotion from the neighboring room. This house indeed needs to be rebuilt. The sound insulation is terrible. Lister referenced the city walls from the era of cold weapons in his memory, constructing a few sets of blueprints, striving for simplicity and sturdiness, and was currently drawing. Once he and Aisha became masters of architecture, they could start building. Tomorrow the person who will draw the Earth Dragon will appear. I want to try to provoke them to see if I can lure the Earth Dragon back again. With his decision made, Lister blew out the candle and lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Aisha collected all the blue crystals from the treasure pot and gently knocked on Lister's door. Coming. Aisha began cooking, and Lister washed up, seeing Luke riding a beast in the distance. Lister, I brought you milk for servings. Luke handed over a large water pouch. Oh, and this. A brand new hardwood longbow equipped with a bag of broadhead arrows specifically for dealing with magical beasts. According to Harper, the craftsmanship of the longbow is not complicated. The complexity lies in the arrowheads, which require a well-equipped forge for mass production, and teaching apprentices is not that easy. Training an apprentice capable of crafting quality arrowheads takes at least half a month to a month. However, their shelter is small, and there are few who can use bows and arrows. Harper can supply 3 archers for now. After breakfast, the dog humans began their work. Harper worked especially hard. Lister glanced over and found that her loyalty had unconsciously reached 90, second only to Aisha's 95. FIA lingered around 85. After having breakfast, she went to the farmland to work. She urged Aisha to complete the theoretical study before preparing to begin her experimental verification. Lister did 2 sets of morning exercises by the holy spring and continued to refine the blueprints. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure appear in the distance. A smile flashed across his lips as Lister approached. "I hope you had a good night, Master Lister." The newcomer was the young man who had ridden in on a warhorse yesterday. Lister displayed just the right amount of surprise and anger. "So it was you behind this. You can actually control the magical beasts to attack my shelter?" "Haha, we can do more than that. Now bring out the potion." "There's no potion. I don't believe you can truly control a third-tier magical beast. It's just a trick." Lister scoffed and turned to leave. The young man seemed taken aback by Lister's attitude, momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. "You really don't know how to die. Do you think you can withstand the attack of a third-tier earth dragon with just a few arrow towers? How ridiculous. Tonight you and your filthy subhumans will become fodder for the magical beasts." After saying that, the young man turned and left. Lister revealed a triumphant smile. He was truly afraid he wouldn't come. "You better have the guts to follow through. Don't scurry away like a rat after making threats trembling in your cave tonight with your earth dragon father." The young man, furious upon hearing this, wanted to take out his longbow to shoot Lister, but seeing the distance between them and the arrow tower standing at the edge of the shelter, he could only leave in anger. This should be secure now. Lister feigned departure, secretly observing the young man. Sure enough, just as he was about to disappear from the shelter's line of sight, he casually tossed 2 crystals into the yellow sand. "Harper." The people in the shelter had long been attracted by the commotion over here. "Master, what do you need?" "Go in that direction and find 2 red crystals." "Understood." Harper quickly ran out, sniffing the air, and soon dug out 2 crystals from the yellow sand, then ran back. "Is this it, my lordo?" "Exactly." Lister held the 2 crystals in his palm, observing carefully. The crystals were very transparent, as if they contained the stars. Aisha leaned closer, saying, "Boss, I've seen this kind of crystal before. I once dug out this kind of crystal while working in a mine. At that time, the mine's boss was so frightened that he made us bury the crystals and change the mine." "Frightened, huh?" "These 2 crystals are likely what attracted the earth dragon, making it quite reasonable to be scared." "Stop guessing." FIA stepped forward. "This is not a crystal, it's earth dragon feces." Lister's hand slipped, and the 2 crystals fell to the ground. FIA did not seem to mind picking up the crystals. This isn't their usual feces, but rather a defensive mineral they excrete after laying eggs to protect the eggs. This crystal contains a large amount of iron minerals, indicating it resides near an iron mine. FIA revealed a teasing smile. "This kind of mineral is rare, but said that some nobles use it to grind into powder for drinking." "Drinking feces, eh?" Aisha covered her mouth. "Why would they drink feces?" "I said it's not really FIA shook her head helplessly. "Boss, your guess isn't wrong. The earth dragon was likely attracted by this crystal, and the ones who brought these crystals probably destroyed its nest and even took its eggs. That's why it's attracted to these crystals, wanting to find someone to take vengeance on." "I see." Lister nodded. "In that case, I have a plan. We'll prepare to tame this earth dragon tonight. Today is the 2nd day of constructing the statue of the huntress. With just 2 more days of work, it can be finished. This means that tomorrow night Lister will become a master archer." Thinking of this, Lister urged the dog humans a few more times, and then began his routine exercises in the shelter. FIA, seeing this, shouted, "Are you full of energy? Can you come plow for me? Isn't the farmland already cultivated?" "Aisha and I worked on it for half a day." In truth, it was all Aisha's work. There are other tasks to do as well, digging holes, burying seeds, and then watering. Lister shook his head, analyzing. "You see, lifting something 1 meter high versus half a meter uses different amounts of strength. Of course, it takes less effort to lift half a meter." FIA smiled. This knowledge was not difficult for her. "That's right, so your work is more efficient than mine. I don't do farm work to save on labor costs. Wonders are indestructible. In this way, statue-like wonders can be moved to the perimeter of the shelter, serving as an outer layer of defense. However, the number of wonders is still too few to completely surround the shelter. Once the city walls are completed, wonders can be placed at key points to fend off attacks. For now, this characteristic allows List to be safer while resisting the attacks of the earth dragon with the Horn of Submission. From last night's situation, the earth dragon hides underground while moving and only emerges to attack. He just needs to stand on the base of the Horn of Submission, where it is surely safe. Holding 2 crystal stones in his hand, List mentally rehearsed. A range of 5 meters is already quite wide. If the earth dragon pops up from the ground and tries to attack me in emergency, I still have a move the Chain King's circle around the pillar. "Can I take a look at that, master?" Harper, a blacksmith, noticed List playing with the bow and arrow during the lunch break. List did not insist on them calling him boss. they had already adapted to their identity as slaves. Forcing a correction might make them uneasy, so it was better to wait for their transformation gradually. Here you go. Harper, who had a certain understanding of bow and arrow making, remarked, "The materials are good, but the power is too weak to penetrate the fur and scales of second-tier magical beasts." After glancing at List's somewhat unmuscular arms, Harper wisely closed her mouth. "It's okay, my strength is indeed very small. Pulling this bow to its full extent is already quite strenuous for me. Once you gain more strength, I will craft more powerful bows and arrows for you," Harper said. "All right, the next time we go to the city, I will take you to gather materials for building the forge." "Thank you, Master." Harper excitedly left. List thought for a moment. It was only Monday, and there were still several days until the Day of Radiance. However, once he becomes a master archer, he could ignore the scarcity of magical beasts during the day and head straight to the city. But thinking of the group of wandering troops coming from the north made List feel a bit of a headache. "Let's see tonight's situation. If we can catch an earth dragon, this won't be a problem." Another busy afternoon passed. The statue of the goddess of hunting had taken shape. Tomorrow would be the last day for its construction. As night fell, a group of people stood guard early at the perimeter of the shelter, while List stood alone on the statue, one hand resting on the horn's mouthpiece. The first to appear were the magic wolves, followed by various bouncing slimes. Under the attack of the level 3 reinforced arrow tower, these low-tier magical beasts were easily killed. After waiting for over half an hour, the ground suddenly trembled. "They're coming, Master," Aisha exclaimed, holding a bucket of holy water meant to clear the dark corruption status after taming the earth dragon. Fia hid behind her, muttering softly, "This is insane, this is insane." Harper's body trembled slightly as she slowly crouched down, prepared to rush in when things went awry. "Don't worry," Liz said, feeling a bit excited. The stronger the opponent, the more advantageous it would be for him after taming. A yellow line emerged from the distant ground, rapidly extending towards List. At the top of the submission statue were 2 red crystal stones gleaming like blood, encased in amber, shining under the moonlight. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. List controlled the arrow tower and did not attack the earth dragon's position. "It's coming." The earth dragon burst forth from the ground about 7 or 8 meters away from List, its body rushing towards him due to inertia. List had already sounded the horn. Woo! A melodious chant echoed, and everyone felt as if they had returned to the ancient wilderness, a place where barbarism and civilization intersected, their spirits shaken, especially the subhumans. Boom! A loud crash resonated from the location of the submission statue. Aisha furrowed her brows tightly, and without hesitation splashed the holy water she was holding. "Master! List! Master!" Several rushed forward and found List peeking out from behind the statue. As expected, I knew I couldn't just stand still. In front of the statue, a nearly 10-meter-long earth dragon lay on top of it, as if stunned by the impact, feeling a strange sense of closeness to the human before it. Shaking its head, it found the feeling of closeness growing stronger, gradually evolving into a desire to submit. Unable to resist, it slowly lowered its head. List awkwardly walked up to the earth dragon and reached out to pat its head. "Good, very obedient." Aisha smiled, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at List. The dog subhumans still struggled to suppress their fear, not daring to approach. Fia, on the other hand, was incredulously pulled forward by Aisha, unable to close her mouth. "What is this? How taming is done? Just blowing a horn tamed it. What about those kingdoms that studied for hundreds of years to tame a batch of magic wolves?" List looked at the panel that appeared on the earth dragon. Name: none. Race: earth dragon. Female. Talent: mineral. Sense: rare. Loyalty: 100. Status: confused. Grief of losing offspring: affectionate. Energetic. Loyal. "Let's give it a name," List said. "Name it." Fia excitedly rubbed her hands together. "This is my special." "You say it." "It is said that in the depths of the Abyss Stone Valley there is a 1,000-year-old ancient dragon sealed, capable of swallowing the sun and moon, immensely powerful. The Abyss Stone Valley is the trace left behind from its battle with the dragon god. Its name is Duoduo Mog. So this earth dragon shall be called Duoduo." "All right, let's call it Mog." "What?" "I said Duoduo." The vote result was 1-6. The name was settled just like that. List circled around Mog twice, increasingly satisfied. "Let's arrange it in the stable for now. Oh, I'll make you a mansion later." Fia still seemed a bit dissatisfied. Earth dragons live near mineral veins. Without them, it won't get enough to eat. List's eyes lit up. Since the earth dragon Mog lives nearby, it means there are mineral veins in the vicinity, and most likely unclaimed ones. Could there be a blue crystal vein? Blue crystal veins are too difficult. They are all occupied by the city-states. Those geologists aren't just idle. Fia replied. "Most likely it's an iron vein, or it might be occupied by that wandering army." "The possibility is quite high," Harper said. "Master, if we can acquire an iron vein, I can craft a large number of tools, weapons, and armor for you." List looked at Mog as if gazing at a treasure. Let's hide underground to rest for now. Oh, tomorrow we can counterattack and perhaps even take revenge for you. The Earth Dragon's status also showed grief of losing offspring, likely indicating that the wandering army destroyed its egg and used the shell to lure attacks on the surrounding shelters. Mog nodded slightly. It could now understand part of List's words. Its massive body took 2 steps back and retreated underground. Lister had a few canine humanoids guard the night in turns for several hours, and there were no further anomalies. The Earth Dragon should be the enemy's only trump card. Early in the morning, Lister woke up to find the canine humanoids already hard at work. "Why are you working so early?" Lister walked over. Harper put down the carving knife and said, "I saw that the statue was nearly finished, so I wanted to hurry it along. Wasn't it supposed to take another day, eh?" Lister looked at the statue and realized it was indeed close to completion. He suddenly remembered. The statue of the Huntress required a total of 144 hours to complete, divided among 4 people. That would be 36 hours each. He had originally planned to work 12 hours a day to finish it in 3 days, but these individuals were exceptionally diligent, working at least 16 hours each day. Even when Lister told them to rest, they refused. Occasionally, Aisha would come over to lend a hand. It seemed they would finish before noon. "You've all worked hard. They'll have Aisha hide some meat in the meal at noon." "It's not hard at all, Master, not at all. You even let us take breaks and the food is so good. Oh, we are all very good. Moreover, you even bestowed upon us holy water." Lister could hardly argue. He indeed needed to speed things up and could only supplement their meals. Not long after, the young man who had threatened Lister earlier arrived, accompanied by 2 riders on warhorses from a distance. They arrived even earlier than Luke. Upon seeing that Lister's shelter was intact, the 3 of them were stunned. "Kieran, didn't you say you put the red crystal in his shelter? Why wasn't it swallowed by the Earth Dragon?" The young man remained incredulous. "I clearly placed it there, Lucas. The Earth Dragon couldn't possibly have not come. It is in a state of fury. Could it be that it happened to go out yesterday and thus didn't come?" Lucas obviously held a higher position than the 2. "Go check the shell." Kieran dismounted and walked to yesterday's location, only to find that the red crystal was missing. "It's gone. The Earth Dragon must have indeed come." Lucas said, "Could it be that Lister found the crystal and moved it elsewhere?" "Impossible. How could a 20-year-old kid possibly know about the Earth Dragon's intel? We only learned about it on the battlefield. Moreover, I hid it very discreetly." Lucas stared at Kieran. "You better tell me the truth." Kieran swallowed hard. "The day before yesterday, I just wanted to scare him by bringing the Earth Dragon over. I let it away as soon as it appeared, and he might have discovered it then." "Fool." Lister faced the 2 without leaving his shelter. "Oh, an old acquaintance. Why not come in and sit for a while?" Seeing Lister's mocking demeanor, Kieran completely exploded. "Don't get too proud, kid. Oh, we have plenty of ways to make you vanish without a trace." Lucas raised his hand, signaling Kieran to be quiet. "Looks like you are the one in charge," Lister said cross. "Listen to me, kid. Ooh, I know you have some clever tricks, but your cleverness is worthless in the face of true power. You cannot stay in your shelter forever. The moment you step out, death will descend upon you." Lucas' shadowy gaze resembled a vulture in the wasteland. "Unfortunately for you, I plan to visit the city-state soon to sell a batch of healing potions. Do you dare to come?" Lister challenged. "Healing potions? So you do have them?" Kieran said angrily. "Indeed," Lister admitted directly. "If you want them, come and take them. You'd better bring more people." After saying that, Lister left without looking back. "Very well," Lucas sneered. "You better have some means to fend." Lister stretched lazily. The prey had already taken the bait. He had a feeling these people must have information about the mine, and when the Earth Dragon killed them, perhaps he could leave one alive for questioning. Soon Luke brought milk. Lister stopped Luke as he was about to leave and handed him 20 blue crystals. "Bring me 2 longbows, Luke. They should be heavier." "You don't need to give me that much, Lister. 15 crystals are enough. The rest is your commission for running errands. I be careful on the way. There may be enemies around." "Hee, thank you, Lister. They'll be careful." Luke quickly returned with 2 120-pound longbows and 100 arrows. The boy was very happy, saying he was going to the city-state to buy some food. After sending Luke off, Lister walked towards the construction site. The statue of the Huntress was about to be completed. He helped FIA plant some seeds and water the fields. Around 10 a.m., the statue was completed. Harper excitedly ran to find Lister. "Great, let's place this statue at the boundary of the shelter." Lister raised his hand, activating the Wonder Construction Guide. The entire statue was suddenly lifted amid a brilliant glow, becoming a giant statue towering at around 12 to 13 meters, the largest and tallest structure in the shelter so far. Aisha suddenly sensed that her body seemed to have undergone some change. "Master, I feel different. You have become a master architect." Lister, like Aisha, completed the final progress bar of the architectural expert at the same time. "What?" Aisha looked at her hands in disbelief, but knowledge and power do not deceive. She had indeed become a master architect. She truly had become a master architect. A wave of ecstatic emotion enveloped her, tears of joy forming at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Lister, the exceptionally talented young Tower Master, who remained nonchalant. Aisha understood that her achievement was entirely bestowed upon her by the Tower Master. Thank you, Tower Master. No need to be polite, this is what you deserve. Lister sensed that after becoming a master architect, he had gained a special ability of architecture shaping. With a thought, the stones on the ground began to crumble and reshape, quickly turning into a rough stone statue. The consumption of energy is quite significant. Creating just a small statue was as exhausting for Lister as running several dozen meters. Aisha watched Lister from the side. Master, it seems my master ability is transportation. Transportation. Using transportation in conjunction with the crystal tower is the best. It can rapidly extract and move the stones from underground. As your master level increases, you will find using your abilities much more effortless. This means that the energy consumed will decrease and the intensity will increase. Fi had just walked over from the farmland when she overheard their conversation, and visible struggle appeared on her face. What? Master? What master? Are you saying that this girl who hasn't even fully matured has become a master architect? The one that's said to be the hardest to achieve. Fia exclaimed with tears of frustration, more excited than Aisha. Lady Fia, you don't need to be so happy for me. I have indeed matured. No? Why? The heavens are unjust, goddess of abundance, look at her. I have traveled I recorded 5732 types of plants, boo-hoo I. Don't be sad, Lady Fia. You will soon become a master botanist too, as long as you stay by Lord Lister's side. Aisha said sincerely. Fia seemed not to have heard, her eyes vacant. Oh, this statue is truly beautiful. Harper rescued Aisha from the conversation. Yes. Aisha immediately ran away, quietly approaching Lister, asking, Master, does this statue have any magical qualities? You'll know shortly. Lister touched the statue and sensed 5 magical powers within that he could control, corresponding to the 5 arrow towers in the shelter. He drew one of them into himself. In an instant, a vast memory composed of countless segments of drawing bows and shooting arrows surged into his mind and was rapidly absorbed. After a full 2 minutes, Lister finally opened his eyes. He looked at his panel. Name: Lister. Race: human. Talent: none. Occupation: master architect, 250, master archer, 150, civil engineering expert, 1020. Status: energetic. I am an archery master now. He had become a dual master in architecture and archery. He picked up the longbow beside him. List retrieved an arrow. The moment he gripped the bow, he felt countless memories of drawing and shooting arrows imprinting onto his hands. No problem, I am the king of arrows. Aiming at the rock wall 100 meters away, List pulled the longbow to its full draw. The arrow flew from the string, becoming a shadow racing toward the distance. What is the master's unique skill? List squinted. The time around him suddenly slowed down, nearly coming to a halt, and in the next moment his vision seemed to merge with the bow and arrow in the distance. He was now the bow and arrow. With a thought, the arrow began to shift according to his control, upward, downward, to the left. It could even accelerate. Whoosh! The arrow controlled by List traversed the 100 meters, continuously rising its speed, even increasing. Finally, it struck a withered tree on the mountainside, firmly embedding itself. Harper exclaimed, the maximum range of that bow is only about 90 meters, and you actually hit such a distant target. When did you learn to use a bow and arrow, boss? Aisha had just seen List miss a target even at 20 meters not long ago. List smiled and looked at Aisha. Do you want to learn? Can I learn too? Of course. Aisha was much stronger than him, and she could definitely pull a 120-pound bow. At that time, her threat to enemies would absolutely surpass his. Get ready, List said. He passed another source of power from the statue of the hunting goddess to Aisha. In the next moment, Aisha closed her eyes like him. This is just like the method for building wonders that the Tower Master taught me, such a miraculous power. Aisha, already experienced, quickly absorbed the knowledge. While waiting, List looked at Harper. Our shelter still needs strength. You also need to learn archery, Harper. Come here. Harper nodded without hesitation and came to List. With 3 sources of power distributed, only 2 remained. List had not yet decided on a candidate. Dealing with these rogue soldiers, 3 master archers were already more than enough. 5 minutes later, Harper was the last to open his eyes, letting out a sigh as he half knelt on the ground. Thank you, Master. I have already mastered it. Pick up the bow and try it, or we will be fighting soon. The 2 bows that Luke had brought in the morning were distributed to the 2. Fia looked on in confusion as the few walked back and forth. Hey, what is this? You just stood there for a while and learned to use a bow and arrow. Fia felt that she had gained a lot of knowledge in the past 2 days, but she still found it hard to believe what was happening. This is a miracle created by the Tower Master. Every wonder contains the power of the gods. Aisha's admiration nearly solidified into substance. Yes, your Tower Master is the strongest. Oh, I want to become a master too. Fia sighed helplessly. Liszt was also nearby. He knew that FIA's botany was already on the edge of mastery. When he met FIA, she was botany expert, 1920. Once a batch of plants grew and validated the hypothesis Liszt had given her, she could be promoted. Harper held the bow, pondered for a moment, raised his hand to take an arrow, and knocked it on the string. Whoosh! The bow was like a full moon, the arrow like lightning. A huge rock 100 meters away was directly hit by Harper, and dense cracks appeared around the impact point. Master, my master ability is armor piercing. Ooh, I can easily penetrate stones and armor, Harper said excitedly. Indeed. Just as old Griffin said, everyone's master ability is different. Aisha also eagerly picked up the bow and arrow. I can feel that my master ability is related to speed. Skillfully knocking an arrow, Aisha squinted her eyes. In the next moment, she swiftly drew and shot almost without pausing. In an instant, more than 10 arrows were released. On the distant mountainside, Aisha's arrows almost all landed within a circle the size of a human head, and some arrows even landed on the previous arrow, causing it to explode. Not bad with you two, I can rest easy. We'll prepare to depart this afternoon. Liszt happily took out the Wonder Construction Guide, opened the second page, and prepared to initiate the construction of the Guardian statue. He suddenly discovered that the third page had been unlocked. Inside Old Griffin's shelter. After Luke returned, Old Griffin called his sons together. Luke, what did you see when you went over? Oh right, Liszt had his slaves build a statue that looks like a woman holding a bow and arrow. The statue is enormous and very spectacular. Old Griffin nodded. What a miraculous person who, despite only tinkering with some statues every day, he has managed to survive the previous 2 beast tides and even possesses healing potions. Noah Griffin asked. It seems that his crystal tower was inherited and just recently moved here. Could it be? Old Griffin nodded. That's right, I think so too. What do you mean? Father, brother, don't beat around the bush, Luke said, scratching his head. Noah said, Liszt is very likely the offspring of a noble from some great city-state or kingdom, or perhaps an illegitimate child, otherwise he wouldn't have such good resources and startup funds. You know, before he sold the holy water, he had already upgraded the shelter to level 2 and also upgraded several arrow towers. That night's beast tide was so tricky that even we felt it was tough, he managed to hold on. On that day, they all thought Liszt was dead. Old Griffin said, You all must remember we need to help him as much as possible, although he doesn't seem to need our help much anymore. The normally spirited old man suddenly seemed a bit aged. Children, I have a premonition that the future will become increasingly difficult. The level 3 crystal tower I upgraded when I was young, and the surrounding walls can no longer withstand the attacks of magical beasts. Upgrading to a level 4 crystal tower requires consuming 5 powder crystals. We could afford it if we used all our assets, but what about the future? The wasteland will become increasingly dangerous. I have a feeling that Liszt will be our fallback. His identity is very mysterious, and his abilities are even more unfathomable. Is Liszt really that amazing? Trust me, children, I have seen far more people than you. The demeanor Liszt displays as the Tower Master is always one of absolute confidence and calmness. Everyone fell into silence. Luke, when you deliver milk tomorrow, take a cow with you. A cow? We only have 3 cows, father. We can't buy cows in the city-state now. Noah was somewhat surprised. Boss, why are you smiling so happily? Aisha asked cautiously. Lisite was flipping through the Wonders Construction Manual. You will know soon enough. Boon Hive, a legendary hive located at the edge of the divine realm. Each drop of honey can bless mortals, enhancing their physique. Housing 10 requirements, 510 workers. Time 147 days, 105 days, 5 days. With the bonus from the statue of the god of construction, Falling Star Furnace, it is said that stars have fallen here, their cores still warm, reshaping all within smelting speed 100. 20 chance to enhance equipment quality requirements. 510 workers must be built beside a mountain. Now time 147 days, 105 days. Polar cold nest, the core of the eternally frozen land. The cold breathes like a living thing. Time decays slowly here, significantly extending food preservation. Time requirements. 510 workers must be built underground. Time 147 days, 105 days. Holy shield enhances the sturdiness of defensive structures by 100. Can slowly self-repair requirements. 510 workers needs to be built on wooden or stone walls. Total work time 7 days, 5 days. The text describes 4 wonders in total. The biggest change is that time has shifted from hours to days, and the number of workers has become a range. Previously, when constructing wonders, he could already feel that the total work time was merely an estimated value, not a strict requirement to work for that long to complete. The actual completion time is greatly related to the worker's condition and whether they are slacking off. The minimum requirement is 5 people. It will take 14 days to complete at this rate, so it seems I need to recruit more workers. As for the order of construction, the Boon Hive not only provides food and housing, but can even enhance physique. Whose physique needs enhancement the most? That's right, it's me. Constructing the Boon Hive is definitely the top The food storage issue isn't very urgent right now and winter is approaching soon. The polar cold nest, which looks like a giant ice cellar, isn't something that needs to be made urgently. The falling star furnace is related to the mineral veins and can assist Harper with smelting and forging. It should be the second construction just in time for me and Aisha to finish the forging room afterwards. The Holy Shield needs to wait until the city walls are completed. After deciding the order, Li Si-Te looked at the Guardian statue. 4 statues granted to believers by the God of Protection. 1 is randomly activated each day to patrol until dawn. Requirements: 4 workers. Total work time, 192h 144h. The top priority is still to spend 3 days constructing the Guardian statue. No one knows when the next beast tide will arrive. After passing the knowledge of activating the Guardian statue to the slaves, Li Si-Te crouched down. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble as a gigantic creature emerged from underground. Earth Dragon Mog, are you ready for revenge? Roar. Mog let out a low growl. She was clever enough to understand part of Li Si-Te's words and already knew who had destroyed her brood, killing her children. Let's get ready to set off. Li Si-Te mounted their only pack beast, bringing only 2 archers with him. FIA looked worriedly at the group. Are you sure you can do this? Otherwise we can just huddle in the shelter. The crops here grow incredibly fast, and it seems they could mature in 3 days. We could live here forever. Don't worry, don't underestimate the archery masters. Li Si-Te raised his bow. Master. FIA repeated the word, smiling with some relief. Yeah, when have I ever doubted the masters? Haha, then I'll wait for you to return. FIA picked up Pello and waved goodbye to the 3. Watching the 3 depart, FIA still felt a sense of anxiety. What can I do? I am just a weak halfling. Turning around to look at the farmland, for some reason this land was growing at an astonishing rate. The beans planted yesterday were sprouting visibly overnight, and by day they had already grown leaves likely to bloom by tomorrow. Lost in thought, Pello's tail wagged and hit her face, leaving a red mark. Hey, little one, is your tail? I really don't know whose genes were inherited. Thinking of this, FIA recalled the vast amount of data she had recorded earlier, and suddenly some things began to shift. She realized she had become a master of botany. Li Si-Te had already chosen the battlefield. On the way to the city-state, there was an open plain with a protruding red rock mountain in the middle, which could serve as cover. As long as they held there, the 3 archery masters would be nearly invincible. Not to mention, there were also 3rd-tier earth dragons lurking nearby. If he were in the opponent's position, he would feel despair. Let's wait here for a while. Li Si-Te divided over 100 arrows and sat down on a rock, closing his eyes. His body began to tremble from tension and excitement. There will come a day. He opened his eyes. In the distance, a cavalry unit of more than 20 people was approaching, a strong force indeed in the wilderness. They rode horses clad in armor, wielding long spears and swords, with only a few carrying bows. Li Si-Te noticed that someone had been stealthily following them from afar, arriving sooner than expected. You have some guts to actually come out. Since you've come out, don't think of going back. The frontmost Kirin had already drawn his bow, furious beyond measure, as he had been humiliated by Lucas and his companions all morning over this matter. Stop talking, kill them quickly, and seize control of his shelter. Lucas said. All right. Kirin pulled the bowstring, aiming at Li Si-Te beside the stone. But someone was faster than him to draw the bow. Whoosh. As Kirin's arrow was released, Harper's arrow was up. The silver-white arrow even emitted a sound as it pierced the air, the fletching producing a chilling whistle like the wailing of a demon. This arrow accurately intercepted Kirin's arrow midair and continued its trajectory toward the enemy without losing speed. Quick dodge. Kirin abruptly turned, rolling off his horse to the ground. The arrow just flew past where he had been standing, piercing the neck of a person behind him. Lucas shouted, Archery Master. Everyone raise your shields, the enemy has archery masters. Damn it, this is unbelievable. In such a remote wilderness, there are actually 2 archery masters, and they are damned neighbors. Charge, charge. Don't give her the chance to wear us down. These people were indeed well-trained, as expected from a military background. They did not panic, but immediately formed ranks, charging towards the hill where Li Si-Te was located, while the archers at the back prepared to provide long-range support. Let's begin. Li Si-Te sighed deeply and picked up his bow and arrow. Seeing Li Si-Te draw the bowstring, Lucas felt a chill in his heart. No way. They dare to come out with just 3 people. Is there really an archery master among them? No one spoke. The only response was Li Si-Te's arrow. Lucas immediately controlled his horse to dodge and raised his round shield. But that arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, like a bird spinning and locking onto Lucas. No. Lucas immediately dismounted, mirroring Kirin's actions, and shielded himself behind his warhorse's body. Yet just as the arrow was about to pierce the horse's belly, it suddenly arced upward, instead embedding itself into the eye socket of a nearby henchman. A master. A master. They have 2 masters. No. 3. Elsa had also begun. Her petite form blurred into a mere phantom, endlessly repeating the motions of knocking and loosing arrows. Each arrow was like a chain of death, precisely reaping the life it was destined for. In the blink of an eye, a large number of those at the forefront had fallen. This is madness, absolute madness. Lucas tumbled to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his vision swimming in darkness. He shouted, "Go, retreat now." Roar. The ground trembled. Lucas was all too familiar with that sound. It was an earth dragon. Why was an earth dragon here? The next moment, he sensed a heavy, ragged breathing and a terrifying wave of heat from behind. As his vision slowly cleared, he turned his head and saw only a gaping, bloody maw. "Don't eat him," Lister said from a distance. Morg took a half step back, raised a paw larger than a man, and swiped violently. Lucas was sent flying like a broken rag doll. In just a brief clash, the entire battlefield had descended into utter chaos. The few archers in the distance were all precisely shot down by Lister, and the vanguard charging ahead had also all fallen. Only 7 or 8 men remained, fleeing in all directions. What followed was Lister's harvest. Swoosh, swoosh. Each arrow seemed to have eyes of its own, striking the fleeing men precisely in the back. Finally, he ceased his movements. 3 survivors had escaped beyond his range. Not a single one will get away. Lister raised his hand, activating his Grandmaster Architect talent. On the distant ground along the escape route of the 3 men, a sharp pillar of rock suddenly erupted, piercing through a horse's belly and sending its rider tumbling. More, go kill them. The earth dragon burrowed into the ground and charged forward. Lister walked over, ignoring the scattered warhorses, and stopped before a man. "If I recall correctly, your name is Kieran." The young man, who had been forced off his horse from the very beginning, had witnessed the entire battle. No, this couldn't even be called a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. He stared at the youthful Lister as if he were looking at a demon in human skin. "You? How can you people have 3 masters? And an earth dragon? How could?" He knew that a master archer was an extreme rarity, even in large city-states, each one capable of leading an entire army. "Speak. Where is your settlement? Do you know the location of the vein?" Kieran was trembling like a leaf. He swallowed hard and immediately said, I'll talk, he'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. There's someone behind us pulling the strings. Spare me, and he'll give you information. Otherwise, even you won't be able to withstand their plots." Elsa frowned. "There's someone behind you." Yes. Spare me. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Lister revealed a smile. "You struck me as the treacherous sort." Kieran lacked the nerve to refute Lister's taunt. He nodded frantically. "Spare me, my lord. I will tell you everything I know." "Excellent." Around them lay 8 abandoned warhorses. Harper had already gathered them all, along with the weapons scattered on the ground. By nightfall, the corpses would be devoured by magical beasts, turning to sand and merging with the wasteland. "Now talk. Who is behind you?" "It's the apothecaries in the city. After the beast tied many in our settlement fell ill, we went to the city for medicine, but the apothecaries told us they had none. But then a highly effective potion appeared on the market. The apothecaries investigated and then hired us to threaten you and seize it, even to wipe you out. I truly didn't mean to attack you." Kieran curled into a ball, looking even more pitiable than the fright. Lister was silent for a moment. Old Griffin had told him about the apothecaries before. They had distributed the holy water to shops to sell, precisely to forestall the apothecaries' retaliation. After all, cutting off someone's income was like killing their parents. He just hadn't expected that even so they would find him, and in such a dangerous manner. If he were truly a new Tower Lord faced with the threat of this former military unit, he would have had no choice but to hand over the holy water and remain confined to his sanctuary for some time. By then, the apothecaries would have monopolized the entire city's medicine supply again. Elsa said angrily, "These greedy merchants. We need to teach them a lesson." Elsa had known true poverty and understood the preciousness of blue crystals. In her eyes, Lister's possessions were even more important than her own. Seeing the little bird hissing and spitting, Lister patted Elsa's head. "Don't worry. Now that we know they're the ones causing trouble, I have 1,000 ways to make their lives impossible. We'll make them so poor they can't even afford a meal. Besides you and Lucas, do the others know about me and the healing potion?" No, impossible. They all have their own agendas. Such important news had to be kept secret, or someone would have run off with the information. And there's no one else left. Everyone is here now, and they're all. Lister turned to Kieran. "Now tell me about the Earth Dragon's lair. Do you have information about an iron mine?" Because the crystals secreted by the Earth Dragon were red, FIA had speculated that its habitat might be near an iron deposit. "Yes, my lord. To the north, we found a hidden crystal pillar inside a range of red rock mountains. There's a huge mining pit excavated by the Earth Dragon. There's a vast iron mine below. And it was Lucas who destroyed the Earth Dragon's lair, not me. I just used the red crystals to threaten the people around me. Just threats. A rampaging Earth Dragon prowling near the settlement at night was nothing short of a disaster. Prepare to lead the way." Lister intended to end this matter today. Having someone constantly lurking near his sanctuary was deeply irritating. Yes, yes, yes. Kieran glanced at the surrounding horses. Harper led over a red warhorse. Its mane was like a blood-colored lion's mane, half a head taller than the other horses, its sleek coat seeming to condense into drops of blood. Master, this horse is excellent. Kieran immediately chimed in. Yes, yes. This horse belonged to our former knight commander. That damned Lucas stole her. Who would have thought that after half a year of wandering, she would finally find a worthy master? This horse is meant for you, my lord. Only you can tame her. Lister rolled his eyes. This fellow certainly had a talent for bootlicking. Have him lead the way. Harper nodded, bound Kieran, and threw him onto the back of a packed beast. Hey, my lord, do you have to tie me up? He'll be good. Harper cracked his whip across Kieran's backside. A sharp cry was followed by silence. They didn't bother returning to the sanctuary, setting off immediately with the herd of warhorses. Mounted on the warhorses, Lister felt their speed increase significantly. In about half an hour, they reached a small, rocky, mountainous area. It's inside, my lord. Lister nodded. It is indeed well hidden. Without a careful search, no one would know there's a settlement here. Yes, my lord, and the Crystal Tower is located in a cave halfway up the mountain. We stumbled upon it by chance. Harper walked ahead of Lister, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Be careful, master. I understand. Together with Aisha, the three of them readied their bows. Not many left, we have almost all deployed to. Bang! The whip cracked again. Aisha shrank her neck. Sister Harper looked quite frightening now. How could I dare to deceive you? How could I deceive the master archer? There are clearly still people inside, Aisha said, moving her ears. Yes. Those are miners we captured to help us mine. Where did you capture them from? We intercepted a slave transport caravan. Let's go. The three of them cautiously entered the mountainous area. Harper said, Master, this is indeed a very good settlement point. The rocks serve as a natural barrier, and as long as the arrow tower blocks a few key entrances, it can keep the magical beasts out. Moreover, it is hard to be discovered. Lister also surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. The third page of the Wonder Construction Guide for the Falling Star Furnace includes a requirement that it must be built near a mineral vein. Lister had already decided that he would claim this mineral vein for himself no matter what. Generally speaking, when a shelter is breached, neighbors are only interested in its arrow tower crystal cores. If one person controls 2 crystal towers, the economic burden would increase by half. Not only would he have to spend money to upgrade the crystal towers and cores, but also assign people to guard them, all of which are drains on resources. It is far safer to gather the arrow towers together or simply sell them off. At most, someone might expend considerable effort to transport the crystal towers near their own shelter to connect the two, but that would be of little significance. Therefore, the fate of most crystal towers is to be reclaimed by city-states and redistributed to new tower masters wanting to establish shelters in the wilderness. Lister had hesitated, but he quickly made a decision. With the treasure bowl and holy water, he would never lack blue crystals. His only limitation was the speed of development. In the early stages, opening a new crystal tower, especially one on a mineral vein, is undoubtedly the fastest way to accelerate development. Who is there? Whoosh! Aisha shot an arrow through a crack in the rock, pinning it near a boy's eye. The boy collapsed to the ground, trembling. No, don't kill me. Who are you? Lister shouted. I am a slave here. I just wanted to see if anyone was coming back. Are you trying to escape? I didn't intend to escape. I just thought my contract was terminated, so I wanted to see if those people had died and came out to check. The boy knelt on the ground, lowering his head. The slave contract automatically terminates upon the death of one party. Have you seen the previous people return? No, they haven't returned since they went out this morning. How many of you are there? 10. 16 people, my lord. Lister nodded. Take me to meet them. Okay. The boy, upon hearing the order, immediately complied, completely forgetting that he had already terminated his slave status. Follow me, my lord. We are all hiding in the cave. At the center of the mountain range is a downward concave area with a very spacious cave in the middle. At that moment, the earth dragon Mog entered from one side, and the boy was so frightened that he almost fled. Don't be afraid, she won't attack you. Lister patted the rough head of the earth dragon, and Mog displayed a look of enjoyment. This, my lord, you have actually tamed an earth dragon. The boy knelt down, not daring to move. Stay. The boy raised his head, his eyes filled with a kind of reverent faith. Lister had already walked to the entrance of the cave. Go call them out. Yes. Soon 16 people gathered from the cave, including the boy, totaling 17. Most of them were ordinary slaves, poorly clothed. Without exception, every one of them knelt in terror upon seeing the earth dragon beside Lister. After Lister instructed them to rise, he said, Your slave contracts should all be terminated now. I offer you 2 choices. First, leave here, return to your hometown, or do whatever you wish. I will keep you until the day of radiance. Second, sign a new slave contract with me and work for me. I will ensure you are well fed and provide you with housing repairs. Lister continued after a moment's thought. Tonight, you will have hot porridge and meat. He still hoped these people would stay out. Acquiring slaves would require quite a bit of money. Although Lister despised the institution of slavery, he had to admit that signing a slave contract was the most convenient and safest method. A work contract like Aisha's could lead to betrayal, especially when facing a group of total strangers, and those people were not under his direct watch. Lister planned to leave some behind to mine. In the next moment, all of the more than 10 people before him knelt without hesitation. "My lord, I choose to stay. I will stay too." Only one person stood there in a daze, stepping forward and bowing. "My lord, I am a merchant from the city-state. Can you help me leave here?" Oh, Lister recalled what Kieran had said. They indeed intercepted a caravan, and it seemed this was the owner of that caravan. "Of course you can leave on your own when the day of radiance arrives." "My lord," the merchant lowered his head. "I live in the nearest city-state. I haven't been home for months, and my wife and 2-year-old son must be very worried about me. Please take me back and I will reward you handsomely." Lister looked at the surrounding slaves. Those who could transport slaves would definitely not be small merchants. They needed to hire mercenaries by caravans, have connections, and sufficient funds. Perhaps he could make use of this. "I can understand your feelings. My name is Tony, my lord." "Tony, you can come with me." "Oh, I will go to the city-state tomorrow, and you can come with me." "Great." Tony knelt down. "Thank you, my lord. If you need my help, I will do my utmost." "All right, I won't be polite then." Lister opened the panel and glanced at these people. None of them had any useful talents or professions, except for Tony, who surprised him. Tony Ward, race, human, loyalty 0, talent, good luck, rare, profession, senior merchant, 720, status, cursed, active, hungry, grateful, pain, joy. Finally, going home, senior merchant, should correspond to expert level. As for his talent, good luck. Is being kidnapped by bandits while transporting slaves and forced to work in a mine for half a year considered good luck? It seems that the status effect cursed has neutralized his good luck. This was the second special abnormal status Lister had seen apart from night erosion. Perhaps the holy water could help him eliminate it. But how exactly did this status come about? Harper interrupted Lister's thoughts. She exclaimed with delight, "Master, there are excellent forging facilities here, and these people seem to be making weapons, though their skills are quite poor. Oh, take me to have a look." Lister left Aisha to handle the decisions regarding those who remained, as they would return to the shelter shortly to fetch the slave contracts and sign them with these individuals, along with some food and warm clothing. Following Harper to an open area, he saw a makeshift shed, a dilapidated furnace, and tools like bellows, anvils, and hammers. Beside the shed lay many crooked long swords and spears. The craftsmanship is indeed poor. "Master, I can renovate this forging room and surely help you create weapons and tools of acceptable quality." That's fine. Don't compromise to save money. AI might ask you to craft very complex items, and subpar facilities will affect the progress." "Understood, master." Harper couldn't help but wag her tail in excitement. "Tomorrow we'll head to the city-state to procure a batch of supplies and bring them back here." Lister then thought of a new wonder. Falling star furnace legend has it that stars have fallen here, their essence still warm, reshaping all within with smelting speed 100, equipment quality enhancement chance 20. This wonder itself is a furnace, and it appears to be quite a remarkable one. "I will provide you with the blueprints to rebuild a new furnace." At this, Harper became even more thrilled. She certainly knew what kind of items Lister's blueprints would yield. Divine statues that grant mastery to people's sacred horns that tame earth dragons. What kind of furnace would Master build? Harper felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Lister followed the guiding boy to the location of the crystal spire. This boy surprised Lister. He possessed a rare talent, killing intent perception, although its specific use was unknown. In the future, he could bring him to the main shelter for development. It's hard to believe the crystal spire is hidden in a cave. It's quite concealed. Raising his hand to touch the crystal spire, Lister confirmed that it had no master and took the initiative to establish a connection with it. As a blue light flashed, Lister gained a new shelter. This was the most ordinary level 1 shelter with only 2 arrow towers. "All right, let's head back. The food supply in the mountain shelter was quite low." "What about me, master?" Kieran was still wriggling on the ground. "Sign the slave contract to mine here, or meet the same fate as your comrades," Lister said calmly. Kieran closed his eyes in despair. "Understood, master." He preferred to be a slave than to. Lister activated 3 arrow towers hidden beside the rock and began to return. Soon, in less than half an hour, a group of warhorses along with 3 archers arrived at the boundary of the shelter. Fia stood guard at the entrance like a sentry stone, and upon seeing the group return, she excitedly waved her hand. "What's going on? You seem so happy." Lister dismounted. I've become a master botanist," Fia exclaimed with excitement. "Oh." Lister opened his panel. Fia Ford, race, halfling, loyalty 88, talent, quick-witted, epic, occupation, master botanist 150, geology expert 220, brewing expert 220, status, excited, joyful, energetic, ha ha ha, it's finally my turn. Congratulations, you've finally achieved your wish. Lister congratulated. Haha, I'm also a master now. Oh, I will surely be written into the Ford family genealogy as the first ever halfling master botanist. Aisha felt happy for her too, and the two girls embraced each other. Hee. What's your master ability? Lister asked. Fia squinted her eyes, a smile curling her lips. Firstly, I can stimulate plant growth and shorten the maturation cycle. I've already harvested a batch today. Most importantly, the plants I nurture will provide fruits that enhance the user's strength. Enhance strength. Lister was somewhat surprised. Hee, that's correct, though it's only temporary. Fia pulled out a bean from her pocket and handed it to Lister. You should. Lister took the bean and ate it. Indeed, a warm current spread from his abdomen throughout his body, and soon he felt his muscles tighten. Picking up a bough, he could easily draw it fully. No side effects, right? Lister asked in delight. Of course not. It just lasts a bit short, only a little over half an hour. That's still quite a while. Lister thought of the many uses for these crops, not only for battle, but also to feed workers when constructing wonders, thereby speeding up progress. Looking at these dark beans, Lister felt a sense of familiarity. What kind of beans are these? I collected them from an oasis, ground to powder. They have a fragrant scent, and the locals enjoy brewing them. Fia replied. Aren't these coffee beans? Lister became cheerful. Looks like I'll have coffee to drink later. After settling the warhorses, Lister prepared food and holy water, and once again headed to the mountain shelter. After arranging everything, he returned to the house. I won't be bringing back the people from the mine. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city-state to buy another batch of slaves. Lister estimated the yield from the small patch of farmland in the shelter. It should be enough to feed 20 people. He decided to prioritize purchasing around 15 slaves to meet the requirements for starting the wonders. Lister also thought if he bought enough slaves, could he start work on 3 wonders at once? The answer was of course. As for housing, they now had 2 master builders. Constructing some matchbox-sized houses for the slaves would be a piece of cake. Lister went to sleep in a pleasant mood. He was awakened by Aisha knocking on the door as she had prepared breakfast. Aisha, if only you could wake me in a maid outfit, I would have no regrets. At this, Aisha's face turned rosy. Fia peeked her head out. What maid outfit? You people from this era don't understand my taste. After brushing his teeth with a coarse brush, Lister noticed Luke leading a cow over in the distance. The black and white coloring instantly reminded him of one word. A cow, eh? Hey, Lister. Lister approached in surprise. Why did you bring a cow over, Luke? My father said thank you for bringing him many blue crystals, so he sent this cow to you. Lister nodded and did. Old Griffin truly was a cunning fox. This cow was his investment in Lister. He recognized Lister's potential. Good, please thank your father for me. Luke continued. By the way, Lister, my father said that if those soldiers threaten you, just mention the Griffin family name, and they will be somewhat apprehensive. There's no need to worry about that. Father and brother will go to the city-state today. They asked me to see if you're coming. Of course. Aisha Harper, you two come with me to the city-state, and Tony Ward, you can ride that beast of burden. Everyone else focus on constructing the guardian statue. Riding on horseback, the 3 of them in their fluttering garments, Tony clambered laboriously onto the beast of burden. When Old Griffin and Nolan arrived on the beast of burden in front of the shelter, they witnessed this scene. Old Griffin was much more attentive than Luke. He surveyed the surroundings and immediately spotted the shadows of several warhorses in the stable. Lord Lister, these warhorses look somewhat familiar. Indeed, they belong to our unfriendly neighbors. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Old Griffin was utterly astonished. The appearance of warhorses here could not possibly mean that a fleeing army had gifted them to him. Could it be that army had already perished? But how could that be possible? Even if he brought along his 2 sons and mobilized all the slaves, they would at most end up in a mutually destructive fight with those people. It was impossible to reclaim so many warhorses. Lister spoke up. Stop guessing. I have already dealt with those people who not one escaped. They said the instigation came from the alchemists within the city-state. Old Griffin swallowed hard. Nolan on the side found it even harder to believe this. How is that possible? They are well trained. Old Griffin raised his hand, signaling Nolan to be silent. Cough cough, I had actually suspected that the alchemists would interfere, but I didn't expect them to be so unscrupulous. Today I was planning to go to the city-state to collect the outstanding payments and investigate this matter. Lister nodded. The group soon arrived at the city-state. All the way, Old Griffin hesitated, unsure whether he should ask Lister how he had dealt with those fleeing armies. Could my suspicion be correct? Is Lord Lister truly the illegitimate son of a leader from some city-state who, upon discovering that his son was threatened, directly sent someone to eliminate those thugs? Or does Lord Lister have some terrifying trump card able to deal with a small troop at will? I can't afford to provoke him. Indeed, such a powerful ally must be held tightly. Griffin felt increasingly fortunate about his previous attempts to ingratiate himself. Harper, this is 100 blue crystals. Go purchase some necessary tools. Harper left. The merchant Tony expressed his gratitude to Lister profusely and rushed back to his home. Old Griffin snapped back to reality. Lord Lister, let's go to the shop to collect the money and investigate. Lister along with Aisha made their way to the outskirts of the city-state, where they found the slave. He still intended to purchase some demi-human slaves as their strength and work efficiency far exceeded that of ordinary people, especially after drinking holy water, making them tireless perpetual motion machines that could expedite the construction of wonders by several hours. Moreover, buying demi-humans and feeding them holy water could also reduce some pain and risks. Lord, you have arrived. Tiga rushed over excitedly upon seeing Lister. These demi-human slaves were the hardest to sell, and were usually only accepted at places like mines. Although the likelihood of them going berserk was low, they still had to be locked in cages at night for safety. Ordinary lords wouldn't even cast a glance at them. Therefore, upon seeing Lister as a major customer, he was extremely pleased. Sir, we have new stock in the past 2 days. Lister was about to speak when he noticed Aisha suddenly freeze beside him. Sylvia. Aisha dashed towards an iron cage looking at a frail sparrow demi-human inside. The girl named Sylvia was covered in scars and looked extremely weak. Aisha, is that little Aisha? Sylvia looked up in confusion, and upon seeing Aisha revealed a pale smile, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Aisha. Sylvia, what happened? Why are you here? What about the others? Sylvia shook her head. After the beast tide a few years ago, everyone got separated. I ended up in a demi-human tribe and settled there, but unfortunately the recent 2 consecutive beast tides destroyed the tribe. I couldn't hold back and went berserk. Aisha choked up. What about my father and mother? Have you seen them? Sylvia shook her head. No, I have been inquiring. By the way, I heard news that there is a small demi-human settlement in the north gathering many demi-humans. Lister stood aside, signaling Tiga to release Sylvia. Not wanting to interrupt the two for long, Lister said, you two chat first, I'll take a look around. As he wandered about, Lister kept his panel open, scanning for any special professional talents. Tiga said, as you just heard, a lot of demi-humans have either died in the beast tide or become slaves. I have a large batch of stock. What do you think? How many? About 30, all carefully selected, definitely capable of work. Take me to see them. Pushing aside a tattered burlap curtain that blocked the view, Lister saw rows of iron cages, each containing various demi-humans. 30 seemed too many. His shelter could not accommodate that many, and if placed in the mine, food would be a major problem. Currently purchasing another 10 or so would be best. Lister first selected 5 with rare talents, such as mining specialization, speed, animal affinity, alertness, and dexterous. There were no epic talents here, as they were far too rare. These 5, along with the 10 here, I'll take 15 for now. I will come back again later. Tiga was overjoyed. Great. I can deliver these 15 slaves to your shelter shortly. On average, a demi-human was valued at around 15 blue crystals, and Lister gave Tiga most of the blue crystals he had accumulated in the treasure basin over the past few days. Fortunately, Old Griffin would soon collect the money for the holy water, and he had 3,600 blue crystals waiting to be received. By the way, what about that sparrow demi-human? Of course, my lord, no extra payment is needed. I'll gift you that sparrow demi-human. Oh, she seems to be a friend of yours. Lister did not refuse it. Tiga had already made enough profit from him, and he would only purchase more in the future. Tiga was also a reasonable person. Just directly destroy the slave contract for Sylvia. Destroy it. My lord, are you sure? After all, she is still a demi-human. It's fine to just do as I say. Lister continued to ask, do you know where there are gatherings of sparrow demi-humans? Tiga frowned in thought. Sigh, my lord, didn't you just hear what that sparrow demi-human said? There is now a demi-human tribe in the north that has grown in scale. They have all sorts of demi-humans, including sparrow demi-humans, and they seem to have found a way to control their berserk state. Currently, our demi-human slave business is quite challenging, as some slave caravans have been robbed by them, and the merchants were directly killed. I advise you not to approach them easily. They are very xenophobic. I understand. Returning to the entrance, Lister noticed Aisha's mood had dipped. Thank you, Lord, she said, supporting Sylvia. The frail woman also deeply bowed to Lister. Lister did not mention the situation of the Tia people's settlement, as it sounded rather complicated. He intended to first find a way to gather some intelligence to see if those Chia people had any relatives of Aisha, give her some holy water, and then change into a fresh set of clothes. I won't spend money for nothing, as she will be my employee from now on. Lister had never closely observed Sylvia until now. Using the panel, he was suddenly delighted to discover that she possessed an epic-level talent. Sylvia. Race Chia. Loyalty 60. Talent Shadow Affinity Epic. Profession Thief Expert 220. Status Dark Infestation Inactive. Hungry joyous. It's little Aisha, she is not dead. In this world, the profession of thief does not merely represent a petty criminal who steals. It encompasses a wide range of skills such as constructing and disarming traps, scouting, assassination, and intelligence gathering. An expert thief can freely enter any building she desires and obtain whatever she wants. Moreover, Sylvia is a thief with shadow affinity. This world has magic. However, learning magic is quite difficult. The first method is to find the magical towers distributed in various city-states, apply to join one, and after successfully becoming a mage apprentice, immerse oneself in runes for several years to possibly master one or two elemental magics. The second method is to become a master in various trades with a small chance of gaining enchanting abilities. For example, the master effect of Old Griffin Archery Master allows him to enchant his arrows. However, Lister and his companions were not so fortunate. The third method is to purchase scrolls from a magic tutor to learn magic. Magic tutors correspond to masters of other professions. Even for them, creating a scroll that enables someone to learn magic requires a significant amount of time and effort. Thus, very few people in this world master magic. However, Lister had heard of a saying. If one possesses elemental affinity in their talent, such as fire affinity or frost affinity, when they become a master of the corresponding profession, there is a high probability of gaining enchanting abilities with that affinity. Lister had long yearned for this, but had never encountered it. The city-state he resided in was merely a small settlement supported by 12 crystal towers closest to the shelter and had no magical towers. Even the recent prophet was hired at great expense from the nearest large city-state, known as the Heart of the Wasteland from Afra. I wonder how I can help Sylvia become a master. For all practitioners, becoming a master is their lifelong goal. However, with Sylvia's epic-level talent, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lister walked towards the gathering place of the merchant caravan on the other side of the city-state. He needed to purchase some timber. In the wasteland, stone is not scarce, with exposed mountains serving as natural quarries, but timber is quite rare. Only a few large city-states and shelters adjacent to oases can produce it, and the quantity is extremely limited. Most timber is transported by caravans from the edges of the wasteland. Purely stone buildings are not only difficult to process, but also inferior in stability, earthquake resistance, and ventilation compared to houses that incorporate wood. Lister did not want the houses he built to be too monotonous. Soon he found a pile of timber outside the city, mostly palm wood with a small amount of red hardwood. Master of the tower. The merchant immediately approached. Lister examined the wood, saying, "What's the price?" "These palm woods are great value for money. You can buy 2 for 1 blue crystal." Most nearby tower masters use this kind of wood. The red cedar wood brought from Afra is much more expensive, but the quality is absolutely top-notch, making it the best choice for furniture or building houses. Each piece costs 2 to 5 blue crystals. Lister touched the red cedar wood. The quality was indeed excellent. "Do you have carpenters?" "You can hire carpenters within the city-state. We have a cooperative sawmill. If you need, I can help you contact them." "Alright, have 20 pieces of palm wood and 5 pieces of red cedar wood delivered to my shelter, and also contact a few good carpenters to come to my shelter." The merchant was very happy. It was rare to encounter a big client like Lister, who purchased so much timber. "No problem, I know an expert carpenter. He and his apprentices will come to your shelter to set up a temporary workstation. Just say the word." "Very well." After paying the blue crystals and telling the merchant the location of the shelter, Lister began to wander around the city-state. Basically, everything had been arranged properly. Next, he and Aisha, both master builders, would rebuild the houses and simple walls. Originally, Lister planned to hire a construction team for the work, but after becoming a master builder, he realized that just he and Aisha could achieve the work efficiency equivalent to more than 10 people. Their abilities could also be utilized in the construction of wonders. However, doing so would be somewhat wasteful, because the Wonder Construction Guide provides construction blueprints and knowledge directly to the slaves. Anyone can become labor. But for constructing other things like houses and walls, ordinary slaves are not capable. Instead of having him and Aisha assist in building wonders, it would be better to construct more houses and purchase more slaves. They should focus on building things that the slaves cannot create. While lost in thought, Lister suddenly smelled a delicious aroma, and then saw a stall at the intersection selling fried foods. A woman in a black robe was eating heartily. Her demeanor could truly be described as uninhibited. Just watching her made Lister feel hungry. Casually sitting on the other side, Lister noticed that the food was mostly fried meat, looking like the rats and birds from the wasteland. While ordering something, he couldn't help but glance at the woman beside him. Not because of anything else, but simply because she was eating so deliciously. If she were in his past life, she would definitely be an outstanding food broadcaster, and Lister would undoubtedly follow her. At that moment, the woman suddenly pushed a portion of food neatly packed but untouched toward Lister. "Master of the tower, please enjoy." Only then did Lister look at the woman's face. Golden hair, 2 pointed ears, a gentle face, slightly baby-faced, looking to be around 20 years old. Could this be an elf? Elves are rare in the wasteland. "Do you know me?" "This is our first meeting, Master Lister, but I have seen you many times." The woman said, "I wonder if you have time to talk with me for a while." "Sure." Lister was not courteous, picking up the food she had pushed toward him and taking a bite. The taste was quite ordinary, fried dry. "Master Lister, my name is Stella, and I am a prophet." Lisi nodded slightly. He had already seen the woman's profile. Name: C. Dylaya. Race: elf. Loyalty: 0. Talent: fortune and misfortune sensing legendary. Occupation: master prophet. 550, Advanced Mage, 420. Status Anxious, a full dieting with stew tonight. A legendary talent. And a master-level prophet at that. This must be the prophet hired by the city lord from Afura. Li Si was a city lord from a remote region can really hire a master prophet along with an advanced mage. The woman suddenly interrupted Li Si's thoughts. It was not the city lord who invited me, but I came here of my own accord. Can you tell what I am thinking? Si Dai Laya shook her head. This is my master ability, though I can vaguely sense what will happen in the near future, such as what you will say, but it is just very vague. Li Si was somewhat amazed by the wonders of magic in this world. So why have you come to find me? You must have noticed that the wasteland has been quite unsettled lately. Rumors say that the seal of the underground city has loosened and beasts from the third and even fourth layers have escaped. Isn't that right? No, it is far more dangerous than that. I foresee the destruction of this city. Li Si frowned as well, putting aside the accuracy of the prophet's words. If this city were to be destroyed, his sanctuary would undoubtedly be caught in the calamity. I am also curious of what kind of beasts could destroy a city. Those city walls and armies are not mere toys. The last city to be destroyed was around 500 kilometers to the northwest, known as Rock City. The entire city was built on rocky ground adjacent to a large oasis. 3 months ago, an adult sandworm emerged from the sand and easily broke through the city walls, and that night the city was submerged by beasts. Si Dai Laya said calmly. The sandworm. Li Si had heard people in the city talk about it. An adult sandworm was so massive that it could swallow his entire... How do these beasts actually come into being? Li Si asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. Beasts that appear at night are swallowed by the desert when they die, leaving no ashes behind. This is the curse of the entire wasteland. There is still no conclusion. I can only tell you that 500 years ago this was not a wasteland. Many people lived here. Si Dai Laya's eyes revealed a sense of nostalgia. Let's talk about our city. Starting today until the eve of the second radiant day, the city will face great danger. I hope you can help defend the city. What kind of danger? Si Dai Laya shook her head. I don't know for now. The time until the event occurs is still far away, making it impossible to foresee. Li Si took a deep breath and fell into thought. What about my sanctuary? The threat to the sanctuary is much less. Only the city will face an unusually fierce attack. Si Dai Laya said. You are a rational tower master, much smarter and stronger than those around you who are complacent. The fall of the city would not benefit you, would it? Li Si hesitated somewhat. If what Si Dai Laya said was true, would his participation really be enough to defend the city? If the city fell, the knights would be very dangerous. If what Si Dai Laya said was true, his other choice would be to pack his bags and leave immediately. Although he was reluctant to give up the wonders he had built, his life was clearly much more important. How confident are you? Li Si asked. I am not confident either, but I will not leave the city. Si Dai Laya thought for a moment. If you join, at least I will feel much more at ease. I have a sixth sense that has been accurate since childhood. Fortune and misfortune sensing legendary. Perhaps this is the manifestation of Si Dai Laya's legendary talent. Additionally, the city will provide you with enough spirit crystals as a reward, and I will personally agree to one condition for you. Any condition? Li Si asked. Si Dai Laya was taken aback, her face slightly flushed. After a second, she calmed down. I thought you were going to ask me to work for you. How so? Prophets and mages need magic towers to observe celestial phenomena and sense elements. Without a magic tower, it is very difficult for us to improve our strength. Si Dai Laya said, but if it's for a short term, I can help your sanctuary develop. Li Si had already made his decision. Being able to see the profile, he was more inclined to believe Si Dai Laya's words. With his dual master powers, he could escape even if things went awry. Si Dai Laya was not wrong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not wish for the city to be destroyed. The wonders built in the early stages could not be moved or rebuilt. At the moment of activation, the name of the wonder would fade. Preparations must be made in advance. There are still 2 arrow towers in his sanctuary without trained archers which he can arrange together. With only 3 days until the next radiant day, the following radiant day would be in 10 days. On the night, 10 days later, the crisis, as described by Si Dai Laya, would occur in the city. Aside from us, do you have any other backup plans? Li Si asked. Si Dai Laya said, of course I am also on the front lines. This is a great opportunity to find the source and behavior of the beasts, which will be very helpful in solving the mysteries of the wasteland. In addition to me, the Jack Griffin family will also receive an invitation, and there will also be a sword master remaining, Sword Saint Seth. Nearby cities will also send a troop of around 100 soldiers to help defend the city. Li Si nodded. Boss. At this moment, Aisha walked over from a distance, waving and calling out to Li Si. Si Dai Laya stood up. Well then, goodbye, Tower Master Li Si. Not far away, Aisha helped Sylvia change into a simple and durable outfit, constantly saying, I am not lying to you. The Tower Master is really very nice. The sanctuary provides food and shelter, and the Tower Master eats with us. All right, Aisha, I believe you. Sylvia said, I have always wanted to visit that gathering place of the demi-humans, who perhaps there is news of my family. This? You can ask the Tower Master. He should not refuse you. All right, Aisha. Sylvia looked at Aisha and said, Aisha, that gathering place is said to be able to remove the curse on us, preventing us from going insane. I mean, if there is a chance, would you join them with me? Demi-humans have to endure this pain from birth, never knowing when they will go insane next. Once they do, they will harm those around them, hurt their loved ones, and even themselves. Aisha took a deep breath, her eyes shining with excitement. Sylvia, the Tower Master has a way to eliminate our curse. I am no longer affected by the curse. What? How is that possible? How did he accomplish this? Sylvia looked into Aisha's eyes, sensing no deception. Aisha happily stood on her tiptoes. Sylvia fell into a state of confusion. Throughout her years of exile, she constantly wished for her curse to disappear so she could live in the city like a normal person or find a shelter that would accept her. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't even protect herself. Every night she would bind her feet to prevent herself from running wild and harming herself. Upon hearing news of a gathering place where curses could be lifted, she gambled her life and set off only to encounter a beast tied days ago. In her frenzy, she awoke as a slave. She had great faith in Aisha. The girl never lied. After seeing countless people and events over the years, she could tell that the happiness and hope radiating from Aisha's eyes were genuine. Let's meet at the city gate. List encountered Griffin. The old Griffin immediately pulled List aside, handing him 3 pink crystals and a bag of blue crystals before starting to inquire. As expected, he asked about the crisis facing the city in 10 days. List, the Tower Master, this information comes from a seer. The last epidemic was predicted by that seer. We cannot afford to disbelieve it. So you agreed? Of course, my shelter is right next door. It represents my life savings. If the city falls, what difference does it make if I am killed? The old Griffin also showed a fierce determination. One cannot become a master archer without being tough. I will participate as well. Let's do our best. The two fell into silence for a moment. The old Griffin said, I heard that the alchemists indeed acquired a batch of healing potions for research, but found nothing. As for those colluding with the army to threaten you, the range is too broad, so it's hard to pinpoint them for now. However, I have kept some backup plans. The old Griffin revealed a cunning smile. Just wait for them to take the bait. Haha, then I shall look forward to it. No problem, trust me. The merchants are quite surprised by the effects of the potions and want to know when you can deliver another batch. They want to resell them at a distance, right? I guess so. We provided a substantial amount of potions last time. Of course, but this time we need to change our approach. What approach? The old Griffin asked in confusion. List had considered this matter as well. He had taken some risks previously for the startup funds of the shelter. The greatest power of the holy water lies not in its ability to alleviate pain, but in its effect against the subhumans, dark erosion. During this time, subhumans must have consumed the holy water he sold, and this would eventually be exposed. He could not reveal that this potion could be supplied infinitely. It must be limited and crafted into a rare and precious commodity. Otherwise, it could lead to disaster. Before the shelter became strong enough, exposing any valuable items would attract covetous eyes. Although the holy water was sold through the store owner found by old Griffin, if someone followed the clues, it would be hard not to notice him, just like the army before. Fortunately, his identity was still relatively safe. Only the few surviving exiled soldiers knew about him, and according to Kieran, those people were also unaware of the relationship between the healing potions and him. I hope that by the time the news is exposed, I will have enough strength to cope. Soon Harper returned with the necessary items to build the forge. All right, let's head back. The group returned to the shelter in full force. After everyone dispersed, the whole shelter was piled high with various materials. The carpenters would not arrive until tomorrow. Aisha found List and asked, Sir, can I let Sylvia drink some holy water? Of course, you don't need to ask me for such things anymore. Hurry back and forth, we have work to do. Time is still early. List wanted to discuss the construction details with Aisha. How has your study of the castle's design progressed, Aisha? Boss, I have memorized everything. I could build it with my eyes closed. Aisha exclaimed excitedly. She had never seen such a house before. What would it feel like to live in one? Recently, Aisha dreamed every time she slept about waking up in the castle. While my requirements for the castle are not overly extravagant, it is merely a transit station for us, which can be expanded in the future. Right now, it carries the mission of work. The two began to plan. List designed the castle with 3 floors. The bottom layer needed to accommodate the holy spring and the treasure basin, as these 2 items were the foundation of the shelter and could not be exposed to view. The holy spring supplies water for the entire castle, and the necessary piping system is no longer an issue. List's architectural skills can reconstruct the crystals collected from the quarry into exquisite pipes. The first floor also includes a dining room, main bathroom, meeting room, storage room, and other miscellaneous areas. The second floor serves as the main living area where Liszt planned more than a dozen rooms, including his own. The third floor, in addition to 5 or 6 bedrooms, also has a secure room for storing more valuable items, which is also one of the defensive facilities. Many archers can stand on the spacious rooftop of the third floor and unite with the arrow tower for defense during emergencies. As for the basement, Liszt did not plan to build one because the new wonder, the Polar Cold Nest, could completely replace the function of a basement. With the mastery of Liszt and Aisha combined with the control of the Crystal Tower, it could likely be completed in about a week. If the furniture can also be ready by then, they could move in. Hopefully, the expert carpenter can speed up the efficiency. Instead of dismantling the original small house, the Crystal Tower's ability moved it to the side. Liszt and Aisha used their abilities to delineate the castle's boundaries and employed Aisha's mastery to excavate the soft sand, laying down the foundation. Liszt taught Aisha the basic knowledge of modern architecture, and the two worked together in perfect harmony. Watching the two of them engaged in large-scale construction, the recently purchased slaves were awestruck, both in reverence and unable to resist looking over. Harper organized the materials and approached the slaves with the holy water. This is a gift from the Tower Master, a blessing from the gods that can remove the curses upon us. Master, what does the curse refer to? From now on, you will no longer need to be on edge at night. Drink the holy water, and the subhumans will no longer go berserk. From disbelief to suppressed inquiry, and then to wild joy. After drinking the holy water, all doubts vanished. They bowed down in reverence towards Liszt. Indeed, after drinking the holy water, the loyalty increased to over 60, which is considered passing. After defining the area and finishing the groundwork, the two concluded their work. Nearby, Harper had already set up temporary tents for the subhumans near the Crystal Tower. The magical beasts began to appear. The 5 arrow towers started firing. Lister thought there were still 2 arrow towers that had not trained the master archers. Based on his observations, the innate abilities of the master archers seemed capable of smoothing out the differences in physical constitutions. Although he could only draw a longbow of 80 pounds to its full extent, the effectiveness surpassed that of an ordinary archer wielding over 100 pounds by a significant margin. More importantly, Lister hailed from another world. Once he realized that his strength could not control higher poundage bows, he began to draft the design for the composite bow. The unique structure of the composite bow granted it remarkable energy storage and efficiency, with arrow kinetic energy approximately 1.6 to 2 times that of an equivalent pound bow. This means that when he draws the full 80 pounds of the composite bow, the arrows released can reach the equivalent of 160 pounds, and under his masterful technique, each shot can achieve maximum efficiency. What does this concept mean? Individuals capable of drawing a 160-pound bow are exceedingly rare throughout the world. A 160-pound arrow paired with specialized armor-piercing tips could easily break through the defenses of the magical lizard. At that time, Lister would become a mobile sniper arrow tower, firing precision tracking arrows. Just the thought of it was frightening. For these 2 arrow towers, Lister planned to select one from the mine. A youth with the rare talent of killing intent perception would be a good choice, and based on his stats, he was loyal enough. The other would be chosen from among the slaves. Lister intended to train the canine subhuman with the night vision talent, as his abilities would be exceptionally useful at night. Tomorrow, he would give the furniture blueprints to the carpenter. Then he'd head to the mountain shelter to check on the construction status of the Falling Star furnace and send the Earth Dragon mob to assist in mining. The mountain shelter also housed an old furnace which Lister needed to smelt some iron and produce various items. The only regret for Lister was that the arrow tower at the mountain shelter could not train master archers. Otherwise, by continuously developing the shelter, he would have had an army composed of master archers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow towers began to operate. Lister observed the surroundings, noting that the powerful magical beasts were increasing in number, with many more magical lizards than usual, and even flying magical beasts appeared in the sky. These are the magical beasts from the 2nd level of the dungeon. If the beasts from the 3rd level emerge, it would be a devastating blow to ordinary shelters. Lister felt a bit anxious. The level 3 shelter might not be very stable. Once the basic walls were built, things should improve significantly. The next day, Lister enjoyed delicious milk and fried eggs before arriving at the mountain shelter. The Falling Star furnace had already established a base. This was significantly larger than the wonder previously constructed and more magnificent. Even just the base was already taking shape. This was the product of more than 10 people working for a day. Harper, go fetch some iron and craft according to the blueprint. Harper nodded. Lister had given her some construction parts yesterday, such as hinges and nails, and the cast iron produced by the furnace here was still usable. After making arrangements, Lister gathered the slaves and checked them one by one. Their loyalty was quite high, around 70. Only the captured Kieran had a loyalty of just 40, but Lister didn't mind. As expected, the youth's loyalty had reached 82. Lister approached and asked, "What is your name?" "Master." My name is Ron. The boy looked at Lister with eyes full of reverence. Whom you will return to the shelter with me today? Oh, I will assign you. Yes. Master, I will go tidy up right now. Ron did not hesitate or question, turning immediately to execute Lister's orders. Lister left the Earth Dragon to collect the piled-up cast iron, then returned to the wasteland shelter with Harper, Ron, and others. Ron Wolf, come over here. A human boy and a canine subhuman. Master, what are your orders? I sense your loyalty and innate talents. I will soon bestow upon you master-level abilities. You must utilize these powers to protect the shelter well. Master level. Yes, Master. Both were extremely excited. The canine subhuman Wolf had been working in the shelter for a while and naturally knew of Lister's various miraculous abilities. Ron was genuinely delighted, finally feeling he could be of use. Get ready. Lister directly transmitted the remaining 2 energies from the hunting goddess statue to the 2 of them. Leaving the 2 to digest the energy themselves, Lister went to find the carpenter who had already arrived. The leading expert carpenter was named Elijah, and he was reviewing the blueprints left for him by Lister. Lord Tower Master, these blueprints are truly exquisite and ingenious. I wonder which master's hand they originated from. That's none of your concern. How long until they can be completed? My team is quite large and we can complete most of it within a week. Elijah said confidently. He said somewhat flatteringly, Lord Tower Master, I wonder how much blue crystal I would need to spend to gain the rights to use these blueprints. I believe other nobles and tower masters would also very much desire to possess a set of such furniture. Lister considered for a moment. It was impossible to prevent piracy. Insisting on charging fees based on copyright was futile, as there was no sound legal protection between city-states. It would be better to sell the blueprints directly. After all, they were not worth much to him, and he could draft many more of them. How much blue crystal do you think you can offer? Lord Tower Master, for these blueprints I can work for you free of charge this time. I can also supplement any missing wood for you. If you need me again in the future, I will give you discounts. It seemed that Elijah regarded the value of these blueprints as higher than Lister had imagined. All right, let's get to work. After their conversation, Lister went to find Harper. Aisha had begun constructing the forge early in the morning, and it already had a rudimentary form. Harper had stored her things inside. The female canine subhuman had rolled up her sleeves, picked up a hammer, and was ready to get to work. Master, I will forge this composite bow for you. All materials were ready. Harper had ample experience making bows and arrows, and the frame was quickly made, but the bow limbs, eccentric wheels, and axles required metal forging, taking more time. Leaving Harper to forge beside her, Lister noticed that the guardian statue nearby was finally nearing completion. Before noon, the subhumans working on the wonder came to report to Lister. The guardian statue had been completed. Guardian statue, 4 statues granted to the faithful by the god of guardians, randomly activating 1 each day, patrolling until dawn. In his mind, he opened the Wonder Construction Guide and clicked to activate it. The guardian stone statue instantly expanded, showcasing its majestic form, with 4 stone statues standing in the sanctuary. It should be able to move at night. With the guardian stone statue in place, I can leave the sanctuary in a week to help protect the city-state, feeling much more at ease. The 4 statues represented a swordsman, an archer, a spear wielder, and a shield bearer, each distinctly different in profession, clearly serving different roles. However, relying solely on their height of over 10 meters and their exaggerated weight, defeating a magical beast should be as easy as slicing through vegetables. With the emergence of higher-tier magical beasts in the future, he now has a plan. Looking at the 3rd page of the Wonder Construction Guide, Lister chose the Blessing Beehive. Blessing Beehive, a legendary hive located on the edge of the divine realm. Each drop of honey can bestow blessings upon mortals, providing 10 housing. Requirements: 510 workers. Total working time: 7 days, 5 days, 5 days. Buff from the statue of the god of architecture. In about 5 days, food and housing can be produced. More importantly, Lister was very curious about its effect. Each drop of honey can bestow blessings upon mortals. What kind of blessing could that be? Perhaps it would grant a status similar to Energized, or maybe provide some attribute bonuses. Only after it is built will he know. A group of people continued to work diligently, and Lister and Aisha began constructing the central building. Under Aisha's masterful control, a large amount of stone was transported from the temporary quarry outside the sanctuary. Are you tired? Lister asked. Using master-level abilities consumes stamina. I'm not tired, boss. Using the crystal tower makes it much easier. All right. Lister also put forth his all to start building the castle. The entire sanctuary, including the mountain sanctuary, entered a stage of heavy construction with clouds of dust. Watching the bustling construction site, Lister recalled his arduous past life. It's time for FIA to brew some wine. Just as he thought of this, FIA ran over. Boss, what is being built over there? She pointed at the new wonder under construction. A beekeeping house. What? A beekeeping house? You can build things like this? You're not joking, are you? Of course not. Hee hee, I didn't expect to be able to eat honey in the wilderness. Joy spread across Fia's face. Tisk, she's just a child still fond of sweets. Fias' expression gradually twisted like a gourd. Lister sighed, I want something sweet too. It's been ages since I've had a little sweet water. Right. Fia walked over and nudged Lister's thigh with her elbow. When the time comes, I'll brew honey wine for you, and you'll give me a raise. The beehive in building is not an ordinary one. That honey is quite precious, a strategic resource. So, Fia blinked her big eyes. So you need to sign a long-term contract with me. Lister insisted on binding this talent to him. Fia fell into contemplation. She had left home seeking the chance to become a master. Now that she had become a master botanist, what should she do next? She had once thought of returning to the east, her homeland, to show off to her family who admired her and to mock those contemptible farmers who looked down on her. But was that still meaningful? After arriving at this new sanctuary, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What exactly was this satisfaction? It was something new. In this sanctuary, everything was new, things she had never seen before. Although she had only stayed for a few days, she felt as if she had already made this place her home. This was a place that could satisfy her curiosity, and it was this curiosity that had supported her in crossing half a continent to reach this wilderness. This was what she had always pursued. Fia smiled and asked, Boss, do you think there are new realms beyond being a master? Of course, Lister replied without hesitation. Obviously. The panel says Master Architect, 200. Fia felt Lister's confidence and experienced immense joy. How frustrating, here being a master was so. She must become a stronger being beyond master to feel a sense of accomplishment, and then she could boast to the villagers. Then I'll work for you until I surpass master. That won't work, Lister frowned. According to the timeline, it must be according to the timeline. Fia was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this confidence in herself, or something else? Did the Tower Master believe he could surpass master within the time frame? Ignoring the half-elf, Lister continued to use his master abilities to cut the stones transported by Aisha into suitable shapes, which Aisha then placed in the correct positions. Fia gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree, let's sign for 5 years. All right. Lister finally smiled. 5 years was a long time for a half-elf, equivalent to 1/10 of their life. After 5 days, you can eat as much honey as you like. Eat what? I want to brew honey wine. Rada should take this opportunity to plant some fruit trees quickly. Fia happily left. Lister was also glad to have recruited a good employee. Time passed. For 3 consecutive days, every night Lister would watch the dark borders. The strength of the magical beasts was increasing daily. The Guardian Stone statue did not disappoint Lister. For 2 of the 3 days, the Guardian Stone statue was in shield form, and whenever a magical beast entered the sanctuary's range, it would actively attack. The massive shield could smash a magical beast into a pulp with a single blow. What troubled Lister were the airborne magical beasts. In addition to the slimes, goblins, magical wolves, and magical lizards on the ground, bats appeared in the air, often appearing in swarms. Only arrows from the tower with fire effects or scatter arrows could eliminate them. This heightened Lister's sense of. Within these 3 days, the framework of the castle had already been established. The entire castle was in the shape of a sea, with the crystal tower situated at the center of the sea and the holy spring and treasure basin placed in the central hall. At the edge of the castle, Lister prioritized building dormitories for the slaves. Since there weren't many of them, they could temporarily share rooms with a public restroom constructed outside, strictly ordering everyone to use it. In the past 2 days, Lister had also been overwhelmed by the slaves who were relieving themselves everywhere. Carpenter Elijah and his more than a dozen apprentices worked efficiently, and they could basically start working directly from the drawings Lister provided. The furniture was not yet ready, but the doors and windows had already been completed. Harper's temporary forge had produced enough nails, hinges, and other materials. The glass for the windows was not an issue. In the quarry on the mountain sanctuary, guided by the earth dragon Moj, they discovered a crystal cave. Lister could easily reshape these crystals into the desired shapes and thicknesses for glass, and they had excellent transparency. Old Griffin and Luke arrived at the shelter, their hearts stirred by the sight before them. Luke's eyes brimmed with envy. Although Lister's castle was merely a framework, its general shape was already discernible. Rugged lines on the white marble outlined the horizontal and vertical contours, with soft curves on top that echoed the statues surrounding it, complementing each other beautifully. Luke could already envision what the castle would look like once completed. Old Griffin, however, was entirely focused on the castle's appearance. He slightly parted his lips, murmuring, "He truly is a master architect, and no one is helping him. He himself is a master architect." Following that, Old Griffin felt immensely satisfied with his previous investment. "You little rascals, with a father like me, you should be secretly delighted." "Lister!" Luke shouted loudly. The busy Lister turned towards the sound, saying, "What brings you here?" Lister welcomed them in. Old Griffin said, "We have good news this time. We have opened up a trade route. A merchant in the city heard that I wanted to transport healing potions from afar and approached me. After trying the potion, he said nothing but offered very favorable conditions, almost overly generous." "Oh, That merchant is named Tony. He said this potion saved his life, and he is willing to help us. Tony. Lister recalled the slave merchant who had been kidnapped by a wandering army at the mountain shelter. He had just delivered him to the city 2 days ago. He never expected him to return to business so soon. Indeed, merchants capable of transporting slaves are not likely to be of weak stock. Let's leave it to him. I know him, and he should keep my identity a secret. All right. Old Griffin nodded. He had changed from his earlier boisterousness to a somewhat hesitant demeanor. What's the matter? You can ask directly. Lister said, are you a master architect? Old Griffin's eyes held a hint of flattery. Such is the disdain chain of professions. Generally speaking, those in combat roles, master archers and master swordsmen, are at the pinnacle and can look down on master carpenters and alchemists. But architects are a transcendent existence. A master architect can construct an airtight fortress in a week capable of withstanding countless assaults from magical beasts, something no other profession can achieve. Moreover, a master architect's capabilities in combat can also be considered outrageous. Aisha, when exerting her full strength, can cause the wasteland to collapse into a 10-meter-wide pit, annihilating all people and beasts within. Lister can also unleash his abilities, causing sharp rock spikes to erupt from the ground. The strongest professions are never mere flattery. They are validated by long history. Lister nodded. Indeed, if Griffin Tower Master wants me to help repair the shelter, it may have to wait. As you can see, our schedule is tight. Ha ha ha, no need, no need. You carry on with your work. I will hire you when you are free. Old Griffin's mood brightened upon receiving the answer. Luke scratched his head, feeling happy for his friend. Wait for me, Lister. I will soon become a master archer too. By the way, since you're here, let me show you something good. Lister led the two into the newly constructed forge. Harper was fiddling with something resembling a bow, which looked quite complex. What is this? Old Griffin. The various parts of the compound bow were very intricate. Lister had spent some time drawing the blueprints, and Harper had worked through 2 nights to forge all the parts, finally assembling them today. This is a type of compound bow. It can shoot more powerful arrows with less effort. This compound bow requires 80 pounds of draw weight, but it's only difficult at first. Once drawn fully, it becomes very easy. However, the arrows shot from it can achieve the power equivalent to that of a longbow, drawing around 150 pounds. Lister had already tried it out, and it was quite impressive, suitable for the upcoming city defense battle in a week. The Griffin family were all sharpshooters and could borrow some compound bows to enhance their combat capability, especially Old Griffin, who had muscles all over his arms. Drawing a 120-pound longbow was no problem, and if it were a 120-pound compound bow, the arrows would possess over 200 pounds of power. Combined with armor-piercing tips, it could even penetrate the hide of an earth dragon. Having used bows and arrows for a lifetime, Old Griffin immediately knew how to use the compound bow. He drew it back, easily released it, and the arrow flew accurately, hitting the distant target. Old Griffin found it hard to articulate. This strange combination of pulleys and bows was so easy to draw, yet had such great power. Aside from affecting the speed of shooting, he couldn't think of any other drawbacks. Luke also picked it up to try, instantly falling in love with it. His strength was not as great as his father and brother, and this compound bow would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. What is the principle behind this? Old Griffin's mind was somewhat muddled. Don't worry about that. I will make several of these compound bows before the next Radiant Day to enhance our combat strength. I hope you can use them yourself and not let others get their hands on them. Of course, that's no problem. It's just that compound bows are truly precious. No worries, we will have a long-term partnership, so we will naturally help each other out. Thank you so much, Tower Master Lister. Old Griffin stroked his beard, smiling happily. Shall we come by tomorrow to pick up the potions? Just leave the subsequent processes to me. No problem. After seeing off the guests, construction continued. 2 days later. Wednesday. Lister had been too tired these days, waking up very late with Aisha knocking on the door to serve breakfast. My lord, the Blessing Hive has been completed. So soon. According to the plan, finishing the Blessing Hive today would have been the quickest deadline, yet it was done early in the morning. The Guide to Wonders indeed only provided a reference time. Ever since these subhumans discovered they could eat to their fill and have meat every day, they worked with great diligence. They actually completed it a full day ahead of schedule. The Falling Star Furnace at the mountain shelter should also be completed by now. The 2 shelters are not far apart, and now with a fast horse it only takes about 20 minutes to get there. Lister planned to go take a look in the afternoon. First, let's see what effect the Blessing Hive has. Lister felt a bit excited. The description of the Blessing Hive mentioned that every drop of honey could bless mortals. What exactly does this blessing mean? Lister arrived at the rear of the castle, a massive hollow stone structure shaped like a tapering cylinder that was arduous to construct, interspersed with high-quality timber procured from elsewhere. Even before activation, the edifice already stood 3 stories tall with a diameter as vast as a basketball court. FIA had been waiting there eagerly, filled with anticipation. In recent days, fearing that the bees might lack pollen, she had deliberately planted flower seeds collected from across the continent beside the blessed hive. Under the influence of the cornucopia, they had already begun to bud. Let's begin. Lister opened the guide to constructing wonders and activated it. Instantly, the entire structure expanded by a full circle radiating an amber light of ascension as the hollow stone interstices were filled with pale yellow crystals. Lister saw within the crystal a plump queen bee stretching her body, preparing to lay eggs. A cloying sweetness of floral fragrance began to permeate the air around the hive. FIA jumped up in excitement. Boss, are there rooms inside? Yes, it can house quite a few people. It added 10 to housing. The interior of the blessed hive was spacious. The honeycomb portion was located on the outer hollow spaces covered by pale yellow crystals. The queen bee laid eggs rapidly. The yellow crystals seemed to contain immense energy, constantly stimulating her. I want to live here to guard them well and later brew wine here. FIA declared immediately. All right, Elsa, help her get a set of furniture later. The shelter now had no shortage of housing, so one could live wherever they pleased. If not for the castle's imminent completion, Lister would have wished to move into the blessed hive himself, surrounded by intoxicating floral scents. Lister promptly decided to place his self-made lounge chair here. He flipped open the guide to constructing wonders and looked to the next target. The Aegis enhances the sturdiness of defensive structures by 100, allowing for slow automatic repairs. Requirements: 510 workers, must be built on wooden stone walls, total man-hours 75D. Aside from the Aegis, this page only contained the Polar Cold Nest, a large cold storage facility, which the shelter did not yet need. Although crops could be harvested every 23 days, resulting in a massive stockpile, proper preservation ensured they would not spoil, and the subhumans had enormous appetites. Thus, the Aegis was the best choice. In the past few days, Lister had already planned a simple stone wall model. When it came to defending against magical beasts, Lister's first thought was of indestructible wonders. Since wonders could not be destroyed, why not use them as part of the defense? Therefore, Lister designed a guiding wall system, not fully enclosed but labyrinthine, with an opening left. Seeing a gap, the magical beast would naturally avoid attacking the walls and instead funnel inside. Thus, arrow towers could precisely control a small area, enhancing kill efficiency. At the end of this gap, Lister placed statue-type wonders to form a joint defense with the stone walls. The indestructible wonders became the most resilient line of defense, and with the Aegis, the fortifications would be extremely solid. Lister and Elsa had already built a short section of wall, so construction on the Aegis could commence. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. At noon today, food will be unlimited, and each person gets an extra portion of meat. Next, I'll teach you how to build the next wonder. Lister transmitted the construction method of the Aegis to the subhumans, as well as to Elsa and himself. As long as the two of them occasionally supervised during the wonder's construction, their progress in the architecture profession would steadily increase. Both had already gained 3 points in architecture, reaching 4 and 5 points respectively. 50 was still far off. Work continued in the morning. The castle was now fairly complete. Wooden doors and windows had been installed. Using his master talent, Lister etched decorative lines inside the castle and polished the walls smooth. With timber scarce, Lister crafted furniture from stone, such as dining table bases, stone chairs, and candlesticks. Truly a natural, eco-friendly decorating style. Thanks to Lister's sculpting skills, the castle's interior no longer felt like a rough shell, though it still lacked a lived-in atmosphere. Beds had been made and placed in the rooms ready for occupancy tonight. In the afternoon, Lister and Harper headed to the mountain shelter. As expected, upon arrival, a slave approached to report that the Falling Star furnace had been completed. With ample food and holy water these days, the shelter's inhabitants had rosy complexions. With the Earth Dragon present, everyone held Lister in awe and worked with great diligence. He activated the Falling Star furnace. A massive furnace radiating the crimson glow of molten lava stood not far from the mine entrance. At its center seemed to be an inextinguishable core spinning like a celestial visitor, a suspended star, or rather a meteorite imbued with magical power. Harper's eyes widened at the sight of the furnace. She had been eagerly anticipating this wonder, checking its progress daily. Even seeing it fully completed now, she was still utterly awestruck. Master, may I move my forge here? I was thinking the same. The two shelters are not far apart, and with your master-level archery skills, commuting is convenient. Lister replied. Moreover, weapons forged in the Falling Star furnace had a chance to increase in quality, and efficiency would double. Thank you, Master. Lister immediately went to the Crystal Tower and spent over half an hour using his master ability to construct a well-equipped room for Harper as her forge. Other materials could be transported from the main shelter by pack beasts. Lister suddenly realized that the mine had a surplus of labor. The main shelter now had enough housing, with many dormitory rooms still vacant. Although the demand for metal would only increase with the help of the Earth Dragon, mining efficiency was high enough to supply the Falling Star furnace. Leaving half the workers to assist would suffice. Lister chose to bring the remaining half back to the main shelter to simultaneously begin construction on the polar cold nest. This way time could be saved. Subjugating the mountain shelter had indeed been the greatest improvement in recent days. Indeed, in the early stages, establishing a second city was the best strategy. It not only provided population, but also mines and a furnace. Having made his decision, Lister returned to With their full efforts, the castle was now essentially complete. Only the fine details and furniture placement remained. The next focus was perfecting the city walls. Studying his own map, Lister pondered for a moment, and after confirming there were no issues, he summoned Elsa. Deep pits have been dug around the shelter preparing for the foundation. The segmented design allows us to use the crystal tower for direct movement, facilitating future expansions and layout changes. With Aisha's master-level abilities, moving a small section of the city wall is comparable to relocating a large statue, though it consumes a bit more blue crystals. Moving such a large city wall will certainly rely more on the crystal tower. At least 100 blue crystals would be needed to accomplish it. Lister planned this way for the future. We will drive an integrated stone pillar into the ground for stabilization, using stone throughout the wall. With my master-level skills, I'll create a riveted structure, ensuring top-notch solidity and earthquake resistance. The vacant space will be reserved for statue-like wonders. The city wall doesn't need to be completely sealed. Instead, we will guide the magical beasts to the most fortified positions where the arrow towers can attack freely along the way. Aisha looked at Lister's blueprint somewhat confused, but after listening to his explanation, she suddenly understood. I see now. Your concept is truly ingenious, boss. This way, even if third-tier magical beasts come, we can withstand them. Exactly. Once the direction was confirmed, the two began their construction work. If only we had this ability in my past life, we would have been overwhelmed with projects. Efficient. What does it mean for one person to exceed the efficiency of an entire construction team? With the assistance of the Crystal Tower, Lister and Aisha were equivalent to several construction teams combined with heavy machinery. Moreover, when Lister's abilities were applied to the riveted stones, he could nearly compress the air to an extremely small range, ensuring a perfect fit. The entire city wall rose from the ground, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain at a visibly rapid pace. In just one day, it had already risen 2 to 3 meters. It doesn't need to be too high, around 10 meters will suffice. There's no need for it to be taller. If magical beasts can easily scale a 10-meter-high wall, then its existence becomes insignificant. Unknowingly, evening had arrived. Lister heard Fia's cheerful shout from not far away. Hey boss, Aisha, come quick and take a look. Both were quite tired, but after taking a sip of holy water, they headed to the backyard. Outside the blessing beehive, they could already see some bees happily buzzing among the flowers. We have honey. Fia raised a glass jar inside which a small layer of honey had been refined. Her admiring gaze resembled that of someone revering the goddess of abundance. I didn't take much. The bees also need honey to expand their population. I just secretly took a tiny bit and managed to extract a little honey. Fia said somewhat sheepishly. Wonders are indeed wonders. Lister sighed. In just one day, the beehive had formed a scale. It seemed honey would soon be produced in abundance. Then let's quickly divide it up and taste it. Without asking Lister's opinion, Fia immediately opened the jar and began to gulp it down. It's so sweet. With a small spoon, Fia eagerly dipped some honey and stuffed it into her mouth. Fia was left speechless. Lister took the honey from her hand and also tasted it. The flavor is indeed delightful. Moreover, as the honey melted in his mouth, Lister felt a certain power merging into his body. Lister immediately opened the panel of the manual he carried. He saw an entry in his status bar. Beehive Blessing Physical Enhancement. Fia had the same effect. Gently clenching his fist, Lister felt his strength had greatly increased. If previously he could only pull an 80-pound bow, now he could easily attempt a 100-pound draw. Lister took another bite and found that his status bar no longer changed. You should try it too, Aisha. This honey has special effects. Seeing the two enjoying the sweetness, Lister felt a bit unsatisfied. The Blessing Beehive can't be a one-time deal, although the enhancement is already substantial. I feel my strength has increased, boss. Aisha exclaimed in delight. Fia also came back to her senses. Indeed, I feel so strong right now. I feel like my strength has doubled. Both Lister and Aisha could sense their physical condition had noticeably improved, while Fia, who was already light and agile, saw her enhancement as extremely significant. Very well, now you can't complain about being tired while working on the farm, Lister said inappropriately. Fia rolled her eyes dramatically, then slightly frowned. Strength? No, it's not just strength. I feel my stamina and overall vitality have also increased. You can perceive that so precisely. Of course, don't underestimate a master botanist. Fia rested her chin on her hand. Most of the flowers I planted near the beehive are dragon blood flowers, which have medicinal properties that enhance vitality. When made into potions, they can also temporarily boost the user's physical condition. Could it be that the honey produced by the bees using the pollen from the dragon blood flowers has this effect? Listening to FIA, Lister felt it was quite possible. Do you have other types of flowers? Of course there are all kinds of flowers here. I just prefer the red of the dragon blood flowers, so. FIA nodded. Next I'll reduce the proportion of dragon blood flowers and try switching to another type that enhances mental power. Alright. The group happily departed. If the honey could reach mass production first, it could be distributed to others, or perhaps even made into precious potions for sale. Consuming it would permanently enhance one's physique. This trait is undoubtedly the most precious characteristic of a potion. Lister felt any price he set would be justified. Besides holy water, the shelter now has new products. The construction continued. Several days passed. The city wall kept growing larger and taller. Gradually, it surrounded the entire shelter. Several arrow towers were placed in appropriate positions, covering all blind spots with their range. Lister observed at night that nearly all magical beasts followed the routes he arranged, continuously advancing while being gradually diminished by the arrow towers until they encountered the formidable wall made of statues. Their teeth would crumble against the statues without causing any harm. Then they would face a tall stone figure wielding a giant sword which would crush them into pulp with a single swing. The next day, Old Griffin arrived with his 3 sons. Except for Luke, the other 3 looked somewhat worried. Looking at Lister's city wall, Old Griffin revealed a hint of envy and amazement in his eyes. Today was the day to rendezvous with the city-state. What's wrong? Are you a bit uneasy? Lister, accompanied by archers Harper and Aisha, had gathered at the entrance. The other 2 archers had been assigned to the 2 shelters by Lister. Yes, the oracle only said the city-state would face danger, but we don't know if our shelter is at risk. She mentioned that the greatest pressure is on the city-state. Lister said. That being said, Old Griffin looked at Lister's city wall and couldn't help but ask, Master Lister, may I send my family to your shelter to seek refuge tonight? Of course. This had no effect on Lister. The castle was already renovated. With the abilities of a master, Lister was truly a top-notch interior designer. During his rest these days, he continuously improved the various decorations inside the shelter, arranging the furniture. After all, this would be his long-term home. There are plenty of rooms in my shelter. You can bring them over and FIA will take care of them. That's great. Knowing you are here puts my mind at ease. Lister turned back. He also did not completely trust the words of that prophet. Relying solely on her statement that the shelter will be safe to recklessly rush to the city-state seemed a bit irresponsible. This was also the reason he had been putting all his effort into building the city walls these days. After he left, the main shelter had relatively well-built walls and was protected by the guardian statues, while the mountain shelter was guarded by earth dragons. The strength of the earth dragons, which had eliminated the dark corruption, was unquestionable. Even if other Tier 3 monsters came, they could fend them off. Moreover, each shelter had a master archer stationed. Lister had also upgraded the arrow towers at the mountain shelter to level 3 over the past few days. Jet, go greet your mother and the others, Old Griffin said. The young man turned and left. Lister took out 3 composite bows and handed them to Old Griffin. The speed of the composite bow is quite slow. It's best to alternate it with the longbow. The advantage of the composite bow is that it can be drawn with the same amount of strength, and its power can reach twice that of a longbow, making it very effective against highly defensive monsters. Lister, Aisha, and Harper also carried 2 bows each. Understood. Old Griffin took the composite bow, looking at the intricate pulley system, and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. The group began to walk towards the city-state. Lister, I sense that this wasteland is becoming increasingly dangerous. When I was young, my father told me that the wasteland is a blessing from the gods, and the Crystal Tower is a precious resource bestowed upon us, capable of turning the wasteland into an oasis with endless food and blue crystals to expand our family. But I always thought of it as a curse. Endless monsters, as if created by evil gods, once killed would be swallowed by the yellow sands buried deep underground, are the dungeon's eerie communities and the occasional powerful natives. Old Griffin continued. I am old and cannot protect them for too long. Old Griffin fell silent, and Noah and Luke beside him also remained silent. Don't worry, people will not be defeated by the environment. One day we will uncover these secrets. Lister was not too worried about this. He believed in the growth rate of his shelter. Hearing Lister's words, Old Griffin laughed. Haha, that's right, I actually started to feel sorry for myself, truly getting old. It's time to leave the future to you young folks. Before long, the group arrived at the city-state's entrance. Many armies had already gathered here, with warhorses, knights, catapults, giant crossbows, and numerous arrow towers perched on the city walls. Lister felt an urge to become a bandit and steal all these items back to his shelter. The city-state is essentially a large gathering place for shelters where many nobles support each other. Within the city-state, there are more than 10 Tier 5 shelters alone. A light voice came from the side. Lister turned around and saw the prophet still dressed in a black robe. Stella greeted everyone. Aisha tilted her head and twitched her nose. It's an elf. Harper nodded. A long-lived race from the western continent. I didn't expect to see them here in the wasteland. Stella smiled and approached Lister. I'm glad you arrived as promised. Of course I brought my capable subordinates. You better be confident in defending the city-state. I won't go back on my word. Stella handed Lister a token. This is the commander badge. With this you can access any wall and ordinary soldiers will obey your orders. Where will you be tonight? Lister asked. Stella revealed a mysterious smile. You'll know when the time comes. I wouldn't make a promise without substance. The elf departed. Lister, we should first check on the healing potions. Old Griffin also bid farewell and left as there was still plenty of time until nightfall. Harper had some items from the forge to buy, so he separated first. Lister took Aisha and prepared to head to the slave market for a look. In 2 days, once the Shield of Faith and Polar Cold Nest are completed, he would be able to unlock the 4th page of Wonders. Lister had a premonition that the new wonder would likely require more people. If possible, he would book a batch of laborers today. Even though most people were unaware of what would happen tonight, the tense atmosphere within the city-state could not be concealed. These merchants are the best at avoiding risks for profit, but they indeed had nowhere to go and could only stay here waiting for the fate to be declared tonight. Tiga. Lister found the slave trader selling beastmen. Lister, you've come again. Tiga also, what's wrong? The situation in the city-state has been tense these past few days. The beastmen in my hands have become a potential risk. The Lord even sent someone to find me, telling me to lock them up tighter. What do you plan to do? I have no choice but to keep them in cages. Lister looked and found that there were additional beastmen slaves. Send a batch to my shelter. Thank you, Lord Tower Master, you have truly saved my life. Tiga let out a long sigh of relief. Not only the pressure from the Lord, but the surrounding armies often cast malicious glances at him and his slaves, making it difficult for him to sleep at night. How many do you still have here? I haven't purchased any new beastmen recently. There are 18 dog beastmen, 5 lizard beastmen, 3 rat beastmen, and 8 sheep beastmen, totaling 34. Tiga looked at Lister with flattery. They'll give you the lowest price. Just add a bit for transportation. Consider it you helping me deal with this mess. No problem, send them all to my shelter. Someone will accommodate them. All right. Tiga immediately went to prepare the contract and carriage. Lister waited here until the slave contract was signed and then headed into the city-state. On the way, he noticed several gazes focused on him. Aisha followed closely behind Lister. She was more perceptive than him and quickly locked onto the target. Who are they? 2 people wearing green robes. Lister and Aisha entered an alley, breaking the line of sight. The 2 people in green robes quickly followed. As soon as they entered the alley, an arrow flew in. Whoosh! It struck the side of Lister's head. Elsa had already pressed her dagger against the skin of another man's neck. Don't move. Lister approached, longbow in hand. Both men raised their hands instantly. I ask you, answer. Who are you? I. Speak. Elsa's dagger pressed closer. The cold blade could be felt against his neck. No. I'm from the Alchemist Association. The branch leader ordered us to watch you. Watch me? No. Mainly Jack Griffin and his sons. Since you're with him, you're also under observation. I almost forgot about that matter. Lister recalled that old Griffin said he would handle it himself. But since they had already come knocking on his door. Who is your branch leader and what is his purpose? It's Green Jodo. He has extensive connections and holds sway in several city-states. Griffin's healing potions were threatening his business. As expected, it was still the same old cliché. If they had approached with sincerity and a proposal for cooperation, Lister might have considered it. But there were always these fools who, believing they held some power, sought to monopolize all benefits and force everyone into submission. So what does he plan to do? The 2 men fell into silence. Lister reached out and pulled a crystal bottle from one man's pocket. The man had been unconsciously glancing at it. What is this? Both men lowered their heads. Elsa's dagger pressed closer, cutting the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. This is the Alchemist Association's blast bottle. It explodes when thrown to the ground. The man in front knelt. We didn't intend to use it. Green Jodo forced us. To survive as alchemists in the city-states, we have to obey him. All right, I understand. Lister sighed. Old Griffin had underestimated their opponent. He hadn't expected the Alchemist Association to dare take direct action against them. Tonight's crisis must have driven Green Jodo to take a desperate gamble. In the chaos, no one would notice the unfortunate demise of 2 minor Sanctuary Tower Masters. Moreover, after this battle, a great number of people will be injured and the demand for healing potions will surge. If the holy water remains on the market, it will surely claim a massive share. So they couldn't hold back any longer. Realizing this, Lister immediately headed towards where Griffin might be. Elsa swiftly struck both men's carotid arteries, knocking them unconscious. Just as Lister was about to head to the commercial district, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening. It's getting dark. Isn't it only noon? What's going on? The streets erupted in commotion. List grabbed Elsa's hand and steered clear of the panicked crowd. Head to the city gate first. At the main gate's wall, the military was fully armed. Upon arrival, List saw Harper waiting for him, and the Griffin family was there too. What's happening? Everyone looked to the sky. It was as if storm clouds had gathered, filling the air with the oppressive weight and suffocating tension that precedes a tempest. List scanned the area, but didn't see the prophet. I need to get to the rooftop. He produced his token and addressed. The knight named Brandon Weiss was of immense stature. List couldn't help but check his status panel. His talent was the epic grade conductor, and his professions were knight, swordsman, and archer, all at the expert level. A veritable force born for the battlefield. The knight frowned at List, glanced at the token, and said impatiently, "What chaos is this? How does a child come to hold this token?" List wasn't angered, he took it as a compliment. "Wait, you've brought 2 demi-humans. Are you insane?" Brandon said with some fury. List simply held up the token and shook it. "You'd better hope I don't see them go berserk, or I'll execute them myself. Go on up, but don't disrupt my arrangements." "Don't worry." Brandon thought it over, but still felt uneasy. Although the token was the highest level authority token issued by the city lord, aside from the city lord's own commands, he was bound to obey any order from its holder. "I must follow and see." List led Elsa and Harper up the city wall and gazed into the distance. As far as the eye could see, there was only darkness, which was steadily deepening. Before long, shouts were heard from nearby. "Beast waves are coming." The magical beasts had already gone into a frenzy, eerily appearing on the wasteland and charging towards the city-state. The arrow towers on the wall began their work, continuously reaping the approaching beasts. What the hell is going on? Who knows? Strange things happen on the wasteland all the time. Don't forget the eternal night 5 years ago. 3 months without the sun. Every time I recall it, it feels like being in hell. This time the scale is so grand. Alas. The knight who had been guarding the gate, Brandon Weiss, climbed the wall and stood beside List. "Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this." As his words faded, a black silhouette emerged on the distant horizon, like a colossal mountain being pushed up from beneath the earth. The mountain bore a green phosphorescent glow, and the entire ground trembled. "It looks like a tomb." "Is that a magical beast?" List was stunned by the sight. If that was a beast, they might as well give up and lie down waiting to be devoured. "Indeed, it's a dungeon," Brandon said. "What? A dungeon uplift, one of the 10 great calamities. I never expected this city-state to be so close to a dormant dungeon." The knight's voice trembled slightly. "So what happens next? You young man, you dare to come here, knowing nothing at all." Brandon said. "The dungeon will spawn endless waves of magical beasts starting from the first floor. I don't know the exact number of floors, but it won't be less than 10. 10 floors." List thought of the earth dragon, a powerful creature that was only a 3rd-floor beast. What would a 10th-floor beast be like? As if reading his thoughts, Brandon said, "The 10th floor yields at most tier 4 beasts, but there could be elite beasts or even a chieftain. That's the real trouble. Elite beasts and chieftain beasts possess special abilities like mastering elemental forces or wielding certain magical weapons. The entire dungeon uplift will last until the Day of Radiance. We're lucky, huh? Tomorrow is the Day of Radiance." Brandon felt he had told a good joke and looked at List. List shook his head, indicating it wasn't funny. "Will the surrounding sanctuaries be affected?" "Of course the number of beasts will increase. But since the dungeon is so close to the city-state, the beasts inside won't go out of their way to attack the sanctuaries. They'll charge madly at the city walls." The distant black silhouette continued to rise. Soon chaotic sounds came from afar as a dense horde of magical beasts entered the arrow tower's range. "If only this were next to my sanctuary. How many blue crystals would my cornucopia pop out? It would probably overflow." List turned and exchanged a glance with Elsa. Clearly they shared the same thought. "Take up your bows. Prepare to defend," Brandon roared. Within the shelter, Wolf, the canine humanoid, stood atop the city wall with his bow and arrow. "Wolf, it's getting dark. Oh, what should we do?" "Listen to Master Lister and continue constructing the wonder. We will be fine." Wolf is a master archer blessed by the statue of the Huntress. With his night vision, he could clearly see the small, dark figures appearing on the horizon, which were in the direction of the city-state. "Master, I hope you return safely. I will guard the shelter well." With a composite bow and a longbow, Wolf gazed into the depths of darkness as an unprecedented number of magical beasts began advancing towards the shelter. Wolf's arm trembled slightly. His first half of life had been spent as a slave. He had never fought before. But thinking about his recent life, free from the corruption of darkness, without worry of going mad, and able to eat his fill every day while building exquisite structures with his companions in the warm houses that Master had constructed for them. Moreover, because of his loyalty and talent, Master had granted him the title of Master. This was indeed a master title. In the past, just hearing the term master was something he could not even look up to. He never expected that one day he could become a master himself. Master even said that one day he could shed his identity as a slave and gain freedom. Even if I die, I will die on the city wall. An arrow flew out from his hand, accurately piercing the skull of a magical wolf. Master ability piercing shot, just like Harper's ability. Soon Wolf realized that the thrilling battle he had imagined did not come. All the magical beasts were funneled towards a depression by the city wall, with the shield-shaped guardian statues smashing them down like moles, turning each shield into a mass of flesh. The surrounding arrow towers continuously fired, and no magical beast could breach the final defense, a row of magnificent statues. Wolf scratched his head and stopped shooting arrows, instead relying on his night vision to keep watch from the city wall. Lister did not shoot either. The surrounding arrow towers could handle the current situation. It's coming soon. The magical beasts of the third tier are about to appear. Just as Brandon finished speaking, Lister saw a row of tall figures approaching from afar. They were trolls. Following the trolls were very familiar figures, the goblin shamans. Damn it all, archers aim at the goblin shamans and take out those who can control the dead first. The high arrow towers also adjusted their targets and began attacking the goblin shamans. However, these goblin shamans surprisingly hid behind the trolls, refusing to show themselves. The waves of magical beasts that the arrow towers had just cleared now rose again, with a shadowy green light reanimating with their broken bodies and charging at the city wall. The pressure on the city-state suddenly increased. We must take care of them first. Why aren't they advancing? Don't magical beasts go mad in the dark? The pressure on the city-state suddenly increased. We must take care of them first. Why aren't they advancing? Don't magical beasts go? What about the sniping arrow tower? Can it hit? Brandon shouted. It's too far, over 400 meters. Lister took down the composite bow from his back. An ordinary longbow has a maximum range of about 200 meters, but the composite bow in his hands was 100 pounds, equivalent to about 180 pounds of a longbow. If shot in a parabolic arc, the maximum range could exceed 500 meters, though the power would decrease with distance. However, under Lister's master ability, the diminishing power was not a concern. He could control the arrows that flew out, whether they needed to curve or suddenly accelerate. Although there were limitations, as long as it was within 500 meters, he could achieve precise strikes without losing. Brandon watched as Lister took out the oddly shaped bow and couldn't help but say, "It's useless. There are too many magical beasts. Your single bow won't make a difference. I have high hopes for you, but it's brave of you to fight at such a young age." Lister ignored him, simply aiming into the air, drawing back fully before releasing. The arrow shot out at an incredible speed, breaking through the air like a bird, instantly capturing the attention of all the guards around. Why is it so fast? What kind of bow is that? I've never seen it before. Is it an enchanted magical bow? The user looks to be only about 20 years old. Lister's pupils emitted a blue glow as his spirit melded with the arrow. The arrow began to descend, having already crossed a distance of 300 meters. In the darkness, only a few could track the position of the arrow at this moment. In Lister's view, the arrow aimed at the head of a goblin shaman who was wielding a staff, falling down and accelerating in midair to hit accurately in a way that defied the laws of physics. Whoosh! A goblin shaman fell to the ground with a sound. Thick gift wasteland curses. Brandon was one of the few who could track the trajectory of the arrow throughout the process. He witnessed Lister shoot down the goblin shaman and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had participated in many wars, not just those between humans and magical beasts, but also among humans. Thus, he felt even more acutely the terrifying nature of such skill. On the battlefield, this was simply demonic. No commander would dare to peek out from behind their shield. A master? Brandon couldn't help but exclaim. Such a young master actually existed. Lister did not respond, but quickly knocked a second arrow. Whoosh! In a matter of seconds, the second goblin fell dead. Soon soldiers noticed the situation and shouted excitedly, "The goblin shaman is dead. The corpses have fallen again." The previously tense atmosphere on the battlefield instantly vanished. Only Brandon, amidst the excitement, continued to frown. This was only the third tier to encounter such difficult foes. He dared not imagine what lay ahead. The underground city continued to rise. Its general outline could now be vaguely seen, resembling a giant tower with a cross-sectional area equivalent to a city-state with varying sizes on each level, its exterior a sinister black rock, carved with bizarre patterns. The ground continued to quake, and the city walls shook incessantly. A total of 7. Lister shot 7 arrows, killing all 7 goblin shamans. Over a dozen trolls gradually entered the range of the arrow towers. Several arrow towers continuously fired fire arrows and piercing arrows, turning the trolls into hedgehogs. Without the goblin shaman's ability to control the dead, trolls would die instantly upon receiving a fatal injury, posing no great challenge. Flying magical beasts are coming. A massive swarm of bats flew in from the sky. These creatures could not withstand the arrow tower's onslaught, rapidly falling like rain. Be careful. After the bats fell, a gigantic avian magical beast appeared above the shadows with a massive wingspan and sharp claws directly descending onto one of the arrow towers, raising its claws. Bang! What the hell, a griffin? List focused his gaze and found that the body of this large bird looked exactly like a feline creature, only it sported the head, wings, and claws of an eagle-like beast. How is that possible? Griffins only appear at level 10 monsters, and Brandon began to panic. This griffin was just hiding above the bat swarm and knew to attack the most threatening sniper arrow tower directly. The soldiers on the city wall immediately raised their bows and began to concentrate their fire. However, these weak arrows could not inflict any damage on the griffin's feathered fur. On another section of the wall, a blue bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the griffin's body directly. Magic Archer. An old man stood there wielding a compound bow, just like List. When the lightning struck the griffin, it immediately caused it to fall into a momentary paralysis. List watched anxiously from the side. This was a griffin and he adored it. How wonderful it would be to have it as a mount. But even if the statue of submission were here, the 1-month cooldown period had not yet elapsed. While List was pondering, the griffin had already shaken off the control of the lightning, leaving a wound on its chest from the previous arrow. The enraged griffin dove towards old griffin's position. Harper had long drawn his compound bow and shot towards the trajectory of the griffin's movement. The powerful piercing arrow intercepted the griffin, penetrating its wing. With a piercing scream, the griffin changed direction and shook as it flew into the sky. Leave it alive. List also drew his bow. Aisha did not take action, and her mastery was not advantageous at a distance. She was better suited for clearing out minions. 3 arrows flew towards the griffin, leaving wounds on its body, but all the fatal spots were evaded or brushed off by its wings. Fortunately, it's just a juvenile griffin. An adult griffin having mastered wind attribute magic would make any arrow unable to reach its body. Brandon lowered his bow. He looked at List, increasingly surprised, not expecting that the canine person beside him was also a master archer. If it weren't for List having the token, he would have long since driven these 2 beastmen away. In the end, the griffin could not be kept and flew away in a certain direction. List looked at Brandon beside him, feeling that his profession should include the title of master announcer. However, having someone to share information with was quite nice. Are you a knight of this city? List asked. No, I am the captain of the 2nd Knight Squad of the neighboring city, Emerald City, Brandon Weiss. I apologize for the offense, Master Archer. Emerald City. It's a city with a name unlike this small city, which doesn't even have a name and is only referred to by the Lord's name, calling it Winter. Indeed, our city is much larger than this one. The Lord received a plea for help from the Oracle, so I led the army here to provide assistance and took on the role of commander. You are quite impressive. Would you like to work at my sanctuary? My. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already sworn loyalty to the Lord. All right then. List did not pursue the matter further and continued to look towards the underground city that was still rising in the distance. Isn't this just a pure plant versus zombie scenario? I wonder what other monsters will emerge. No more powerful monsters appeared. There were merely a continuous stream of lesser monsters pouring forth. A few people stood by on the city wall. Have some food, boss. Aisha took out some prepared jerky and holy water and handed them to List. List had a simple bite. At the normal time, it was still just early evening. The shining sun would not arrive until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. There was still a long way to go. Since it got dark, List had not seen the Oracle's shadow, not knowing where that elf had gone. It was clear that the highlight of this battle lay in the night. List, the Tower Master, look over there. Brandon had already become quite familiar with List. Upon hearing the knight's words, List followed the direction indicated and saw a swarm of skeletons rising from the yellow sand, including humanoid skeletons and various monster skeletons. What is this? I've never heard of such a monster. Brandon shook his head as well. These skeletons were not very strong. A light shot from the arrow tower would disassemble them, but there were a great number of them. Everyone regarded this as a new type of monster and did not pay much attention. Inside the sanctuary, Wolf rubbed his eyes as he looked at the skeletons appearing in the distance. What are these things? They look brittle. The canine person's instincts kicked in and Wolf instinctively wiped his drool. So many of them. Wolf picked up his longbow. Mountain Sanctuary. Earth dragons emerged from the mine, guarding the only entrance to the mountains. In just a few days, List and Aisha had sealed all the other entrance gaps with stones, transforming the mountain sanctuary into a natural fortress. A large number of skeletons surged towards the narrow entrance in confusion, and the arrow tower shot rapidly, blasting them apart one by one. Young Ron held his longbow, continuously picking off the stray skeletons that got too close. The appearance of the skeletons increased his pressure. Fortunately, his mastery allowed arrows to bounce off the rock walls repeatedly, ensuring no monsters could fully enter the sanctuary. In the city underground, this is just a temporary setup using scrolls. Can it really work? As long as it can be effective for a while, that's it. Oracle Stelea looked at the black stone platform in front of her, her expression grave. I didn't expect that merely the first natural disaster would reveal such a mystery. The predictive ability of oracles is indeed limited. If I had known my teacher would surely have come in person, this natural disaster might hold clues to the curse of... Conversing with Stelea was a black orb covered in some animal fur so fat that its eyes were not visible. Can this stop the spread of the wasteland? It's difficult, but it's a hope, isn't it? Yes, Stelea, but right now we need to consider how to survive this disaster. This is not an ordinary surge from the underground city. Don't worry, you know my abilities. I can foresee that this time will be safe and sound. And isn't this with your help? This small star tower can allow us to unleash part of the main tower's power. It better be that way. The black orb yawned and lay on Stelea's shoulder, falling asleep. Stelea stood in the center of the black stone platform, her hands pressing against the floating transparent crystal resembling a crystal core, but unlike the Arrow Tower's crystal core, it appeared more dazzling, as if it held the essence of the starry sea. We must hold on. Knight Commander, the skeletons are emerging faster than ever, and some troll skeletons are mixed in, almost reaching the city wall. Do you think I'm blind? Brandon turned and cursed. After a few hours, the once sparse skeletons had multiplied, their strength escalating, and the Arrow Towers could barely keep up. Boss, look at the weapon in that skeleton's hand. Elsa nudged Lister. Lister looked down. The skeleton wore a set of tattered armor, its frame larger than the others. Crucially, it held a hollow longsword. At the sword's core was a blue glowing gem, and the blade shimmered faintly, each swing trailing a blue radiance. Is that an enchanted weapon? Brandon exclaimed. Enchanted weapons are incredibly rare, only achievable by the most exceptional enchanters or master-level mages. Is that an enchanted weapon? Brandon exclaimed. Enchanted weapons are incredibly rare, only achievable by the most exceptional enchanters or master-level. Gazing at the hollow blade, Lister had a sudden inspiration. He drew his composite bow, nocked an arrow, and fired at the skeleton. The high-speed arrow traced a perfect arc through the air, striking the enchanted sword in the skeleton's hand with precision. The arrowhead deftly lodged into the hollow part of the blade, carrying the sword aloft. But the impact sapped too much momentum. The sword's speed plummeted, nearly falling, kept aloft only by Lister's master-tier talent. Just as the momentum was about to fade, another arrow flew in like a relay, driving the sword forward once more. The entire stretch of the wall watched this dazzling display. Arrow after arrow shot into the distance, curved back smoothly, and struck the airborne sword repeatedly, guiding it toward the wall. After a dozen arrows, the sword finally neared the wall. The last arrow flew back, struck the sword's center, and launched it into Lister's hand. How's my ricochet shot? You're incredible, boss. Elsa cheered enthusiastically. By the holy light goddess. Brandon's eyes widened. That's possible. Lister gripped the sword. The series of maneuvers had left him weary, but holding the blade filled him with profound satisfaction. I should have known monsters drop loot. Only elite ones, though. Stepping forward gently, Lister felt some of his strength drain away, but a blue light screen appeared before him, like an extended blade of light that chipped a corner off the city wall. That powerful light. Lister couldn't bear to put it down. The sword's surface showed clear signs of age, covered in rust and nicks, yet the crystal at its center remained pristine. Harper's eyes were fixed on the sword, unable to look away. Master, what is it? Want to give it a try? If you allow me to study this sword, perhaps I can find a way to become a master smith and restore it for you. Beyond the enchantment, the sword held many unknown techniques that could be replicated through research. Of course, I'll let you study it later. The ground trembled violently again. It stopped. It stopped, someone shouted. Lister looked at the distant dungeon. After rising over a dozen levels, it had finally ceased its ascent. Brandon finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it kept rising, I'd have bolted. Didn't know you could be just joking, just joking. Brandon let out a dry laugh. Wait, something's wrong. From the towering black mass that pierced the sky, a shape suddenly flew out. What is that? A griffin? No, it looks like a skeletal beast. Oh my God, Mother. Some stood frozen, others dropped their weapons and began to pray. It was a bone dragon. The entire wall fell into dead silence like a funeral scene, though the outcome was much the same. Its vast wingspan, a body propelled by magic, exuded an overwhelming pressure. Some soldiers stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Elsa and Harper seemed more affected, instinctively clutching Lister's arm. Boss, it's a dragon. Master. Harper's hands trembled uncontrollably. It was the natural dominance of a high-tier beast over those lower in the food chain. Don't be afraid. Lister tightened his grip on the composite bow. Damn it, it's just a dragon. If it dares to show itself, I'll put an arrow in it. Taking a deep breath, Lister was about to act when a melodious voice rang out from behind. Mass enhancement. Holy light enchantment. Mass healing. A black stone platform rose from the city's center. The golden-haired elf, having shed her black robe, raised her hands like a divine messenger descending from the heavens. Holding a crystal orb, she unleashed spell after spell. Lister looked at his composite bow now cloaked in a pure white holy light, not scorching but warm like the glow of a crystal tower. Green light appeared on the wall, enveloping everyone. Lister felt his fatigue greatly diminish and his strength increase. Tower Master Lister aimed for its eye socket. The voice seemed to whisper directly in his ear a spellborn trance. All right. Lister smiled. Raising his composite bow, he aimed at the bone dragon charging toward the wall. In that instant, a surge of holy light materialized, as if splitting the darkness, madly pouring into Lister's arrow. It felt like standing in a dark theater bathed in a spotlight. The arrow left Lister's hand streaking with holy light straight through the bone dragon's head. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the eye socket, blasting apart the dense darkness. The bone dragon's dive halted abruptly, letting out a piercing shriek. It's merely a dragon corpse dead for 1,000 years. Stelea guided the platform onto the wall. Please follow me, Tower Master Lister, and your subordinates. We must enter the dungeon and slay the one controlling these bones. Me. Lister pointed at himself. Don't worry, I've also invited a sword master. Still no? Enter the dungeon. Are you joking? Trust me, this incident has exceeded my expectations. They'll compensate you afterward. Lister looked at the endless skeleton army on the ground and took a deep breath. You'd better make it worth my while. Come, Elsa Harper. They stepped onto the stone platform. Stelea flew them to the other side of the wall where an old man with graying hair stood guard gripping a longsword. Young prophetess, thank you for the rescue, but the enemy's assault is too fierce. Mr. Seth, please accompany me into the dungeon to kill the skeleton's controller. The old man pondered for a moment, then sighed. Oh, what the hell? I'm just an old bag of bones anyway. If a young man has the courage to go in, what do I have to fear? Lister looked down. Name Seth Finch. Race human. Loyalty 0. Talent swordsmanship expertise epic. Profession swordmaster 3850. Culinary expert 820. Status exhausted, battle ready. This may be the final battle. Lister understood the effects of expertise. Some individuals are naturally attuned to certain weapons, allowing them to master them faster than others, becoming experts or masters with the weapon's power greatly enhanced in their hands. The epic level talent indicated the old man's exceptional swordsmanship. Mr. Seth is a wandering mercenary who arrived near the city-state last week and stayed upon hearing my request. Stellaria said. During their last meeting, she had mentioned this swordmaster. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lister said, warmly shaking hands with the old sword saint. I am honored, but compared to your swordsmanship, I still have a long way to go. Hearing Lister's words, Seth's wrinkles relaxed. He could tell that the young man's words were not mere flattery. He indeed recognized something. Thus he regarded Lister with greater respect. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. After the matter is resolved, I will invite you to my sanctuary for a visit. I can't ask for more. Stellaria tightly gripped the crystal ball, gazing toward the direction of the underground city. The skeletal dragon had already fallen. It's time to set off. He summoned his magical power, propelling the platform, carrying a few people toward the underground city, directly plunging into the darkness. At the base of the towering structure, there was an opening, and the platform flew inside. Stellaria said, there is some intelligence I need to share with everyone. According to the archaeologist's findings, it can be basically confirmed that 500 years ago there existed a kingdom here. They built the underground city to escape from something, but they were still destroyed. This underground city has dozens, even hundreds of layers, most of which are still sealed, but for some reason the seals have been weakening recently. To uncover the secrets, we must understand this kingdom from 500 years ago, and the one controlling the skeletal army is a key figure. He once appeared in a mural of an attacked underground city as a general. Lister nodded. His capacity to accept information was far superior to that of the indigenous people. So we need to capture him, interrogate him for information. No, he is already dead. He is now merely a corpse controlled by his own magical power. We must eliminate him and then search his residence for any intelligence. Understood. Seth stroked his beard and nodded, saying, I will be responsible for clearing all enemies. As they rushed into the underground city, Lister noticed lights appearing before him. The interior structure resembled not a house, but a self-contained miniature world with soil buildings and roads soaring high, with the ceiling reflecting luminous colors. It felt like entering a dark hell, where at any moment mushroom creatures might come to elbow him. Over there, Stellaria pointed to a distant altar. Surrounding the altar were several objects resembling arrow tower cores. Stellaria hovered her platform above the ground, beginning to cast magical enhancements on the group. I have constructed a transfer magic, creating this mini-star tower that can harness the power of my teacher's magic tower, but it is time-limited. The mini-star tower could fail at any moment. We must act swiftly. Seth drew his sword. From the altar, a series of black magical auras emerged, and groups of skeletons discovered the intruders, beginning their attack. Aisha drew her longbow, activating her mastery, and swiftly unleashed arrows, instantly clearing the skeletons ahead. Well done. Seth exploded forth with a speed beyond human limits, charging ahead to clear the path. Keep up. He shot arrows while advancing. Lister soon saw a figure standing atop the altar, a skeleton dressed in tattered robes holding a staff. I want to take a shot. Lister raised his composite bow, shooting an arrow enveloped in holy light, traversing over 300 meters, directly reaching the skeleton, but it was halted by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Holy light judgment. Stellaria no longer held back her power, directly unleashing advanced magic. A massive light blade appeared in front of the skeleton. Carrying immense energy, it struck down, causing the surrounding space to begin trembling. The skeleton still did not turn its head, merely looking down at a stone slab. The light blade paused above its head, similarly blocked, unable to penetrate its defenses. Stellaria furrowed her brows. From her clothing, a black coal ball emerged, saying, "Stellaria, this is not good. It is too strong for us to handle. It has mobilized the entire power of the underground city." Stellaria remained silent. The surrounding magical beasts kept surging forth. Seth displayed extraordinary combat power, weaving through the skeletons, completely cleaving them apart. Soon some armored skeletons wielding weapons appeared, each incredibly powerful and seemingly endless, fearless in death, and Seth gradually began to struggle. The old man's stamina was starting to lag. "Here's Seth." Lister tossed him a potion filled with holy water. Without hesitation, Seth drank it and immediately felt invigorated. His speed increased slightly. "Master Lister, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Lister threw the enchanted longsword he had just obtained to Seth. Instantly, blue light erupted continuously in the darkness, resembling proud blue lotuses. Lister then tried shooting several arrows at the skeletons, all of which were in vain. "What do we do?" More and more powerful skeletons surrounded them. Despite having 3 masters, their killing speed was not fast enough to keep up with the rate at which skeletons were generated. "Try attacking those cores," Stellaria suggested. Lister used his longbow, quickly firing 3 arrows that struck the surface of the cores, yet nothing happened. What level of monster is this? Behind them, there were endless skeletons filling in. Seth turned to take a glance. "We still have a chance to. I can still unleash one last burst of power." Stellaria's brows looked like they could squeeze out water, and her hand pressing on the crystal ball began to sweat. Suddenly, the entire stone platform emitted a bright light. The black coal ball on Stellaria's shoulder shouted, "The old one is coming. The old one is going to enter my body." A sharp, childish voice suddenly vanished, replaced by a mature woman's tone. "Stellaria, cough, cough, you reckless child, you have some nerve. When you return, I will punish you to stay in the tower for 10 years without going out. You only have a slim chance of victory. Attribute restraint is useless against ancient magic. Detonate the most powerful energy source around you to break through its defenses." Stellaria pondered for a moment, and then her eyes lit up as she raised the crystal ball in her hand. "Yes, thank you for your wisdom." Determined, Stellaria stepped down from the stone platform, and the crystal ball in her hand erupted with dazzling light. An immense energy surged towards the necromancer. The black coal ball suddenly shouted, "Wait, you're not going to use my crystal ball to smash it, are you? That's my potion. I saved up for 50 years to buy that blue crystal. I meant for you to use the enchanted weapons core. Didn't I teach you how to detonate enchanted weapons? You should know how precious the crystal ball is." "Stop." Boom. The light protecting the necromancer shattered completely under the explosion. The black coal ball returned to normal and shrank back into Stellaria's clothing. Lister and Seth moved almost simultaneously. Seth, trailing blue sword light, rushed to the altar in the blink of an eye, swinging his sword towards the necromancer's skull. Lister's arrow had already struck the skeleton's hand bone, knocking its weapon away. Aisha and Harper also shot several arrows, and this time they were not blocked. In an instant, the necromancer was shattered, turning into a pile of bones. Holy light impact. Stellaria unleashed her final spell. Crackle. The already shattered skeleton surprisingly reformed under the cover of black light, regaining its original appearance. Seeing this, Seth kicked his staff towards Lister. In the next moment, a bone spike protruded from the ground, striking Seth in the waist, blood gushing out immediately. "Be careful." Lister immediately shot several arrows forward to attract the skeleton's attention. "Is this not enough to kill it?" Stellaria felt that all her knowledge over the years was in vain. At a critical moment, she had no way to act. "Let me see what the situation is." Lister checked the panel. Name: Maxwell, the bone, loyalty 0, occupation master level necromancer, 4950, master level acrobat, 150, status undead, curse active, confused in pain. "Get out of the way," Stellaria shouted. Lister noticed the movement on the ground and immediately rolled. At the same time, he took out a bottle of holy water hanging at his waist. "Holy light magic still won't do. My holy water is stronger." Tearing a strip of cloth from his clothing, he bound the holy water bottle to an arrow, rolling again to dodge the incoming bone spike, crouching down to draw and shoot. The arrow accurately struck Maxwell the bone's eye socket, and the holy water bottle shattered upon impact. A shrill sound erupted, emitting the same noise as when the demi-humans dispel curses. Who is so despicable to create so many curses? Lister squatted on the ground, staring at the necromancer's state. The bones that were glued together quickly collapsed, scattering on the ground. Harper, take Seth. Immediately, Lister moved forward and Harper followed closely behind. Together, they took the most valuable items around the altar for unknown cores and the stone slab the necromancer had been staring at. Harper carried Seth on his back, wielding the enchanted longsword, facing the confused skeleton army. Their leader is dead. Oh, why don't they disappear? Lister asked. Stelea picked up the necromancer's staff and said, they will dissipate once their magic runs out, but they will no longer continue to spawn. Put me down and I'll clear a path for you to get out, Seth said through gritted teeth. No need. Harper had already given Seth some holy water, stopping the bleeding. Lister and Aisha looked towards the exit while simultaneously raising their hands. The ground began to tremble. Wait, could it be? Seth's eyes widened. The rocks underground began to ripple like waves, pushing apart from the center axis. The skeletons blocking the way immediately fell in droves. Walls made of rock spikes appeared on both sides of the path, temporarily halting the footsteps of the skeleton soldiers. Is this a master of architecture? Hurry! Without time to marvel, the group quickly ran outside. Outside, it was still night. After the necromancer's death, the skeleton army's movements became sluggish, as if they no longer knew what they were doing, having lost their remaining wisdom, attacking everything they could reach, including the beasts around them. These skeletons don't have panels, they're not considered magical beasts, and won't go berserk. From afar, the soldiers on the city wall realized that the enemy's assault had retreated and began to attack, without holding back. Especially Old Griffin, who fully unleashed his master-level magic archer abilities, each arrow creating a web of electricity, dismantling a group of skeletons. Boom. Just after leaving the underground city, this ancient and magnificent structure began to sink. Lister used his master architect abilities to push away the surrounding magical beasts heading towards the city. Stelea walked up beside Lister, appearing very tired. Thank you for your help. Without you, we might not have survived. My teacher was right. I was too reckless this time. Stelea recalled her teacher's final words to her. There was no way she could return in these years. Destroying her teacher's crystal ball was not as simple as a 10-year confinement, as she might have to work hard in the city or mines to repay her debt. Suddenly, Stelea realized something and looked up at the city wall. How dare someone cause trouble amidst the chaos? She raised her hand. On the city wall, a person in a green robe surrounded by others was pulling out a potion from his pocket, eyeing Old Griffin, who was showing off on the wall. Die, old fool, you're of no use now. Oh, it's my turn to profit. In the next moment, the sky gathered dark clouds, and a lightning bolt descended, piercing him through. The electric shock lasted a full half-minute, and when it ended, he had turned into a charred lump. The president of the Apothecary Association, do you have a grudge against him? Several people strolled towards the city. I suppose so. This matter had been resolved by accident. After crossing this short distance, Lister was already very fatigued. I have a room at the inn. Let's rest first. There's no danger today. Soon several people gathered together, Seth lying on the bed, his wounds already bandaged, having drunk some holy water to begin healing. The remaining few looked at the items laid out on the table. For unknown cores, a staff and a stone slab. Stelea raised her hand. I need this stone slab, only I can study the writings on it. Perhaps I can explore the secrets of ancient times and find the reasons for the formation of the wild beasts. No objections. Oh, just remember to share the information with us. Lister looked at the staff and the 4 unknown cores, feeling somewhat troubled. He didn't even know what these things were for. I might have some clue about this core, Stelea said. You recognize it. I've heard my teacher say that in the dungeons, there are crystal cores unlike those of the modern age. They contain the energies of the ancients. Once activated, it emits attacks unlike an archer tower. More like the assaults discharged by a mage. Much like the enchanted longsword you captured, those blue energies are pure magical power, transformed and released in a unique form. This crystal core is very likely of the same kind. Lisite nodded. He understood these 4 crystal cores were 4 mage towers. At last it upgraded. A new defensive turret had been unlocked, Lisite exclaimed. How powerful is the magic turret's attack? Very powerful. Defenses that many archer towers cannot pierce can be dealt with effectively by it. Powerful city-states, once they possess mage towers, will produce crystal cores for magic turrets to handle high-tier enemies. Moreover, ancient magic turret crystal cores are generally stronger than those of today. Lisite felt quite pleased. And this staff? A staff usually only amplifies the user's existing spells. However, a few rare and precious ones come inscribed with spells themselves. Sidai Laya examined the staff and said, indeed, this staff is engraved with the spell Summon Skeleton Legion. The number and strength depend entirely on the user's mana. Mana, another new word. Sidai Laya, how can I become a mage and learn to control mana? The elf smiled at Lisite. If you build a mage tower in the refuge, I, as an expert-level mage, can train you as a mage's apprentice. Li Site noticed Si Dai La Ya's demeanor had clearly changed from before. Have you decided to reside permanently in my refuge? Si Dai La Ya blushed faintly. If I return to a Fu La now, I'm afraid my teacher will beat me to death. It's better I stay here for the time being. Ai Sha was overjoyed. Having a prophet in the refuge would surely make it safer and stronger. You will surely come to love our refuge, Ms. Si Dai La Ya. I must also thank you for taking me in. Such words were superfluous. A prophet is honored wherever she goes. I will need a long time to study this tablet. Leave it with me for now. No problem. The night remained long, but with no calamity threatening. The soldiers on the walls relaxed after driving off the nearby monsters and gradually went down to rest. The next day, under a radiant sun, the wasteland bore only the pits from last night's battle with no trace of monsters. Li Site arrived at the city gate. The slave trader Ti Jia had left the city for his refuge yesterday after signing the contract. Judging by the timing, he likely met the calamity on the road. Whether he reached his refuge was unknown. A young man with graying temples surrounded by soldiers was brought to Li Site. Tower Lord Li Site, I have heard your name from Si Dai La Ya more than once. Wente the city lord. Si Dai La Ya nodded. In her eyes, the lord of this small city was not much different from an ordinary tower lord. Rather, he was someone who needed to curry favor with her. Prophet Si Dai La Ya, thank you once again for all you have done for the city. It was my voluntary deed. No need. Even so, I must present tokens of gratitude, especially to Tower Lord Li Site, to you, and to the sword saint. Wente wore a puzzled expression. Are you leaving together? I laid out a generous feast in the city. Li Site shook his head. No need. There are matters at the refuge that require my oversight, so I cannot linger. Si Dai La Ya added, I will stay at Tower Lord Li Site's refuge for a while. I too am intrigued by Li Site's refuge. Oh, I shall go there to recuperate for a time. Wente fell silent for a moment. Blast it. The battle had just ended and the greatest contributors had departed with Li Site. What was there left for him to celebrate? Oh, and Jia Kuguli Fun was also a valiant master archer. Very well, I respect your choice. Allow me a day's time to prepare. I will deliver the bounty and my gifts to Tower Lord Li Site's refuge. Thank you for your trouble. Li Site swung into the saddle. A few people with 2 horse carts of goods set out together. After about half an hour, they finally saw the still intact city walls. I heard your refuge is newly built. I did not expect such well-constructed walls, already Sai Si said from the carriage with a smile. You underestimate the power of 2 master architects, Sword Saint Si Dai La Ya said. Oh, I keep forgetting the youth of Tower Lord Li Site and Miss Ai Sha always makes me underestimate their strength. As they drew near, Li Site saw Wa Fu Te waving atop the wall. Up close, Li Site noticed the young Kuanya man was exhausted, yet exhilarated. Go rest, Wa Fu Te. Wa Fu Te had been about to report on the refuge's condition, but upon hearing Li Site's words, his weariness vanished. Am not tired, my lord. The refuge is intact. Well done. Actually, I didn't really do anything, Wa Fu Te admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Li Site only smiled. By the way, my lord, after dark yesterday a caravan came claiming the demi-human slaves you purchased. Their owner was Ti Jia. I took the liberty of giving them holy water. You did the right thing. It seemed Ti Jia had escaped a calamity. With Li Site absent, the 2 marvels continued to be rapidly constructed. Li Site went to soothe the new slaves and left their placement entirely to Ai Sha. Boss, I'm a little worried about the mountain refuge. I will go take a look. Hoppa spun around twice, happily holding Pei Luo, and came to Li Site. The mountain refuge housed Hoppa's treasured Falling Star Forge. She had been fretting over its safety. Go on then. You can wander around on your own. The castle has many empty rooms, pick whichever you like. There is a bath on the ground floor. If you cannot find anything, ask the Kuanya people. Si Dai La Ya and Sai Si were not reserved folk either. Seeing the refuge's many wondrous structures, they could not help but begin to explore. Feia ran over with a honey jar, dragging Li Site toward the castle. What's the hurry? Come quickly. They arrived at the room where the treasure basin stood. Li Site saw blue crystals spilling across the floor from the overflowing basin, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This must be several thousand blue crystals, right? You have no idea what happened last night. Numerous skeletons wandered near the shelter, and there were an astonishing number of magical beasts densely packed. I thought I was going to be eaten. Fia described, still somewhat frightened. When I woke up this morning and saw the treasure basin, it was already like this. Did you count them? I'm halfway through counting. There are already 1300 blue crystals. There should be a total of 3000. This means that at least 3000 monsters attacked the shelter yesterday. The description of the treasure basin is all monsters drop blue crystals. Even though skeletons are not considered magical beasts, they can still provide a quantity. Last night the skeletons were not just overwhelming, the city-state killed at least over 100,000 of them. Lister's shelter is not far from the city-state. After the death of the necromancer, a large portion of the skeletons lost control and wandered in the wasteland until the dawn arrived, turning to ashes. Yesterday, Lister was thinking how great it would be if all these skeletons came to his shelter. Although there aren't that many, around 3 to 0 blue crystals would still be a significant harvest. The dungeon is truly a great thing to remember to visit often. Also, why are you holding a honey pot? Right? This is honey made from new pollen. Try it quickly. FIA scooped a spoonful and brought it to Lister's chest. Lister fell silent for a moment, crouching down just to taste it. Upon tasting it, besides the fragrant sweetness, he also felt a refreshing sensation from deep within his mind. He quickly looked at the status bar. Blessing of the Hive, increasing mental power. Awesome. You're truly a genius, FI. Lister praised. FI, a bit shy, chuckled. Of course. I'm one of the top geniuses in the halfling village. Keep it up and try to create more varieties of honey. No problem, leave it to me. I will first produce some honey that enhances physical and mental strength and use the surplus for experiments. That way we can also sell a portion first. Lister and FIA counted the blue crystals together and stored them in the safe room. Lister continued to devote himself to the construction site, repairing the city walls and fortifications. As night fell, cheers from the workers echoed from the site. 2 wonders were completed. Holy Shield Polar Cold Wave. Lister took out the Wonder Construction Manual and chose to activate it. A massive shield was attached to the front of the city wall, and just looking at it invoked a powerful sense of deterrence, making one hesitate to attack, as if any action would be blasphemy against the divine. The Polar Cold Wave device was constructed underground in the castle. Upon activation, the entire underground space doubled in size with cold air firmly locked inside. Lister put on his thickest clothes and took a tour inside. The temperature decreased in a stepwise manner by area, with the outermost layer around 0-10 and the innermost reaching -30. Under Harper's command, food within the shelter was produced every 2 to 3 days, and some stored food was placed inside. Lister looked at the 4th page of the Wonder Construction Guide, feeling uneasy. Golden Ledger, the ledger left by the god of commerce in the mortal realm. All transactions recorded within will be reassessed by an invisible hand. The shelter gains an additional 20 blue crystals from commerce, trade, hiring, and selling resources. The extra blue crystals will directly appear in the treasure basin. Requirements: 510 workers who already possess the Wonder Treasure Basin. Total work hours 7D, 5D bonus from the statue of the god of architecture. Stargazing Tower, an ancient mage tower. Its peak, embedded with long-extinguished star fragments, still rotates at night, tracking the paths of the gods lost in the heavens. While studying magic inside the Stargazing Tower, research speed increases by 100, magical perception ability within the tower increases by 100, can train a mage master. Requirements: 20-30 workers, must be built on a mountain. Total work hours 30D, 24D. Library of 10,000 scrolls, the goddess of wisdom, once collected mortal history here. Every time a book of masterpiece quality is recorded, all residents' mental power within the shelter increases by 1. The more masterpieces, the faster the research, learning, and skill comprehension speed within the shelter. Requirements: 20-30 workers, must have at least 1 master-level seer mage or master-level artist. Total work hours 30D, 24D. Statue of Talent, a fragmentary statue left by the god of destiny for mortals, said to show mercy to those born ordinary, willing to carve a new pattern into their souls. Every 30 days, can grant a random talent to 1 untalented resident. Talent quality ranges from ordinary to epic. Those who already possess a talent cannot receive further blessings. Requirements: 20-30 workers, total work hours 30D, 24D. Each one is a heavyweight, and once completed they will bring tremendous benefits. The first one is straightforward. It increases the blue crystal acquisition from all trades by 20. With many items waiting to be sold in the shelter, the direct increase in revenue can greatly accelerate the shelter's development. Importantly, it does not require a large number of people or a long time to build. The second one, the Stargazing Tower, can serve as Stella's Mage Tower, doubling the research speed and magical perception. This would surely captivate Stella and perhaps even lure her teacher over. Not only that, but the Stargazing Tower can also train a Mage Master. What is a Mage Master? A master-level magician. Stella is currently only at the expert level. Lister had long been envious of magic, and now he could finally enjoy casting fireballs joyfully. The third one, the Library of 10,000 Scrolls, increases everyone's mental power by 1 for each masterpiece. The value it offers is simply insane. Lister has heard of masterpieces referring to literary works created by historical greats. For others it might be impossible, but Lister comes from another world carrying the weight of 5,000 years of historical heritage. He has read quite a few masterpieces, and now that his mental power has strengthened, those sealed memories have started to become clear. Transporting some over is not difficult. Transferring 1 increases mental power by 1, transferring 100 would double it. Lister's breathing has begun to quicken. The last one excites him beyond restraint. Talent. A statue that allows one to directly gain a talent. Not having a talent has always been Lister's pain. Even if it's not an epic or legendary talent, having a rare one would suffice. The difference between having one and not is significant. Taking a deep breath, Lister looked at the four wonders, wishing he could call Tiga over to have the entire subhuman tribe help him with the construction. The Golden Ledger is undoubtedly the top priority, as it not only requires a short amount of time, but also yields considerable profits. The second item is that Lister has decided to construct the Star Observation Tower. To enable the shelter to rapidly harness the power of magic, it is essential to prepare for potential dangers that may arise later. With over 40 slaves, two can work simultaneously, leaving a few remaining. These few need to assist FIA in cultivating more farmland and developing new crops. It is hard for Lister to bear having a halfling do hard labor alone. FIA should engage in more significant industries. The second matter. After conveying the construction methods of the marvel to the slaves and Aisha, Lister once again captured everyone's attention. The shelter will initiate personnel registration, requiring everyone to document their name, age, and race, along with whether they are literate or possess other skills. After a certain period, the shelter will provide training and assessments for those interested in becoming blacksmiths, botanists, architects, or even mages. If you show talent and become professionals, you can shed your status as slaves and become free citizens of the shelter, owning independent houses and personal assets and earning blue crystals as wages. Once Lister finished speaking, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone looked at Lister in disbelief, including FIA and Harper. Is this for real? Although Harper had already received Lister's promise, she did not expect him to publicly announce this path. Indeed, Harper, as an expert blacksmith, I will personally dissolve her slave contract, and I hope you can take her as a role. After Lister finished speaking, he turned and left. Although the time was short, the slaves reacted fervently. Aside from the newly purchased slaves, most remaining slaves have a loyalty level exceeding 80, firmly believing in Lister's words. After Lister left, the entire square erupted into intense discussions, with many slaves kneeling on the ground in tears, many of whom were not previously slaves. Lord Lister would never deceive us. He said we could eat our fill, and I can eat to my heart's content every day. I can't even finish my food. Lady FIA insists I eat more, saying there's too much food and nowhere to store it. Can we also become professionals? Becoming professionals means we can escape our slave status. I've been helping the blacksmith fetch water since I was young. Can I become a blacksmith too? An independent room and my own assets. Oh, will I also have blue crystals? I want to sign up. Lady Harper, where should I register? Stelea followed Lister, saying, your thoughts truly surprise me. Why do you want to help slaves shed their identity? This question Lister could not answer. It was a clash of worldviews difficult to explain clearly. In Lister's heart, the existence of the slave identity is unreasonable. Freeing them from their status is something that must ultimately be done, and it is a good opportunity to enhance these people's motivation. Importantly, their loyalty is more than sufficient. Consider it an increase in their work efficiency. How do you plan to train them to become professionals? Lister looked towards Aisha beside him, as he had already discussed this issue with her. Next, I plan to first teach those interested to read. Aisha, FIA, and I are editing content on architecture and botany into simple books for the literate to study, while we assist in teaching on the side. As long as someone can become an apprentice, I will have ways for them to grow continuously. This was an idea Lister. Since constructing marvels will increase the progress bar of architecture, why can't everyone grow together? The reason is entry-level knowledge. Only after mastering the foundational knowledge of architecture and becoming an architectural apprentice can one absorb knowledge from constructing marvels and continually advance. The same applies to botany. After the shelter is established, related knowledge will only accumulate more and more. While nurturing masters is challenging, cultivating experts is not a problem. What Lister had to do was to select a few literate individuals to prioritize becoming apprentices. Then these apprentices would teach the remaining people to read, turning them into new apprentices. Thus, after a period of time, the shelter would have a large number of apprentices and some experts. Those with true talent would also have the potential to become masters. Moreover, within the construction manual of the marvel, there is still the talent statue that has not been constructed. For those without innate talent, Lister could also bestow them with talent. Depending on the attributes, perhaps an S character could emerge. Stelea pondered for a moment and nodded. Your ideas are quite radical, but they will be very effective. It's just, without a mage tower, I can't train you to be a mage apprentice. A mage tower. I will build you a fine mage tower. Oh, the Star Observation Tower is already in progress. Lister pointed to the side. There is a mountainous area yet to be mined, with 30 slaves gathered together. The requirement for the Star Observation Tower's construction is that it must be on a mountain. Oh, although this area is small, it meets the conditions. You can build a mage tower. Stelea's mouth fell open. Of course I am a master of architecture. Impossible. A mage tower cannot be built by a master of architecture unless that master is also a... Is it really that difficult? Absolutely. A good mage tower requires intricate inscriptions to gather the surrounding magical energy. Only after the concentration of magical energy rises can ordinary people perceive it and become mage apprentices, while advanced mages can delve into and master new spells. Stelea took a deep breath and continued. My teacher's mage tower was constructed by hiring a master architect along with her accumulated wealth and knowledge over hundreds of years, and it took over 10 years to complete. That mage tower can increase a mage's perceptive ability by 40, making it top tier across the entire continent. Lister scratched his head. So it is that complicated and only increases by 40. Only. That's 40. It's top tier across the entire continent. Lister fell silent. The star observation tower enhances magical perception by 100 and also increases research speed by 100. Seeing Stelea's disbelieving expression, Aisha said, Lord Lister is a miracle worker. He will certainly deliver on his words. Stelea shook her head at Aisha's serious attitude. Only those who have truly been involved can understand how challenging it is to construct a mage tower. There's no need to argue too much. Oh, once the construction is completed, we will know. Lister was indifferent. Stelea remembered to compile the methods and foundational knowledge for becoming a mage apprentice. You will need to train mages for my shelter. If you can build a mage tower, I have no reason to refuse your request, Stelea said with a smile. The construction cycle of the wonders has been extended to months. The current population of the shelter is sufficient to simultaneously construct 2 wonders. Any more people would feel excessively crowded. Lister began to consider upgrading the crystal tower. A level 4 crystal tower requires 5 pink crystals, and with the upcoming rewards from the city-state, it would certainly be sufficient. After the upgrade, the area of the shelter will expand, and within the radius of the crystal tower, the soil quality and air humidity will increase, making the living environment more comfortable. Moreover, it will also increase the capacity of the crystal cores by 2. Lister has yet to attempt to activate the 4 ancient crystal cores he obtained from the underground city. After the upgrade of the shelter, the arrow tower can also be upgraded once more. This way, the shelter's defensive capability will at least be able to withstand multiple attacks from Tier 3 magical beasts. In the afternoon, Old Griffin's family returned after attending the banquet of the city-state. I must apologize to you first, Master Lister. I really am getting old. Without your help, this old bone might have already perished. There is no need to be so polite with me. Lister raised his hand. Old Griffin's expression was somewhat dejected. This is the deposit for the holy water sale, handled entirely by that merchant named Tony. A total of 5 pink crystals, all for you. Tony assures that this batch will yield high profits when transported to distant city-states. You should keep what is yours. No, this time it was truly thanks to you saving me and the children, and Tony is clearly doing this for your sake. I absolutely cannot accept it. Old Griffin handed all the deposits to Lister. All right, I currently need these pink crystals, but as the intermediary, it is only right for you to continue collecting commissions afterward. Lister did not refuse agreeing to continue the cooperation. Then after this I will not hold back with you, old man. Old Griffin chuckled. Old Griffin left with his family, and Lister let them keep the composite bow, making little Luke very happy. They received the pink crystals. Lister arrived in front of the crystal tower. Finally, the crystal tower in front of him emitted a blue glow interspersed with hints of pink. Lister threw the 5 pink crystals into it. Suddenly, the crystal tower erupted with bright light, becoming softer, more restrained, and even more powerful as the blue light transformed into a light pink. A lovely pink, just right for a stronghold. The area expanded once more. The shelter was now about the size of a small village. This time it also enveloped several exposed mountains which could serve as new quarries. The city walls can gradually expand outward. There's no rush. Lister took out 2 crystal cores obtained from the underground city. Let me see what you truly are. He bound the 2 cores to the crystal tower. Blue rays of light spread from the crystal cores, enveloping them like cocoons, gradually enlarging as they floated in midair. Is this all? Stella nodded. Indeed, it is a magic turret. This counts as activated. We will see how it attacks at night. Good. He placed the 2 magic turrets on either side of the shelter. Returning to the crystal tower, he saw the name of the magic turret corresponding to the crystal core zigzag tower, upgradable with no complex upgrade path. Level 2 increases attack power by 50. Adds 1 more zigzag line. Level 3 increases attack power by 50. Adds 1 more zigzag line. Level 4 increases attack power by 50. Adds 1 more zigzag line. Each level offers a straightforward description, purely numerical. Lister directly invested a sufficient amount of blue crystals, upgrading the zigzag tower to level 4. Then he turned to the arrow towers. All 4 arrow towers could undergo a 3rd upgrade. The first upgrade changes them into arrow tower types divided into sniper, rapid fire, and scatter. The second upgrade pertains to arrow types divided into fire arrows, piercing arrows, and stasis arrows. Now the third upgrade not only increases power, but also enhances the effects of the previous two upgrades. It extended the range of the sniper tower, added more shots for the rapid-fire tower, and increased the number of scatter arrows for the scatter tower. It also increased the strength of each arrow type. Fire arrows will leave flames at the spot when killing fiery enemies, igniting any enemies that pass through. Piercing arrows have enhanced penetration, while stasis arrows have improved stasis effects. Strong. Lister was very satisfied with the upgrades. The 3,000 blue crystals collected last night were immediately drained by nearly 2,000, leaving Lister feeling somewhat lost. The little money just received was gone. His thoughts returned to the wonders. Now a wonder that would take 20-30 people to build is about the same scale as the entire castle, with the star observation tower and the library, each more complex than the last. Even if Lister and Aisha collaborated to construct it equivalent to 2 construction teams working together, it would still take more than 10 days to complete, relying on the crystal tower. Without the crystal tower, both of them would quickly tire and efficiency would be very low. Lister did not intend to personally build the wonders. Besides the low efficiency, it was also because he was lazy if construction sites are too exhausting. However, if Aisha supervised, she could use the crystal tower to assist workers in mining and transporting stones and various raw materials, greatly shortening the construction period. Originally, a 24-day work schedule could, with Aisha's help, be shortened to under 20 days. Lister would also occasionally help, further reducing the time. In reality, it would only take a little over 2 weeks. The assistance of a master architect in building wonders is truly significant. I must find opportunities to cultivate 2 more. Unable to sit idle, Lister thought of the library's characteristics. A great work can increase mental strength. After consuming the honey from the blessing beehive, Lister felt his memory and spirit significantly enhanced, and the works he had read in his past life became clearer. In that case, I shall begin copying books. Summoning Aisha to compile teaching materials for the slaves, Lister started copying from memory. Where should I start? Lister recalled many books and felt fortunate that he had often spent time in the library during university. The Analects, Zhuangzi, Sun Tzu's Art of War are all short pieces worth copying, as well as the 4 great classics, and the Republic. There's indeed much to do. He picked up his pen and began translating the contents of these masterpieces into the language of this world, writing them on papyrus. These papers are too inconvenient and expensive. Let's first copy the formula for papermaking and have Aisha produce it. Lister realized Aisha was truly a perfect helper. With this legendary genius in research assisting him, she could understand all of Lister's ideas and execute them flawlessly, occasionally even innovating. With Aisha by his side, he could pursue more of the things he wanted to do. Sitting across from Lister, Aisha occasionally peeked at his notes. What is the master Lister writing? It must be new knowledge. Aisha felt a strong curiosity. This naturally did not escape Lister's eyes. Since little Aisha is working so hard, I shall give you a reward. Lister took out a new sheet of paper and began copying Journey to the West from memory. Nighttime. Li Site stood on the city wall gazing at the distant magical beasts. New magical beasts have appeared, 4 third-tier trolls. The Arrow Tower began its assault on the trolls, and the upgraded level 4 Arrow Tower could pierce through the trolls' thick hide and fat. Suddenly, 2 zigzag towers moved. The cocoon-like elliptical cannons suddenly split into 4 blue threads, crossing hundreds of meters to directly penetrate the troll's body before abruptly stopping and flying like zigzags towards other magical beasts. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 zigzag lines darted across the battlefield like spirited sprites, swiftly reaping the lives of the magical beasts. You haven't disappointed me. The consumption of blue crystal is also acceptable. The next day, the city lord's envoy arrived. They drove a camel cart delivering 4 sheep along with plenty of salt and seeds, the most precious resources from the wasteland. In addition, the soldier handed Li Site a safe. After unlocking it, he found 5 pink crystals and a delicate dagger inside. What do I need this for? Li Site picked up the dagger and examined it closely. Dai Laya leaned over. This should be a weapon dropped by the magical beast yesterday. The wasteland absorbs the beasts after death, but not the weapons. Cleaning the battlefield often yields unexpected gains. Is this an enchanted weapon? Li Site noticed the intricate patterns on the dagger. It used to be, but the runes have worn away. All right. Li Site was quite satisfied with the 5 pink crystals. The crystal tower needed 20 pink crystals to upgrade, again a massive consumption, and it would take a long time to accumulate. Henceforth, every pink crystal was precious. At that moment, Aisha arrived with her sister Sierweya. After being freed from slavery, Sierweya had rested in the shelter for a few days and had already returned to a healthy state. Is there something you need? Sierweya bowed, saying, Master of the tower, thank you for your help. I have fully recovered, and I want to go to the nearby subhuman shelter to see if our family might be there. I don't want to leave you. I am willing to serve you. I just want to take a look. No problem. Lisite was also very interested in that subhuman gathering place. Dangerous elements. To Lisite, they were all quality, unrecruited employees. With the recent continuous beast tides, they probably weren't having an easy time either. Consider this operation a mission Sierra Weya. Investigate and report back to me. Also, do not trust them unconditionally. Ensure your own safety. Yes, my lord. Thank you, I will investigate carefully. Sierra Weya said excitedly. Remember not to easily disclose the matter of the holy water as it could bring disaster to the shelter. I understand, my lord. Loyalty exceeding 85 means she can be trusted. Sierra Weya was an expert assassin with epic talent and shadow affinity. Self-protection was certainly not a problem, and assassins were also skilled at gathering intelligence. This was an absolute potential stock. If she could become a master, she would be a sharp blade in Lisite's hand. Lisite looked at the dagger in his hand and handed it to Sierra Weya. You can use this weapon for now. When Hapa becomes a master, he can help you repair the ruins. This? Ai Shah smiled, saying, just accept it, Sister Sierra Weya. Thank you, my lord. Go and get a composite bow. Oh, it's simple to learn how to fend off magical beasts on the way. Sierra Weya solemnly accepted the dagger, fetched a composite bow, and after riding a warhorse from the stable, she left. Lisite was about to rest in his lounge chair when he found the old sword Saint Sai Si already lying on it. Hey, old man, that's my lounge chair. Don't be so stingy. Ha! Lisite lay down on another lounge chair beside him. So do you like the sea of flowers in my shelter? I love it. I once had a wonderful dream of dying in a sea of flowers like this. Lisite found it hard to respond. Your dream is quite unique. Haha, speaking of which, it's not good to always eat and live at your expense. Would you like to learn swordsmanship? It's the only skill I can offer, though my pastries are also quite delicious. Lisite also remembered that besides being a swordsmanship master, Sai Si was an expert chef. As for swordsmanship, with a sword saint teaching him, he should be able to get started quickly, right? Lisite was very tempted. I've wanted to learn swordsmanship for a long time. It would be a bother for you. Haha, it's no trouble at all. I would be very happy if you want to learn. The two began to swing their wooden swords in the sea of flowers. Your physique is quite good. Oh, it can make up for some of the shortcomings from not training since childhood. Moreover, as a master archer, your control over your body is also top-notch. Sai Si was quite amazed by Lisite's progress. After just 2 hours, Lisite looked at his panel and found he had gained the title of swordsmanship apprentice. With Sai Si's guidance, his swordsmanship rapidly improved. With a good foundation, improvements come quickly. By noon, both of them were starting to feel fatigued. Let this old man cook lunch for everyone. Though I can't compare to the chefs of the big city-states, I still have some confidence. Lisite's eyes lit up. Finally, can we eat something good? He'll join you, Mr. Sai Si. I have some recipes. Let's see if you can. Oh, your recipes. I'm looking forward to it. The two entered the kitchen. Ai Shah, having assisted in extracting a large amount of stone after the crystal tower, wanted to find Sidai Laya. The prophet had been studying the stone slab, and during this time Ai Shah had helped her a lot with her genius-like thinking. Now the two often researched together. Sidai Laya. Xiao Pei Luo came out of the castle. Sister Ai Shah. Sister Sidai is in the bathroom. Didn't she just take a bath last night? She's been in there for a long time. Ai Shah walked to the bathroom door and knocked. Miss Sidai Laya. Ai Shah. What is it? Why have you been soaking in the bathroom for so long? Are you feeling unwell? Sidai Laya lay in the ergonomically carved bath created by Lisite, her face flushed. Her golden elven hair and fair skin glimmered under the sunlight filtering through the frosted crystal, resembling translucent jade. Unwell? No, it was too comfortable. Ever since being dragged into a bath by Ai Shah last night, she realized that her several hundred years of life had been in vain. Since learning magic, she had always used water magic to cleanse herself. Damn it, that magic shouldn't exist. No. I'm fine, just accidentally got a bit dirty. Oh, as long as you're fine, I wanted to invite you to continue researching. Okay, they'll be out right away. By the way, the Tower Master and Mr. Sai Si are cooking together. A lunch will be ready soon. Edge. Sidai Laya sat up from the bath. This is a fine spice. With a little adjustment, it can achieve the flavor you described. Seth truly lives up to the standards of a professional chef, making a pot of braised beast meat with local spices along with sweet and sour beast tenderloin made with honey and a honey dessert. Mr. Seth, please be sure to stay in my sanctuary for retirement. Lister's stomach grumbled unceremoniously. He was truly fed up with eating Western cuisine every day. Although the food he made was edible, it paled in comparison to the meticulously crafted dishes that Seth prepared with careful attention to every detail. Haha, I also like your sanctuary very much, or I will stay for a while. Good a while. As long as you stay here, I have a myriad of ways to ensure you cannot leave. Let's eat. Dishes were brought into the dining hall. The dining table was not exquisite, retaining a rustic style with raw wood surrounded by stone walls with beautiful yet unadorned patterns, giving it a unique charm. In just a few weeks, the staff at the sanctuary had begun to take shape. Aside from Aisha, Fia, and Harper, there was also the introverted canine half-elf Wolf, who had been freed from his slave contract along with the newcomers Stella and Seth. Of course, there was also Pello wagging its tail and already drooling. At the dining table aside from Pello, the second biggest glutton was surprisingly Stella. Lister remembered that the first time he met the prophetess was at a roadside stall with mediocre flavors. "What is this dish, Master Lister?" Stella greedily sniffed the aroma and couldn't help but ask. "This is a new dish that Seth and I devised together. Give it a try." After Lister finished speaking, Stella could no longer hold back and grabbed a fork to stab a piece of braised meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Hiss, how fragrant. The tender texture with the spices completely absorbed by the beast meat burst in her mouth like a fireball in an instant. Stella began to mumble incoherently while Pello had already devoured 2 large pieces of meat. Aisha couldn't help but laugh beside them. "Don't rush, eat slowly. There's still more in the pot, but it will definitely be enough for all of you to be full." Lister patted Pello's head. This is delicious too." Stella completely abandoned her usual aloof demeanor, eating bite by bite. Seth looked at everyone enjoying the food with satisfaction and turned to Lister. "Master Lister, what is this cutlery you have? These 2 wooden sticks are quite clever. Can I try them as well?" Of course. Aisha had also learned to use chopsticks. There were many spare ones in the dining hall, and she stood up to help Seth get a pair. The swordsmanship master truly was a master. Seth quickly grasped the knack for using chopsticks. After a joyful meal, everyone laid back in the flower field resting in wheelchairs. For the first time, Lister felt a sense of belonging. The sanctuary had become his home. He would continue to develop it. He would not let the wasteland consume his home and hopes. Burp. Stella sat next to Lister and let out a satisfied burp. "Master Lister, please be sure to teach me these dishes." Burp. "The recipes, I will let my teacher try them, and I believe she will forgive me." "Why not invite your teacher over?" Stella smiled. "That depends on how well your mage tower is built." Burp. In the afternoon, the construction continued. The slaves were also given extra pieces of meat, working with inexplicable enthusiasm that afternoon. Lister continued to transcribe the great work. Night fell. Aisha finally couldn't help, but after finishing the table she used to record slave information that Lister taught her, took it off the shelf and pulled out the text that Lister had copied. "Journey to the West, what is this?" Aisha, with a spirit of research and a job-seeking attitude, opened the first page. "Did it spring from a rock, a stone man from the western wasteland? A monk similar to an eastern monk. Can be big or small. Are there enchanted weapons like this? What is the heavenly court, a divine realm where gods reside?" Her little hands kept flipping pages, unable to stop, until the sunlight of the next day hit her face. "Oh no. Aisha, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Do you need me to use ice magic to help cool your eyes?" "Thank you, Miss Stella. What did you do last night?" Aisha's eyes darted away and she said softly, somewhat embarrassed, "It was all because of Master Lister. I was in the study all night and forgot to sleep." Stella widened her eyes. "What? All night? Still in the study?" "Off." Lister approached, feeling refreshed, and seeing Stella look at him, as if he were a criminal, a question mark popped up over his head. Aisha pulled Stella and immediately fled. "You just have to try it, Stella. You'll definitely get addicted too." "Off." No, IBR. Stella suddenly foresaw what would happen next, and her face turned red. "So it's a book? Oh, I thought it was a book." Lister continued to follow Seth to begin his sword training. It lasted for more than 2 hours. After finishing Lister's panel, changed to Swordsmanship Apprentice 310. Seth expressed astonishment at Lister's rapid progress once again. "I started practicing swordplay at 15 and took a full 5 years to shake off my apprentice status. You, in just 2 days, have reached the progress of my 2 or 3 years. Truly you are remarkable, being so young and already having 2 master professions." Seth appeared somewhat despondent. Lister could not comfort him. His progress was indeed rapid, leaving even him a bit incredulous. "Perhaps I am truly gifted." During the noon hour, a merchant group approached from the direction of the city-state. Lister saw that the leader was Tony, the merchant he rescued from the mountain sanctuary's mine. Tony had reached an agreement with Old Griffin in the city-state and was now responsible for the sale of holy water. Having drunk the holy water, Tony had naturally guessed that this was Lister's product. "Master Lister, thank you once again for your life-saving grace. A lot has happened in the city-state these days and I haven't had the chance to thank you." Tony had his subordinates bring over a small box. "This is a token of my gratitude for you, containing a piece of rose quartz and a detailed map, which I gathered and compiled from various sources. Please do not find it lacking." Lister looked at Tony's panel. He possessed the rare talent Fortune with a loyalty of 64 points. Given that there was no contract or employment with Tony, this loyalty was still quite good. Gratitude and loyalty are 2 different matters. It was just a small effort. I just wanted to see the map of the entire world. Lister took out the map. The wasteland was located in the center of the continent, covering a vast area, nearly occupying half of the continent. To the east was a dense forest, the west faced the sea, with vast grasslands and mountains, while the south was dotted with numerous islands. The entire map was not very precise, it was pieced together, and the borders were not filled in. However, Lister was quite satisfied. Tuoni said, "This time I plan to travel to the surrounding city-states to trade these precious healing potions. If there is anything you require, I can purchase it on your behalf. Just so, I wish to collect some books. Books are exceedingly rare on the wasteland. Only the nobles of the city-states keep them, and even then their numbers are few. I will do my utmost to gather them for you." Tuoni stepped into the shelter and left his men outside. What followed were conversations meant to be private. Upon entering the stronghold, Tuoni exhaled in admiration. "Your shelter has grown remarkably fast. The last time I came it was merely a little wooden hut." Tuoni approached and half-kneeling bowed. "Tower Master Tuoni Woad is at your service. After the recent life-or-death crisis, I had intended to abandon this trade and live off my family wealth in peace. But I saw your goods being suppressed by the Alchemists Association. Those people even turned their blades toward you. I failed to perceive it in time, and for that I feel deep remorse. After the president of the Alchemist Association was struck down by lightning with the assistance of Tower Master Jekajelefen, I employed certain measures to seize influence over the city-state's Alchemist Association and bribe the higher ranks. Now outwardly we are partners of the Alchemist Association, we have occupied the city's trade, and we can peacefully sell in the neighboring city-states as well." Tuoni Woad lifted his head. "I hope to lead the caravan in serving you henceforth. I beg your approval." Lee Site considered the matter for a moment. Tuoni's capabilities were indeed impressive, and luck had favored him as well. Repaying a life debt might have been an opening pretext, but Tuoni had certainly seen the considerable profits from healing elixirs and had recognized Lee Site's strength. That was why he pledged his allegiance. Otherwise, a simple token of gratitude would have sufficed. There would have been no need for such elaborate measures. Yet Lee Site required precisely such people. Relationships sustained solely by loyalty or fragile interests are the most enduring bond. The shelter would soon produce ever more valuable goods. It truly needed a caravan to transport wares outward and to bring back low-priced goods from distant city-states. On that foundation, Tuoni's devotion would merely be a splendid addition. "No problem, I accept your request. Beyond the healing potions, I will supply more precious goods in future. Only in the short term you must keep my identity secret." Tuoni smiled. "No problem, I am willing to serve the Tower Master. Also help me recruit practitioners from nearby city-states. Any profession will do. If they are willing to come, I will offer wages higher than others." "Very well, Master." The caravan departed. Tuoni's loyalty rose to 80. Lee Site returned to his study satisfied, preparing to continue copying the great work. No sooner had Lee Site reached the doorway than he heard the excited voices within discussing of all things a monkey and a monk. It seems quite effective. Providing the staff with light diversion during their downtime appears to work well. Pushing the door open, AI Shah and C. Dilea fell silent at once, their eyes meeting awkwardly. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to read what you were writing." AI Shah bowed her head and stammered nervously. "What now?" Caught peeking at the Tower Master's things without permission, would she be punished? Would she lose her room and board position? "It's fine. What one writes is meant to be read." Edge. AI Shah brightened. "When will you write the next?" The little sparrow had learned to push her luck, and Lee Site felt pleased. "I don't know yet. Why, just finished sword practice. My shoulder aches so." Lee Site sat down. AI Shah immediately stepped forward and began massaging his shoulders with her small hands. "A bit harder there." C. Dilea watched Lee Site's expression of pleasure with tension, clutching the book in her hands. Do I want this too?" On the wasteland, a warhorse thundered along the road. Shiruia's plume drooped against her head, sand and wind raged around her. Someone is keeping watch. She had arrived near the settlement of the demi-humans. Slowing her pace, Shiruia drew her hand half into her sleeve to hide the precious dagger Lee Site had given her. "Kia people, where are you from?" "From the Kia tribe west of my homeland. We've wandered for many years. Hearing of this settlement, we came to seek refuge." Shiruia called out loudly. "Where did the warhorse come from?" "I killed an exiled soldier." "Good, come with me." Shiruia followed the Kwanya guide into the heart of the settlement. The settlement sat upon a small oasis, if one could call it that, merely a patch of greenery by a minor stream ringed with rocks that offered shelter from the sandstorms. Palm trees lined the riverbank. Beneath them, clusters of demi-humans gathered. Different races kept to their own groups. Every face looked weary, some were wounded, and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Shiruia moved further inward, her eyes constantly scanning for any sign of the Kia people. "Are there Kia here? I wish to find my companions." "Kia?" The Kwanya guide glanced at Shiruia with a curious expression. "Of course there are. You will I heard you found a way to control the madness." "Hey, yes. It is our shaman. She can suppress our curse. The settlement has long been free of madness, though. Recent beast tides have left some people listless." Shiruya looked over the gathered demi-humans. They truly appeared frail and ill. This is the price of suppressing the curse. It cannot be avoided, the Kwanya said. I am Hate. What is your name? Shiruya. Hate spoke at length about the shaman and her methods. Shiruya filed these details away as precious intelligence, though Hate possessed little knowledge of the core secret. There was no way to learn precisely what the priestess used to free them from the maddening curse. Shiruya felt a stir of hope. If they knew the Tower Master's holy water could dispel the dark corruption, they would be overjoyed. No demi-human would suffer the curse any longer. But I cannot speak of it yet. It might bring trouble to the Tower Master, Hate said. There are many Kia there. Do you know any of them? Shiruya's heart quickened as her gaze swept the crowd again and again. We parted so long ago. Have they all changed? No, I would recognize them even after a long time, came the reply. None. Shiruya searched for a full minute and found none of the faces she had hoped to see. What a pity. You can live with them or find your own place. There are few rules here, Hate continued. Over there is the market where you can buy food. Do not go to the withered tree. That is the shaman's room. Shiruya saw a massive withered tree standing on the dry riverbed. How can such a great tree exist on the wasteland? It has been withered for a very long time. The priestess said it might be centuries old. It is a mystery how it has been preserved, Hart said. Sylvia murmured thoughtfully. The method to suppress the demi-human curse lay in the priestess' hands. Perhaps she could go and investigate. May I visit the priestess? No, no one is allowed near the priestess. Her safety is our utmost priority. Hart's expression turned stern. Very well. Sylvia found a sheltered spot and sat down. A little girl, a cat demi-human, approached her. Sister, do you have any food? I can trade this for it. Sylvia looked down and saw the cat girl holding a broken arrowhead. The girl noticed the compound bow on Sylvia's back. Here. Sylvia handed a piece of jerky to the girl. She noticed that as she produced the jerky, many eyes fixed upon her, their gazes far from friendly. This place is chaotic. With no stable crops, no trade routes, and so many people gathered here, they had no choice but to raid merchant caravans. But how long could stolen supplies last? Even the children were starving. Sylvia sighed, took a sip from her water skin, wiped her mouth, and then narrowed her eyes silently, observing her surroundings. Hostility. Sylvia frowned. She noticed many people silently encircling her, all of them armed. Just then a group of people approached from a distance, soon arriving before Sylvia. Those who had been hostile towards her saw this and quietly dispersed. The crowd parted to reveal a small cat demi-human no taller than half a person. More like an eastern tiger demi-human with white ears and hair, and a tail with black spots half hidden beneath her robe, while the other half swayed restlessly. Sylvia's first impression was that this cat demi-human was extremely frail, as if suffering from a severe illness. Hello, I am the priestess here, Bianca. Sylvia narrowed her eyes. What did this mean? She had just been told that no one was allowed to approach the priestess. My name is Sylvia. You are much younger than I imagined. The priestess did not respond, merely looking at Sylvia. After a few seconds, she said, Would you like to come to the treehouse to talk? Her frail voice stirred a hint of pity. Sylvia nodded instinctively and entered the enormous room. The priestess stood at the entrance and said, Wait outside for a moment. I need to speak with Sylvia alone. Priestess. Don't worry, Maya is with me. A mature tall cat demi-human woman approached and stood behind the priestess. Sylvia sensed a hint of threat from the cat demi-human. She was very strong. The guards left, leaving only 3 in the room, 1 bird demi-human and 2 cat demi-humans. It felt like a hunt. Sylvia did not flinch. She represented Tower Master Lister, and her counterpart was merely the leader of a settlement. Hello, Sylvia. You must have many questions for me. Why did you seek me out alone? Sylvia asked. Bianca replied, You carry the scent of human. That can't be the only reason. Many demi-humans have had contact with humans. But you are different. You carry no scent of blood, and your belongings are only found in city-states and sanctuaries. They were all gifts from humans. Bianca turned around. This settlement is dangerous for you now. Many are hostile to humans, and they have shown you their enmity. Sylvia nodded slightly. Thank you for intervening on my behalf. If those people had surrounded her, Sylvia was not confident she could have escaped unscathed. Bianca shook her head. Many in the settlement harbored deep animosity towards humans. It is not safe for you to stay here, but I want to know, what exactly is your relationship with humans? What significance does that have for you? Bianca stated bluntly, We need food. If you are willing to purchase some food for us, know a lot of food, I will reward you handsomely and help you find the person you are looking for. For instance, a bird demi-human from a settlement a few years ago. Sylvia nodded. I will ask around for you. Thank you. Sylvia glanced at Maya, the tall cat demi-human beside Bianca, and asked, You are not safe either, are you? You need a crowd of guards just to go out. Bianca fell silent. Maya let out a cold sneer. Those fools actually believe Bianca is harming them, deliberately making them weak, so they can be killed by humans. They are utterly hopeless. If not for Bianca, they would have all perished in the beast tide. Bianca said nothing, only appearing more feeble. I don't care what they think. If they dare to lay a hand on you, I will kill them first and take you away, Maya declared. Sylvia found it peculiar. Can you tell me how you suppress the demi-human curse? Bianca looked at Sylvia and shook her head. I apologize, but I cannot let you know for now. Sylvia left the treehouse, and the hostile gazes from before converged upon her once more. She returned to her original spot and saw the cat girl who had received her jerky being yanked into the air by an adult male cat demi-human, yet she did not cry. Where is it? In your mouth. That's human food. Do you want to become a human slave? Don't you know what you should and shouldn't eat? Spit it out. Spit. The cat girl bit her lip tightly as the jerky was slowly forced out of her mouth. Stop it. Sylvia grabbed the young male cat demi-human's wrist. The cat girl fell to the ground and immediately stuffed the jerky back into her mouth. You damned human slave. Humph, is servility etched into your very bones. Everything about you reeks of humans. The surrounding hostility grew thicker. Emboldened, the young male cat demi-human raised his hand to strike Sylvia's arm. Sylvia's gaze turned cold as she drew a dagger and swept it lightly. A streak of darkness followed, and a notch appeared on a tree 3 or 4 meters away. The talent of shadow affinity granted Sylvia a meager ability to manipulate shadows, but without becoming a masterclass professional, she found it very taxing. What was that? Magic. The crowd began to retreat. Sister, please. Don't hurt Daddy. The girl spat out the jerky. I won't eat it. Shirley won't eat it. Please don't hurt. Sylvia's heart clenched. She fell silent for a moment, then ignored them. She swiftly left the spot, found her mount, and headed out of the settlement. Lister and Elsa arrived at the mountain sanctuary. Harper now came here every day during daylight, guarding her precious forge and swinging her hammer with fervor. It seemed to be her greatest pastime. Previously, Lister had only set up a simple awning here, which was extreme. Today, he transported some leftover wood from furniture, making using the pack camel. Lister planned to use crystal towers to build her a forging room. He also intended to improve the housing for the miners and construction teams here. The mountainous shelter has several caves for habitation, but the sanitary conditions and ventilation are quite poor. A foul odor greets you upon entering. If it weren't for the unlimited supply of holy water, people would have fallen ill long ago. He and Aisha are quite adept at handling such mountainous terrains. In less than an hour, Aisha had tidied up the cave and even constructed a simple toilet, though the water source remains a challenge requiring daily transport from the main shelter. Lister gathered some stone slabs to enclose the forging room, setting up convenient workbenches for Harper. Mog, hearing Lister's approach, emerged from underground, rolling over like a puppy to expose his belly. Since Mog can lay eggs, does that mean there is a male earth dragon as well? Lister wondered curiously. What would happen if the other earth dragon returned? During the day, the crystal tower repels beasts, but at night the situation changes. When the beasts go wild, they disregard the presence of the crystal tower. The slaves here should be informed in advance that they can use holy water to splash the beasts, which might yield miraculous results. Harper has been continuously studying the enchanted longsword. Even at night, she holds the sword, researching the inscriptions on it, leading Lister to suspect she might have some peculiar obsession. The slaves at the mountainous shelter watched Lister utilize his master abilities to repair the mountains and build houses, all with expressions of numbness. However, when they saw the earth dragon Mog roll over, they all cowered in fear, instinctively afraid of the powerful beasts. The captured Kieran has been having a decent time lately. The slaves amused themselves by making him the target of their fun. The slave contract does not prohibit using violence for entertainment. As long as there is no intent to fight against the slave master, it is acceptable. Whenever Lister arrives at the shelter, the poor Kieran always kneels down, first pleading for Lister to take him away. Looking at Kieran's loyalty rating of only 62 points, barely passing, Lister naturally refused his request. There was no time to entertain everyone. They had to find some amusement themselves. These exiled troops had likely killed countless slaves, even deriving amusement from murder, leaving many bloody traces within the shelter. Lister would not harbor any sympathy for him. After completing the Falling Star Furnace, Lister did not assign new wonder tasks to the people of the mountain. Instead, he prioritized mining, aiming to stockpile a certain amount of copper and iron. Thanks to the Falling Star Furnace, no matter how much was mined, it could quickly be smelted into high-quality ingots, which could be crafted into tools and weapons or sold for blue crystals. Suddenly, Lister recalled the special effect of the Falling Star Furnace. Weapons and armor crafted next to the furnace have a higher probability of enhancing their quality. Harper realized this as well. Occasionally, arrows crafted by the Falling Star Furnace would turn out to be sharper. Perhaps the composite bows could also increase in quality, wielding greater power. Thus, Lister reminded Harper to take some time to craft a few composite bows. With better quality bows and arrows, they could be given to several master archers, while the ordinary ones could be distributed among the shelter's slaves, allowing them to defend the shelter together in times of danger. Having finished the tasks at the mountainous shelter, Lister increasingly felt the scarcity of professionals. Now everyone had to juggle several tasks. Besides crafting arrowheads, Harper also needed to study the enchanted longsword and the composite bow. Aisha was also managing multiple roles: contractor, editor, and secretary. It was uncertain whether Tony could recruit a few professionals for her. According to Stella, looking across the impoverished wasteland, they could be considered rural. There simply weren't that many powerful professionals around. Only in distant locations in larger city-states like Afula would the situation improve, where there would be at least 10 masters whose names could be called. It could be said to be a gathering of heroes. Lister was eager to visit and recruit some talents for his shelter. People were simply too scarce right now. After finishing up, Lister returned to the main shelter casually, slaying a few wandering goblins along the way. The density of beasts has increased significantly. There weren't this many beasts during the day before, Aisha lamented in agreement. Upon returning to the shelter before the sky darkened, the watchful canine humans spotted a figure on horseback rushing in. Opening the wooden city gate, Sylvia entered. "Sister Sylvia, how did it go? What's the situation?" He hadn't expected Sylvia to return so quickly. Dismounting, Sylvia wore a deep expression of worry and sadness. "I visited the gathering place of the beastmen, and the situation there is quite complex." Sylvia recounted all her observations. After listening, Lister felt it was quite strange. Setting aside his most concerned white-haired cat girl, the entire settlement was clearly on the brink of division. The priest Bianca was evidently a child who possessed a method to suppress the dark corruption, but that method came at a price. The overall fatigue of the beastmen seemed to be the result of that price. Yet this was still better than dying directly in the tide of beasts. The bigger issue was the extreme hostility that beastmen had towards humans. This issue had existed since ancient times, and due to the beastmen's madness, some city-state armies would attack them, using siege engines to destroy watchtowers and massacring them to capture them as slaves for profit. Such incidents occurred repeatedly, almost constantly. Even in peaceful places, city-states wouldn't allow beastmen to enter at night, and almost everyone would cast discriminatory glances. This was far more severe than black-white discrimination. Thus, within the shelter, beastmen slaves were immensely grateful just to have enough food, let alone the fact that Lister had lifted their dark corruption. Almost all beastmen slaves had scores exceeding 80 points, which was generally 10 points higher than the human slaves at the mountainous shelter. Even if it meant taking a fatal blow for Lister, they wouldn't hesitate. For instance, Wolf, after receiving master abilities from Lister, had loyalty exceeding 90. If Lister commanded him to commit suicide, he would not question it in the slightest. "Not everyone treats beastmen as Lord Tower Master does," Sylvia remarked, looking at Lister with eyes full of reverence. Sigh. Lister sighed. "Animals are wonderful. Why can't everyone understand that? I love little animals." The aesthetic standards of the people in this world still leave much to be desired. "Bianca, is she planning to have you buy food for her?" "Yes, my lord." "That's unrealistic. I don't know if she is overly naive or has other plans." In the gathering place, a girl who eats human jerky would be forced to spit it out by her father. "What do you think would happen if we sent our food over?" "They might directly resort to robbery and kill the delivery person. Or perhaps they would be more loyal and refuse to eat it, burning the food instead. Both scenarios are unacceptable to me." Moreover, Bianca seems to be in a precarious situation. Those furious beastmen driven mad by hunger will not care about dark corruption and will not heed her commands. At that time, a war will surely break out. Sylvia furrowed her brows. "Our sanctuary is not far from them. It would only take a little over 4 hours to reach it. Doesn't that mean they might attack us?" Lister glanced at the walls he had constructed along with the magical towers and arrow towers atop them and instantly felt amused. "Attack us? Quite welcome. Isn't that free labor delivered to our doorstep? There are plenty of low-level sanctuaries nearby, and they have suffered greatly in the recent beast tide. They must be out of their minds to attack us." Sylvia's face turned slightly red. Indeed, these walls looked utterly despairing. However, there is a way. If she truly wishes to sell food, it is not impossible. After enhancing her physique, FIA accompanied by some subhuman slaves vigorously cultivated farmland. The current grain yield was nearly 10 times the consumption. Next to the bountiful corner, crops could be harvested every 3 days, allowing everyone to loosen their belts and eat, yet they still couldn't consume much. Furthermore, the grain in hand was of excellent quality, carefully selected by FIA from all over the world. Lister had already planned to have Tony expand a trade team specifically for exporting food. Within the subhuman settlement, there were at least hundreds of people, and the blue crystals in their hands could not be spent, indicating they must be hoarding a considerable amount. Selling food to them would indeed be a good avenue. "My lord, do you have any ideas?" Sylvia inquired. Whenever she saw food, she recalled the scene of the little girl crying while spitting out the jerky from her mouth, which caused her heart to ache. They should not have to live that way. "Tell the priestess that we can provide food, but she must first offer the full amount of blue crystals." We can transport the food to a concealed location, letting her send trusted individuals to pretend to rob it, taking the food away. This would not only solve their urgent needs, but could also stabilize her position somewhat. Sylvia still had some worries. What if we are discovered? It could backfire. Those enraged individuals might take more impulsive actions if they found out the priestess secretly traded with you. Then we must make them reliant on our food, Lister said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Hatred is a difficult thing, especially when such deep-seated grudges have accumulated over centuries. Their parents, children, and friends, those closest to them, may have perished at human hands, and these individuals are not afraid of death. Hatred is their driving force to live. What Lister needed was reconciliation. He hoped these subhumans would become his subordinates, contributing their strength to the construction of future wonders. It was impossible to completely eliminate hatred in a short time. If necessary, he would have to eliminate some individuals or have them sign slave contracts. Sylvia had guessed Lister's thoughts as she remained silent. As a subhuman who had once been a slave, she understood the depth of hatred more than anyone. Lister said, given the current situation, they will soon take action. We will assist the subhumans in targeting their goals. Not everyone chooses to fight to the death. If necessary, we can choose to stand on Bianca's side and help her deal with the rebels. Sylvia would return to the city-state tomorrow. For now, they would rest for the night. The next day, after enjoying breakfast made by the Sword Saint Seth, Lister arrived before the new wonder, the Golden Ledger. This was a small wonder about the same size as a prosperity pod, and it was nearing completion. Lister directly joined in the construction, and the speed instantly more than doubled. Relying on the crystal tower to maintain his stamina, Lister labored for an hour and was already drenched in sweat. However, the wonder was successfully completed. Lister chose to activate it directly. A golden statue resembling a book set on a delicate black stone base appeared in the open space, radiating a blue glow. Not bad. With the prosperity pot, the blue crystals dropped from monsters at night will increase significantly. The profits from Tony's side would also rise. A 20 increase is not a small boost, not to mention that nearly all sources of blue crystals would offer an additional 20. For merchants, a 20 chance is enough to entice them to take risks crossing the wasteland to sell goods at city-states half a month's journey away. Next up is the Library of 10,000 Scrolls. Lister transferred the contents of the Library of 10,000 Scrolls to the workers and Aisha, and the labor continued. There must be a synergy between the Stargazing Tower and the Library of 10,000 Scrolls. The mental power enhancement provided by the Library of 10,000 Scrolls encompasses the entire sanctuary, so the Stargazing Tower is certainly included. At that time, the speed of magical research within the Stargazing Tower would not simply increase by 100. With the two effects combined, it might achieve a 11 effect. The number of people in the mountain sanctuary is somewhat insufficient. Currently, the total number of people in the mountain sanctuary is only 17, and minerals still need to be mined, so not everyone can go to construct wonders. It would be a loss to transfer people from the main sanctuary. More slaves would need to be purchased. However, engaging in business with subhumans is quite difficult now. Tigo was also somewhat fearful, especially since there was a hostile subhuman settlement nearby that had plundered many merchant caravans, leading to grim fates for the caravan owners. Currently, there were almost no subhuman slaves in the city-state. There were many refugees, and while they could be purchased, their work efficiency and loyalty were far inferior to that of subhumans, making them less cost-effective. Lister had experienced the benefits of quality employees and had already lost interest in ordinary slaves. Subhuman settlements. We must find a way to abduct them all. Everyone stood on the city wall watching as the magical beasts slowly appeared. This had become a daily spectacle for the sanctuary. After the natural disasters, the number of magical beasts had increased, and powerful magical beasts were gradually emerging. One never knew when dangerous third-tier magical beasts or something else would appear. Stelea gazed at the starry sky, her eyes closed, as if she were divining. In fact, it was quite similar to divination. She was prophesying. The prophecies of a master-level seer still held considerable credibility. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Lister noticed that Stelea's state was drastically different from before. It seemed she had seen something terrifying. Her brows were tightly knit, and her breathing had become rapid. What happened? Stelea took a deep breath and looked at Lister. I saw a blood-red scene. The moon seemed to be drenched in blood, casting down despair upon the earth like hell. What does that mean? Lister despised riddles. Stelea's complexion turned somewhat pale. I have foreseen a natural disaster. Lister, the Tower Master, the Blood Moon among the 10 great calamities. What? Aisha exclaimed. The beast tide that occurred in the last month is equivalent to the total of the previous 10 years, and can natural disasters occur consecutively? Stelea shook her head. Throughout history, there has never been such a situation. The wasteland is about to undergo a tremendous change. However, I cannot determine the timing of this natural disaster, but I can be certain it will not occur soon. That's somewhat good news. I still have enough time to develop, Lister said. This news should also be shared with the city-state, so they can prepare early. As soon as he finished speaking, Stelea furrowed her brows. I seem to have seen a reflection of the past, a young griffin escaping on the city wall amidst arrows healing its wounds. Oh, Lister naturally remembered the griffin from a few days ago. He had been coveting the little griffin for a long time, and had previously thought it had died, so he did not think much of it. Now it seemed the little creature was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Although the cooldown for the subjugation horn had not yet elapsed, he could capture the griffin beforehand. Can you foresee where it is, eh? Sylvia did not speak, closing her eyes once more. It will attack a shelter near us tomorrow. The water source and livestock there have drawn its attention, and it is very hungry. Stella revealed this intelligence. Excellent. Lister felt invigorated. He was not overly concerned about the impending blood moon. The shelter was developing rapidly, and by the time the blood moon arrived, it would surely have advanced another tier. In fact, Lister even looked forward to the blood moon's arrival. As long as he could withstand the calamity, it might trigger a surge of loot just like the dungeon uprising. The drop rate from ordinary monsters was too low, yielding only a few blue crystals, and even that income relied on the cornucopia. But in a large-scale beast tide, there were elite monsters wielding enchanted weapons and bosses carrying even more precious items. During the dungeon uprising, Lister's greatest gain was not the enchanted weapons or the massive haul of blue crystals from the cornucopia, but the 4 magic tower cores. According to Stella, if those cores were taken to Avra, they would be worth at least a dozen pink crystals. The refraction tower was far superior to the arrow tower in both power and destructive capacity. The only drawback was that the arrow tower at Lister's main shelter could train new sword masters, and replacing it with a refraction tower meant losing those slots. He could choose to dismantle the refraction tower and replace it with a magic tower, but once swapped back, the archer masters trained by that arrow tower would lose their power, an unnecessary move for now. Don't worry about disasters that haven't come yet. We've weathered every recent crisis with ease, Lister reassured. Aisha was also unconcerned, trusting that Lister would find a way through. Let's first consider where the young griffin might appear. Sylvia said, I inquired in the city-state. Besides the Griffin family who are closest to us, there is the Mason family. Their patriarch passed away not long ago, leaving only his widow and young son to guard the shelter. It's a Tier 3 shelter, long-standing and relatively wealthy. Additionally, there is Victor Hamilton, a middle-aged human with a son and a daughter. His shelter is also Tier 3, with simple stone walls and many slaves, some of whom are demi-humans. The Hamilton shelter is also the closest to the demi-human settlement and borders a river. I heard someone mention that name in the demi-human village. Lister nodded. It sounds like the demi-humans might target them. Yes, these 2 shelters are the closest to us and the demi-human tribes. Sylvia said. Stella caught the key point. You mean the Hamilton family has built a city wall? Yes, reportedly a low stone wall with a moat to defend against monster attacks. That was indeed a good idea. Before becoming an architecture master, Lister had planned similarly. Who would have thought the master's abilities were so extraordinary that 2 masters could erect towering walls from flat ground? Stella said, that's it. The griffin will appear in their territory. Then let's visit the neighbors tomorrow. As for how to catch the griffin, simply cripple it and drag it back. They had a handful of archer masters. The cooldown for the subjugation statue was still 12 days. After taming it for a while, they could force a contract. Lister thought happily. Night fell. Aisha and Stella studied the stone tablet together in the study. Miss Stella, have you deciphered what's on this stone tablet? Thanks to your interpretation of the script, I roughly understand that it records a history like an autobiography of that necromancer. Stella occasionally glanced at the book Aisha was holding. I hope we can find the cause of the wasteland cataclysm. Yes, my teacher has been searching for the origin of the wasteland for over a century, accumulating invaluable knowledge. This time there will surely be progress. Stella looked again at the book in Aisha's hands. Aisha smiled. Here, your turn. Stella took the updated version of Journey to the West from Lister. A small black coal-like creature emerged from her collar, its big dark eyes wide as it began to read. Is this your pet? You mean charcoal? It's my teacher's magical creation, a new life reshaped from scattered soul fragments. It's connected to my teacher's magic tower and serves as a medium for communication between us. How adorable. Does it have its own thoughts? Charcoal lifted its head, showing a smug expression. Nonsense. I'm very smart. It spoke in a soft, cute little girl's voice. Aisha reached out. Can I pet it? Charcoal shrank back. Hey, no. What do you take me for? Magical creations are independent living beings. We have personality and dignity. We are not playthings for you humans, demi-humans, elves, or dwarves. Hee purr. Stella skillfully scratched under its chin. Aisha joined in. Lord Lister's vision is profound. Besides this entertaining novel, the books he has written in the study are all profound, touching on the essence of the world and the philosophy of life. Not only that, he is also an expert in military strategy construction and even has deep knowledge of obscure fields like alchemy and botany. It's hard to imagine how he acquired so much knowledge at such a young age. I even feel that if I were to follow Lord Lister and study all the knowledge he possesses, even if I were locked in a cage starting before sunrise and studying until after sunset without rest, I wouldn't finish it even after 20 years. Aisha shuddered. That would be sheer hell. Stella nodded. I can't even bear to think about it. The longest I've been confined by my teacher was 2 years, and I had to read magic books and draw formation diagrams every single day. I was nearly driven mad. Lister passed by the doorway after his bath and overheard their conversation. Silently wiping a tear, he returned to his room. Only he knew the bitterness and loneliness within. By the way, why does Lord Lister compile so many books? Aisha said, it might be for the myriad volumes library that started construction today. What's so special about that library? There must be something, though we don't know yet. Aisha took a deep breath. Even as an architecture master, I still can't fully comprehend the blueprints of these wonders that Lord Lister bestowed. Each wonder holds divine power. You must have noticed, right? Yes, the miraculous holy water, the fast-growing crops, the beautiful hive. Eating the honey actually made my mind clearer, and my strength increased significantly, plus the walls that repair themselves. Stella rattled off a long list, then turned to Aisha. So the observatory Lord Lister is building. Aisha wore a confident expression. Of course. Trust the boss. The observatory will be completed successfully and will surpass your imagination. Can you give me a hint? Stella grew excited. You're an architecture master. You must know the observatories of... Aisha scratched her head. Well, I can only understand part of it. I am so curious about what the Star Observation Tower is like. Perhaps you can ask Lord Lisite to impart the knowledge of the Star Observation Tower to you. But I don't understand architecture. Aisha suddenly had a thought. Lord Lisite has long held such an idea. The textbook he asked me to compile is for this very purpose. Come help me take a look. The Tsuya people and elves sat together, their feathers, and the elves' long ears casting flickering shadows in the candlelight, reflecting Aisha's elegant handwriting. I compiled the basics of architecture and the fundamentals of writing. Stella opened the book and read for over 10 minutes. Wow, Aisha, this is really good. You've made a great start. I feel like I already understand what architecture is. This book contains all the knowledge I mastered when I first started learning architecture. I am currently compiling expert-level content. Stella nodded repeatedly. I will study this book thoroughly. Aisha felt a bit happy. It felt great to have someone recognize her work on her first book. I can show it to the boss. By the way, the boss's level of architecture far exceeds that of a master. You should consult him. This way you can get a quicker start and participate in the construction of the Star Observation Tower. That's right. All mage towers must be personally crafted by the mages themselves. In the past few days, I have been too indulgent, soaking in the bath for an hour each day and enjoying the culinary delights researched by Mr. Cease and the Tower Lord. Even at night, I have novels to read which are far more interesting than the night novels that have spread from the Eastern Kingdoms. I must work hard now. Then I will seek out Lord Lisite tomorrow to ask about architectural questions. I want to personally engrave inscriptions for the Star Observation Tower. The next day, Stella lay in the bath sipping hot milk, feeling so comfortable that she almost fainted. In the study, Lisite looked at Stella, who had just come out of the bath, her dark circles evident. Did you not sleep last night? I read the architecture book written by Aisha, but am unsure if I'm on the right track. I have some questions I would like to ask you. Lisite looked at Stella's panel, which indeed showed an increase in Architecture Apprentice 210. You have great talent. You have already become an architecture apprentice. Really? Stella propped herself up on the table, leaning towards Lisite, a hint of red on her cheeks. Brushing aside her golden hair, Lisite nodded. Indeed, your direction is correct. Well, I have some questions I would like to ask you. Although teaching the elf Hansen is very tempting, he had other matters to attend to today. He was set to visit a neighbor. Stella, theory is always just theory. Only through practice can true knowledge be gained. Only by experiencing the construction site firsthand can one truly understand what architecture is all about. You should go to the construction site. Feel the rough stones and soil of the wasteland against your skin, nourish your spirit with sweat, and carve inscriptions with a hammer to truly progress. I will give you the blueprints for the Star Observation Tower. For the sake of the shelter, and for yourself, strive at the construction site, young girl. By the way, you can ask Aisha about theoretical knowledge, as she is a genius. After finishing, Lisite took a sip of holy water and coughed. If the old habit of working at the construction site had struck again. Beside him, Stella's eyes widened, as if she had been struck in the heart by these words. Theory is always just theory. Only through practice can true knowledge be gained. True progress. Each phrase seemed to resonate with her century-long journey of learning. So that's how it is. Only by leaving the teacher's mage tower did my prophetic abilities achieve a master-level breakthrough. I understand now, Tower Lord. I will work hard. Lee Si-tae casually transmitted the construction method of the Star Observation Tower to Stella. This is no longer the simple construction from the beginning. After completion, Stella can absorb a wealth of knowledge and may even directly become an expert. It seems my method is correct. The textbook needs to be compiled quickly. I wonder if Tony can recruit professionals from various industries for me. After sending Stella away, Lee Si-tae rode his warhorse, accompanied by Harper and Wolf-tae, heading towards the Hamilton family's location. 3 archery masters are more than enough to deal with a griffin. Moreover, Lee Si-tae is also a master of architecture. When he unleashes his full power, it cannot be underestimated, and even if the griffin comes close, there is no need to worry. Sylvia walked towards the demi-human settlement according to the discussions with Lee Si-tae. Aisha continued to compile the textbooks. After the group left, the shelter continued to develop as usual. 3 hours later, following a river, the 3 arrived at a shelter surrounded by stone walls. Don't approach yet, the griffin hasn't appeared. Lee Si-tae dismounted and rested in the shade of a tree on a hillside. This is truly a good place with mountains and water. The safety factor is also quite high. Lee Si-tae's vision is now very good, allowing him to see details of the shelter. There are 8 people patrolling the city walls, more than 30 slaves, and some demi-human slaves are working with chains on them. Their strength is not weak, Lee Si-tae remarked. A shelter of this strength can rank among the top. Harper looked at the demi-human slaves with some sympathy. Beside him, Wolf-tae was nervous and fidgety for the first time accompanying Lee Si-tae on an outing. Lord Harper was surprisingly calm. After all, this is the Tower Lord. In the morning, Stella said that the griffin would appear around noon. It should be soon. The 3 did not wait long. A shadow appeared in the distant sky, followed by an angry roar that echoed through the heavens. The patrolling soldiers on the city walls all hurriedly looked up. They had never seen a magical beast attacking a shelter during the day. Moreover, what kind of magical beast is that? The griffin began to dive toward the ground, its speed gradually increasing, soon transforming into a golden streak. Boom! A newly initiated arrow tower was directly shattered by this attack, unable to continue its assault. One of the 5 arrow towers was destroyed in a single blow. Everyone became flustered, with only a few soft arrows being shot out, occasionally failing to even touch the griffin's shadow. In the stone house at the center, a bearded young man emerged loudly, directing those around him. Harper picked up the composite bow. After consuming honey that enhanced strength, the overall poundage of the shelter's composite bow significantly increased. Now Lee Si-tae can easily draw back the composite bow with an initial force of 120 pounds. Once drawn, it does not require much strength to maintain. Harper's bow has an initial force of 150 pounds, while Wolf-tae's is slightly smaller at 130 pounds. This is just the force required to draw it back. The shooting power can reach 220,300 pounds, a nearly doubling. Plus, with the recent constant mining, the armor-piercing arrowheads crafted from the falling star furnace occasionally appear with enhanced quality. They can definitely penetrate the griffin's outer skin. Especially with Harper and Wolf-tae's master ability of piercing, their power far exceeds that of a sniping arrow tower. Shall we take action, my lord? Lee Si-tae shook his head. Wait a bit longer. 3 figures crouched in concealment on the hillside, watching the griffin wreak havoc within the sanctuary. The remaining 3 watchtowers activated coordinated defense. The sniper tower landed a precise strike on the griffin, igniting its feathers in flames. Screech! In enraged, the griffin smashed through a section of the wall and dashed to the water's edge to douse the fire clinging to its plumage. And kill it! Kill it! Now! Stung by the assault, the griffin suddenly surged skyward, wreathed in an azure radiance reminiscent of Stella's sorcery. Arrows fired by the watchtowers shattered against that shimmering blue barrier. It has awakened its bloodline magic, a power that only manifests during maturity. Harper spoke calmly. Screech! What absurd noise! Lister remained lost in thought. Should they wait for the griffin to demolish the sanctuary entirely, then intervene? Such a strategy would allow them not only to capture the griffin, but also claim the Crystal Spire and gain an additional sanctuary. It was not implausible. Yet the greatest risk lay in the griffin's flight. It might flee rather than fight to the death. Indeed, the griffin was already weary, its stamina sapped by prolonged injury and hunger. Its gaze drifted toward the pasture at the periphery, where 2 camels and several sheep grazed. Now, the griffin dove talons piercing a sheep's chest and abdomen, then vaulted upward, preparing to escape. At that instant, an arrow, indistinct in shape, shattered the air, traversing over 300 meters in a heartbeat to strike the wound on the griffin's wing with uncanny precision. Screech! Pain wrenched the griffin downward mid-flight. 3 warhorses thundered in from the distance. Harper drew his compound bow taut, aimed, released. The arrow, devastatingly penetrating, struck the griffin just as it stabilized midair, piercing its wing anew. A cascade of feathers scattered into the wind as the beast, enduring agony, strained upward once more. Our reinforcements arriving. In, an archer. No ordinary one, but a master-level marksman. In, thank the heavens. We're saved. In, Victor Hamilton exhaled in relief and resumed directing the sniper tower's barrage against the Griffin. The Griffin had now soared beyond the city walls. Yet arrows pursued relentlessly, each deliberately avoiding fatal zones and targeting only its wings. Its fury began to ebb, replaced by raw primal fear. In these arrows, in fragments of hazy memory surfaced, towering ramparts loomed before its eyes. The very same assault that had grievously wounded it long ago. I must flee. And the three warhorses galloped ever closer. In wound upon wound bloomed across the Griffin's wings. Its flight grew lower, shakier, until at last it crashed heavily onto the earth. The trio approached, and the Griffin's eyes blazed with fury as it bared its razor-sharp beak toward Lister, emitting a guttural, threatening cry. Screech. And, darling, your screeching sounds like coquettish whining. Lister dismounted smoothly. And the Griffin narrowed its eyes, still silent, watchful. At last, as Lister drew near, the Griffin lunged violently. And enough of that. And spear-like stone spikes erupted from the ground, halting its charge and encircling it completely, immobilized. The Griffin, having coiled itself for a powerful lunge, slammed headlong into a stone pillar, dazed and reeling. Name unknown, race Griffin, talent wind affinity epic and loyalty 0 in status, dark corruption dormant, pain, a hunger, a fury dazed in, an epic tier talent, wind affinity as expected. Lister rubbed his temples. How exactly was he to transport this creature? He'd forgotten the carriage entirely. In screech. And the Griffin continued its plaintive cries. From afar, Victor Hamilton arrived with a contingent of soldiers. In, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Might we ask your name? Victor inquired. I am Lister Tower, lord of the neighboring settlement. Merely passing by when I saw the Griffin assaulting your sanctuary. In, Lord Lister. We've long heard of your valor in the city-state defense campaign. Victor Hamilton glanced at the Griffin, his gaze flickering with something unreadable. In, might I inquire, Lord Lister, how you intend to handle this beast? To be frank, I find it fascinating. I plan to transport it back to my sanctuary for taming and study. And as if comprehending his words, the Griffin let out another series of mournful cries. This is a perilous magical beast, one that at full maturity attains the strength of a fourth-tier monster. Extremely dangerous. No need for concern. It's none of your affair. And Victor fell silent for a moment, then eased his mount backward 2 paces. And Lister's brow furrowed. From beginning to end, Victor had never dismounted, not even to offer a token of thanks, only revealing veiled hostility. Lord Lister, this Griffin inflicted catastrophic damage upon my sanctuary. Our forces bore the brunt of subduing it. While we sincerely thank you for your aid, might we respectfully request custody of the beast? Harper and Wolf had already gripped their longbows. And Lister smiled, a genuine, incensed smile. In what utter foolishness, to dare wrestle such a prize from his grasp. Had he truly failed to witness the sheer mastery Lister had just displayed? In whence came such audacity? In from the dozen or so slaves trailing behind him. Truly fools exist in every world. And what if I refuse? And Lister turned fully to face him. Well, Victor Hamilton sensed Harper's and Wolf's oppressive aura, and recalled vividly those unerring arrows striking the Griffin one after another. Victor felt a chill of dread. 2 leather-armored warriors eager to impress their lord stepped forward, whip, and almost simultaneously 2 arrows pierced their skulls. No one reacted. Only the shrill whistle of fletching cleaving the air registered. 2 corpses crumpled to the ground. Lister advanced a single step. Every soldier instinctively retreated too. Don't move. Victor froze paralyzed as Lister strode forward and lightly slapped his cheek. Fine beard. You should thank the Tower Lords of the Waste for the city-state's protection, otherwise you'd already be dead. Prepare me the largest carriage as your tribute. Victor staggered backward, knees buckling as he collapsed to the earth, rigidly nodding. Quick, fetch the carriage at once. Lister turned toward the Griffin. The screeching creature now lay spent upon the ground. Just now, you seem to understand my words. Lister knelt beside its massive head. Fear not, I won't kill you. I'll lift your curse and feed you well. So, will you let me ride you? Lister grinned, unabashedly, almost rapturously. The Griffin shuddered. Will you? Or won't you? He withdrew the holy water he'd brought that morning, and poured it over the Griffin's brow. Instantly the invisible curse coalesced into black mist, and dissipated. The Griffin felt its body grow lighter, its strength returning in slow, steady waves. Escape. No, futile. Harper remarked, height-ear magical beasts possess profound intelligence. They can comprehend human intent. Lister extended his hand. The Griffin did not resist. only recoiled slightly, still wary, but its hostility had softened, receding like tide from shore. Let's prepare to transport it back first. Taming will certainly not happen overnight. Best to wait for the horn of submission. We'll lock it up for a few days first to wear down its defiance. The carriage passed swiftly. Victor Hamilton remained rooted in place, pinned under Harper's unblinking gaze, too terrified to stir. Lister sighed, faintly exasperated. To slay a Tower Lord and seize his crystal tower without cause is forbidden by all city-states, and such an act brands the perpetrator as an enemy to every neighboring realm, unless the attack party has formally declared war. This arrangement minimizes infighting among Tower Lords, allowing them to better repel monstrous beasts and sustain resource production. Moreover, fools are often ground beneath the heels of worse men. Lister had kept Victor Hamilton alive for a purpose. The nearby half-breed settlement simmered with unspent fury, and the Hamilton clan made a perfect target. The Griffin had already demolished most of his sanctuary, left to die. Without intervention, he likely wouldn't survive long. Using his master-tier ability, Lister lifted the Griffin onto the carriage, along with the sheep it had seized. This was hunted by my own child. I'll certainly bring it home. The group turned and began their journey back. Only after the party vanished beyond the horizon of Huanyuan did Hamilton and his men dare loosen their stiff, rust-ridden necks. Damn it all. Useless wretches, you just stood there while he humiliated me, your master. Worthless trash. The sanctuary has suffered grievous loss. Get to work, all of you. And for the next month, rations shall be reduced to 1 meal per day. Get out. All of you out. The crowd dispersed. Victor Hamilton staggered forward on trembling legs toward his collapsed stone hut. How about Whimperbeast? Lister asked, riding astride his warhorse beside the Griffin. Intimidated by the Griffin's overwhelming aura, the warhorses grew restless. Yet they were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened not only against men, but also against countless monstrous beasts. The Griffin snorted fiercely in protest. Very well, let's reconsider. Sphinx sounds impressive, but personally I dislike that name. What shall we do with it, Lord Lister? Harper and Wolfert, sensing Lister's unusually light mood, began bantering freely. We wait, then tame it with the horn of submission. This creature shall become one of my greatest lieutenants. Truly, can such a beast even be tamed? Wolfert flinched when he glanced at the Griffin. His instincts shrieked alarm, overwhelmed by the raw primal scent emanating from the creature. Of course, it shall stand beside Mog the Earth Dragon as our sworn companion. Griffins surpass Earth Dragons in might. Fully grown, they are classified as 5th-tier beasts capable of wielding magic. A marvel, Harper murmured, awestruck. My lord truly commands the impossible. Huh. Now let's see how Sylvia fares. We still have much to accomplish today. Half-breed settlement. Sylvia had barely appeared at the perimeter before a canine half-breed stepped forward to block her path. Hart, the same guide who had escorted her before. You shouldn't have returned. Were it not for the priestess's decree forbidding any harm to you, many would have acted upon their rage. I must speak with your priestess. Follow me. Under dozens of watchful eyes, the two made their way into a treehouse woven from gnarled, desiccated branches. Petite Bianca sat at the table, still sheltered under Maya's vigilant protection, studying characters inked onto thick parchment. You ought to rest for a while, Bianca. I'm fine. Could you fetch the inkwell from over there, Maya? Once this is finished, you will sleep. No exceptions. Priestess Sylvia has arrived. At the name, Bianca sprang upright from her chair. Sylvia, you've returned. Do you bring good news? Sylvia stepped inside and said, I serve a Tower Lord who wishes to trade food with your settlement. But he fears that even if you receive the provisions, many among you may refuse to eat them, driven by deep-seated resentment. Bianca nodded slowly, lost in thought. Her mind dulled by exhaustion and chronic fatigue, her expression tightening with quiet frustration. Seizing the moment, Sylvia added, the Tower Lord has proposed a solution. What solution? Bianca's eyes lit up with sudden hope. We shall stage a deception. You dispatch a small group, only those you trust absolutely, to raid for the food. Let them return bearing it as spoils of conquest. Naturally, the Tower Lord requires payment in advance. Maya's eyes widened. Payment first. What if you take our coin and vanish? You misunderstand. The request originates from you, Sylvia replied coolly. Hey you. Maya. Bianca silenced Maya and said firmly, indeed, it is we who seek aid. We agree to pay up front. Please tell us the precise method. Choose a location. We deliver the grain there. Your raiders arrive, seize it, and we flee. That is all. Agreed. Bianca withdrew a rose quartz crystal from a drawer beneath the table. The grain does not warrant such a sum. Sylvia had researched grain prices thoroughly. Even at steep premiums, rose quartz far exceeded market value. I know. This is my pledge of goodwill. May your Tower Lord honor his word. For sustained partnership, I shall offer more rose quartz. Sylvia fell silent. Bianca was no naive child. Though her methods were unrefined, the proposal was shrewd. Indeed, the sight of rose quartz alone would bind every soul present to long-term cooperation, not betrayal. Also, Sylvia, I wish to meet the Tower Lord you serve. Your devotion speaks volumes. He must treat half-breeds with uncommon kindness, surely. A gentle smile touched Sylvia's lips. Yes, he is strangely so. Tender, generous. His gaze holds no trace of revulsion when he looks upon us. He saved me. Now I am even more eager to meet him. Bianca turned and unfurled a map. There is a secluded stone valley. I'll send a 10-person team at dusk tomorrow. Understood. Sylvia departed. Maya paced anxiously. Are you certain? This deal cannot stay hidden from everyone. I am well aware. Bianca seemed to hold her breath, constantly heart suspended in perpetual tension. I also know they've already plotted their next move. Not content with ambushing caravans, they now plan to assault the sanctuary, seeking to liberate their kin. That would provoke brutal retaliation from the city-states. We've gathered this fragile unity with such difficulty. Who dares stir chaos? I'll teach them a lesson. It's futile. Bianca sighed. Leave them be. Tomorrow you lead the raid. Ensure the food is secure. There's no need to worry about my safety. As long as the secret of the divine artifact remains undisclosed, they won't lay a hand on me, Bianca said. Maya gritted her teeth in frustration. They'll do as you say. Sylvia, having barely left the treehouse, twitched her ears to ensure she could no longer hear their voices, then quickened her pace and departed. Back at the sanctuary, Lister watched the construction site with keen interest. Stella had shed her ornate elven robes for Aisha's simple attire. Perched on the scaffolding, she swung her arms wide, hammering at the stone blocks intended for the observatory, pounding out patterns with rhythmic clangs. What a youthful and fervent sight. Fia emerged from the hive, casting a disdainful look at Lister. You're just indulging your own twisted whims, you heartless boss. How can you say that? Practice is undeniably the swiftest path to progress. Didn't you yourself attain mastery only after toiling for days on the land of my sanctuary? Don't forget your roots, halfling. So you remember I'm a halfling. Why didn't you say that when you had me single-handedly breaking ground? Don't talk nonsense. I worked the fields alongside you. Ahem. Aisha approached. My lord, I've nearly finished compiling the language textbook. I've included every character I can recall, complete with example sentences. Excellent, let me see it. Aisha handed over the book. Lister flipped through the pages one by one. Seeing this, Fia refrained from causing trouble and instead walked over to Harper, boasting, my honey fruit wine will be ready in a few days. We must drink until we're utterly intoxicated. Wine, you say? You must include this old man too. Seth sat up from his recliner. There's enough. You must give me your opinions on it. Ought to think I'd taste fine fruit wine again in this wasteland. It's truly nostalgic, reminding me of my days studying the sword in the Eastern Kingdom. Seth drifted into memory. I was barely 10 back then. My master found me too rambunctious, so he discovered that feeding me sweet drinks brewed from fruit would calm me down. Lister, is this right? He stopped listening to their idle chatter. Lister realized Aisha had perfectly realized his vision. This book was flawless. Studying it would enable anyone to master the written language within months. Once the myriad volumes library was built, boosting their spiritual power, learning efficiency would skyrocket. Their sanctuary also had the blessed hive to enhance mental faculties. If someone still couldn't learn under these conditions, they were truly an incorrigible blockhead, fit only for honest labor on the construction site or in battle. Have you finished the personnel statistics form? It's done. Aisha lifted her chin proudly. Your method is truly astonishing. This thing called a table is incredibly clear. Name, age, literacy, previous occupations. Everything is laid out at a glance. Then let's begin the census tonight. Identify those who can read to serve as the first teachers and gather everyone after dark for lessons. How long should the lessons last? Lister pondered for a moment before replying. Assess them once a week. You'll set the exams and track their progress. Those who pass are considered graduated. Only those who graduate from the literacy exam can apply for apprenticeships in various professions. Of course, they can also apply to become teachers and instruct the remaining students. Then we can release a number of Freeman slots. As for how to select them, Aisha volunteered. Tower Lord, I believe we shouldn't grant too many slots. Perhaps an expert-level professional could earn a slot, or those who contribute sufficiently could also obtain one. Those willing to help teach should be rewarded as well. Excellent. Lister was thoroughly pleased. Aisha had already learned to stand on the boss side and motivate the staff. What an exceptional little secretary. From now on, he could delegate tasks to the secretary and indulge in wasteland slang. They'll leave the specific rules to you, Aisha. I trust you. Aisha's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded firmly. I will devise rules that satisfy you. Was the scientific prodigy talent being underutilized? Lister felt that Aisha's work was exactly what the sanctuary needed most, a perfect allocation of resources. To reward her, he decided to copy some more of his novel today. Just as he was thinking this, Sylvia entered through the city gate and reported the results of today's conversation and the intelligence she had gathered. Prepare the food for tomorrow and deliver it to the location she specified. Nightfall. The Arrow Towers continued their tireless harvest of the frenzied magical beast's lives. Lister deeply regretted his decision. When designing the castle, he had placed bathrooms on both the first and second floors with heated water from the sacred spring channeled through stone pipes into the baths. At this moment, he had to acknowledge the wisdom of certain islanders. Bathrooms should not be separated. He should have built a single large bath on the first floor with men and women separated on either side by a partition of bamboo or other with leaving tantalizing gaps in between. That way, while relaxing in the bath, one could hear the pleasant chatter from the other side, adding a touch of romance. He'll renovate the bathroom later under the pretense of expansion. Downstairs, Sylvia and Aisha sat side by side, soaking in the nourishing waters of the sacred spring. Beside them was a dazed Stella, exhausted from her labor, who only felt better after drinking the sacred water. Harper was outside the water washing Perro's filthy fur. Fia was in the shallow end. I never thought the Lord would actually capture a griffin. A griffin? I've only heard the elders in the settlement speak of them, Harper said. When I saw it on the city wall, I was terrified. In the Tower Lord's eyes, it seems to have already become his mount. Haha, the Tower Lord can be quite childish sometimes. Aisha seemed troubled. She said, I can't keep up with the Tower Lord's thinking. Why didn't he just give the sacred water to the beast men in the settlement? They would have pledged loyalty to him too, wouldn't they, eh? Harper restrained the restless Perro and said, not all beast men are as kind-hearted as you, Aisha. Many of them have lost parents, friends, or children to human hands. But the Tower Lord didn't do those things. Fia interjected, they won't care about that. I've met many beast men. Hatred is the sole purpose of their survival. They despise all humans. Exactly. This isn't something that can be changed overnight. Bringing them to the sanctuary would only add unnecessary risks. Sylvia also looked concerned. I understand, Aisha nodded. Sylvia added, Bianca expressed a strong desire to meet the Tower Lord. Fia snorted coldly. That young lady is no match for that old fox Lister. She'll probably be charmed into joining us. Load all the grain onto the cart. Leave 2 men to accompany me, Sylvia directed. Harper stepped forward. They'll go with you. There might be danger. After bathing together, they had all grown more. All right, Sylvia said with a smile. Lister, meanwhile, was practicing swordsmanship with Seth. Bianca said she wants to meet me. This might be a good opportunity, but now is not the ideal time. Seth remarked, you are truly a prodigy seen once in a century. I reckon in a year or 2 your swordsmanship will surpass my own. You flatter me. Least sheathed his sword and stood still. Seth continued, with the aid of the holy water I feel as though my body has shed a decade. Those old lingering injuries have miraculously healed. It's utterly unbelievable. Haha, then I must congratulate you. Seth said, I have been of little help, always eating and drinking at your expense. It leaves me somewhat. Please do not say that. You are my swordsmanship master. Besides, my appetite has been spoiled by you. If you were to leave, I would surely grow thin. Ha! Seth laughed heartily. Then he lowered his head. I have a request to make of you. Pray speak. In my youth I was saved by a demi-human. I have always respected your attitude toward them. Thus I implore you to refrain from excessive slaughter of the nearby demi-human settlements. Least shook his head. Sacrifices are inevitable. I require stable development. But I have never been fond of killing. I can only promise you that I will strive to avoid harm to the innocent. That is enough. Seth Finch knelt on one knee. I was but a disillusioned old man seeking a quiet place to spend my twilight years. Yet in these few days alone I have glimpsed a hope. I have seen a force capable of reshaping this world, and its source lies within you, Tower Master Least. I wish to see what your sanctuary will become, to witness a history where blood feuds need not be eternal, and to behold the future of this wasteland. To that end I offer my loyalty and my meager strength. I hope you will accept. Least fell silent. He had always advanced methodically, disdaining the world's systems, abhorring discrimination and persecution, and disliking oppression and slaughter. But he had never seen so far the future of the wasteland. I shall try, Mr. Seth Finch. I accept your fealty. Seth smiled. Least helped him to his feet. Seth said, I overheard your conversation with Miss Sylvia. Where do you think the demi-human settlement will strike? Likely the Hamilton family's sanctuary. It holds many demi-human slaves bound by chains for heavy labor, along with ample crops and livestock. Victor Hamilton is a fool. Let them clash. It may prove beneficial for our cooperation with the demi-human settlement. Who do you think will prevail? A few days ago Hamilton might have held, but the Griffin destroyed his walls and watchtowers. If you require it, I will go to Hamilton's sanctuary to help him repel the demi-human attack. Seth, well-versed in war and conflict, could roughly guess Lee's thoughts. If both sides are crippled and the demi-humans gain no food, that would be the best outcome for us. You feel compassion and wish to let the demi-humans act, But if they succeed in rescuing their kin and securing food, they will only grow more frenzied, drawing more demi-humans into the cycle of vengeance. You are reluctant to act. Let me be your sword. Lys drew a deep breath. Seth saw further than he had imagined, reminding him that his stance on the demi-human settlement could not be ambiguous. You were unwilling to harm demi-humans. For the future of the wasteland and the demi-humans, I am willing to bear this bloodshed. My consent. A crude caravan of camels and warhorses trudged across the wasteland. Is there truly a merchant convoy here? Maya said coldly, spare me the chatter. I say there is, so there is. When we get there, just rob them and be done with it. No meddling. Understood, Lady Maya. The group arrived at a rocky valley and indeed spotted 2 camel carts laden with burlap sacks guarded by only 2 people. Is that a? It's real. The scent of grain. No mistake. Charge. Charge. Tonight we'll have porridge. The mob surged forward like demons. The 2 guards immediately turned and fled. Maya gathered near the camels, surveying her surroundings. A dog demi-human slashed several gashes into a sack with a dagger. Seeing wheat and beans spill out, he swallowed several times in excitement. Wonderful. My daughter won't go hungry. Wonderful. Lady Maya, you're truly miraculous to have obtained such intelligence. Several were lost in their elation, utterly oblivious to the scent of 2 other demi-humans nearby. The group returned to the settlement, drawing cheers from the crowd. Under Bianca's direction, each demi-human received a small sack of grain, enough to cook into porridge and sustain them for 4 or 5 days. Still too little, but sufficient for emergencies. Bianca breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't break his word, or I'd have made them pay. Today is Radiance Day. 21 have left the settlement, led by Benjamin, heading for the Hamilton Sanctuary. They likely intend to ambush Victor Hamilton en route to the city-state, then storm the sanctuary. Bianca said. Maya grew anxious. Should I stop them? Bianca shook her head. I cannot hinder them, nor will I aid. By the way, Maya, contact Sylvia. Arrange another meeting in a couple of days. I hope for more food. Benjamin and his band of demi-humans crouched on the same slope where Lys had once stood. This is surely the will of the gods. The accursed Hamilton's wall has a gaping hole, and several watchtowers are damaged. This is a golden opportunity. We need not wait for that old wretch Victor to leave. We can attack directly. Listen to me, evade the watchtowers, fire, break into the sanctuary, kill Victor Hamilton, cripple the towers, then rescue our kin and seize the grain. Move out. A guard patrolling the wall saw figures charging and instinctively stepped back. Realizing it was not the black-haired tower master who had so unnerved him, he regained his confidence and shouted the alarm. Battle erupted instantly. The demi-humans, with their agile bodies and shields, deflected wave after wave of arrows from the watchtowers, swiftly closing in on the wall and reaching the tower's blind spots. With 3 towers lost, the sanctuary could not inflict heavy casualties on the demi-humans. Once inside the walls, they constantly sought the tower's blind spots, quickly nearing the central stone house. Victor burst from the stone house, sword in hand, glaring furiously at the surrounding demi-humans. Cursed beasts daring to attack my sanctuary. Men, kill them all. Chaos erupted. Guards counterattacked with bows and spears. Over 20 slaves under orders took up arms to face the enemy, while the demi-human slaves cowered in the corners. In the first clash, the demi-humans slaughtered several guards single-handedly. Ordinary guards had never experienced real combat. At most, they stood on the city walls watching the arrow towers shoot down approaching magical beasts. The recent beast tides had filled them with terror. Many comrades had been sent by the Tower Lord as human shields to withstand the beast charges, resulting in numerous deaths. Now the subhumans were even more ferocious than the nocturnal magical beasts. Though powerful, the beasts were mere animals lacking all reason in their frenzied state, easily dealt with by arrow towers. But these subhumans had minds. They knew to dodge the arrow tower's attacks and break through weak points. Their target was clear: Tower Lord Victor Hamilton. The slaves were torn. Damn it. They had signed the strictest slave contract. If the slave owner died, they would kill these beasts. Hearing the guard's words, the subhumans grew even more enraged. Blood splattered continuously as people fell. Victor Hamilton, seeing his men outmatched, turned and fled into the stone house where his wives and children hid in the cellar. Hey, you think hiding underground is safe? Kill him, and this sanctuary is ours. Kill him. Kill all these human slaves too. Whoosh. Thud. The muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground came from behind. Benjamin turned to see a human clad in a linen cloak, hood covering his face, wielding a rusty longsword picked up from the ground. He used no flashy techniques, only swinging the sword again and again. The subhumans tormenting the human slaves were all swiftly cut down. You? Who are you? I advise you not to meddle. The Tower Lord was right. Some rotten flesh must be cut away for the whole body to heal. A slightly aged voice spoke. Benjamin's hair stood on end. Charge. Kill him. A group of subhumans rushed forward. Seth swung his sword continuously. These ordinary subhuman warriors were no match for him, falling like wheat before a scythe. What do you want? Take this sanctuary. Just leave us some food. Benjamin retreated step by step, sending others forward while retreating yourself. Subhuman leader. Seth's gaze held a hint of pity. Damn it, who are you? Everyone, retreat. Benjamin shouted, leading the remaining 5 toward the other side of the wall. Seth threw the long sword to the ground, his robe bore not a single bloodstain. Come out, Tower Lord Victor. The subhumans have left. After some rustling, the stone house door opened, and the Hamilton family emerged, staring in horror at the surrounding chaos. Victor clenched his teeth. Thank you for saving my sanctuary, sir. Could you please stay and protect us until I recruit new men? Seth sighed. Truly a fool. Without answering, he turned and left. Not long after, in the subhuman settlement, several people stumbled back in disgrace. As soon as Benjamin arrived, he sensed something wrong. Was the atmosphere somewhat lighter than before? Everyone wore smiles. Benjamin, how did it go? Why are only these few back? An elder asked. Damn it, we ran into a human expert. We were no match. The elder sighed. But it's fine. Today the priestess sent people to seize some food. Hearing this, Benjamin's expression turned complex as he glanced toward the wooden hut and walked to a corner of the settlement. What happened? A boy approached. Maya took a few people out and came back with 2 carts of food. Boss, look, I got a bag too. Enough for days. Useless. Happy over some scraps. But this food was also seized, so it doesn't conflict with, and you believe her. His unease grew. Benjamin tended his wounds and went to the river to drink some water. Night gradually fell. Benjamin arrived at the edge of the settlement. The slimes and goblins still tirelessly approached the sanctuary, only to be pinned by arrow towers and devoured by the wasteland. Boss, that woman Bianca has gained a lot of approval again. Should our operation? Benjamin felt a heavy gloom. This mission was supposed to be his best chance to establish authority. Whether success or failure, it would stir the settlement's subhumans to join him in taking the sanctuary. But the food Bianca brought had quelled most people's anger. Once fed, they became content with the status quo. And he had returned in defeat, empty-handed. Who would trust or follow him now? The scene fell silent. Suddenly, he heard shouts in the distance. Monster! A new monster! Help! The arrow towers can't kill it. Help! Benjamin sprinted toward the commotion. Gradually, he saw subhumans lying in pools of blood, spreading flames, and a dark figure swinging a sword nearby. The memory of daytime flooded his mind. He stepped back, sending others forward while retreating yourself. Damn it! Benjamin drew his long sword, his heartbeat racing. Before him was a humanoid creature in gray armor. No, not a creature, just a suit of armor. Black flames flickered from the helmet as if driving the boat's soul. This was definitely a demon one never seen. Subhumans fell one by one before Benjamin's eyes. Benjamin, boss, get out of here. Quick. The sounds around him seemed to fade. In his ears, only the swordsman's disappointed voice from that day remained. I don't always run. The swordsman's swinging motions replayed in his mind. So, that was a sword master. Benjamin gripped his sword with both hands, charging forward steadily. A fiery red glow suddenly enveloped the blade. Clang. The sword struck the armor with a crisp sound, then was deflected. Whoosh. The armored demon turned its long sword, swinging at lightning speed. Benjamin immediately parried, but was sent flying several meters. A third-tier magical beast. He was merely a sword expert. Even with a breakthrough and faint magical power, he couldn't face a third-tier beast alone. Aim for the flame in the helm. Benjamin turned slightly to see Bianca's staff in hand arriving at the front line. Maya had already charged forward. She had no protection. In this chaos, if he acted, he could easily blame the demon. As for Maya, she was just a mercenary who cared only for profit. If Bianca died, she would surely leave. Boom. Maya was knocked back by the armored demon, her greatsword trembling in her hands. The demon charged again. Benjamin closed his eyes, his mind blank. Opening them, the demon was upon him. His body moved before his thoughts. Duck, lean, deflect the attack, press forward, thrust. He drove his flame-imbued longsword into the demon's helmet. The dark fire churned violently, trembling under the searing heat. The black flames writhed and shook intensely as the magical fire disrupted them. Shine. The movements gradually slowed. The light within the helmet of the armored beast dimmed, and the armor pieces lost their connection in an instant, clattering to the ground. Benjamin stood still, not moving. A long sword was thrust into his chest, protruding from his back. His strength drained away rapidly. At last, Benjamin fell to his knees, let out a single laugh, and closed his eyes. The sanctuary. Lister stood atop the city wall, gazing at the several armored beasts appearing in the distance. Tell the folding towers to ease up. I'll use holy water to shoot it. Don't damage it. Lord Tower Master, there's one with a gray-brown armor inside. It seems stronger, likely at the 3rd tier. Elsa shouted. Use holy water. Remove its dark corruption so the wasteland won't devour it after death. Lister felt no fear at the appearance of the new monster, only distress over his scratched armor. Stella flew to the wall with her staff. How could such a beast appear? Use Holy Light enchanted arrows to strike its head, Lord Tower Master. Holy Light enchantment. Lister bound holy water to his arrow, aimed at the strongest armored beast, and shot. The holy water shattered, and the arrow bathed in holy light landed inside the helmet, striking the black flame. The entire beast instantly scattered across the ground. Employing the same method, several armored beasts were reduced to piles of armor fragments by the master archers. The armor quality looks quite good. We'll pick it up tomorrow. Can keep it for ourselves to wear. Lister was in high spirits. After several days, new monsters had finally appeared. Although these creatures might not be easy to deal with, they posed no problem for his group. The mountain sanctuary had Ronan, a master archer, along with holy water, and the earth dragon mob was also no issue. But the surrounding sanctuaries were likely to suffer. The Griffin family only had simple earthworks and stone walls for defense. However, Old Griffin was a magic archer highly effective against armor, so they should manage. The Hamilton family would probably have a rough night tonight. Even if Victor survived, his sanctuary would surely be demolished. As for the demi-human settlement, Sylvia was lurking there. She had mastered shadow magic and carried holy water, allowing her to assist secretly, so it should be fine. The arrow towers resumed operation. The two folding towers wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Stella said, "The intensity of the monsters is continuously increasing. During this period, many sanctuaries will likely be breached by beasts. The city-state should take action, at least by lending some pink crystals to upgrade the surrounding sanctuaries as a whole." Even if the city-state was impoverished, providing a few dozen pink crystals to raise nearby sanctuaries to level 3 or 4 was not a difficult task. Whether the city-state would actually do this, however, was hard to say. What kind of person is Lord Winter? As the ruler of the small city-state nearest to the sanctuary, this lord seemed to have little renown. He is very low-key and never concerns himself with wasteland affairs, like an ordinary noble son simply enjoying his authority. Stella said. But among the other nobles in the city-state, some are more proactive, seemingly vying with Lord Winter for power. Oh, what chaos! Lister sighed. Regardless, as long as his sanctuary was safe, that was fine. The demi-human settlement. Benjamin's death brought grief to some, but the monsters showed no mercy. The third-tier armored beast was dead, but 5 or 6 second-tier beasts still furiously attacked the settlement. Sylvia drew her composite bow, tipped the arrow with a bit of holy water, and took a high vantage point in the settlement, shooting at the armored beasts. She was not a master archer, so her aim was somewhat off, but 4 or 5 arrows sufficed to dispatch the first armored beast. The defensive pressure on the settlement dropped significantly. Sylvia had just noticed the situation on the battlefield and arrived at the front lines too late to join the fight against the third-tier beast. "Thank you, Sylvia. Please go help on the south side. We have things covered here," Maya shouted. Sylvia nodded slightly and vanished into the shadows. The battle lasted for an unknown duration, leaving the entire settlement in shambles. Nearly 1/5 of the demi-humans in the sanctuary had been lost. The arrow towers operated, achieving a fragile balance with the monster onslaught. Demi-human warriors continuously loosed arrows at the enemy, gripping worn long swords while staring into the pitch-black night. Their nerves were taut like bowstrings until the first light of dawn broke in the distant sky. The monsters began to retreat, and the corpses were swallowed by the wasteland. Maya sat by the river, washing the bloodstains from her body, her comrades, and the monsters. Bianca sat silently beside her, fragile like a candle flame that could be snuffed out at any moment in the wind. Not far away, Benjamin lay quietly, his chest pierced through, still clutching the sword tightly in his hand. Several young demi-humans who had once followed him knelt nearby, heads bowed, unable to utter a word. Bianca watched for a long time, then said softly, "Bury him." Maya was somewhat surprised. He wanted to kill, but last night he saved many lives. Bianca paused, then said, "Hatred won't bring the dead back to life, nor will it help the living live better." Maya opened her mouth, but only sighed in the end. "You're becoming more and more like a priestess." "I always was." Bianca tried to stand and return to the withered wooden hut, but then she couldn't help coughing violently, a trace of black blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Inside her clothes, a chest guard was emitting a faint glow, a broken ancient disc like a fragment of some lost divine artifact. The disc was engraved with intricate patterns, each line resembling a dried-up riverbed, slowly absorbing the magic power within her body. "Bianca." Maya immediately rushed forward. "I'm fine." Bianca took a few deep breaths, and her complexion returned to calm. Sylvia leaned against a tree, equally exhausted. Seeing this, she also stepped forward. Though she didn't know why Bianca was so weak, holy water should surely help. But holy water was an important asset of Lord Lister. Would revealing it directly affect his subsequent plan? Maya spoke up. "After this battle, many level 3 sanctuaries will be crippled. The city-state won't sit idly by. If we continue to let them plunder, we'll soon become a dangerous force in wartime." "I know. You survived tonight, but what about the next beast tide? I can hold on. If you ask me, forget this mess and come east with me. There are many demi-human settlements there, very safe. We can't take everyone. Maya sighed and fell silent. Bianca looked at the bird demi-human by the tree. Sylvia, aren't you worried about the sanctuary of the Tower Master you serve? Sylvia shook her head. Lord Tower Master's sanctuary is impregnable. This level of threat poses no danger to us. Bianca was moved once again by the expression on Sylvia's face. I have never seen a beastman place such trust in a human. That Tower Master must be a fascinating figure. Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Of course. Sylvia described him clumsily while Bianca listened. This time Sylvia's account was far more detailed. Even Maya quieted down, her ears twitching slightly. Sylvia concluded, the Tower Master can easily resolve your crisis provided you offer him sufficient trust. Bianca was silent for a moment, then nodded. Please let me meet your Tower Master, Sylvia. It was Radiant Day. Lister felt that the eve of Radiant Day was always the most restless, inevitably bringing some trouble. Early in the morning, he led his people to collect the armor. Harper stared at the scattered earth-gray armor on the ground, unable to stop his tail from wagging. Master, this material is exceptional, extremely hard, and highly adaptable to magic. If we smelt it down, we might craft equipment far superior to ordinary iron armor. So new monsters really do drop better loot. Lister crouched down, picked up a fragment of chest plate, and felt quite pleased. We could use more of these magical beasts in the future. By the way, the Hamilton family shouldn't have survived the night. Mr. Seth, come with me. As you wish, Tower Master. The two mounted their warhorses, first stopping by the mountain shelter to retrieve the sleeping earth dragon Mog, then galloped toward the Hamilton shelter. Around midday, they saw the ruined walls and a vast number of corpses. Seth shook his head. Entering the walls, even the single remaining crippled watchtower did not fire, a clear sign that the shelter's master had perished. He died a worthy death. Victor Hamilton had indeed played his part well. Crack. Seth spun around sharply. There seems to be someone in the stone house. Lister dismounted and approached with Seth. They saw the entrance to a cellar where two children knelt in silence before a body mauled beyond recognition, their tears seemingly long since dried. They appear to be Victor Hamilton's children. At dawn, the magical beasts found the cellar entrance, and someone helped send them to the city-state. Poor things. Lister turned and walked away, heading toward the Crystal Tower. Indeed, he had his sights set on the Crystal Tower. Before a contract was signed, the tower could be moved. Ordinarily, moving a crystal tower required a great number of pack animals, a massive wagon, and special mechanisms, something only a city-state could manage. But Lister had the Earth Dragon, and he himself was a master of architecture. Activating his master ability, he constructed a simple yet efficient stone roller structure, fastening the front part to the Earth Dragon's body. Let's go, Mog. Head for the shelter. They collected all 5 watchtower cores. Though the scattered weapons in the shelter were outdated, they could still be taken for reforging. The livestock and pack animals were all dead, but their meat could be taken to feed the Earth Dragon and the Griffin. Apart from that, all of Victor's property had vanished. Evidently, he had poured every last blue crystal into the tower last night, upgrading and repairing the watchtowers. Yet it still couldn't hold back the magical beasts. Lister stood atop the Earth Dragon's head, using his master ability to help it transport the goods. Seth, meanwhile, led Victor's 2 children, a son and a daughter, toward the city-state where an orphanage. By afternoon, Lister had arrived at the shelter. Mog was utterly exhausted, recovering only after gulping down 2 barrels of holy water. Lister was also drenched in sweat, having overused his master power. After storing everything, Lister did not rush to activate the Crystal Tower. The wonders in the Wonder Construction Manual often came with peculiar requirements. For instance, the Falling Star Furnace had to be built beside a mineral vein, and the Stargazing Tower required a mountain foundation. There might be wonders in the future that could only be built under unique conditions. This Crystal Tower could be strategically placed to meet those demands, preventing construction from stalling. From the shadows nearby, Sylvia emerged. Tower Master. Sylvia, you're back. How are things in the Beastman settlement? The losses were heavy yesterday, but we held on. Bianca is in a bad state. She seems to carry a device that helped her fend off the dark corruption for the Beastmen. You didn't give her any holy water. No. Sylvia shook her head. It would have been fine to give her some. We can't let our little priestess wear herself out. Sylvia smiled. She wants to meet you. Has she come around? Yes. The leader of the war faction among the Beastmen died in battle last night. Bianca now holds significant sway in the settlement. She likely wants to use this chance to cooperate with you. Stella added, she has no choice. If she continues to let her people raid the trade routes, the city-state will send troops to purge them. The city-state is under immense pressure now and won't tolerate such instability nearby. All right, where does she want to meet? She wants to come to the shelter in person. Fine, then you can receive her. She's welcome. Understood. Sylvia turned and left. Elsa approached. Boss, I've compiled the information on everyone in the shelter. 5 beastmen are literate, so we can start language lessons tonight. Good, keep at it. Lister took a sip of holy water and looked toward the nearby hill. The foundation of the stargazing tower was already laid, its intricate magical patterns gleaming in the twilight. With his knowledge of all architectural principles, Lister could roughly gauge the progress. According to the plan, it would take 24 days to complete, but with Elsa and me helping, we can save at least a week. Now that Stella herself is overseeing the engraving of the inscriptions, the pace has quickened even more. Perhaps it will be finished in just over a week. Lister felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Night fell, and Seth returned. They took up positions on the wall as a few scattered monsters began to appear. By the way, how are the griffins? They're fine. With Jack Griffin, the arcane archer, dealing with the magic-armored soldiers is no problem, Stella said. You seem much more cheerful, Lister remarked to the elf. Over the past few days, Stella had transformed from a gentle, refined lady into a bold and vigorous woman. I've been very happy lately. For the first time, I feel that labor has meaning. Every day's work makes me feel full. Lister glanced at Stella's panel. In just 2 days, she had already reached Architecture Apprentice 810. In another 2 days, she would likely become an expert. Soaking in a bath, snacking at night, and then sleeping. The next day, after training in swordsmanship, Lister once again immersed himself in the noble endeavor of copying books. Until noon, Bianca followed Sylvia to the vicinity of the shelter. She did not bring many people, only Maya, Sylvia, and 2 elderly members of her most trusted settlement. It's just ahead. Sylvia stopped in her tracks. Bianca looked up. From a high vantage point, she saw a shelter standing in the light of the crystal tower on the distant wasteland. She had seen many shelters. Some were dilapidated, some crowded, some filthy, and some filled with oppression and despair. The shelter of the demi-human settlement was no exception. The crystal tower hung like fate over everyone's heads, barely dispelling the night, yet unable to banish hunger, cold, and fear. But the shelter before her was different. Tall city walls neatly surrounded the shelter, arrow towers positioned at key points, and within the glow of the crystal tower were fields, workshops, beautiful flower seas, tidy roads, and some tall, strange, yet beautifully unearthly buildings. A group of demi-humans were diligently constructing these peculiar buildings on the mountainside and flat ground. Bianca spotted a beautiful blonde elf, her hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in light casual attire, wielding a chisel and hammer, deftly carving intricate patterns, stone debris splattering across her face. Everything radiated vigor and prosperity. Merely witnessing it was heartening. Let's go. Sylvia led the way forward. Lister heard Wolftez shout, left his study, and arrived at the city gate. Oh, it's still a little white tiger. Just as he thought this, Lister sensed a vigilant gaze and turned to see the tall Maya standing next to Bianca, a powerful feline demi-human. Let's check the panel. Name: Bianca. Race: feline. Demi-human. Loyalty: 10. Talent: mind purification. Epic. Profession: illusion magic expert. 1820. Status: dark corruption inactive. Extremely tired. Severely weakened. Curious if this continues. Shall be a cat strip. Name: Maya. Race: feline. Demi-human. Loyalty: 0. Talent: giant strength. Epic. Profession: swordsmanship expert. 1220. Status: dark corruption inactive. Tired. Vigilant. Will take Bianca eastward in case of danger. The other 2 elderly demi-humans had no talents, and their professions were quite ordinary. Welcome. Lister raised his hands to express his warmth. Bianca dismounted first. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lister the Tower Master. Let Sylvia show you around. Feel free to explore, and I will host you for lunch later. Much appreciated, Bianca said seriously, her little face stern. Lister smiled, turned, and left to continue his work. Let's go, Priestess Bianca. Sylvia raised her hand to lead the way. The most eye-catching feature of the entire shelter was the statue standing near the city wall. Oh, Bianca simply admired it, focusing more on the demi-humans of the shelter. She saw the construction sites in the distance. Let's go check that out first. The construction site was bustling with activity. Bianca felt a moment of daze. She had come to the shelter of a human tower master. Logically, she should have expected to see the wails of slaves, the whips of overseers, filthy wooden shacks, and demi-humans shackled by iron chains. Yet everything before her was completely different from her imagination. The demi-humans were indeed working hard, and they were doing so with great effort. But they were not wearing shackles, nor were they being whipped, and they did not gaze at the sky with exhausted, numb eyes. They wore uniform, coarse linen garments that, though rough, were all clean. Some were transporting stones, some mixing mud, and others correcting patterns according to blueprints. A female canine demi-human ran by carrying stones. Upon seeing Sylvia, she paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Lady Sylvia. Sylvia nodded. Continue working, don't mind us. Yes. The canine demi-human quickly ran away with the stones. Bianca watched her retreating figure. There was no fear of a slave seeing a master, but rather like an ordinary worker greeting an acquaintance. They wore uniform, coarse linen garments that, though rough, were all clean. Some were transporting stones, some, Sylvia replied. The one just now was Yuna, who builds wonders during the day at the construction site and teaches other slaves to learn writing at night. Tower Master Lister has a contribution system. As long as enough contributions are made, slaves can be freed from their contracts and gain their freedom. Yuna should be among the first batch of demi-humans to gain freedom. Even though the process is long, she is very much looking forward to it. Bianca did not speak immediately. She knew how terrifying a slave contract could be. It was a contract watched over by deities. Once signed, it was almost equivalent to handing over one's life to another. Human Tower Masters had absolute dominion over slaves. Many slaves, even if they died in the mines, would only be regarded as tools that had incurred loss. Yet now Sylvia told her that here slaves could become free individuals once again. Although the requirements might be strict, wasn't that hope? Very few Tower Masters would be willing to cancel slave contracts. After all, why would they release slaves they had paid? Unless Tower Master Lister genuinely believed that demi-humans should be treated like ordinary people. Priestess, an elderly man said in a low voice, perhaps this is just for show for us. Bianca nodded lightly. I will judge for myself. Continuing forward, they looked at the under-construction library of 10,000 scrolls, the beautiful Flower Sea, and at the drunken FIA, who had been snoring on Lister's recliner since early morning. They also saw the bountiful farmland and the statue of the goddess of abundance standing by the field, until they reached the backyard of the shelter currently under development, where they saw griffins caged and Mog basking in the sun nearby. Mog's thick scales gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the hot breath he exhaled made the nearby dust gently swirl. Maya immediately tightened her grip on her great sword. The two elderly men nearly stepped back in shock. Earth Dragon. How could there be an Earth Dragon here? Sylvia calmly replied, no need to be nervous. This is Mog Tower Master Lister's mount. Maya looked at the third-tier Earth Dragon, then at Sylvia. A mount. Sylvia nodded. He also digs for, or at another shelter. Maya fell silent. A third-tier magical beast. If this Earth Dragon were thrown into a demi-human settlement, it would be enough to bring them to ruin. Here it not only became a mount, but also had to work in the mines. Not to mention the even more terrifying griffin by its side. Though still in its juvenile stage, the aura it emitted was even more dreadful than that of the Earth Dragon. Bianca swallowed hard, a massive question arising in her mind. Aren't these magical beasts and the demi-humans going to go mad? Here the people don't even have their own abilities or the aid of artifacts. The Earth Dragon Mog lazily opened one eye upon hearing the sound. The two elderly men instantly tensed up. In the next moment, a small canine hybrid ran past with a small basket of jerky. Moj, time to eat. Moj extended his tongue, curling it around the jerky with a cautious motion, as if afraid to disturb the child. Pello gently patted his nose and said earnestly, eat. Eat slowly, chew. And swallow carefully. Moj emitted a low grunt as if to say, what do you mean chew and swallow carefully? I barely have any gaps between my teeth. Pello nodded in satisfaction. This was how List taught her. Bianca watched this scene, unable to take her eyes away from it. The scene was absurd. Bianca felt she should be scared and go rescue the child from the jaws of the Earth Dragon, but reason told her there was no need to do so. That child is also a slave. An elderly man couldn't help but ask. Sylvia looked at Pello and smiled. Is it Pello? She is the child of Lord Harper, and List has freed her from slavery. The Tower Master really likes this child. Bianca felt a bit dazed, as she had seen countless hybrid children mistreated by nobles and Tower Masters, and she had once been one of them. How enviable was the smile on that child's face. Sylvia kept walking with her, explaining continuously. Bianca merely listened in silence. Until List walked out of the castle. Dinner time, friends. Pello darted towards the dining hall from the Earth Dragon. Slow down. Harper returned on horseback from the mountain shelter and swiftly picked Pello up. Ever since this child had eaten the honey that enhanced her physique, she was as agile as a wild dog in the mountains, and no one could catch her. Hee, mama. Wash your hands. Let's go. Sylvia led several people to the dining hall. Seth and List prepared a lavish lunch with fresh meat generously provided by the Hamilton family. List sat at the head of the table, while Bianca approached and sat opposite him. The expression of the small feline hybrid was still dazed until the aroma of the food in front of her caught her attention. Maya could no longer hold back. Why does it smell so good? What dish is this? Seth smiled and replied. This is the lunch personally cooked by Tower Master List, and me. We hope the guests enjoy it. Bianca came back to her senses and looked at the dining table. At the head of the table sat the young Tower Master with black hair, who appeared unpretentious and gentle, seemingly having prepared the meal for them himself. To the left of Tower Master List sat an elderly man who looked sprightly. His imposing aura suggested he was an absolute powerhouse. On the other side was a young avian hybrid who appeared to be only in their teens, bowing their head as if deep. Beside her was the elf who had been sweating on the construction site. She seemed to have taken a bath, her hair still a bit damp, looking very beautiful. There was also a drunken halfling who had been brought over, still a bit dazed. Two canine hybrids sat closer to her, one female accompanied by a small canine hybrid named Pello. Another canine hybrid youth showed no particularly remarkable traits. The halfling spoke first. Boss, my wine is ready. Why didn't you say guests were coming? They'll go fetch some. Fia jumped down from her chair and dashed towards the sea of flowers outside. List did not stop her, but merely watched Bianca. Priestess Bianca, I wonder if you like my sanctuary. Your sanctuary is very beautiful, Tower Master List. I really like it here, especially the hybrids. It seems there is no difference between humans and elves. Everyone eats together. Of course, I love small animals the most. List would not say this. In my view, there should be no discrimination between races. As long as we share common ideals and goals, we are all friends and can even become family. I am glad that Tower Master List thinks this way, but hybrids are born cursed. I wonder how Tower Master List avoids the dangers of hybrids going mad. Bianca spoke a bit nervously. List smiled. Just then, Fia burst through the door. Boss, we agreed to give you a bottle of the best first. List received the honey fruit wine, looking at the amber-clear beverage with great joy. Come, old man Seth Harper, Aisha Sty Pello. Nope. List withdrew his left hand. Tisk stingy. There are still several guests. List pointed to Maya, who was already eagerly waiting. All right, but this is very precious, so you must drink it sparingly. List smiled and added, Fia hasn't sobered up yet, so don't mind what she says. I've never drunk alcohol, Tower Master List, Bianca said. Maya immediately turned her head. Then let me drink it, Bianca. No, I'm already an adult, I can handle it. Bianca convinced herself. List clasped his hand. Bianca, this is not ordinary wine, you must drink it. Bit can answer your questions. Indeed, this wine is brewed with the honey from the blessed beehive and holy water possessing the ability to dispel the dark corruption. Moi. Drink up. List was also curious about the taste of the wine Fia brewed. He opened the bottle cap, and a sweet honey aroma, mixed with floral fragrance, wafted out. Pouring it into a cup, he took a gentle sip, and the wine's flavor filled his mouth, not too strong, like sweet juice with a unique taste. Very good, a very pure fruit wine with a rich honey fragrance. Seth exclaimed, tasting it sip by sip until he quickly finished one cup and refilled it. Maya could no longer hold back. She did not pour it into her cup, but simply tilted her head and drank. Thud, thud, thud. Burp. Just after finishing, Maya's eyes widened on her body. The black corruption seemed to meet a refreshing water source, emitting a sizzling sound and completely dissipating in an instant. This. Maya stood up abruptly, staring at her hands in disbelief. Bianca had just taken a sip and experienced the same change. The two elderly hybrids beside her were similarly affected. One of the elderly men's lips trembled and the wrinkles on his face quivered. The curse has disappeared. It's not suppressing the curse like the holy disc, but completely removing it. The voice of another elderly man trembled with tears. The hybrids in the hall smiled as they watched their antics. They were not much better off than Bianca and the others. What is going on? Tower Master List. Bianca also stood up, her voice trembling as she asked, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She clearly sensed that the dark corruption that had plagued her for over a decade had completely vanished. This meant that List held the key to solve all hybrid curses. This was what she had been searching for all along. This was the hope she had been seeking. Don't be agitated. Listen to me. Les spoke calmly. What you drank was brewed by Fia using holy water. Holy water can purify all abnormal states, including the curses on demi-humans and magical beasts. As long as you drink the holy water, demi-humans can break free from the curse and no longer worry about going berserk at night. As you can see within my sanctuary, neither demi-humans nor magical beasts are affected by the night. Bianca took 2 steps back, pondered for a moment, then knelt on one knee. I beg you, Tower Master Lest, to grant us the holy water and save the demi-humans of the settlement and the children as well. They have suffered their entire lives. I implore you to bring them redemption. Maya and the 2 elders, of course, Les said softly. Bianca looked up, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. There must be some condition. Whatever the condition, even if it meant becoming a slave, as long as it could lift the curse from the settlement's demi-humans, she would do anything. Bianca looked calmly at Lest. Relax, I'm not a bad guy. I need a deep cooperation with the demi-human settlement. You must become my subordinate and follow my orders. Your demi-humans need to come here unpaid to help build the structures within the sanctuary. In return, I will provide you with access to purchase food and enough holy water to break the curse. The prerequisite is that you must order all demi-humans to keep this information secret and not leak it. What do you say? Bianca looked up in disbelief. Only these conditions, she asked, her voice. You can also make requests if you have any. We can discuss them. If our people come here, will they become slaves, Bianca asked. The 2 elders looked at Les simultaneously, and Maya clenched her fists. This was their greatest concern. No, they will still be your subordinates. They will just come to work for me. They'll provide meals and accommodation. Les said, of course, if they want to join our sanctuary, they can. I will set up an assessment. Those who pass can join and sign a labor contract. I will provide food, housing, and wages. Maya swallowed hard. What is the assessment content? Elsa has a detailed assessment system. You can ask her about it. For talents like you, the treatment will be much better. Bianca looked into Les' eyes as if trying to find hidden lies within those dark irises, but those eyes were excessively pure and mysterious. I agree. Bianca bowed her head. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. The people of the settlement will also willingly serve you. You will be the savior of the settlement. We will be your most loyal subordinates. All right, you can discuss the detailed terms with Elsa. Les said, let's eat first. The food will get cold if we wait any longer. Bianca slowly moved her body and sat back down at the table, once again lost in a daze, until Maya used a fork to place a piece of tenderloin on her plate. Quick! Bianca, this is delicious. If you don't eat it now, little Perrault will finish it all. Bianca let out a laugh and began to eat as well. After drinking the fruit wine, her extreme exhaustion had greatly subsided, and the delicious food also whetted her appetite. Bianca, how do you suppress the curse on the demi-humans? Les inquired about this matter. Bianca looked up and took out a stone disc from her clothing. I learned illusion magic when I was young, which can control people's minds. This disc amplifies my magical effects, suppressing the curse on the entire settlement. But the consumption is enormous. Maya sighed. Every time she uses it, Bianca has to stay up all night. If this continues a few more times, she will completely collapse. Despite the principle, it was the first time Les had seen the modifier extreme in the status bar. Where did this disc come from? Stella asked. It's from the withered tree in the settlement. There are some ancient items there. I only discovered the effect of this one. Oh, I can't understand the others. Bianca said. I'll go take a look when I have time. Stella was curious about this. After the meal, Bianca finalized the details of the cooperation with Elsa and signed a 20-year contract binding herself completely as Les' employee. Maya was bound under Bianca for a period of 5 years. Les glanced at their status panels. Name: Bianca, race cat, demi-human, loyalty 80, talent mind control, legendary class illusion magic expert, 1820, status energetic, exhausted, excited, dazed. Must immediately tell everyone the good news. Bianca's talent had evolved from the epic mind purification to the legendary mind control. This was the second case of talent evolution after Elsa. Les was overjoyed. After signing the agreement, Bianca took some holy water and rushed eagerly toward the settlement. Sylvia also followed them. Bianca, Tower Master Les instructed me to tell you not to actively leak the news about the holy water, but you can spread it as a legend to attract demi-humans. Openly publicizing it might invite disaster. I understand. Bianca nodded. I will have them all sign confidentiality contracts. One more thing. Tomorrow, Tower Master Les needs the demi-human settlement to send 40 people to the sanctuary to build a wonder. All right, I will select the 40 strongest youths to come. Divine statue of talent, a broken statue left by the god of fate for mortals. It is said that he pities those born ordinary and is willing to carve a new pattern into the depths of their souls. Every 30 days, you can grant a random talent to one resident. Without a talent, the quality of the talent ranges from common to no higher than epic. Those who already possess a talent cannot receive this blessing again. Requirement: workers 2030, total work hours 30D24D. The next day, a group of demi-humans arrived at the sanctuary, led by Bianca herself. On the side of the castle were the employee dormitories. Each dormitory had 4 double beds, more than enough to accommodate 40 people. After signing the contracts, the demi-humans began their work with curiosity. After returning yesterday, Bianca had announced to them the news that the curse could be lifted. Those who came to work here would receive the first batch of doses. At first they were skeptical, but the 2 highly respected elders who had accompanied Bianca were so emotional they broke down in tears, which eased some of their vigilance. After all, they were provided with food and accommodation, and there were fellow demi-humans. If it was a scam, at least they could eat their fill with these 40 mouths. If it was a trap, they didn't consider themselves easy prey. Thus, the 40 demi-humans filled their stomachs and headed to the construction site. Now the 3 wonders, observatory library of 10,000 volumes, and divine statue of talent were all being worked on at full capacity by 30 people each. Early in the morning, Stella successfully advanced to the title of architecture expert. The construction efficiency of the stargazing tower is no longer a concern. Being Tuesday, it is estimated that it will be completed by next Wednesday. Watching the stargazing tower, she personally participated in gradually improve. Stella felt invigorated every day. However, she occasionally thought that this tower seemed much smaller than she had imagined. That's all right. After all, with such a rapid construction speed, there is no need to pursue how large the tower itself is, as long as it can be completed. Not only in architecture, but Stella's progress as a senior mage also advanced from 420 to 820, and the complex and precise inscriptions on the stargazing tower greatly benefited her. The wasteland seems to have entered a period of calm. It feels as if the beast-tide threats and deaths that occurred a few days ago were all a dream. Within the shelter, the construction of wonders is making visible progress every day. Lister calculated the time. It has been a month since he subdued the Earth Dragon, and the cooldown of the Horn of Submission has finally completed. Lister arrived at the back of the castle. Every day, he would bring some food to the little griffin whose injuries had recovered significantly under the healing of the holy water. Furthermore, the little griffin was no longer as resistant to Lister, and its loyalty had reached around 40. At this rate, it should be possible to subdue it, but it would definitely take a long time. It's time to fully subdue it. Using his master abilities, Lister transported the griffin next to the Horn of Submission and blew the horn. A week later, after circling the area on the griffin, Lister landed on a stone platform resembling a helipad and dismounted. Littling, you did well. Your command of wind attribute magic is becoming more skilled. You can now control the airflow in the air, so it doesn't blow on me anymore. The griffin let out 2 dissatisfied cries protesting its name. Aisha prepared honey water for Lister. Lister took it, drank a couple of sips, and said, "There is a merchant caravan approaching us from the distance." Merchant caravans frequently pass through the wasteland, stopping at cooperating shelters and city-states. Lister's shelter is very close to the city-state, and almost all caravans would bypass the shelter to head directly to the city-state. But this one is heading towards them. It should be Tony returning. Lister's guess was correct. It was indeed. The wheels rolled over the gravel, making a creaking sound. Tony sat on the front beast, looking thinner, but the smile on his face could not be suppressed. Lister understood this smile too well. He had definitely made a fortune. Tony jumped off the beast and quickly walked up to Lister. Master of the tower, this time's harvest was even better than expected. Due to the recent frequent crises, those large city-states and surrounding shelters are very interested in holy water. The goods have been completely sold out. Lister and Tony exchanged smiles, both revealing expressions of cunning merchants. How much did you sell? Tony took out a package from his bosom and carefully opened it. In the next moment, a faint pink glow appeared in everyone's eyes. 12 pink crystals. Lister gasped in surprise. Even though he was financially well off, now seeing 12 pink crystals at once was still quite exciting. The shelter needs 20 pink crystals to continue upgrading, and with these 12 it is much closer to the next upgrade. Moreover, Lister thought of the golden ledger. This time's profits would distribute 20 directly into the treasure basin. Lister glanced at Aisha, and the little avian immediately understood, excitedly rushing towards the room where the treasure basin was located. Soon Aisha came out, her small face unable to conceal her smile. Lister knew it was secured. The golden ledger did not deceive him. Here is the sales invoice for your review. Lister glanced at it. Tony's loyalty had reached 82, making him absolutely trustworthy without any doubt of deceit. Also, Lord Lister, I have recruited 2 professionals for you at Lake Heart City, both of whom are people you need. 2 individuals walked over from the side of the cart. The first was a man in his 30s, tall and thin, with neatly combed hair. His clothes were worn but clean, and he held a thick book in his arms, looking somewhat nervous. The second was an older woman with red hair, carrying an old wooden box filled with scrolls, wooden boards, charcoal pencils, and a few crude teaching slates. Lister took a glance, and a panel appeared. Name Andrew Beck, race human, profession mathematics expert, 1820, talent precise calculation, rare, loyalty 28, status nervous, anxious, high-paying job, dangerous environment, I must survive. Name Matilda, when race human, profession education expert, 1220, talent inspire, rare, loyalty 32, status curious, excited, is there really a school here? Not bad, 2 somewhat niche experts. It's likely that it would be very hard to recruit anyone mainstream to such a remote location. Anyone who is a swordsmanship expert or blacksmith would be eagerly retained by the city-state with high salaries. Professions like mathematics and education are completely disregarded by the city-state. However, these are precisely the talents Lister needs. Tony perfectly fulfilled his requirements. Well done, Tony. Aisha, take the 2 to select their room, settle in first, and we can discuss work in the evening. The mathematician can work with the merchants to manage the accounts of the city-state, requiring strict agreements, while the education expert can help the shelter's slaves and avians master literacy more quickly. Both individuals can immediately integrate into the construction of the shelter. Tony, just collect your commission according to the agreed ratio later. I will not shortchange you. Lister said, this time there are new products for you to sell. What is it? Tony became excited. Although this trip was very dangerous, according to the profit sharing, he had earned a full 300 blue crystals. Previously, 300 blue crystals would require at least a year or 2 of effort. Try this. Lister took out a small bottle filled with blessed honey. Tony took a small spoon, dripped the honey onto the back of his hand, and took a taste. Immediately his breathing quickened. I feel my body becoming stronger and lighter, master of the tower. That's right, this is the effect of the honey. How much do you think it can be sold for? This. Tony, feeling the changes in his body, gradually became incoherent. This is simply a priceless treasure, hundreds of times better than the best potions from the Alchemist Association. If it hits the market, it will definitely cause a massive wave. First, release a few bottles at the noble gatherings. Then sell them at a high price in limited quantities to stir up interest. And then transport them across most of the wasteland to establish a reputation. Master of the Tower, this is undoubtedly the prototype of a commercial empire, as long as you have enough of this honey. Tony finished speaking in one breath, panting heavily. The quantity of honey is sufficient, and your experience in operations surpasses mine. I will entrust. Being captured by the military and taken to the mine, narrowly escaping death, was all for the chance to meet Lord Lister. This is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of my life, and I must seize it. Lord Lister, this time I will expand the merchant team, selecting only my trusted subordinates. One group will operate towards distant city-states, while another will stay nearby to help sell the products from the shelter. Lister nodded. The food and iron ore from the shelter can be sold externally. Tony replied. Andrew Beck can assist in laying out the merchant team at the shelter. We need to meticulously record the costs of goods, transportation losses, escort expenses, the credit of trading partners, and the payment cycle. He excels at this. Our trade routes will increase, necessitating a comprehensive management system. I will consult with Andrew. He is undoubtedly a genius and will bring you surprises. The two engaged in conversation for a long time. Regarding the sales strategies for blessed honey and fruit wine, Lister also provided Tony with many modern marketing insights, making the merchant exclaim in admiration. Blessed honey can definitely be treated as a strategic resource. If managed well, it will become a crucial weapon in Lister's hands. After settling in, Andrew and Matilda joined for dinner and learned about the current situation of the shelter. Upon realizing she would be teaching some subhuman slaves, Matilda showed a hint of hesitation, but quickly accepted the reality. Andrew Beck is a father of two. His wife and children are in Lake Heart City, a very safe and affluent city-state. However, his profession makes it difficult to provide for his family, which is why he came here. Naturally, Lister offered Andrew and Matilda a salary 50 higher than their peers, ensuring their satisfaction. Currently, the lowest salary at the shelter is still that of Aisha. As a dual-career master, Aisha is practically working for Lister without pay according to the initial contract. However, Aisha has long forgotten this matter and is very happy every day watching Lister earn money with even more joy than her own earnings. Aisha is truly the perfect employee. With the gains from the Golden Ledger, they collected a total of 14 pink crystals and 40 blue crystals today. Counting the 5 pink crystals from the city-state defense battle and the 1 pink crystal from trading with the subhuman settlement, Lister's assets have exceeded 20 pink crystals, allowing for the upgrade of the shelter to level 5. However, there is no rush to upgrade. Even if the shelter is upgraded, he does not have many extra blue crystals to upgrade the arrow towers. Completing the upgrade before the blood moon is sufficient. These blue crystals can be used to purchase some useful items for the shelter. After upgrading to level 5 crystal tower, 4 additional crystal cores will become available. Besides the 2 zigzag towers, 2 arrow towers need to be purchased, costing 2 pink crystals. Once the stargazing tower is completed, it will require a substantial investment to purchase internal bookshelves, workbenches, and the expensive magical stones needed to train mages. Stella once mentioned that she could find channels for procurement requiring at least 5 pink crystals. Tony helped Lister collect a number of books, but upon review, Lister found none that could trigger the library of 10,000 volumes. They were merely miscellaneous books recording knowledge and stories, not very valuable, and future acquisitions would require considerable funds. Don't rush to leave. A new spectacle will be completed tomorrow, so you can stay to see it, Lister said to Tony. I will follow your arrangements. That night, a tremor occurred in the wilderness, and a gigantic stone statue rose from the ground in the distance. On the city wall, Lister controlled the zigzag tower to attack the third-tier ordinary magical beast, the stone golem. This phenomenon also started appearing the night before the Radiant Festival. There is a possibility of one appearing every night, and the arrow towers have very weak effects against it, with only penetrating arrows able to inflict some damage. However, the zigzag tower performs quite well, capable of directly penetrating the core in its head and shattering it into dirt. What a terrifying sight, Tony exclaimed. The future wilderness will only become more dangerous. My lord, right now, while running trade, I must reach the city-state before I dare to rest. In the past, when encountering a shelter, we could spend some blue crystals to stay overnight. Now, shelters below level 3 cannot ensure safety, and in fact, there are very few shelters below level 4. Lister also felt the pressure. Things are changing too rapidly. A night passed in silence. The next day, Lister and Aisha joined the final repairs of the stargazing tower, completing the work by midday. Stella was the most excited. Almost all the inscriptions on this stargazing tower were hammered out by her. During this process, she felt a tremendous improvement in both her architectural skills and magical knowledge. Master of the tower, this stargazing tower has been completed. Though it is small, it can be used adequately. Thank you very much for helping me build this. Lister raised his hand. No, no, no. Stella was unaware that the spectacle had one final step before it could be considered complete. And this step is the most crucial, transforming a finely crafted ordinary building into a wonder containing unique power, playing a role in carrying and passing down civilization, which is not something their strength alone can achieve. At least not at this moment. Opening the Wonder Construction Manual, Lister chose to activate it. The tall stargazing tower was instantly enveloped in brilliant starlight. It was clearly noon, yet it felt as if it had become deep night, and the starry sky seemed to descend from the Milky Way, swirling around the stargazing tower. Lister was also somewhat shocked. The size of the stargazing tower expanded by more than double, rising straight into the clouds within this small mountainous area. Stella's mouth fell open in astonishment. Even the previous stargazing tower as a magical tower had already reached a passing level. And now the stargazing tower activated by Lister has completely reached the concept of a wonder. No matter who sees this stargazing tower, they will be immersed in its grand and magnificent sight. This is so beautiful. Stella, as a mage and prophet, understood the magical tower the most. Therefore, she also knew best the beauty and power of this mage tower. Moreover, Stella was involved throughout the entire construction of the stargazing tower. At this moment, the knowledge that Lister had conveyed to her was instantaneously elevated. Those architectural concepts she could not comprehend and the design content she had struggled with all became tangible at this moment. The stargazing tower is an impeccable work of art, with every design representing a perfect combination of beauty and functionality. It itself represents the pinnacle of an artistic style and strength. Let's go inside and take a look, Stella. Lister was immensely satisfied, eager to test the effects of the stargazing tower, an ancient magic tower, its pinnacle inlaid with long-extinguished star fragments that still rotate on their own at night, tracing the paths the gods abandoned in the heavens. When researching magic within the stargazing tower, research speed is increased by 100, a magical perception is enhanced by 100, and it can train one grand mage. Lister's heart leaped with joy. Today was the day he would become a grand mage. But there was no rush for that. He had learned from Stella that a mage's rank was solely determined by their total magical power and the strength of their spell control, not by learning spells out of thin air. Even if he became a mage now, he would have no spells to study. It would depend on whether Stella could procure some grimoires. What mattered now were the tower's effects. Research speed increased by 100. Magical perception enhanced by 100. What would it be like to have both abilities doubled? Lister pushed open the stone door of the stargazing tower carved with constellations. Stella took a deep breath. Lord of the tower, you are truly astonishing. You'll get used to it, Miss Stella, Elsa said with a smile. Nearby, even Harper, who had witnessed the sanctuary's development from the beginning, was lost in the tower's grandeur. Tony was speechless with shock. He had spent a long time wandering the wastelands, visited many large city-states, and even ventured to the wasteland's edge in his youth. Yet even the massive Eastern Kingdom had no mage tower as mysterious and powerful as this. Even if several archmages joined forces, it could never be completed in less than half a century. In the end, the ability Lister, Lord of the Tower, had demonstrated was like a divine power, an incomprehensible force that turned decay into miracles. Taking a deep breath, Tony strode forward. FIA hiccuped and followed along. As soon as he entered the mage tower, Lister felt his spirit invigorated. Invisible things seemed to surround him, like spirits drifting in the air or the lingering scent of flowers and sunlight, bringing comfort. Its magical power. Such strong magical perception, Stella exclaimed. Even the little black coal ball in her collar crawled out, greedily sucking in the surrounding air. Stella continued, and I feel my thoughts have become sharper. Studying magic here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Lister glanced at Stella's status panel. Name Stella. Race Elf. Loyalty 88. Talent Fortune and Misfortune Sensing Legendary. Profession Master Prophet 650. Senior Mage 1820. Architecture Expert 1220. Status Energetic, Amazed, Excited, Jealous of Afra's Old Man. Her mage level was progressing quickly and her architecture skill had directly become expert level. It seemed that 2 wonders were enough to turn a thoughtful person into a master. Stella, if I want to learn magic, what should I do? The elf's face was curious as she examined every detail of the stargazing tower walking up the stairs. Magic is divided into several schools. The ones I know are elemental, illusion, and prophecy magic. Elemental magic covers common elements like water, fire, ice, lightning, and holy light. This type of power drifts in the air and is easy to control. Illusion magic is more complex. Bianca is an example. It relies mainly on mental force to confuse and control others' minds, and can even create hallucinations. Prophecy magic involves observing the stars, sensing magical fluctuations, and relying on certain talents. Lister nodded. Relatively speaking, he preferred the elemental school. After all, who wouldn't enjoy conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it into a beast tide, wiping out a... Stella continued, I know the construction methods for simple elemental magic. If you wish to learn Lord of the Tower, I can write them down for you. But sensing magic requires long practice. No problem, I'll leave it to you. No. Working in this stargazing tower is the best reward for me. Stella looked at the magic tower with even more fervor than when she first saw the bathroom. It was hard to imagine what she'd become if a bathroom were added to the stargazing tower. They arrived at the top-floor observation deck, which offered a panoramic view of the entire sanctuary and was also where magical perception was strongest. Stella gazed at the rows of empty bookshelves, her ambitions soaring. Lord Lister, rest assured, I will diligently study magic here and strive to fill every shelf with grimoires. I look forward to that day. Lister approached the core of the observation deck. A force appeared in his perception. A grand mage. An archmage. Come on. As he channeled the power into his body, Lister's spirit underwent a tremendous transformation. It was as if he had pushed open the door to a second world. Everything around him became clear. The air seemed like a vast dye vat with colorful magical power flowing like thick or thin dyes in water. Lister felt he could reach out and control them. So elemental magic is about controlling this power and shaping it into observable forms in reality. Fire-attributed power can be shaped into flames like fireballs, fire arrows, or walls of fire. Lightning-attributed power can be shaped into lightning chains, and so on. So-called grimoires record the process of guiding and shaping magical power. Lister nodded. He raised his hand and wisps of flame appeared in his palm. As he concentrated, the flame grew larger. He realized that the shaping process was closely tied to one's understanding of the element. For example, to cast a fireball, you had to visualize the burning and coalescing of fire in your mind. Then fire elements would naturally gather into a flame in your palm. This? Stella's eyes widened. Lord of the Tower, you conjured fire. How is that possible? Are you sure you've never studied magic before? Lister gave a mysterious smile. He couldn't exactly say he... Elsa, however, was highly accepting of Lister's peculiarities. She said, don't be surprised. Lord Lister always does what we can't. Stella scratched her head. When she had learned the most basic shaping, it had taken her 3 months of constantly sensing magical power guiding it and visualizing shapes. Yet Lister had simply walked into the mage tower and casually shaped fire. Moreover, to master shaping magic, one must have a certain understanding of various elements and observe all things. I once traveled extensively across the continent, visiting volcanoes and ice fields, observing lightning and storms, which allowed me to swiftly construct various spells. Stella looked at Lister as if he were a monster. Lister chuckled. This is not a talent, Stella. Not a talent. Stella showed a face of disbelief. Yes, it is not talent, but my understanding of the elements. Just like fire, what do you think is the essence of fire? Stella pondered for a moment. It is high temperature. High temperature destroys combustible materials, turning them to ash. Lister nodded. That understanding is correct, but it is still not the essence. The emergence of fire requires combustible materials, oxygen from the air, and sufficient temperature. All three are indispensable. The fire elements in the air can substitute for part of these 3 powers. Going deeper, the initial heat causes the molecules of combustible materials to break apart, producing highly reactive free radicals. These free radicals collide rapidly with molecules, initiating a chain reaction that releases a large amount of heat and light. The new free radicals trigger more molecules, forming a self-sustaining reaction. Not only Stella, but even the usually clever Aisha was left in a daze. Lister did not elaborate further. This knowledge is not difficult. I will organize it over the next period so that you can learn it and better understand elemental reactions, allowing for more effective spellcasting. This? Stella was both shocked and delighted. The content Lister had just mentioned gave her a vague sense of something, but she could not grasp it. Mainly the various unique terms left her feeling bewildered. This knowledge was something her teacher had never covered, and perhaps even her teacher was unaware of it. Lister looked at Aisha and said, Aisha, I hope you too can become a magician. Aisha's eyes widened. Me. Really? Of course. With your abilities, you will surely become a magic master quickly. She possessed the legendary talent of a research prodigy, and failing to study magic would be a tremendous waste. Aisha's heart raced, not because of whether she could become a magician, but because of the trust the Tower Master had in her. I will work hard. Stella smiled as she felt the enhancement of the stargazing tower, somewhat reluctant to leave. I will go to the city to acquire some magic stones to help Aisha and others sense magical power and become mage apprentices. The rose quartz was distributed. Stella went to the city, contacted the Merchant Association, and purchased some magic stones from a distant city, which would take a few days to arrive. Tony also prepared holy water and blessed honey, heading to the city to recruit manpower and get ready to continue on the road. Some powder crystals for upgrading the crystal tower were still needed, which could be gathered when Tony returned. A few days later, within the sanctuary, the construction of the Library of All Books had entered its final stages. Over 40 subordinates under Aisha's command were moving the last batch of stones and polishing the details of the walls. Lister stood by watching this grand building nearing completion while contemplating another matter. During these days, aside from practicing swordsmanship and supervising the construction, he spent almost all his time immersed in his study. Fervently copying books. The classic works he had read in his past life under the enhancement of the blessed hive's spiritual energy became exceptionally vivid in his memory. He was almost transcribing at a rate of 2 to 3 books a day, translating the words in his mind into the language of this world and writing them on papyrus. The Analects, Tao Te Ching, The Art of War, Xiao Yao Yu. Along with those influential Western works, he also selected a few to copy all for the special effect of the Library of All Books. With each masterpiece included, all residents of the sanctuary would receive a 1 increase in spiritual energy. Boss, the last outer wall of the library has been completed. Aisha trotted over, her cheeks dusted with stone powder, her eyes sparkling. Can it be activated now? Lister took a deep breath, opened the Wonder Construction Guide, and found the icon for the Library of All Books. Activate. In an instant, the entire library was enveloped in a soft golden light. From the foundation to the roof, every stone and beam was reshaped and elevated in the glow. The originally 2-story building soared to 4 stories in the light, and the outer walls revealed intricate text reliefs as if the entire library were a colossal tome carved from stone. The stone carvings on the main door slowly changed, revealing 5 strange characters unique to this world. Library of All Books. He pushed open the heavy stone door, and a faint scent of ink wafted over. The first-floor hall was spacious and bright, with a massive long table in the center, surrounded by stone bookshelves that reached the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the dome, falling onto the smooth stone floor. So beautiful. Aisha followed behind, unable to help but cover her mouth. Fia came running over from the sea of flowers, peering inside. Is this the library? It's much larger than I imagined. I feel like sleeping here would be so nice. Why is that? Lister's lips twitched slightly. However, it did seem quite comfortable to sleep here. Letting Matilda give lectures while he slept would definitely be more pleasant. Stelea and Seth also rushed over upon hearing the news. Even Wolf, who was patrolling the walls, couldn't help but turn back repeatedly. Lister did not rush to explore, but turned back to his study, bringing all the manuscripts he had copied over the... It didn't seem like a lot because the paper used was made from the latest technology, lightweight sheets. Otherwise, using cowhide paper would have incurred a significant expense. A total of 23 volumes. Lister placed them one by one on the display shelf on the first floor, silently praying in his heart. It must count. I don't want to have copied for nothing. The first book, an excerpt from the Analects, was placed. The bookshelf glowed slightly, and the manuscript seemed to be drawn by some force, flying into an empty slot, with the cover displaying a gleaming title. Masterpiece, The Analects has been successfully recorded. All residents of the sanctuary receive a 1 increase in spiritual energy. Lister felt a surge of joy. It's useful. He immediately picked up the second book, Tao Te Ching. Similarly, the bookshelf glowed, the manuscript flew in, and the golden title appeared. Masterpiece, Tao Te Ching has been successfully recorded. All residents of the sanctuary receive a 1 increase in spiritual energy. Several people came to help placing all the books Lister had copied onto the bookshelf. Some of these books had already been read by Aisha and Stelea, so they naturally understood the value of these texts. They were light on their feet, afraid of damaging the books. At first, the effect didn't seem very pronounced, but after placing more than 10 books, Lister could already feel his mind becoming significantly clearer. The most direct manifestation was that he perceived the magical power around him much more clearly. Stelea had the same feeling. Tower Master, this. Exactly, every time the Library of All Books records a masterpiece, it enhances our minds. Stelea gasped. A masterpiece? Can anything that the Tower Master casually writes be called a masterpiece? And this kind of enhancement? She could already imagine that now in the stargazing tower her speed of researching magic would be more than double or even triple than before. The enhancement of spiritual energy is not just a simple 112. A 20 increase in spiritual energy constitutes an exponential boost for research. 10,000 volumes library enhancement mental strength 23. This is incredible. He took a deep breath, feeling his mind clearer than ever before. The once blurred memories and ambiguous knowledge were now like a well-organized filing cabinet, categorized and within easy reach. Aisha also noticed the change, her eyes widening. Boss, I feel. My mind has become so clear. Some architectural problems I couldn't solve before suddenly make sense now. Fia touched her head and giggled, hee hee, same here. Stella stood in the center of the library, closing her eyes to sense the surrounding magical fluctuations. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, her voice tinged with disbelief. This library. Its magical field is purer than my teacher's magic tower. Moreover, it seems to have resonated with the stargazing tower. The two buildings are enhancing each other and integrating their effects. Lister also perceived this. In other words, within the 10,000 volumes library, one can also receive the stargazing tower's amplification, doubling research speed and magical perception. So there were synergistic effects between wonders. Matilda 1, from now on, choose a room in the 10,000 volumes library for your lectures. The subhumans learning to read and other subjects will have their lessons here for recitation and memorization. Matilda was already eager. Yes, my lord. With learning here, I'm confident I can have everyone recognize over 1,000 characters in a month. No, 15 days. Lister nodded. On the third day after the library's completion, Bianca arrived at the sanctuary with a new group of subhumans, 30 this time, all having signed labor contracts. Her condition was much better than last time. After drinking the holy water and eating the honey, the weakness that had nearly turned her into a fragile cat had mostly vanished. She had grown stronger, walking with a brisk, confident stride. Tower Master Lister. Bianca found him, a hint of hesitation on her small face. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Speak. It's about the artifact. Bianca took out the stone disc from her bosom. The artifact she used to suppress the curse on the subhumans. I found this disc under a withered tree in the subhuman settlement. Lister raised an eyebrow. Underneath. There was an entrance beneath the tree leading underground. Bianca lowered her voice. I first discovered it 2 years ago. The settlement had just been established. I was resting by the withered tree when I accidentally stepped on a patch of ground that gave way and I fell into a very, very deep place. She paused as if recollecting. It wasn't a natural cave down there. It was like a vast space, a small world. There were ancient castles with carvings on the walls, passages, rooms, and many powerful magical beasts. To escape the beasts, I hid inside a castle and found this disc there. It was placed on a stone altar and my magic resonated with it. In the end, Maya had to rescue me, or I might have died down there. Lister listened attentively. An underground ruin. Could it be something like a dungeon? You never went back down. Bianca shook her head. No. There were too many powerful magical beasts inside. Even Maya was no. After obtaining the disc, I found it could help suppress the dark erosion, so I kept using it to maintain the settlement's stability and never had time to explore further. But these past few days there seems to be some unrest beneath the withered tree. I'm very uneasy. I'm worried the underground beasts might suddenly burst out, endangering the people in the settlement. Don't worry. They'll find a way to go down and take a look. You and Maya recall what kind of magical beasts are down there. We'll explore it soon. The sanctuary's current strength was formidable, and exploring an underground ruin posed little risk. Moreover, there might be other treasures down there. Artifacts like the disc, perhaps more than one. He called Aisha and asked her to summon Sylvia and Seth. Soon the group gathered in the study. Seeing Sylvia, Bianca shared the latest intelligence. Sylvia, regarding the Sparrow subhumans, you asked me to find. I've gathered quite a bit of information. There are traces of Sparrow subhuman activity in the nearby city-state of Emerald City, but it seems they're being held in a shelter. But don't worry, they're not being mistreated. I'm working on a way to rescue them. Lister asked, where is that shelter? Give me the exact location. Yes, my lord. Now let's discuss the underground ruins beneath the subhuman settlement. Bianca repeated what she had just said. Seth stroked his beard. Underground ruins. Many places are narrow and dim, which won't favor an archer's skills. My longsword would be more suitable. If the Tower Master decides to explore, I'm willing to lead the vanguard. Not so fast, Lister shook his head. Let's prepare first. Bianca, when you return, carefully survey the terrain around the withered tree without disturbing anything inside. Also tally how many subhumans in the settlement are capable of fighting. I need the exact number. Yes, Mr. Seth, starting today, select some agile subhumans from the sanctuary and teach them basic swordsmanship and combat techniques. They don't need to become experts, but they must be able to defend themselves and coordinate. Seth nodded. Give me half a month. With the library's enhancement, half a month is enough for them to master basic sword stances and formations, enough to handle ordinary magical beasts. Sylvia, focus on studying shadow magic in the Stargazing Tower. You can serve as our scout on the expedition. Sylvia nodded firmly. I understand, Tower Master. After speaking, Sylvia seemed to hesitate, wanting to say more. Lister naturally knew what was on her mind. Tomorrow at dawn, you and Aisha will come with me to the shelter where the Sparrow subhumans are. Yes, thank you, Tower Master. With the arrangements made, everyone dispersed. The next day, Lister found the young griffin, which had hunted several magical wolves to fill its belly the previous night. The young griffin had now built a nest atop the 10,000 volumes library, and the little creature was constantly studying the wind magic within its bloodline. With the amplification from the stargazing tower and the library, the young griffin learned rapidly. Let's go, littling. The griffin happily flew to Lister's side. Lister, Sylvia, and Aisha mounted the griffin and flew westward toward Emerald City. Whoosh! Once airborne, Aisha seemed to unleash her true nature. Sparrow subhumans naturally loved the sky, even though they had no wings. Boss, can I learn wind magic? Of course. They'll compile a copy of Fundamentals of Aerodynamics and Fluid Mechanics for you later. The griffin flew at tremendous speed, especially with the wind magic's enhancement. Soon they reached the location marked on Bianca's map. There it is. That's the place. Sylvia pointed to a shelter surrounded by low stone walls, her voice suppressing a wave of emotions filled with excitement, anticipation, and trepidation. Lister squinted as he looked down from the sky. It was a typical level 3 shelter, slightly larger than the Griffin family estate, with 5 arrow towers positioned at the 4 corners and the main gate. Inside the walls, there was a patch of farmland, several rows of wooden houses, and a 2-story stone main building. From the layout, the owners seemed somewhat affluent in the wilderness. Looks like there aren't many guards. Aisha twitched her ears. Are you sure the beastmen are locked inside, Sister Sylvia? Bianca's intel should be reliable. Sylvia tightened her grip on the composite bow. It is said that the owner of the shelter is a slave trader who specializes in acquiring beastmen from Emerald City to sell them to more distant mines. Recently, with the frequent beast tides, the beastmen have piled up here and cannot be sold. Discussing her kin as mere commodities was no easy task, and Sylvia's tone revealed her weariness. Lister did not speak immediately, but let Littling circle above the shelter a couple of times. On the surface, there did not seem to be many slaves inside, likely because they were all locked in the cellar next to the main building. Go down now, Lister patted Littling on the neck. The griffin let out a loud cry, folding its wings as it dove toward the main gate of the shelter. On the ground, the patrolling guards looked up at the sound and were instantly scared out of their wits upon seeing a massive beast with a wingspan of over 5 meters descending from the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What kind of magical beast is that? Quick, call the tower master. Several guards hurriedly raised their bows, but their hands trembled like leaves in the wind, the arrows flying wildly, without even grazing Little Ying's feathers. Lister did not allow the griffin to slow down, but landed directly on the open space in front of the main gate. Boom! Little Ying's claws hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its wings spread slightly, and the wind, attribute magic, swirled around, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. The guards were knocked to the ground by the gust, struggling to get back up. Lister dismounted from Ying and looked around. Bring your tower master out. As soon as he finished speaking, a plump, middle-aged man rushed out from the stone house, followed by 5 or 6 armed guards. Their tower master was named Barlow Gray, a merchant who turned pale as a corpse at the sight of the griffin. However, as a seasoned merchant, he took a deep breath and forced a smile that looked more painful than crying. This esteemed tower master, I didn't expect your presence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Cut the nonsense. Lister was not in the mood for small talk. Name a price for the beastmen you have locked in your cellar. Barlow's smile froze on his face. This? Sir, it's not about the money, it's just that I've already made a deal with a buyer, and they are supposed to come for delivery in a couple of days. He was talking nonsense. In the current situation, it was impossible for the beastmen slaves to sell. No wonder he was an outstanding merchant. Even facing Lister's intimidating entrance, he could suppress his fear to negotiate. So there's nothing to negotiate then. Lister's tone was calm, but Barlow felt a chill creeping up from his... He recalled the moment when the griffin had descended from the sky, glanced at the beastman girl behind Lister, who had already drawn her composite bow, and the figure that had silently disappeared into the shadows. Let's negotiate. Of course we can negotiate. Barlow immediately changed his tune, a fine sweat beading on his forehead. Tower master, there are a total of 23 beastmen. Ooh, I paid 50 blue crystals when I bought them. Just give me the cost price. 50. Lister glanced at him. Are you sure? Barlow swallowed hard, about to nod, when he heard a scream from behind. He turned sharply to see a guard on the ground, clutching his arm, an arrow lodged in his forearm. The arrowhead had just grazed the skin, not causing serious injury, but it was undoubtedly very painful. If you lie again, the next arrow won't just graze. Sylvia stepped out from the shadows, her composite bow already knocked with an arrow. Barlow turned as pale as a ghost, his legs turning to jelly as he nearly knelt on the ground too. 20 blue crystals. I only spent 20 when I bought them. Sylvia, go release them. Sylvia nodded and quickly walked toward the cellar. Barlow dared not stop her, and neither did his guards. The griffin was staring at them, its golden vertical pupils filled with menace. Before long, over 20 beastmen were brought out. Among them, more than 10 were beastmen, confirming Bianca's intel was accurate. Sylvia supported one of the beastmen, her eyes slightly red. At the front was a middle-aged female beastman, her hair resembling Aisha's with feather-like tips, though much grayer. Behind her were a teenage beastman girl and several younger children. Aisha froze when she saw the middle-aged. It was a figure that would always appear in her deepest dreams, somewhat unfamiliar, somewhat older, covered in scars, but undoubtedly that person. Mother. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb a dream. The middle-aged woman raised her head, and as her murky eyes focused on Aisha, they suddenly burst with light. Aisha. Little Aisha. Mother. Aisha rushed forward and hugged the frail woman, tears streaming down her face. You are still alive. You are still alive. I thought you had already. It's okay, it's okay. The middle-aged woman stroked Aisha's hair, her own tears flowing uncontrollably. Mom is fine, your sister is fine, we are all still alive. Lister stood aside watching this scene, feeling a bit of bitterness in his heart. He turned to Barlow. Are there any other beastmen? No. There are none, sir, really none. Well then. Lister took out 10 blue crystals from his pocket and threw them at Barlow's feet. This is the payment for buying the people, take it. Barlow hurriedly bent down to pick them up, not daring to lift his head. Lister did not look at him again, but walked in front of the more than 20 beastmen. I am Lister. Upon hearing Lister speak, these beastmen instinctively took half a step back, as if to protect themselves. Lister sighed. Aisha, please comfort them. Barlow, prepare a carriage for me, we are going home today. Barlow quickly turned and shouted orders to his subordinates, and soon a carriage was pushed out. At this moment Aisha had already calmed her mother down, and behind her mother was a timid beastman girl clutching Aisha's and her mother's sleeves tightly. The middle-aged beastman woman wiped her tears, took her sister, and deeply knelt in front of Lister. Thank you. Thank you for saving Aisha, thank you for saving us. Lister sat at the front of the carriage watching as the griffin circled overhead, driving away the surrounding magical beasts. Aisha held her mother and sister's hands, continuously recounting the events of the past years, while Sylvia listened beside her, feeling a mix of envy and loneliness, as she had not received news of her own family. Lister glanced at the panels of these individuals. Name Melissa. Race Avian. Loyalty 62. Talent Healing Hands Epic. Occupation Architecture Expert 420. Culinary Expert 620. Status Dark Corruption Inactive. Hunger, Fatigue. Surprise, Aisha is not dead, Aisha has found me. Name Bryn. Race Avian. Loyalty 68. Talent Wind Element Affinity Epic. Occupation None. Status Dark Corruption Inactive. Hunger, Fatigue. Surprise, is this my sister? It is simply a matter of 3 supremes. Although it is unclear whether talent is related to heredity, both Aisha's mother Melissa and sister Bryn possess epic-level talents. Healing Hands should be a capability related to healing. The Wind Element Affinity is easily understandable. Bryn is an excellent seed for a mage, and when they return, they can have Stella train her well, perhaps producing another expert-level mage. While Lister was observing the two, Melissa was secretly watching him as well. Aisha kept telling her about the gentle and kind nature of this young tower master. Melissa had to remain vigilant, as she had seen too many dangers over the years, and too many nobles and tower masters who were more beastly than human, deriving pleasure from slaughtering and tormenting the Avians. And those few tower masters who treated them, while ultimately had their own vile desires, often putting her in life-threatening situations to protect Bryn. It was the recent beast tide that had rescued them from hell. She wondered what kind of person this young tower master would be. Aisha was still a child, and children often do not see the malice in people's hearts, always feeling grateful for the blessings they receive. However, this time, she would not let Aisha come to harm. The tower master, Lister. What will our luck be? Melissa looked down at her daughter's hands, which had once been calloused from working in the mines, but had now become much softer with neatly trimmed nails and a bracelet made of colorful stones around her wrist. Aisha's face was round, indicating that she had been eating well recently, and her clothes were exquisite and clean, her eyes filled with happiness and hope. It seemed her daughter was doing well. Could they truly settle down this time? Aisha leaned close to Melissa and Bryn's ears and whispered, Mother Bryn, don't worry. Tower Master Lister will lift our curse, and we will no longer have to fear going mad. We will live together. Aisha's tears fell onto Melissa's cheek, washing away the dust like a stubborn little stream flowing to the corner of Melissa's mouth. Salty tears. I believe in you, Aisha. Melissa revealed a gentle smile. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already afternoon. Lister entrusted Melissa and the Avians he later brought back to Aisha for settling in, as he should give Aisha and her family some private space. Sylvia quietly followed behind. Lister walked into the study. Come in, Master Tower. Sylvia appeared somewhat relieved, but also troubled. You're worried about your family, aren't you? Yes, I am very happy for Aisha, and Aunt Melissa is the closest person to me, but my father and mother. Did Melissa have no information? No, they separated after the beast tide, and have not been heard from. No news not only means missing, but could also represent something far worse, such as death. It was indeed fortunate for Aisha to find her mother, and when they set out today, Lister did not hold out much hope. Don't lose heart, Sylvia. We will not give up on searching. Yes, I know, Master Tower. Tears gradually fell from Sylvia's eyes as Lister stood up and approached the avian. After all, she was just a child. Lister extended his right hand, and Sylvia leaned against his chest, stifling her cries. After a long time, Sylvia lifted her head, revealing a flustered expression. I'm sorry, Master Tower, It's all right. You should study dark magic in the library for now. I will prepare some teaching materials for you, and once you become stronger, you will be more likely to find your family. Yes, I will work hard, Master, Sylvia replied as she left. Lister sat at the desk picking up a pen. I didn't expect it to come to this, so let's start with basic physics and mathematics. Whether it is science or magic, it is essentially an observation and study of reality. Having witnessed the power of magic, Lister hoped that the shelter would have a few magic masters to deal with future crises. Sylvia was very close to becoming a master-level thief, and learning shadow magic would undoubtedly speed up the process this time. Night fell. Boss. Aisha's voice came from the door. Come in. The little avian pushed the door open, her eyes still red, but the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. Are you settled in? Lister asked. Yes. Aisha nodded vigorously. My mother and sisters all love it here. They said. They've never seen such a good house with flower fields and beehives. That's good to hear. Did you help them lift the dark corruption? Yes, they are all very grateful to you. Bryn thinks you are a messenger sent by the gods to save us. Lister chuckled and shook his head. Aisha stared into Lister's eyes, her eyes reddening again. Suddenly, she rushed up to him, opening her arms to hug Lister, her knees falling to the ground. Again, lowering his head to sense Aisha's emotions, Lister's mood also calmed down as he gently stroked the feathers mixed in Aisha's hair. Thank you, Master Tower. Today is the happiest day of my life. You shouldn't think like that. Every day in the future will be better than today. Aisha lifted her head, showing a smile, and nodded vigorously. What the Master Tower says will definitely happen. All right, go spend time with your mother and sisters. Aisha stood up, happily responded, then hesitated and said, Boss. There's one more thing. Say it. My mother said that the shelter where they were held seems to have a larger slave trader behind Barlow Gray, who seems to be colluding with the nobility of Emerald City and specifically dealing in avian business. Lister squinted his eyes. A larger one. Yes, my mother only heard Barlow mention it occasionally and is not clear on the specifics. Aisha said, but Sister Sylvia said that what we did today might conflict with that big trader. Let there be Lister leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm tone. You should have confidence in our strength, Aisha. Perhaps he has more information on the avians, and we will take the initiative to find him. What we should worry about is not us, but him. Sylvia would be very willing to investigate his information. Aisha left the study, leaning against the door, reflecting on the scene that had just unfolded. Her face slight. Would Lord Tower Master blame me? Aisha ran back to her room, where her mother and sister were settled next door. She had personally arranged the bed and chairs, and even picked a few dragon blood flowers from the sea of blossoms to place in a stone vase. The castle's rooms were quite ample, and they had not yet occupied even half of them. Every day the subhumans were busy with cleaning. As she pushed open the door, Aisha saw Melissa helping Bryn with her hair. Mother. Aisha walked over and sat down by the bedside. Melissa glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. All set? Yes. Aisha nodded. Those clansmen have been assigned rooms as well. Teacher Matilda will register them tomorrow to see if there are any literate individuals so we can arrange jobs for them in the future. Jobs? Melissa murmured, her fingers pausing in Bryn's hair. Aisha, do we really not need to be slaves here? No, mother, you are an expert in architecture, and Lord Lister will arrange a job for you. Aisha looked seriously into her mother's eyes. Lord Lister never forces anyone. He provides opportunities for everyone. Even if they are not professionals, as long as they can pass the assessment, they can earn the chance to become a professional, break free from the slave contract, become free citizens, and receive wages with their own rooms. Melissa fell silent for a long time. She had seen too many human lies where sweet words often concealed deeper malice. But Aisha's gaze was so pure that it made her reluctant to doubt. That Lord Lister. Melissa weighed her words. Is he good to you? Aisha's face instantly turned red. She did not refute, only softly replied, Lord Tower Master is very good to me. Melissa looked at her daughter's flushed cheeks and slightly upturned lips, and her heart found an answer. That Melissa smiled. Lord Lister is a miracle worker. The curses upon us have been lifted, and we can now live normally like humans and elves. Yes, Mother, Lord Lister also promised to help rescue more of our subhuman compatriots. Melissa said nothing, just smiled, gently patting Aisha's hand. Bryn leaned against her mother's shoulder, curiously observing everything in the room. The exquisite stone candle holders, the soft bedding, and the sweet floral fragrance carried by the gentle breeze outside. Sister, this place is so beautiful. The little girl said softly, Can we stay here forever? Of course, Aisha patted her sister's head. As long as you want, this is our home. Bryn smiled happily, revealing 2 missing front teeth. Melissa watched her daughter's smiles, and the icy barrier in her heart melted a little more. Aisha, she suddenly said, Sylvia doesn't seem well today. You should pay more attention to her. She has always liked you the most since childhood. They'll do that, mother. Sister Sylvia's family has not been found yet. She must be very worried. Melissa sighed. When we were at the gathering place, she and I were very close. If she is still alive, Lord Towermaster said he would continue searching. Aisha replied, he promised Sister Sylvia, and he has never gone back on his word. Melissa did not speak further, silently praying in her heart, hoping that her long-lost friend was still alive and that one day they could reunite. Outside the window, the night deepened. The Arrow Tower began its work, and the blue light of the Zigzag Tower darted through the darkness, taking down the approaching magical beasts one by one. Melissa looked at all this through the window, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. This sanctuary was unlike any she had seen before. Everything here was filled with order and vitality, like a miracle on the wasteland. Perhaps this time fate really favors us. In the following days, everyone in the sanctuary was busy. Stelea, Aisha, and Sylvia studied magic in the Star Observation Tower. The magic crystal ball had been acquired from the city-state, and Stelea was presiding over how to make Aisha and Sylvia become magic apprentices. Seth took over more than 20 of the strongest subhumans sent by Bianca, making them drink holy water to rid them of the dark corruption, signing contracts to become warriors of the sanctuary. Notably, Bianca had united the entire subhuman settlement through holy water and food, becoming a reserve force for Lister. Every day, surrounding subhumans would come to the settlement, some having heard of the curse being lifted, while others were simply fleeing or hoping to find a place to survive. Matilda compiled the teaching materials written by Aisha and opened evening classes in the library room. Most of the subhumans in the sanctuary would sit down to learn a few characters after finishing their day's labor. Some talented subhumans could learn dozens, even up to 100 characters each day. With the dual benefits of the Star Observation Tower and the vast library, as long as one was not a complete fool, they could become a genius in learning. Matilda was also astonished by the learning speed of the subhuman friends. It seemed that the children she had taught before lacked spirit. However, she knew it was the result of the miracle. In addition to teaching, she also seized time to revise the teaching materials and enhance her own abilities. Lister carried several books he had stayed up late to write as he walked towards the Star Observation Tower. Lord Towermaster. Andrew stopped Lister on the road with an account book in hand. After taking over the sanctuary's accounting management, this mathematics expert had discussed with Tony for a long time and spent an entire day organizing all the data on the output of the treasure basin, the sale of holy water, the stock of blessed honey, the harvest of food, and more, filling several pages with dense writing. Pushing up his glasses, he said, Sir, I have calculated the data you asked me to estimate. Based on the current income and expenditure situation, if Mr. Tony's expectations are met, we can net 18 to 20 pink crystals each month. So much? Lister was somewhat surprised. Yes. Andrew opened the account book. The main source of income is from the sale of holy water, accounting for over 70%. The current output of blessed honey and food is limited, but the profits are extremely high, with great potential for. Additionally, the passive income from the treasure basin and golden ledger should not be overlooked. It can produce nearly 200 blue crystals daily, amounting to 6 pink crystals in a month. I see, Lister nodded. This time Tony's destination was Avra, which was quite far and would probably take a month to. However, Tony had prepared 2 other trading caravans for him, responsible for nearby trade and the supply of food and iron ore. In just a week's time, the sanctuary could upgrade to level 5. At that time, they could directly use the arrow tower obtained from the Hamilton family sanctuary and add 2 more archery masters to the sanctuary. Lister walked into the stargazing tower. As he ascended the stairs to the top floor, he saw Stella deeply engrossed at her desk, her hair still damp, indicating she had just taken a bath. Ahem, Master of the Tower. Stella suddenly looked up. You've arrived, Master of the Tower. Look, with the help of the magical tower, I have deciphered the tablet we obtained from the necromancer when the underground city surged. Oh, what does it say? As we suspected, it's a narrative like a diary. Stella smiled, and it includes the general principles of necromancy. Necromancy. That's right. By learning these spells, we will gain the ability to command the dead to fight for. Have you translated it? I'm currently working with Aisha on the translation. Sylvia seems very interested in this magic. There's a connection between shadows and the undead. Well done. Lister took out 2 books. These cover basic physics and chemistry knowledge that I possess, which will aid in constructing magic. You can study them together with Aisha and the others. For more advanced content, I still need to recall and reason it out. Stella took the manuscript, staring at the densely packed formulas and symbols, somewhat dazed, as if she had discovered her teacher's magic manuscript for the first time, gazing at it like a divine text. However, Master Lister had added annotations beside each symbol. This is simply. She looked up at Lister, her gaze akin to that of a being looking upon a god or an angel. Master of the Tower, how did you come to know all this? I stand on the shoulders of giants. This content may not necessarily be truth. You must learn, but not forget to question and think. Stella pondered Lister's words, nodding vigorously. I will call Aisha and Sylvia right away. After Aisha and Sylvia arrived, Lister had already gone to the library to continue his book copying endeavor. A week passed in the blink of an eye. 20 humanoid warriors stood in formation in the open space before the castle, each clad in black breastplates forged from the remains of magical beasts wielding steel long swords crafted by Harper at the Falling Star Forge. Seth leaned on his sword, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. In just a week, being able to practice the basic sword techniques to this level is quite a talent among all those I have taught. The old man paused. Of course, it is still far from being comparable to the Master of the Tower. Lister stood on the steps glancing over the warriors' panels. Out of the 20 individuals, 15 had successfully activated the profession of swordsmanship apprentice, while the remaining 5, though not yet initiated, possessed combat abilities far exceeding those of ordinary slaves. Most importantly, all had consumed holy water, and the dark corruption had been purged with loyalty, generally above 75. Master of the Tower. Seth turned. This batch can be utilized. If coordinated properly, they can handle second-tier magical beasts without issue and can delay third-tier ones for a while. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Seth. Lister descended the steps, passing in front of the 20 warriors. Today we will explore the ruins beneath the withered tree. There may be unknown dangers, but there could also be rich rewards. Lister paused. I will not force anyone. If anyone does not wish to go, they can speak now. No one spoke. The 20 humanoid warriors stood straight, their eyes resolute. Lister nodded. Then prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow. Harper stepped forward, handing Lister a cloth bag. Master, here are the iron pieces you requested, polished as you. Lister opened the cloth bag to find thumb-sized iron pellets, their surfaces smooth and shiny, reflecting a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. Well done. Lister picked one up and weighed it in his hand. Harper's eyes were filled with curiosity, but she did not ask further. The Master of the Tower must have his reasons for wanting these items. Lister tied the cloth bag to his waist and turned towards the stargazing tower. Stella had been waiting at the top for quite some time. Upon seeing Lister push the door open, she immediately stood up from her chair, holding a deep blue leather-bound book in both hands. Master of the Tower, this is the magic book I copied. The elf's tone carried a hint of nervousness. It contains all the beginner spells I've mastered. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Holy Light Attachment, Ice Spike, along with some basic defensive spells. Every rune, every gesture, and every incantation is annotated with detailed explanations. Thanks to your knowledge, I have significantly increased my speed in casting these spells, and their power has greatly improved. Thanks to you, Aisha and Sylvia have both become magic apprentices now. Lister took the book and opened the first. The handwriting was neat and beautiful, with each spell accompanied by appropriate explanations. It was clear that Stella had put in considerable effort over the past few days. Let me take a look first. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the stargazing tower, sitting cross-legged, as he opened the first chapter of the magic book. It described the shaping methods and chanting incantations for Fireball, Chain Lightning, Holy Light Attachment, and Ice Spike, showing that many parts had been revised based on the physics and chemistry knowledge Lister had provided her. Lister closed his eyes. With the dual reinforcement of the stargazing tower and the myriad scrolls library, his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary mages. Moreover, he was a magus possessing master-level magical perception and control, making the process of casting spells exceedingly easy for him. Thus he began to construct a simple fireball spell. Stella stood beside him, holding her breath. She had no doubt that the Master of the Tower could accomplish it. She merely wished to learn his shaping method. After these few days of study, Stella had made rapid progress, and she felt that whether she could break through to become a magus hinged on Lister, the Master of the Tower. Lister had already grasped the principle of the fireball spell. It must be said that the spellcasters in this world indeed had unique insights on how to make the fireball rounder and larger. He opened his eyes and extended his right hand. A red light glimmered in his palm as magical energy flowed through his fingertips, massive fire elements taking shape in his hand, nearly completing the construction in an instant, the speed akin to instinct. A fireball the size of a fist materialized out of thin air, slowly revolving above his palm, the intense heat causing the air to begin to distort. Such a perfect fireball spell, Stella murmured. Lister looked at the fireball in his palm, his brow slightly furrowing. The power isn't sufficient, it feels weaker than a grenade. He dispersed the fireball and reopened the magic book. No, that's not right. The traditional method of constructing the fireball spell is too crude. While it is indeed very round, the overall energy is too low and the temperature is not high enough, resulting in insufficient explosive power. Could the internal structure be optimized? He closed his eyes again, starting to reshape. It was no longer just a simple rolling of a ball, but compressing the magical power and reconstructing it. Compressing more fire attribute magical power into a smaller space, while constructing a stable magical shell to prevent energy dissipation. After condensing the fireball, he casually melted the small iron block made by Harper into it, wrapping it with a special structure, transforming the fireball into a fragmentation grenade, significantly increasing its lethality on the battlefield. There's also electric attribute magic. List did not shape the electric element, but directly took out a small iron block with electric currents swirling around his fingertips, generating a fluctuating magnetic field as energy kept accumulating. He aimed the iron block at the outside. The iron block endured immense thrust, and after a brief buildup, erupted with a roar, transforming into a scorching streak of light flying towards the horizon. The airflow left behind blew Stella's hair. This is a variant of electric attribute magic. You can refer to Chapter 5 of my physics notes, Electromagnetic Transformation. Stella nodded in confusion. The principle is quite simple. You will grasp it quickly. Be ready, you will set out with us for tomorrow's expedition. Alright, I am very curious about the underground ruins. Early the next morning, 20 subhuman warriors were ready to go, with List standing at the front wearing the enchanted longsword he confiscated from the necromancer at his waist. He had already advanced to the level of swordsmanship expert, 120 yesterday, and with his current strength as a magic tutor, he could easily wield this longsword. Sylvia emerged from the shadows and nodded at List. Master of the tower, Bianca has prepared everything on her side, and the area around the dead tree has been cleared. No one will disturb us. Good. List turned to look behind him. Aisha carried a composite bow and had a short sword at her waist. Harper was similarly clad in armor taken from the magic helmet. Stella held a staff with a lump of coal perched on her shoulder. Buffet and Pello were forcibly left at the shelter, currently lying on the city wall, looking at them with a resentful expression. Let's go. The group rode their warhorses, advancing towards the subhuman settlement in the twilight. The dead tree awaited them. Bianca and Maya were already there. As soon as they arrived at the subhuman settlement, the nearby subhumans regarded List with curious eyes, their gazes filled with profound awe and loyalty. Most of the subhumans had experienced the baptism of the holy water, freeing them from the influence of dark corruption. Coupled with Bianca's promotion, they regarded List as a divine messenger. Seeing List leading the team, Bianca and Maya approached and guided the two into the dead tree house. Maya moved a stone slab in the inner chamber, revealing a dark passage that seemed bottomless with cold winds howling from below. List walked to the edge of the cave entrance and looked down. A damp breeze carrying a decayed aroma surged up from below, brushing against his face, creating a sense of indescribable discomfort. He took out a fireball, using it as a spotlight to throw downwards. It caused no ripples. The firelight illuminated the cave walls, revealing traces of artificial carving. The walls bore vague etchings resembling some ancient script nearly worn away by the passage of time. I will lead the way, all soldiers follow me inside. Seth stepped forward. Be cautious, safety is paramount. Rest assured, Master of the Tower. Stella cast Holy Light attachment on Seth and several leading subhumans, providing illumination and enhancing their attacks with the power of Holy Light. The old sword saint was the first to jump into the cave, continuously leaping down the rugged rock walls, and a few minutes later a response came from below. Come down, it's safe below. Then came Sylvia, her shadow magic allowing her to traverse the darkness effortlessly. List followed closely, with Aisha trailing behind him. Along the way, they applied architectural knowledge to smooth the path, clearing the front view. It's great to have a master of architecture adventuring together, Seth remarked ahead. So, Mr. Seth, would you like to toil at the construction site for a while? Becoming a master is not impossible. Oh no, I think I'll pass. The days spent lying in a sea of flowers drinking honey wine have already made me feel decadent. Crack. The group instantly became alert. Stella shaped a bright spell, illuminating the surroundings as if it were. Then came 20 subhuman warriors, one after another, following the reconstructed path along the cave walls into the abandoned underground city. Just as Bianca described, this was not a simple cave, but a vast underground space. The dome was at least several meters high, with broad passages on both sides. Every so often there were stone lamp pillars on the walls, though extinguished for many years. Indeed, it is an underground city. Stella's voice rang out from behind. And it's quite large, at least 10 stories. Sylvia had already disappeared, exploring the surroundings. Thieves are most suited for such work. Recently, her shadow magic had made great progress, especially after becoming a magic apprentice. Her thieving skills had become even more refined. Master, I see no magical beasts nearby. Sylvia quickly returned. Proceed with caution, Liz said. Sylvia continued scouting. The subhuman's silhouette vanished into the darkness. Moments later, her voice carried back from ahead, tinged with curiosity. Master of the Tower, there are murals on the wall ahead. The group quickened their pace, soon arriving at Sylvia's position. The fireball's light illuminated the wall. Indeed, it was a mural. Most of the color had already peeled away, but one could still make out a group of people gathered together kneeling before a massive floating circular object. The object emitted a glow that enveloped the crowd below, and the faces of the crowd bore a look of happiness and tranquility. "What is this?" Seth frowned. Stella leaned closer to see, suddenly exclaiming this. "This is a crystal tower." Crystal tower. List looked at the mural. The floating circular object did resemble the core of a crystal tower, but the shapes were different. The mural depicted a spherical object, while the current crystal tower was conical. Though it resembles it, it is not yet a crystal tower. Stella shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. Is it some kind of energy core used by the people here before the wasteland formed? The text on the stone slab seemed to mention that the kingdom 500 years ago possessed a power that could purify the wasteland and dispel magical beasts. And then, current research indicates that with the demise of the kingdom hundreds of years ago, many precious studies also disappeared. The invention of the Crystal Tower was also based on the manuscripts and originals left by the former kingdom. List gazed at the mural, pausing in silence for a moment. Let's continue forward. The group delved deeper along the corridor, with the murals on the walls becoming clearer the further they went. List saw a mural depicting scenes of war with humans, elves, dwarves, and subhumans. All the races standing together against a black, spreading mist. The next mural showed people constructing a massive building shaped somewhat like a crystal tower, but larger and more complex in structure. The next one depicted the floating spherical core placed atop the building, radiating light that enveloped the entire kingdom. These murals narrate the history of this kingdom, Stella said, from prosperity to decline. What is the reason for the kingdom's decline? Lisite asked. Stella shook her head. This is precisely our greatest mystery. If we can find the reason for their downfall, perhaps we can also discover the cause of the wasteland's formation and find a solution to it. The content behind the image was damaged, leaving only a section of broken walls. Before the words fell, a series of faint sounds came from ahead. Everyone halted in their tracks. Sylvia was the first to react. Her voice lowered. Something is approaching. Minnie. Lisite raised his fireball, illuminating the passage ahead. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes began to glow. So many magic helmets. Are they wielding weapons? It seems they are guarding the building area ahead. Exactly, that should be the core of this small underground city, with the entrance leading directly to the mid-level of the dungeon. Wait, there are not just magic helmets. Boom. Before the words ended, cracks suddenly appeared on the stone walls of the circular hall, and debris fell. From the crevice, a gigantic stone statue slowly emerged. It was not the kind of stone gargoyle that had appeared during the night, which was only as tall as a person. This statue stood over 3 meters tall, made entirely of dark gray rock, its surface covered with blue patterns that throbbed like veins. Its form resembled a knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive stone sword in one hand and a shield in the other, its head devoid of facial features, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. Why does it look somewhat familiar? Is this not a mini version of my family's guardian statue? Lisite was shocked. Under observation from the panel, this statue was a blank slate, meaning they were not magical beasts. They are not magical beasts. Could it be a guardian construct of the kingdom? I've seen descriptions in my notes. They have existed for hundreds of years, only executing the last command given. It seems the last command is not friendly towards us. Lisite drew his longbow, aiming at the statue's chest. On the other side, the statue slowly turned towards them, with a single eye glowing brighter with blue light. The statue moved simultaneously. Its speed was completely inconsistent with its size. The 3-meter-tall stone body erupted with astonishing speed under the drive of magic, the giant sword trailing a blue light as it swung towards the front of the group, aiming at Ceci. I can't block this. Ceci immediately turned to dodge the wind created by the giant sword blowing through the carefully styled hair of the old sword saint. If I take a hit, even the arrow tower will be shattered, let alone me. Ceci gritted his teeth and retreated. He'll handle this. Lisite raised his hand, shooting a piercing arrow at the head of one statue. The arrow struck the statue's face, penetrating deep inside. Lisite had specifically aimed for the focal point of the blue light, but the effect was minimal. The arrow struck the statue's face, penetrating deep inside. Lisite had specifically aimed for the focal point of the blue light, but Aisha stood in front of Lisite, utilizing her architectural mastery. The surrounding rocks and soil turned over on a large scale, attempting to engulf the statue, but the statue was excessively agile, easily jumping out of the trap and crashing through the stone wall that obstructed it. This thing is quite strong, Lisite said with a smile. Stella was somewhat anxious. Dealing with this monster was very difficult, especially since the situation predicted before coming here posed no danger. She had just raised her hand to cast magic when she noticed that Lisite had already pulled out a small iron block. Could it be An electromagnetic field intricately enveloped Li Site's arm, converging at the iron block in his palm. With a loud bang, the iron piece shot towards the distant statue with unparalleled kinetic energy and power. Before the other party could react, it pierced through its chest, leaving a massive void. The demi-humans fell silent, and after a brief daze they resumed dealing with the surrounding magic helmets. "Well, what kind of magic is this? Just focus on the statue's chest," Li Site reminded. After the attack ended, the statue paused for only a moment, still showing no signs of losing power. However, the large hole in its chest revealed something akin to a core. "That should be the power core," Stella shouted. "He'll try to control it." Aisha yelled. "Leave it to me." Sei charged forward again. Li Site also raised his hands, ready to assist Aisha. A large amount of soft soil and stone rose from the ground, wrapping around the statue like ropes, binding its limbs and joints. The resilient restraints drastically reduced its speed, preventing it from advancing. Sei had already made his move. With a target in sight, his sword was always the sharpest. In a flash, he appeared behind the statue, and in an instant his sword slashed 4 times, creating a square hole in the statue's chest. Boom! The statue collapsed with a crash, the core landing in Sei's hands. "Lord Tower Master, please take a look at what this truly is." Li Site took it from Sei, and Stella also leaned over. In his hand it felt warm, and he could sense the pure blue power contained within, similar to magic energy, yet not entirely the same, resembling the Line Tower crystal core obtained earlier. "Take a look at this." He handed a core to Stella. The elf took the crystal core carefully, sensed it for a moment, and revealed a smile. "That's right, this is the driving core of the ancient constructs recorded in texts." Her voice brimmed with excitement. "Unlike the Arrow Tower crystal cores, this type of core can be directly placed into a blue crystal driver. It can be positioned near the crystal tower or taken away." "You mean it does not count towards the total number of crystal cores in the crystal tower?" "Yes, meaning this gigantic statue can be directly activated for battle once taken back unaffected by the crystal tower's limits. Moreover, it is a mobile siege machine," Stella said seriously. Everyone fell silent. Just imagine if there were such a gigantic, immensely powerful statue that was hard to destroy attacking the sanctuary. In their sanctuary, the statue could be smashed by the guardian statue's shield. But what about other sanctuaries? Ordinary arrow towers would struggle to destroy the statue unless there was a magic tower. Once the statue infiltrated the interior of the sanctuary, whether it was the arrow tower or the city wall, they would be obliterated, creating opportunities for the army to attack the sanctuary. This is simply a devastating weapon for siege and ambush. Li Site's breath quickened. "Does it consume blue crystal quickly?" "I am not sure, but it certainly won't be little," Stella said. "As long as the core is placed on the ground and infused with magic or blue crystal, it will automatically construct the statue's body, becoming our guardian. Even if destroyed, as long as the core is not completely damaged, it can slowly restore itself over time and be summoned again." Li Site looked at the crystal core in his hand, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Then he realized a serious problem. "How can we ensure that the reactivated statue will not continue to attack us?" "This is indeed a problem," Stella said, holding the crystal core with a slight frown. "However, if we bind it to a new crystal tower, the power of the tower should be able to override its original commands." Li Site immediately understood her meaning. The giant's driving core was different from the Arrow Tower's crystal core. It stored commands inscribed during the Ancient Kingdom era. As long as we bind it to a new crystal tower, the permissions of the tower will override the old commands, allowing it to obey the new tower master's orders. Binding it is straightforward, and after unbinding it can be taken out to summon the giant without needing to remain bound. "Just right, the crystal tower we moved back from the Hamilton family hasn't been activated yet." Li Site stored the giant's core carefully and said, "Let's try it when we get back." The battle around them was nearing its end. 20 subhuman warriors worked in perfect harmony, dismantling the remaining magic helmets one by one. Although Sei did not take action again, he kept moving at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This batch of subhumans had only trained for a week, yet their basic coordination was already taking shape. Moreover, the subhumans naturally possessed a fighting spirit and impressive combat instincts. As the last magic helmet fell, the black flames within the helmet extinguished and the armor scattered across the ground. Sylvia stepped out from the shadows, cradling 2 uniquely designed longbows with several enchanted long swords hanging on her back. "Master, I collected all the weapons dropped by these magic helmets." Li Site took them and examined them closely. The first longbow was entirely jet black with intricate silver runes etched along the arms, gleaming coldly in the light of the fireball. He tried to draw the bowstring, and an arrow of condensed magical energy materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the wall ahead, ricocheting 5 times before lodging into a crevice. "It can automatically convert arrows into projectile arrows." Li Site nodded in satisfaction. "It's suitable for combat in narrow spaces and should work quite well with Aisha's master talents." The second longbow was dark red, shorter than a regular longbow, but with thicker arms that required significant strength. The magical arrows shot from it had a fiery effect, exploding into flames upon hitting the target. This one is enchanted with flames. He handed the bow to Harper. You should give this one a try. Harper took the dark red longbow, nocked an arrow, and shot. The arrow exploded into a burst of flames on the remnants of the magic helmet, igniting the surrounding debris. Such a wide radius. Aisha exclaimed in surprise. It seems to absorb surrounding magical energy. Indeed, good enchanted weapons automatically absorb surrounding magical energy, and some can even repair their own wear, and Tyr Harper was also enamored with these enchanted weapons. In addition to the 2 enchanted longbows, the magic helmets also dropped 4 ordinary magical longbows. Although they lacked special effects, their power far exceeded that of regular composite bows. Lisite intended to distribute these among the master archers at the shelter. In terms of melee weapons, there were 3 enchanted long swords. Unlike the pure magical long sword Lisite had acquired earlier, these 2 long swords had different property enchantments. One blade shimmered with a pale blue icy aura, leaving a frost-white trail in the air when swung. The other had an electric effect, transmitting currents upon hitting a target. This ice sword is for Mr. Saisi. Lisite handed the sword over. Your swordsmanship combined with the frost effect should unleash greater power. Saisi took the long sword and effortlessly performed a flourish, leaving a frost-white arc in the air. The old man nodded in satisfaction, saying, Haha, I never expected that I would one day wield an enchanted long sword. With your strength, you should have had a good sword long ago. Harper, you take the lightning sword. It can also be used for research. Harper was now an expert blacksmith, 1920, just a little inspiration away from breaking through to master. Harper took the long sword, her tail wagging involuntarily. Thank you, master. As for the ordinary magical long swords and spears, the enchanted patterns had worn off, but with a bit of reforging, they could become high-quality weapons. Once Harper became a master blacksmith, she could repair them and re-enchant them. These weapons were directly distributed to the subhuman warriors present who had killed more magical beasts. Soon everyone had one, significantly boosting their combat power. Stelia crouched down, carefully examining the runes of a magical longbow, deep in thought. Master, the enchanting methods of these weapons are quite similar to the crystal core of the folded line tower, fundamentally being an efficient use of magical energy. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. If we let Harper and Aisha research together, we might be able to replicate this technology, allowing us to enchant our own weapons in the future. Good idea. Lisite nodded. You all work with Harper. She has been studying weapon enchantment. All right, Stella, you was very excited to have a new topic to work on. The first phase of gains is quite substantial. Lisite counted the loot, feeling in good spirits. 1 giant core, 2 enchanted longbows, 2 enchanted long swords, and several decent quality long swords and spears that could be used after reforging. Master Stelia walked up to him, pointing to the passage deeper ahead from the murals and the structure of the underground city. We should be at the middle layer now. There's still an upper layer above and possibly an even more dangerous lower layer below. Lower layer. Lisite looked into the dark depths of the passage. Stelia nodded. That area should contain the core of the underground city and may hold even greater discoveries. However, the deeper we go, the higher the level of magical beasts. In the middle layer, there were already 3rd-tier magic helmets and giants. The core layer could have 4th-tier or even 5th-tier enemies. Lisite fell silent for a moment. With their current strength, continuing deeper was feasible. However, the team had already fought a round, and the stamina of the subhuman warriors was significantly depleted. Although Saisi did not voice it, the old man's stamina was ultimately limited. If they really encountered stronger enemies in the core layer, casualties could occur. Let's call it a day. Lisite made a decision. There's no rush to explore the core layer. Let's head back to rest. First, let's deal with the magical beasts in the upper layer to prevent them from rushing into the settlement through the opening. The upper layer also holds good rewards, and the risks are much lower. Saisi nodded, saying this is a good training opportunity. Fighting against the magical beasts in the upper layer can train many excellent subhuman soldiers for the master. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Saisi. Once I refresh the giant's crystal core, I will give it to you as insurance for exploring the underground city, and I will also come personally when I have time. No problem. Saisi glanced at the blue glowing giant core in Lisite's hand, feeling quite emotional. With this, even if we encounter a 4th-tier magical beast, we can hold it off for a while and safely retreat regardless. Then it's settled. Lisite clapped his hands. Pack your things and prepare to go back. The team began retracing their steps. Sylvia led the way. Aisha and Harper were on guard in the middle of the group, while Saisi brought up the rear. The 20 subhuman warriors had won a victory, acquired new weapons, and their morale was high, their steps much lighter than when they arrived. Lister walked in the middle of the group, toying with the core of the giant statue, contemplating his plans for after their return. By the time he crawled out of the cave, the sky was already nearing dusk. Bianca was still inside the withered tree house, her frail body preventing Lister from letting her go down. Upon seeing Lister and the others return safely, she visibly sighed in relief. "How did it go down there, Master?" Bianca asked. "The harvest was substantial." Lister replied, "Let Maya explain the specifics to you. In short, this time it went smoothly, and we will continue to develop this underground city." Lister mounted his horse and led the team towards the shelter. Before nightfall, a few of them passed through the city gate. After arriving at the castle, Lister picked up the drunken FIA and tossed her into the hive, then walked into the warehouse to retrieve the Hamilton family's crystal tower. A blue light emanated from the base of the crystal tower, spreading upwards along the cracks, eventually converging into a soft halo at the top. A blue light emanated from the base of the crystal tower, spreading upwards along the cracks, eventually converging into a soft halo at the top. The cracks on the crystal tower slowly healed under the glow, its surface becoming as smooth as a mirror. The crystal tower has been activated. Current level 1. Maximum number of crystal cores it can bear. Lister took out the giant statue core from his pocket and placed it on the base of the crystal tower. The blue light extended from the base of the crystal tower, wrapping around the giant statue core like tentacles. After a brief moment, the crystal core was completely bound to the crystal tower, becoming Lister's possession. Lister picked up the core and sensed the internal commands. Indeed, the original command to eliminate intruders had been overwritten, replaced by a new command to obey the master of the crystal tower. He placed the core on the ground and infused it with blue crystal. "Come forth, Murphy." The blue patterns on the surface of the core suddenly illuminated, and energy began to operate in a peculiar manner. Stones and dust were drawn by an invisible force, converging towards the core, gradually constructing a statue over 3 meters tall. It was identical to the one seen in the underground city. Its dark, gray, rocky body held a stone giant sword and shield, its head devoid of facial features, only a narrow slit that emitted blue light. The giant statue stood firm, turned towards Lister, and slightly bowed its head. Lister extended his hand and patted the cold shoulder of the giant statue. "Very nice, a majestic body, a righteous appearance like a knight. I shall call you Stone Man." Lister nodded in satisfaction, allowing the giant statue to stand in the open space beside the castle, side by side with the guardian statue. The guardian statue was noticeably taller, with the Stone Man only reaching its waist. However, the guardian statue was a marvel. Only one could be randomly activated each day, and it could only patrol. The giant statue was different. As long as blue crystal was infused, it could be activated at any time without needing to be within the shelter's range, able to fight both day and night. In the future, when exploring outside, the giant statue could accompany them, and if they encountered an unbeatable enemy, they could simply unleash it to fight. Early the next morning, Lister was awakened by Aisha's knocking. Boss, the talent statue is almost finished." Lister sat up with a start, quickly washed up, and arrived at the construction site. More than 40 subhumans were gathered around a massive statue, performing the final polishing and finishing touch. The statue had already taken shape. Standing 15 meters tall, its face was blurry, but its posture was solemn, one hand raised, palm facing up, as if holding an invisible destiny. Bianca also brought a few cat subhumans to help. Upon seeing Lister, she trotted over and bowed. "Master, the aura of this statue is so strong that just standing beside it feels like my spirit is being drawn by something." Of course. Lister walked to the statue, opened the Wonder Construction Guide, and found the icon for the talent statue. "Activate." A flash of golden light, the wonder is activated. The talent statue transformed from its initial grandeur into an incredibly sacred presence, as if a deity truly descended upon its stone form. In the palm of the statue's hand, a floating orb emitting a soft golden light appeared, resembling a solidified star. The talent statue has been activated. Remaining blessing attempts 5, replenishment time 7 days, 1 attempt. Lister took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the base of the statue. A surge of information flooded into his mind. Every 7 days, this statue could grant a random talent to a resident without talent. The quality of the talent is random, and those who already possess a talent cannot receive blessings again. Lister's hand trembled slightly. "Finally, can I finally obtain a talent? Even if it's the most ordinary rare talent?" Since his transmigration, the words, "talent none," on his panel had been like a thorn piercing his heart. Although with the architectural knowledge from his past life and the Wonder Construction Manual, his strength was no less than any peer-level practitioner. But lacking talent always made him feel inferior. Now there was finally an opportunity to make up for this shortcoming. "Come on." The orb in the palm of the talent statue flickered, transforming into a stream of light that poured into Lister's body. Instantly, Lister felt a marvelous power manifesting in his mind. Acquired Talent 8. The Wonder Construction Guide has been revised for the talent Acquired Talent Wonder Guardian Divine Grade description. For every wonder present within the territory, overall attributes increase by 5. The overall attributes of the people within the territory increase by 1. The bonus from losing the status of a citizen disappears. Description: build wonders and spread them across every corner of your territory. Grandiosity and magnificence is your lifelong goal. Lister's heart raced suddenly. The next moment, he felt his body rapidly strengthening. For pages of from the Holy Spring to the Talent Statue. A total of 4 pages, 15 wonders transformed into a 75 overall attribute boost granted to Lister. Not just physical strength, his spirit also received a tremendous enhancement. The power bestowed by the talent transformed Lister from a strong, ordinary person into a superhuman. Not just Lister, but everyone around him sensed the changes in their bodies. A 15 boost was not as insignificant as it seemed. Is this the effect of the statue? I feel like I've gotten stronger, boss. Aisha exclaimed excitedly. Lister nodded. The existence of every wonder makes us stronger. Stella squinted her eyes, feeling the surrounding magic becoming increasingly apparent, equally thrilled. Nearby, Pello felt his stamina increased again. He could run without tiring and had an urge to dismantle something to play with. Lister looked at the bewildered subhumans around and shouted, "You should all feel the changes within yourselves. This is earned through your hard work. Continue building wonders. With each wonder completed, everyone in our shelter will become stronger and healthier, and we will have greater power to protect our shelter. You will also have stronger power to protect your loved ones and change your destiny." The subhuman workers around cheered excitedly. After pouring out the motivational speech, Lister let them cheer and lowered his head to look at the next page of the Wonder Construction Guide. Page 5. In the beast stable, the magical beasts within achieve a state of taming, including those yet to be tamed, with loyalty continuously rising, recovery speed increased by 100 and growth speed enhanced by 50. Requirements: 20-30 workers, at least 2 tamed magical beasts. Total construction time 30D, 24D, boosted by the statue of the god of architecture. In the Combat Academy, the training efficiency of all combat professions within the sanctuary is increased by 100. Every 15 days, a joint training can be initiated focusing on a designated combat direction: swordsmanship, archery, formation, reconnaissance, cavalry, for enhancement. Participants in the joint training will experience a 200 increase in proficiency growth within that direction. Requirements: 30-40 workers, an army of over 50 people, total construction time 30D, 24D. The Scholar's Clock, blessed by the God of Time, can ring the Scholar's Bell once a day, designating one member to increase their proficiency in one profession by 1 point. Requirements: 3,040 workers, at least 1 master-level practitioner with 3 professions, a total construction time 40D, 30D. The Hall of Masters, a hall of glory for practitioners, symbolizing honor and development. For each master practitioner in the sanctuary, a global boost is provided in their respective fields. When there are more than 3 masters in the same field, a school can be formed, further enhancing the talent cultivation speed in that field. Requirements: 3,040 workers, at least 3 master-level practitioners, total construction time 30D, 24D. Lisite smiled. A steady and solid page. The beast stable undoubtedly exists for cavalry. The magical beasts on the plains dissolve into yellow sand after death or dawn, or they hide away. After purification by the holy water, the once frenzied magical beasts are simply powerful beasts. Magic wolves. After taming, aren't they just big dogs that bark? The massive body of the magic wolf can easily serve as a mount once saddled, allowing strong subhuman youths to ride them into battle. The same goes for magic lizards. The magic helmet can be ignored, as this does not fall under the category. The Combat Academy is simple and straightforward, a pure training ground. Just in time, the old sword Saint Seth has established a small subhuman army, which can speed up sword training and greatly enhance the overall capability of the army. The Scholar's Clock increases proficiency by 1 each day. Although it only applies to 1 person, the increase is still quite remarkable. For individuals like Harper and Stella who are stuck at the expert limit, just 1 step away from becoming masters, the boost from the Scholar's Clock can significantly reduce the time required for their accumulation. Moreover, in this world, increasing proficiency does not just add a number, it also enhances experience, knowledge, and other intangible aspects. A master is indeed a master, and there is no question about their reputation. The Hall of Masters is even more significant, as each master can bring enhancements to their respective fields, providing straightforward and powerful boosts. Let's continue working. The construction personnel requirement has reached 3,040 people. Lisite currently has no shortage of workers, as the subhuman settlement knows that the sanctuary offers food and shelter for work. Everyone is eager to sign a labor contract, just like when they first met Aisha. With 2 architectural masters present, they also do not lack housing, and he has already met all the prerequisites for the wonder constructions, whether it be 2 magical beasts being subdued, an army of 50, or 3 master-level practitioners. Therefore, all 4 wonders can be constructed simultaneously. The consumption is a bit high, but these costs are insignificant to Li Site. The farmland has expanded several times, and now the food harvested every 23 days is abundant, even requiring sales to avoid overflowing the icehouse. The holy spring, as an elder of the sanctuary, provides a continuous source of water and prevents diseases. It can be said that the sanctuary has entered a golden age. All that is needed now is to focus all efforts on development. Tell Bai and Ka to send some people over to work. We are about to commence construction on all 4 wonders. Aisha nodded excitedly, still immersed in the joy of her increased strength and the anticipation of the future. She never expected that the Tower Master would immediately present 4 complete wonders. What effects will these 4 wonders have once constructed? Li Site glanced at Aisha and his own panel, noticing that the progress of the Architectural Masters had reached Architectural Master 1850 and Architectural Master 1550, with his own progress being slightly faster. If he constructs 2 more pages of wonders, he will be able to reach the realm of masters. Let those present start working. He distributed the construction methods for the 4 wonders to all the workers, who enthusiastically rushed to the construction site, making Li Site feel excited, even wanting to join in for a few minutes. However, boss, what is the purpose of this statue? Aisha felt that the function of the blessed statue could not be so simple. Just looking at Li Site's happy expression reveals it. This statue can bestow talents upon people. In this world, apart from Li Site, who possesses a panel, everyone else is unaware of their own talents. From their perspective, talent is just an inherent ability akin to innate gifts. Talent. Exactly like Aisha, your intelligence is your innate talent. And then there's Wolf Tay, who can see things in the dark from birth. That too is a kind of talent. The blessed statue is what brings everyone their talents. Aisha took a deep breath. Indeed, it is still a legendary method of the gods. A person's talent is always predetermined. How could it be bestowed through a statue? But Li Site, the Tower Master, has never lied to her. Tower Master, can you know our talents? Li Site patted Aisha's head. You are indeed my smartest subordinate. Yes, I can sense your talents. No wonder the tasks given to me by the Tower Master, I can adapt to them so quickly. Aisha said happily. Li Site scratched his head, and that wasn't exactly the reason. It's just because you are too smart and you can excel in everything. Bai and Ka arrived at the sanctuary in the afternoon with enough subhumans. Among them, 30 joined Seth's army as the chief instructor, while the rest all joined the construction team, filling the construction site of the sanctuary with people. The range of the sanctuary is a bit small. Once Tony's next funding arrives, we'll upgrade the sanctuary to level 5. The range of a level 5 sanctuary can double, reaching the scale of a small town, and the number of crystal cores can increase by 4, allowing for the installation of 2 zigzag towers and 2 arrow towers. Among them, the 2 arrow towers can add 2 master archers to the sanctuary. Development is thriving. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Today is a special day. Matilda's first batch of apprentices has graduated. After Aisha's assessment, this batch consists of 25 subhumans who have achieved over 2,000 characters in literacy, making them fully capable of handling most affairs. Among them, the most outstanding is a subhuman girl named Yuna, who not only served as Matilda's assistant throughout the teaching period, but also achieved over 4,000 characters in literacy, nearly mastering all the characters known to Matilda. On that day, Lister decided to hold a celebration. Food was freely available, and everyone could even have a small cup of wine. As the protagonist, Yuna was to receive a special reward from the Tower Master himself. Hey Yuna, what kind of reward is it? A group of dogkin surrounded Yuna, asking curiously. Yuna's face flushed. I don't know either. Lord Harper didn't tell me. You'll find out soon. Could it be that Lord Lister has taken a liking to your... The female dogkin who spoke lowered her head, gazing at the 2 enormous balloons before Yuna. A slender frame bearing a weight it was never meant to carry. Oh, don't talk nonsense. The surroundings were filled with clamor. Who do you think Lord Lister favors? Of course it's Lady Elsa. She has the best relationship with Lord Lister. Every day it's Lady Elsa, who, I think it's Lady Stelea. She's an elf with golden hair and fair skin, truly enviable. But it seems Lord Lister has always been busy and hasn't considered such matters. Could it be that Lord Lister is... Lister passed by nearby and spat out a mouthful of holy water. What are you all saying? Oh, nothing, sorry, Master. Sigh, it's fine. I don't blame you. Work does get boring after a while. I should arrange some recreational activities for you. Should it be basketball or soccer? Lister mused as he walked away. The group of beastkin let out a long sigh, collapsing onto chairs and the floor in fear. How terrifying. Why didn't you warn me? I didn't see him either. The Master's hearing seems excellent. He heard us from far away. Of course, the Master is a grandmaster in several professions. Yuna sat on a chair, secretly watching Lister's retreating figure, her heart pounding fiercely. At night, the arrow towers began their work, slaying waves of magical beasts beyond the walls. The celebration commenced before the castle. Yuna delivered a speech on the podium, and Lister stepped up, turning his gaze toward the divine statue of talent. Yuna, in recognition of your outstanding performance, I hereby announce the revocation of your slave status. You will have your own private room and receive a weekly wage of 4 blue crystals. As the first freed slave of the sanctuary, I shall bestow upon you a talent. May you continue to strive and contribute to the sanctuary's development. He raised his hand to guide. A ray of light from the divine statue of talent descended upon Yuna. All the Beastkin watched this scene with longing and reverence. Yuna, race Dogkin, loyalty 83, talent Holy Light, affinity epic, class pedagogy apprentice 810, status excited, energetic. Happy. It was Lord Lister himself who blessed me. The white radiance of holy light enveloped Yuna. Yuna, Yuna. The crowd below cheered and Lister asked, Yuna, you have obtained the precious talent Holy Light affinity. You may now choose a profession and begin learning as an apprentice. Yuna lowered her head, lifting her eyes slightly to look at Lister, and said, I want to serve Lord Lister person. Elsa's eyes widened. Spat out a mouthful of wine. Only Stelea remained composed, pondering the matter of talents. Lister coughed twice. Well, I can take care of myself. I recommend you join the Stargazing Tower and become Stelea's mage apprentice. What do you think? Yuna's face reddened further. She nodded and said, I'll follow your arrangements. All right, everyone, enjoy yourselves. Lister stepped down from the stage. What are you standing around for? Drink up. Fia stood on a stool, draping her small arm around Elsa's neck. Lister had a couple of glasses of fruit wine, then returned to his study. He sketched the design of a soccer field. With magic wolf hide, simple soccer balls could be made. Given the Beastkin's extraordinary physiques, the sport's difficulty could be heightened. After finishing the design, Lister went to rest in his room. Late into the night, his door quietly opened. A figure walked straight to the bed and flopped onto it. Lister opened his eyes, catching a whiff of alcohol. Drunk, huh? I told minors not to drink. The next day, Elsa opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling surrounded by the familiar scent of the tower. Part of her memory from yesterday seemed to have vanished. Wait. I'm on the Tower Master's bed. Elsa sat up abruptly, then lay back down just as quickly. She peeked under the covers, saw her clothes were intact, and let out a sigh of relief. Yet a faint disappointment lingered. He'll never drink again. Lister was already doing his morning training. His swordsmanship expertise had reached 420, and he felt significant progress every day. Boss, care for a drink? Fia sauntered over. You've been drinking all night, and seem perfectly fine. What's a barrel or two of fruit wine? Fia laughed. Lister's shadow loomed over her. Hey boss, what are you doing? Get to work. No alcohol for a week. Fia looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a long moment, she let out a pained cry. I'm sorry boss. He'll drink less from now on. He'll work hard. And indeed, Fia did work diligently. She had already produced 5 different kinds of honey. Lister had tasted them all, each offering decent boosts to various attributes. These could be packaged as products and sold after Tony returned. Grain production was also steadily increasing. But Fia's daily indulgence irritated Lister, so he decided to rein her in. That's just how bosses are. You can enjoy yourself, but you mustn't let me see you having more fun than me. Lister flashed a capitalist's sly grin and headed to the library. The library had 2 floors and many sizable alcoves, some of which were being used for classes. Lister found a quiet corner and resumed his work of copying books. Before long, Stelea approached. Boss, I've reorganized some intermediate magic based on your knowledge. Please. Lister opened the magic tome. Shaping mechanism of fragmented great fireball based on earth and iron elements, theory of the interaction between electric and magnetic fields, and the electromagnetic cannon, principles of wind element magic and flight under fluid dynamics. Lister's head began to spin. Nevertheless, Stelea's summaries were relatively simple, and Lister could immediately spot many areas for him. Fragmented grenades don't require a great fireball. They're better suited for small enclosed spaces and can be combined with the low-level fireball spell. The great fireball should focus more on the explosive impact itself. The electromagnetic cannon is fairly complete, but it consumes more mana and demands stronger control, at least a master level, to cast. For flight, we could create auxiliary devices. Can wind element magic be enchanted onto enchanting? Stelea pondered for a few seconds before replying. Enchanting is a specialized branch of magic. I haven't studied it in depth, but simple enchantments can be performed by both mages and blacksmiths. Enchanters. It sounded like an even more niche profession, making it difficult to recruit one. Is there a way to use enchantments to create simple activation devices such as? Least roughly sketched out diagrams of a firearm and a jetpack. This. Stelea was caught in a storm of thoughts. This demands very high-quality materials, refined iron, or can hardly withstand the impact of fire magic. As for the jetpack, it consumes too much mana and is somewhat redundant for a mage. Shouldn't enchanted items be usable by ordinary people as well? Stelea immediately grasped Least's idea. You mean to equip the army with such weapons and gear? Exactly. Can it be done? Stelea's heartbeat quickened. If you had asked me before, I would have said it's impossible. But recently, the stone tablets and various enchanted weapons we discovered in the dungeon, including the folding towers in the sanctuary, all point to a technology from an ancient kingdom. That is to purify mana, transforming it into energy similar to blue crystals, and then through a unique enchanting technique allow weapons to directly utilize this mana. Blue crystals are inherently mana-infused gemstones. Once we decipher the enchanting methods of the ancient kingdom, our enchanted weapons and equipment can be powered directly by blue crystals. Stelea said excitedly. This solves the drawback of enchanted weapons absorbing ambient mana too slowly on their own. Lise nodded. So anyone can use enchanted weapons powered by blue crystals. Exactly. Then leave this matter to you, Elsa, and Harper to research. No problem, boss. Stelea said, then went outside to find Elsa. Lise stood up and stretched. Sylvia happened to be in the library reading Lise, Principles of Optics and Thermodynamics. Lise checked her status panel. He saw that her level had reached Mage Apprentice 910. It seemed she had gained many insights into shadow magic and would soon become an expert. Sylvia's progress was on par with Elsa's. Thanks to her talent, she had already mastered some shadow magic before systematically studying magic. Once she became an expert, Sylvia would likely be unable to resist setting off. Time continued to pass. Lise copied 4 more tomes on ideology and philosophy and placed them in the myriad volumes library, raising the overall improvement to 27. Finally, several people achieved breakthroughs one after another. Harper, with the help of numerous samples and Stelea's magical knowledge, became a master blacksmith. The inscriptions on weapons now came alive in her eyes. At the same time, her progress as a mage apprentice reached 810, and she also gained a new skill, enchanter apprentice, at 510. The enchanting method was straightforward. Lise, Stelea, and Elsa learned from Harper for a day and successively became apprentices. Both could now inscribe simple runes. To verify the accuracy of the knowledge, the group gathered and took Sylvia's enchanted dagger. They reconstructed the inscriptions on it, and for those that couldn't be restored, they used Stelea's knowledge to inscribe new patterns. Finally, after an afternoon, the dagger shone like new. There are 3 enchantments in total. First, the dagger's inherent shadow nail. When activated, it fires a nail condensed from shadow. Driving it into an enemy's shadow can immobilize them. The second is backstab. Attacking an enemy from behind triggers higher damage and can even inflict mental harm. The third is sharpness, which we inscribed ourselves. It merely uses mana to reinforce the dagger, making the blade sharper. Simple and practical. Sylvia was overwhelmed with gratitude and treasured the dagger as a precious gem. I will use it well. Perfect. Take this opportunity to go to Emerald City and investigate the slave traders. I know you've been wanting to go for a while. Yes, my lord. Wait 2 more days until Tony returns before you set off. Understood. He'll follow your orders, my lord. Lise had intended to inscribe some useful enchantments on his own enchanted longsword, but the existing enchantment inscriptions were too complex, and the group hadn't been able to decipher them. My teacher is a very skilled enchanter. I could write to her and ask, Stelea said. Elsa remarked that the little black coal ball could directly communicate with the teacher, couldn't it? Stelea wore a pained expression. She didn't dare. Meanwhile, Avra, this city of hope in the northern wastelands, was also one of the most powerful city-states. Tony's caravan was parked in the square provided by the trade association. It's all set. I paid a hefty sum to have a nobleman bring me into the Kamingafage banquet the city lord is hosting for his daughter. He'll present our honey there. It's bound to be a huge hit. Tony said excitedly to his guard. This guard had traveled far and wide with Tony for many years, shielding him from numerous disasters until he sustained an internal injury a year ago. It was only after the guard was injured that Tony was captured by a roving army and thrown into a mine. Evan, you must guard our goods at all costs. They're more important than my life. Rest assured, Evan, after using the holy water, had recovered from most of the injuries and ailments accumulated over long journeys within a week. Regaining his health, he was willing to follow Tony again, striving for a future for his family. Tony tidied his attire, repeatedly confirmed everything was in order, and carried his suitcase toward the city center. After verifying the invitation, Tony entered the castle's reception hall. Many people had already gathered there. Mr. Tony, I've been waiting for you, said the nobleman he had contacted beforehand. Good evening, Lord Tobias Fenn. I've arranged for a few friends who are also interested in your product. If the children can receive such a gift, they'll be overjoyed, and it will greatly accelerate their progression into professional classes. I think so too. And a small bottle of honey can restore the vigor of your youth. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other perfectly. At that moment, a slender figure in a black robe entered from the doorway. The entire room fell silent for a few seconds, and the city lord at the center personally came forward to greet her. That's Serena, an archmage and a master prophet. She's the city lord's honored guest. Thanks to her, Avra has survived numerous beast tides and natural disasters. Tony scratched his head. Oh, the nobleman's eyes widened. How can you be so calm? She holds 2 master titles. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, the nobleman saw Serena walking toward him. It's over. Did my voice get heard? I didn't say anything offensive, did I, eh? The nobleman felt a bit of sweat in his palms. Fortunately, Serena stopped in front of Tony. Give this to your tower master. Serena issued a soft yet remarkably commanding voice, leaving Tony with no doubt only a desire to respond immediately. Okay. Tony took the book that Serena handed over. The cover read Enchantment Techniques Corrected Edition. It's actually an enchantment technique. This is an extremely precious book. Not long ago, someone wanted to buy it and offered 5 spirit stones, but couldn't get a copy. Who is that man? I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem to be a noble. Could he be a merchant from outside? Many people began to discuss this. By the way, Serena said again, tell Stella that I will be looking for her soon, and she should prepare to compensate. Tony lowered his head and saw a face filled with resentment beneath the brim of the magician's hat. Even the knuckles were turning white from clenching. Tell her not to think about running away, and don't forget who taught her the prophecy technique. After saying this, Serena turned to leave. Tony wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling it was too terrifying. Oh, why was the pressure so strong? It turned out that Stella's teacher was this elf. He should have brought a gift. But it is not too late now. Lady Serena, is there something else? Tony glanced around, noticing that everyone's attention, including the lord's, was on him. Good, he needed just such an opportunity. I come from a shelter in the south. Our tower master discovered a miraculous bee that produces honey which, when consumed, can enhance a lattice strength to rival that of an adult male, increasing her mental acuity and learning ability. This is a gift I present to the Lord for his daughter. Please accept it. The Lord stepped forward with a smile. Thank you for your gift. He did not believe in these strange effects. Every year, people presented him with all sorts of items, each claimed to be extraordinary, including artifacts from ancient civilizations, magical tools that could record images, and whatever from the depths of the ocean. They were all overrated. He was only listening to this merchant out of respect for Serena. However, at this moment, Serena turned her head, thought for a few seconds, and then extended her hand. Tony immediately took out a new gift box. Besides the Lord's gift, I have also prepared some for the noble's present. This one is for you, Lady Serena, honey that enhances mental acuity. Serena shook her head and continued to extend her hand. Tony felt drenched in sweat. This, Serena said. Oh, I have it. Tony immediately took out a small bottle of honey wine from another suitcase. Honey wine that enhances mental acuity, please enjoy. Serena nodded in satisfaction, uncorked the bottle, and drank it down in one go, licking her lips in delight. Not bad. I already knew that your shelter always has some strange items. The Lord, seeing this, couldn't help but take it seriously. Since Serena had consumed it, it meant that this item posed no danger, but how effective would it be? Father, what are you doing? A beautiful red-haired girl leaned against the railing on the 2nd floor and shouted, Hey Melina, the merchant from afar has brought you a precious gift, and even Lady Serena has expressed her approval. Come down and try it. Oh. Melina leaped down, landing on the ground amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. The Lord slightly rubbed his forehead, clearly already weary of this. Hello, what kind of gift is it? Melina asked without any formality. Oh, it's honey that can enhance mental acuity or physical fitness, effective only the first time, and can help you. Wow, give me a portion that enhances physical fitness. Physical fitness. Tony had both kinds prepared, so he naturally wouldn't make a mistake, and opened the carefully wrapped gift box to hand it to Melina. This red honey is for enhancing physical fitness. Great. I love red the most. Melina eagerly opened the bottle, poured the honey into her mouth, and exclaimed, so sweet. Just after speaking, Melina felt a surge of warmth flow into her body. In the next moment, she felt her strength significantly increase along with her speed, resilience, and vitality. I've become stronger, Father. I feel like I can defeat Sir Dulin now. I'm going to find him for a spar right now. Thank you for your gift, honorable merchant. I like it very much. After saying this, Melina dashed out of the room like the wind. That speed is indeed much faster than usual. In an instant, many nobles gathered around. Tony suppressed his inner excitement and spoke the prepared lines. Noble gentlemen, due to the precious nature of the honey, I have only prepared 5 portions this time. I deeply apologize. However, I have some left in my cart. I will pay. If it can really increase strength, wouldn't my youngest son become a knight apprentice even faster? Can enhancing mental acuity make my daughter a magic apprentice? How many portions do you have? I want them all. At what price? Tony looked at the eager expressions of the crowd and smiled happily. This batch is quite limited. How about we hold an auction? Days passed. Liz stood on the city wall at night, watching the 3rd-tier magical beasts killed by the zigzag tower, feeling the increasing pressure. Can Griffin and the others hold on? Yesterday, List and Aisha helped Griffin reinforce the city wall. Old Griffin made some money by following List and took out his life savings to upgrade the Crystal Tower to level 5. With the city wall composite bows and holy water, it should be fine. However, Old Griffin still expressed the desire to send his son to List. My son is your son, feel free to take. List felt a bit helpless. He still regarded Luke as a good younger brother. Old Griffin also informed List that someone in the recent Winter City was inquiring about demi-human slaves, and the target was very likely List. List was not worried about this. Even if the entire army of Emerald City came, they might not be able to take down his shelter, let alone a big merchant. List looked at the newly appeared magical beast in the sky, a flying bird with cyan wings, a second-tier magic. Although small in size, it flew at incredible speed like an arrow cutting through the air. The arrow tower found it hard to lock on. Only the zigzag tower's peculiar attack trajectory could bring it down. List immediately had an idea. Because the cooldown for the Horn of Submission was up. Little blue bird, you deserve to be fated with me, List. As List manipulated the arrow tower to intentionally let the bird through, a lithe second-tier blue bird broke through layers of defenses and reached the city wall. It immediately spotted List at the forefront. Whoosh! Buzz! After a tense and thrilling interaction, a blue bird adorned with golden threads landed on List's arm, the size of a young hawk, with exceptionally sharp claws and beak. Name none. Race Qingyao. Talent speed rare. Loyalty 100. Status energetic, confused, curious, goo goo ga. Something feels off. I sense that my intelligence is somewhat lower than that of the Earth Dragon. The Qingyao is one of the fastest flying magical beasts on the wasteland. A immature Qingyu falcon can even cruise at near supersonic speeds. If used for delivering messages, it can cover a distance of several hundred miles in about 1 or 2 hours. From now on, you shall be called Qingyu, Lister said, stroking the feathers of the Qingyao. Qingyu let out a clear chirp, its wings slightly unfurling, seemingly satisfied with its new name. Aisha ran over, looking at the Qingyao on Lister's arm, her eyes sparkling. So beautiful. From now on, it will be our messenger for the shelter. Lister continued. No need to bother running back and forth for trivial matters. Aisha reached out to touch it, but Qingyu cautiously shrank back. However, upon seeing Lister's lack of objection, it reluctantly allowed Aisha to brush its wings. By the way, boss, Aisha suddenly recalled, Mr. Tony should be back in a few days. Lister nodded. It's about. Indeed, after the afternoon, the demi-human on the city wall spotted the merchant convoy. The sound of the camels' bells floated with the morning breeze, and the flags of the merchant convoy fluttered under the sunlight. Tony sat on the leading camel, looking darker than when he set off, but his spirit was remarkably high as he waved at Lister from afar. Master of the Tower. Master of the Tower. Lister sheathed his sword and descended from the city wall. The merchant convoy halted at the city gate, and Tony jumped off the camel, eagerly rushing over. We struck it big, Master of the Tower. Tony's voice trembled with excitement. This trip was a huge success. Lister glanced at the 8 carts behind the convoy, each one packed to the brim, leaving deep tracks in the. Come inside and talk. In the castle's reception room, Tony took a large sip of holy water to calm himself, then pulled out an exquisite wooden box, holding it with both hands and placing it before Lister. Master of the Tower, this is the income from this trip. Please have a look. Lister opened the wooden box. A pink glow instantly filled the entire room. 20 pink crystals were neatly arranged in the box, each radiating a soft glow. This is just, Tony added. Additionally, I've exchanged for a batch of supplies, all on the carts, including the book's magical materials, refined ores you requested, and some local specialties from Afra. 20, is that really so many? Lister asked in surprise. He anticipated a good profit from this trip, but he didn't expect it to be this substantial. And that's not all, my lord. Tony opened his portable ledger, the dense records dazzling to look at, thanks to Ms. Stella's teacher. The blessed honey caused a sensation in Afra. I held an auction, and everyone went crazy spending money. Sitting nearby, Stella shivered. What did you say? My teacher? Yes, thanks to Ms. Serena. Tony detailed everything that had transpired. By the way, Serena also said she would come by soon, so don't even think about running away. You won't be able to escape. Tony, filled with excitement, had completely forgotten about the initial pressures. Stella, already in a state of panic, inched closer to Lister, clutching his arm. Master of the Tower, you must save me. I broke my teacher's crystal ball. She will really kill me. It shouldn't be that serious. At the very least, she'll lock me up for a few years. Stella's eyes were brimming with tears. Don't worry, she should restrain herself in our shelter. It's all up to you, Master of the Tower. Stella shrank to the side, a cloud of gloom on her face. Let's continue, Tony. All right, Master of the Tower, according to our plan, I've had people continuously spread the word in taverns and banquets, equating blessed honey with status and wealth. Anyone who hasn't tasted it will feel inferior in social interactions, especially among the proud youths. For the next batch, I will continue to control the quantity and sell it steadily. Lister leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The 20 bonus from the golden ledger means that out of these 20 pink crystals, an additional 4 will appear in the treasure pool. The harvest is quite substantial. Well done, Tony, you've exceeded expectations on this task, Lister said. Your commission this time will be doubled according to our previous agreement. Tony was so excited he stood up not just for the blue crystals, but also because Lister recognized him. Thank you, Master of the Tower. Tony then pulled out a book from his pocket, the cover reading, Enchanting Techniques Revised Edition. This is what Ms. Serena entrusted me to pass on to you. Lister took the book and gazed at the words, Enchanting Techniques, marveling at how remarkable a profession the seer was. He and Stella had yet to write their letter to consult Serena about the enchanting book, and she had already sent the materials over. Opening the book, he found it filled with dense symbols, giving him a headache. Let the professionals handle such specialized matters. After handing the book to Aisha and Stella, Lister prepared to upgrade the Crystal Tower. The shelter space was somewhat stretched, with the 4 wonders currently under construction, each much larger than before, and there was no more room within the city walls. After upgrading the shelter, repositioning the city walls, and reorganizing would allow for more facilities. Let's go. Outside, Lister tossed the 20 pink crystals into the Crystal Tower. Instantly, the entire Crystal Tower erupted with dazzling pink light, even more intense and warmer than before. The light spread out like ripples wherever it touched. The dry sand turned moist, and the air became filled with a refreshing essence. The coverage radius of the Crystal Tower expanded to a sphere with a radius of 500 meters. 4 new crystal core slots appeared in the Crystal Tower's perception. Lister was prepared, taking out 2 recently acquired Arrow Tower crystal cores from the warehouse and binding them with the 2 remaining Zigzag Tower crystal cores. After readjusting the position of the city walls, the Arrow Towers and Zigzag Towers also needed to be reorganized. Let's reinforce the defensive towers first. Initially, for the 2 new Arrow Towers, Lister still chose the most versatile rapid-fire Arrow Tower, as a significant portion of the sniping Arrow Tower's powers was replaced by the Zigzag Tower, which had a low cost-performance ratio. The Scattering Arrow Tower is only effective at close range and can only perform well during beast tides. The new upgrades still followed the pattern of rapid-fire scattering and sniping for targeted enhancements. Lister only upgraded the new Arrow Towers and Zigzag Towers to level 4, not reaching level 5 for the time being, as upgrading each level 5 Arrow Tower and Zigzag Tower requires 1 pink crystal. If he upgraded all of them, his pink crystals would vanish in an instant. Now it's time to fill the position of the Master Archer. The training quotas for hunting goddess statues correspond to the number of Arrow Towers in the main sanctuary. Although the Slant Tower occupies 4 slots, it significantly enhances the sanctuary's defensive capabilities. For now, List does not lack Master Archers, and adjustments can be made later if necessary. However, today 2 Arrow Towers were indeed filled, allowing for the training of 2 more. Sylvia, come over. He kept Sylvia here for a day so that she could become a Master Archer before taking action, which would enhance her self-preservation abilities. Just stand here, List said. Close your eyes. The bestowing of a master profession requires a certain sense of ceremony. Sylvia did not ask further and obediently stood still, closing her eyes. List injected one of the light orbs from the hunting goddess statue into her body. The body of the Kia person trembled slightly, her brows furrowed, as if absorbing a massive stream of information. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of silvery light flashing deep within her pupils. How do you feel, Sister Sylvia? Aisha asked, leaning closer. It appears you are now a Shadow Archer, List inquired. Yes, Sylvia nodded. I only have a vague sense of my specific abilities. I need to test them a few times to understand better. It appears you are now a Shadow Archer, List inquired. Yes, Sylvia nodded. I only have a vague sense of my specific abilities. I need to test them a few times to understand better. Sylvia didn't speak further. She merely drew a regular arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. She did not aim at any target, but pointed the bow at the shadow cast by List, elongated by the sunlight on the ground. Release. In the instant the arrow left the string, it was as if it was swallowed by something, silently vanishing into the shadow on the ground, disappearing completely. Did it disappear? Aisha exclaimed, her eyes wide. In the next moment, 10 meters behind List, from the shadow of a rock, the arrow emerged, as if it had surfaced from beneath the water, silently drilling out and embedding itself into the rock, the tip sinking half an inch. The entire process made no sound, not even the whistle of the arrow feathers cutting through the air. The next instant, the whole stone was engulfed in darkness, resembling a pure shadow, which lasted for 3 seconds before vanishing. That's amazing, Aisha marveled. When I aim at any shadow, the arrow can emerge from a nearby shadow connected to light. Sylvia lowered the bow, her tone calm, but with a hint of excitement in her eyes. The closer the distance, the less magical energy is consumed. Currently, I can control it up to about 200 meters. Any shadow within that range could potentially have my shot emerge from it. List nodded in acknowledgement. That is very suitable for a thief's ability. This ability can not only attack those behind cover, but perhaps even strike through walls. Can it emerge from armor? List's series of questions left Sylvia a bit overwhelmed. Theoretically, yes, Sylvia nodded. The rest is up to you to experiment, but don't give up on your imaginations. After saying this, Sylvia was already feeling restless. Let's go to Emerald City. Oh, I know you can't hold back, List said with a smile. Thank you, my lord, I will be back soon. Yes, bring back some holy water and blue crystals. Not every situation requires the use of force, be careful. The little Chia person left. Aisha stood on the city wall, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry about it. List turned around. Aside from her affinity with shadows, she is still a master archer. Very few can catch her in the entire wilderness. There shouldn't be any in a place like Emerald City. What worries me is the other. That night, List lay in the second-floor bathhouse contemplating the recent events. Seth led the Beastman army to the Beastman settlement today. These soldiers had been infused with knowledge at the 10,000 Scrolls library for several days, possessing solid theoretical foundations along with a group of veterans to impart experience. They would soon enter the abandoned underground city to explore the shallow areas. Seth also took the crystal core of the stone man. Only as long as blue crystals were inserted into it, it could move freely anywhere, serving as a safety guarantee. Two matters requiring attention lie ahead. The first is that Stella's teacher Serena is coming. According to Stella, she is an elf who has lived for over 1,000 years with a fiery temper and an eccentric personality, yet her research in magic and prophecy is unparalleled. The knowledge accumulated over 1,000 years is nothing short of precious treasure. However, as Stella mentioned, Serena lacks any physical treasures and has lived in poverty, which is quite strange. For the past decade, the master and apprentice have frequently gone out for odd jobs, sometimes even working for months on end to pay off debts. If she weren't so poor, Serena wouldn't have confined Stella for several years over a crystal ball. List even suspected that Serena might have become entangled with something strange. This might also be a way to manipulate Serena and bring her under control. The second matter is the blood moon. Since Stella predicted the blood moon, she has spent time each day sensing the exact time of its arrival. While there's no definitive result, yet it can be sensed that the day is drawing nearer, likely within the next month. They have already informed Lord Winter of this news, but Winter has still done nothing about the survival of the surrounding sanctuaries, merely issuing a call to arms, just like last time, asking powerful warriors' armies and tower masters from nearby to come for joint defense, although families could accompany them to prevent the sanctuaries from being destroyed during the joint defense, causing casualties among loved ones. This is a stopgap measure. Rebuilding a destroyed sanctuary is no small matter, and what use is it to bring the tower masters' families to the city-state? The slaves, workers, and facilities in the sanctuary are far more important. That day, Stella expressed her warm regards for Lord Winter's stinginess and short-sightedness. Water sounds could also be heard from downstairs. Stella was curled up in the water, blowing bubbles. Stella, don't be so dejected. Have a couple of fruit wines, and you'll forget all your troubles. Fia was already tipsy. You haven't seen the teacher, is she? She is a very terrifying woman. Aisha asked curiously. You'll know when you see her. Stella seemed to recall something unpleasant, her complexion turning even paler. Forget about that old hag. Aisha, do you want a drink too? Fia, didn't the boss give you a ban on drinking? Aisha inquired. Shoo. Fia pounced on Aisha, covering her mouth. This isn't drinking bits work. This is my new product that I've developed. I'm just testing it out. And I haven't been drunk these past few days. I've been working hard. Aisha turned her head, looking at Fia, clinging to her, unable to help but smile. All right, I'll just have a small sip. Fia had already forgotten a last time Aisha took just a small sip and ended up completely out of it. Aisha, I saw you come out of List's room that day. Oh, what happened? Fia leaned close to Aisha's ear. In an instant, Aisha's entire body turned red. Stella's eyes also widened, emerging from the water. Nothing. Nothing happened. I was drunk that day. Aisha recalled that day, still feeling a flush of heat throughout her body. Really, little Aisha. After all, I am a Demohoman, and it's already quite good that Lord Lister hasn't chased me away. Stella squinted, her eyes seemingly lost, and thought, a strange smile appearing on her face. That shouldn't be the case. The boss has always treated demihumans well, never showing any unusual emotions. Fia analyzed. Could it be that the boss has some peculiar preferences? At that moment, Perlo, who was playing with water, suddenly shouted, Lord Lister is the one. Aisha's pupils trembled. Where did you hear that? Harper slapped Perlo on the behind. Forget it, Fia shook her head, knowing it couldn't be true. Many city lords, nobles, and tower masters have unique quirks. I once met a tower master who adored half-elves. I was even planning to visit him, only to find out he was struck dead by a passing elven mage. And there are those who like their subordinates to tie them up. Fia leaned closer to Aisha's ear, whispering. Aisha's eyes widened in shock. No, it can't be. So think quickly. Has the boss shown any interest in anything? Aisha shook her head, unable to conceive anything. After leaving the bathhouse, Aisha kept pondering Fia's words. Lord Lister isn't a pervert, is he? No way. Returning to her room, Aisha prepared to take a clean outfit from the wardrobe when she suddenly discovered a black and white garment that the Tower Master had bought for her a long time ago. Faya's words echoed in her ears. Has the boss shown any interest in anything? Does a maid outfit count? Aisha, as if possessed, put on the maid outfit. I wonder what's so appealing about this. After spinning around twice, Aisha expressed her confusion but respected it. At the very least, Lord Lister didn't have the kind of peculiarities Faya mentioned. Is the boss also taking a bath now? Just then, after having a couple of drinks poured down by Faya, Aisha felt a bit lightheaded and suddenly pushed the door open, hesitating for a moment before entering Lister's room. Inside the bedroom, the sound of water could be faintly heard. What am I even doing? Am I just dressed like this to show the boss? Will the boss like it? Since it's a maid outfit, shouldn't I do some maid duties? I seem to have heard that there are maids in the city who help nobles bathe. Aisha approached the bathroom door and grasped the doorknob. Inside, Lister suddenly opened his eyes. Frost spell? Crack. The entire bathroom door and all its crevices were frozen solid. Aisha's attempt to open the door failed, and she was blocked at the entrance. The cold wind seeping through the door crack jolted her back to reality. Lister, having put on clothes, dispelled the frost spell and exited, carrying Faya into the study 5 minutes later. Before long, anguished screams echoed from inside. I was wrong, boss. Please don't ban alcohol for a month. Boom. A loud noise came from outside, shaking the ground and reverberating through the castle. Wolf, patrolling the walls, shouted, "Tonight there's a beast tide." Lister temporarily spared Faya and immediately joined everyone on the walls. Indeed, every beast tide is accompanied by the emergence of new magical beasts. This time it's a second-tier beast, the tusked wild boar. Stella said. In the distance, a dozen brown wild boars the size of small cars charged in groups toward the shelter. Their tough skin was covered with a thick layer of bristles, and their enormous tusks were formidable siege weapons. The arrows fired by the level 4 rapid-fire arrow tower could only penetrate a small section. Even sniper arrows struggled to pierce their skulls. The tusked wild boar could dodge slightly, causing the sniper arrows to bounce away. Fortunately, their firepower was strong enough. You might be able to deflect 1 or 2 attacks, but after several rounds of shooting, I could definitely kill you. Even if the arrow tower couldn't handle it, there was still the zigzag tower. Magical attacks are least afraid of heavy defenses, as they can directly penetrate the thick bristles. Upon seeing these second-tier beasts, Lister's first thought was whether he could domesticate them. Once the beast stable was repaired, he could increase the loyalty of the magical beasts kept inside. Although it wasn't as simple and direct as the Horn of Submission to max out loyalty, it had the advantage of no cooldown time and the ability to tame multiple magical beasts at once. Fresh meat in the wilderness is rare. A Lister could only buy it in the city. If these wild boars were cultivated over several generations, they could potentially serve as a source of quality meat. Magical beast meat isn't inedible, it's just that the wilderness would consume the corpses. However, the corpses purified by holy water could be preserved without the effects of dark corruption. The reason I never ate it before was that there was simply nothing edible outside. Slimes, goblins, trolls, magic helmets. Only the magical wolves had some utility, but their meat was particularly gamey and simply inedible. Let's kill a few wild boars to try. Lister made a decision, shouting, "Use holy water to remove its curse and bring it into the shelter." Aisha immediately controlled the arrow tower and zigzag tower to steer clear of a tusked wild boar's path, escorting it to the walls, and then arrows tied with holy water struck its head. Lister used little force, fearing that he might accidentally kill the boar. His current strength could be considered half superhuman. As the curse on the tusked wild boar was lifted, it looked around in confusion. Ing! A soft, fluffy cry echoed in the air as the magical griffin dove down, sweeping the wild boar up in its wake. It seemed fond of this prey. Wait, leave me a bite. The griffin tossed the half-dead wild boar onto the square, and immediately a large group of demi-humans surrounded it. Having spent a long time in the shelter, each of these demi-humans had become quite bold, and their physical condition far superior to that of ordinary people. What's going on? Is the Tower Master going to tame a new mount again? What a big wild boar. Can magical beast meat be eaten? I've gnawed on a magical wolf's corpse when I was starving, what felt like eating rotten meat. Lister walked over, signaling to Little Ing not to dig in just yet. The meat looks poor quality, but at least it doesn't have that rotten feeling like the magical wolf. Little Ing also remarked that when she was in the underground city, she often ate it. It's non-toxic and absolutely quality meat. Picking up a dagger, Lister cut a piece, using magical power to shape the most basic flame, slowly roasting the meat to medium rare. The aroma of fat wafted out, causing those around to frequently swallow. Bringing it to her mouth, she took a bite. The taste was quite poor, still retaining a fishy flavor, but it was indeed. This meat is edible, Little Ing. Go catch a few more, but try not to injure them. Aisha, go make a sturdy stone pig pen and lock them up for now. Aisha utilized the crystal tower to amplify her abilities, quickly constructing a massive pig pen to confine 6 tusked wild boars. Having had their frenzy state dispelled by holy water, they trembled in fear. Not far away, their kin were skewered and roasted over a fire surrounded by a group of demi-humans feasting heartily. Above the cage, a third-tier griffin was watching them hungrily, ready to tear them to shreds at any moment. The stone cage had pillars thicker than their waists, impervious to any attempts of breaking. The second senior brothers were out of ideas, huddled in a corner, awaiting the judgment of fate. Bring out the food we've hoarded in the storeroom for a long time and feed them. The first step in raising pigs is to understand how they breed. Fortunately, Fia is well informed and was pulled out in the middle of the night to atone for her sins. Of course, magical beasts can breed. When they are in underground caves or dungeons, their reproduction rate is rapid, just like the food in the shelter coming in batches. Otherwise, there would be too many magical beasts every night to kill. Is there any way to promote their breeding? Fia smiled. Hee hee, you asked the right person, boss. When I was collecting plants in a place called Spring Valley, I met an old tower master. He is over 70, but has 3 beautiful wives. I exchanged some high-quality seeds for his unique formula and flower seeds. Lister was astonished. What do you mean by potions? I simply collected the formulas for their academic value. Do you understand? Forget it. As long as it can speed up the breeding process, this task is yours, Fia. No problem. In the following days, Lister would visit the pig pen every morning. The beast tide had ended, and only 1 or 2 wild boars would occasionally appear at night, so there was no need to stay awake to catch them. He let Wolf purify them with holy water before slaughtering them for meat. The 6 tusked wild boars lived quite peacefully in the stone pen. After holy water dispelled their curse, these beasts that once furiously charged the city walls at night had now turned into a bunch of lazy couch potatoes. They were no longer frantic, merely eating and sleeping, enjoying life even more than Lister. They're growing quite fast. Lister squatted by the pig pen, nodding in satisfaction at one noticeably plump wild boar. Fia approached, yawning, holding a ceramic jar. Boss, here's the stuff you wanted. Lister took the jar, opened the lid, and a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Hey, don't smell it. The potency is significant. Oh, I measured the dosage based on the size of the tusked wild boars. Lister quickly closed the lid and grabbed a bottle of holy water to drink, dispelling the abnormal state in his body. This is too dangerous. Is this what you call an aphrodisiac? It has not only aphrodisiac effects, but also enhances. Cough, cough. In any case, it's definitely effective. Lister handed the jar to Aisha. Let's have the keeper add a bit to the feed every day and see the results. If it's effective, it won't be long before the shelter can start wholesale pork. Aisha took the ceramic jar, her expression somewhat unnatural. Ever since that night, when she tried to break into the bathroom in her maid outfit, she hadn't dared to look Lister in the eye for several days. But Lister seemed completely unfazed by that incident, training when needed and working together with her, even jokingly asking her why she wasn't wearing that beautiful maid outfit anymore. Aisha gradually returned to normal. However, since Lister the Tower Master had given her this small jar, could it be? No. What are you thinking? Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm going now. Aisha clutched the ceramic jar and hurried to the pig pen. Lister stood up, brushing off the dust from his knees. Next, we need to continue expanding the city walls. After the shelter reaches level 5, the original walls only enclose the core area, and a large part of the outer area is vacant, allowing for the cultivation of new farmland and the planning of the location for new wonders. Lister stood on the terrace of the castle, overlooking the entire shelter. The walls need to extend at least 200 meters, which is quite a workload. When will Stella become a master of architecture? Lister knew he would have to go to the construction site himself again. Aisha stood behind him, holding charcoal and cardboard, planning the new layout. Boss, Bianca came by yesterday inquiring if we could take the children and the elderly from the settlement to our shelter. It's not very safe there. Sure, I will ensure there's enough accommodation for them in this expansion. Those children should be sent to the library early to study literacy with Matilda and pass the assessment to become our subjects. The elderly and women can take on some lighter work, but they must also pass the assessment to receive the same treatment as free citizens. We cannot afford any mistakes in this matter. Understood, boss. In this way, the demi-human settlement will essentially become our half-military camp and training ground. It's a pity it's too far from the shelter, taking half a day to travel back and forth. As for road construction, I've considered it, but the environment of the wasteland is too complicated. Laying a gravel road won't save much time and will instead consume a tremendous amount of energy. It should wait until we have the relevant technology to implement it. I will discuss this with Priest Bianca, Aisha said. At noon, Oiseth returned from the demi-human settlement. The old sword saint was covered in dust and dried blood, but he looked quite spirited, followed by over 50 demi-human soldiers, each carrying bulging packs. Lord Tower Master. Seth took off his helmet, revealing his grizzled hair and rosy face. The top level has been mostly cleared, and we found quite a few good items. Lister welcomed him. The soldiers opened their packs, spilling out a pile of items, enchanted weapons, damaged armor, some blue crystals, and some incomprehensible metal components. Stella ran down from the stargazing tower, squatting on the ground to examine those components, continuously selecting potentially useful items. These tools all have enchanted inscriptions. They hold significant research value. Then let's send them all to the stargazing tower. You, Aisha, and Harper can study them together, Lister said. All right. Stella continued selecting intently. Seth smiled. Our training has gone smoothly. The demi-humans are very brave and loyal. Very well, I discussed with Aisha, and will provide you with some slots for the shelter's free citizens. Those who serve enough time or perform exceptionally well can be promoted early, and of course, there will be blue crystal rewards that you can apply for from Andrew. Ha ha ha, that's great. The warriors will be very happy. How's the situation on the first level? Lister, not much danger. Seth maintained his smile. It's mainly first-tier magical beasts with the occasional appearance of second-tier elite monsters. There wasn't much threat. I didn't activate the stone man, and the strongest inside was just a third-tier ogre. I helped the warriors a bit, and they passed through without any major incidents. No deaths, just a few minor injuries that will recover quickly after drinking holy water. Good, keep exploring the underground ruins in this state. Lister walked toward the city wall. The new blueprint had been completed, and now it was time for him and Elsa to work. Green Feather descended from the sky, landing on Lister's arm to beg for a snack. Lister fed it some jerky he carried and said, Sylvia has set off. Follow her to Emerald City. Send word promptly if anything arises, otherwise report intelligence at least once every 3 days. Green Feather nodded, intelligently soared into the air and vanished as a streak of green light. Bianca had spent money to bribe many informants in the surrounding city-states, mostly poor children or homeless. These children were inconspicuous, required few azure crystals to bribe, and were grateful, gathering intelligence with all their heart. Since the Beast Folk settlement allied with Lister's sanctuary, her burden had lightened. The curse was lifted, food was plentiful, and the opposition that once threatened her had quieted after Benjamin's death. Yet she still had an unfulfilled promise to find the whereabouts of the Sparrow Folk. Among all in the sanctuary, she was closest to Sylvia. They had met first and shared life and death moments together. Helping Sylvia find her family was Bianca's heartfelt wish. Now the biggest lead was the slave trade in Emerald City. The slave trader Roderick Black held detailed trade routes and warehouse locations. Lady Bianca, the children have sent more intelligence. Roderick Black hosted 2 merchants from the Afra direction these past days, discussing at length. The children followed them to the tavern and overheard names like Honey and Tony. Bianca's tail twitched restlessly and her brow furrowed deeply. We must inform Lord Lister. Tony and our precious trade route are being targeted. Roderick, this slave trader, had long harbored a grudge against Lister over his underlings. Rumored to be extremely vengeful, he would surely seize any chance for revenge. Moreover, the trade route itself represented immense wealth. The people from Afra must have tracked Tony here, and their alliance with Roderick boded no good. Maya rode a warhorse to the sanctuary that very day and met Lister. Lord Lister. What's the matter, Maya? It's almost dinner time. Join us. Ah, yes. Maya instantly thought of Mead and couldn't help licking her lips. Any urgent matters? Yes. My lord. Maya lowered her head in slight shame, nearly forgetting the main issue over Mead. Our informants found that the slave trader in Emerald City is colluding with people from Afra targeting Mr. Tony and your goods. Oh, it was bound to come. Lister was not surprised. Tony was inevitably being thoroughly investigated and tracked by Afra and nobles from surrounding city-states. Tony would have to come to his sanctuary for loading and unloading and would eventually be discovered. The sanctuary no longer feared threats. Still, he hadn't expected the enemy to seek out Roderick for consultation. It seemed this slave trader had considerable connections and strength. He'll inform Sylvia. She's already on her way to Emerald City. Sylvia had left 2 days ago. The Azure Bird should return soon, and he could pass the message to her. That evening, Maya got her wish and drank mead. The next day, work on the city wall continued steadily. The entire sanctuary had expanded a full circle. Under Fia's command, the beast folk had plowed a vast farmland around the Horn of Plenty. Everything was improving. When Lister woke up that morning, he even saw the Fong boars happily playing a stacking game. Pity the production cycle is so long. I wonder how long until I see piglets. The Azure Bird returned in the afternoon. Unrolling the note tied to its leg, he found Sylvia's report. She had already made contact with Bianca's informants, the children, and was investigating Roderick's hidden slave trade routes and possible beastfolk hideouts. Lister wrote down Bianca's findings and had the Azure Bird deliver them to her. Meanwhile, in the city-state of Winter, the closest to the sanctuary within the Lord's manor, Lord Winter leaned back in a soft beast-hide chair, a cup of Eastern black tea before him, its curling steam blurring his neatly trimmed mustache. My lord, have you considered the partnership I proposed? The speaker sat in the guest seat, a burly man with a scar running from brow to jaw, Roderick Black. He placed a bag of pink crystals on the table, producing a dull thud. 20 pink crystals, just a deposit. Roderick's voice was low-laced with a merchant's smoothness. Afterward, we split the sales channels for Lister's healing potions and honey 50-50. Winter took a sip of tea, saying nothing. This slave trader from Emerald City had somehow learned that the blessed honey and costly healing potions sweeping the city-states all came from Tower Master Lister. This was precious intelligence, but also dangerous. Winter knew exactly what Roderick was planning. When encountering valuables, the simplest method was to seize them. This was hardly an uncommon tactic in the wilderness. The only concern was the pact between city-states forbidding attacks on Crystal Tower Masters lest they incur the enmity of all. Moreover, Lister was no ordinary man. During the last dungeon surge, that young man with 2 beastfolk archers had single-handedly shot down 7 goblin shamans on the city wall and even led the push to repel the calamity. Not to mention the elven prophet and sword master by his side. My lord, are you worried about that, Lister? Roderick smiled, the scar twisting with his grin. I have 500 private soldiers and 30 catapults. The blood moon is approaching, he won't dare oppose us. A little threat, and he'll surely yield. Winter tapped his fingers on the armrest. He'll think it over. Uncle. The door swung open, and he was tall and lean with features resembling Winter's, but his gaze was sharper, bearing a soldier's resolute air. Frederick Winter, the Lord's nephew and a mid-ranking officer in the city-state army. After his parents died in an accident when he was young, Lord Winter had adopted him. Frederick, you're forgetting your man. Winter frowned. Frederick bowed slightly, but his stance remained unyielding. He walked to the table, glanced at Roderick, then at the pink crystals. Uncle, I've heard the rumors. You're not actually planning to ally with this slave trader, are you? He's notorious, utterly untrustworthy. He's destroyed many sanctuaries to capture slaves, and even the fall of northern city-states may have involved him. Lord Winter remained silent, still lost in thought. Roderick eyed the young man with amusement. Young man, don't believe every rumor. I don't recall committing such misdeeds. You are well aware of the truth behind these matters. The intelligence network of the city-state is not entirely composed of fools. Roderick leaned back comfortably on the sofa. Uncle, I am unsure of your intentions. The wasteland is becoming increasingly perilous and the blood moon is approaching. We need every ally capable of fighting, not those who stab us in the back. Frederick fixed his gaze on Winter, saying, if you act this way, how will the surrounding tower masters view us? When danger arises, will they still lend us their aid? I can assure you, Lord Winter, that I will take charge of this matter. All you need to do is lend your prestige to invite Lister here. The entire affair is of no concern to you. Just wait to reap the rewards of spirit crystals. Lord Winter sighed and waved his hand. I still need to think it over, Mr. Roderick. Roderick smiled. Lord Winter should consider this seriously. There are many who can collaborate with me, and my patience is limited. Roderick picked up the spirit crystal pouch and left without looking back. Only the uncle and nephew were left in the room. You may leave first. Winter waved his hand, his tone weary. Frederick opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. The night deepened. Frederick lay in bed, tossing and turning. He was not unaware of his uncle's predicament. The city-state's finances were strained, hindering development, and the nobles had their own agendas while the pressure from the blood moon grew. The conditions offered by Roderick were indeed tempting. He had heard of the healing potions and blessed honey, which could greatly alleviate the Winter family's plight if obtained. However, to turn against friends who had aided the city-state, Frederick's principles forbade such actions. Frederick recalled the young man standing on the city wall with black hair and brown eyes who did not flinch in the face of the bone dragon, but instead drew his bow and shot an arrow that pierced the beast's skull. He is a true knight, and knights should not be betrayed. He sat up, pulled a piece of parchment from under his pillow, hastily scribbled down a few lines, then tore off the note and tucked it into his clothing. As he pushed open the door, he suddenly noticed several figures secretly watching him. Uncle, you truly intend to accept that merchant's terms, don't you? Frederick straightened his clothes and pockets, returning to the city wall to continue his patrol as if nothing had happened. The next day at the sanctuary, Lister stood on the city wall and spotted a figure clad in a black long robe with a pointed hat riding a white beast leisurely making their way toward the sanctuary. Without attendants or a merchant caravan, they were utterly alone. Upon seeing this, Wolf immediately called Lister over. By the attire, it appears to be a magician. Stella must be here. It's likely her teacher has arrived. Aisha also approached the city wall, saying, Stella has been at the construction site these past few days. She said that labor helps her temporarily forget her fears. It seems Stella had foreseen Serena's arrival. Let us go down to welcome her. As Lister reached the city gate and got closer, he found that Serena looked nothing like he had imagined. From Stella's and Tony's description, Serena was supposed to be a strict and cold figure radiating an oppressive aura, yet the one before him riding a beast was merely a child about the same height as Fia. Serena took a deep breath and told herself, do not falter. I am here to rescue that foolish child, Stella. If I do not save her, she will spend her life being deceived by this wicked tower master. Serena took a deep breath and told herself, do not falter. I am here to rescue that foolish child Stella. If I do not save her, she will spend her life being deceived by this wicked tower master. Serena recalled the vision she had seen, her determination solidifying as she bit her lip and said, Master Lister, greetings. I am Serena, a master-level seer and mage from the Aphrodite Estate and also Stella's teacher. I appreciate your care for my student. Hello and welcome. Lister approached, bowing slightly to shake hands with the arriving Serena. Name Serena. Race elf. Loyalty 0. Talent none. Profession master-level seer 4250, mage 4750, expert enchanter 1920. Status nervous, anxious, determined. Stella is waiting for me. The teacher will save you. Lister. Serena was unexpectedly lacking in any talents. Reaching the pinnacle levels of both seer and mage must have been extremely challenging. Moreover, what does the status bar mean? Is my sanctuary a den of dragons and tigers? Where is Stella? Is she afraid to come out and see me? Serena's voice suddenly turned cold. Lister felt the magical energy around him stagnate. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. She is in the magic tower of the sanctuary. Serena's expression flickered. A magic tower. Even a small sanctuary has a magic tower. If she hadn't seen this scene in her vision, she would have been unable to suppress a sneer. However, even with a magic tower, it is merely a facade. It must have been built by this young tower master to deceive Stella, considering he is a master architect. I will go meet Stella first. Serena walked into the sanctuary with familiarity, observing the various statues around her, slightly furrowing her brow. Why are there so many superficial sculptures in your sanctuary? Aisha seemed displeased, saying, These are not ordinary sculptures. They are wonders created from the knowledge bestowed upon us by the tower master, each containing divine-like power. Serena shook her head. Truly crafty humans can train demi-humans to be so loyal. No wonder Stella was completely deceived. As she proceeded, she saw the majestic and mysterious stargazing tower, standing on the mountain, its outer walls gleaming like new, intricately engraved with complex patterns that resonated with the surrounding magical energy, creating a unique magical field. Just as Serena was about to continue nitpicking, she found that she could not comprehend the patterns at all. Is this a magic tower? Serena felt a sense that the magic tower she had painstakingly built over half a century seemed inferior. Yes, Stella personally participated in the construction process. It is called the Stargazing Tower. Let us go inside to rest. Aisha, please call for Stella. No need. I will find Stella directly. All right, this way, please. Lister headed towards the construction. As Serena observed her surroundings, she noted that most were demi-humans, each busy at work, surrounded by many strange, yet exquisite buildings which were unforgettable at first glance. The castle was novel, with an unseen architectural style appearing neat and comfortable. Behind the castle was a sea of flowers and a beautiful house resembling a workshop with many bees nesting and producing honey on the grid outer walls. There were vast farmlands, abundant produce, and even a huge library from which the sounds of reading could be heard. All just appearances, all just appearances. Lister is definitely a Blackheart Tower master. I must expose his true nature and rescue Stella. She entered the construction site. Serena saw Stella wearing short sleeves, vigorously working at the quarry, her golden hair turning gray and her face covered in dirt, laughing and chatting with the rough demi-humans around her. Still laughing, unaware that others see you as nothing more than a tool. Serena felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. When this cheap student worked alongside her, he was as gloomy as a funeral, yet he laughed more joyfully than anyone when being used like a beast of burden. Indeed, students, much like daughters, are never truly tamed. Once grown, they will always run off with others. As her mind battled within, Serena saw Stella effortlessly lift a massive stone weighing over 200 pounds. With the blessing honey enhancing her strength, agility, and resilience, and the 15 overall attribute boost from her talent, the Spectre Watcher, Stella's power exceeded that of an adult cow. Serena gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Nearby, Stella, upon spotting her teacher, let the stone slip from her hands and drop to the ground. Seeing the shadowy frown on Serena's face, Stella approached hesitantly. Teacher, you must pack your things and return with me to Afla, Serena said sternly. Stella's face was filled with struggle. I don't want to go back, teacher. I really like it here. There is an opportunity for me to become a mage here. No way, you. Serena glanced at List, stepping closer to Stella, leaning in to whisper, with a soundproof spell, you're working for free here. That greedy tower master only gives you 15 blue crystals a week. Blue crystals aren't important. They provide food and shelter. What matters is that the Tower Master provides resources far beyond what blue crystals can offer, and anything I need the Tower Master will get for me for free. Oh, free anything. Serena looked into Stella's eyes, employing her observation magic, realizing that Stella was not lying. Stella nodded. Moreover, the stargazing tower built for me by the Tower Master is incredibly powerful, better than any mage tower I have seen. I personally participated in its construction. I won't leave, teacher. I don't believe it. All the nobles and tower masters I have seen are greedy and evil. Many covet the bodies of our elves. List is definitely cut from the same cloth. No way. Lord List has no vices. He is gentle, powerful, upholds justice, and protects the weak. How is that possible? No vices. Does he not indulge in spices, not drink excessively, and not lead a chaotic private life? That's the quality of a paladin, not what a noble should possess. You can stay at the shelter for a while and see for yourself. Serena dispelled the soundproof magic, turning to face List with a smile. All right, I hope to trouble Lord List for a while. I wonder if that's convenient. List was unaware of what the two had secretly discussed, but Stella's performance pleased him greatly. She had so easily persuaded Serena to stay for a while. Indeed, a good beast of burden helps its master recruit others. Of course, welcome. The group entered the stargazing tower. Serena wasn't a vassal of List, so she couldn't enjoy the benefits of the vast library, yet the effect of the stargazing tower alone left her astonished. Although she had anticipated it, Serena still found it hard to believe. You built this mage tower. It was completed in less than a month. A series of rhetorical questions made Stella feel incredibly ashamed. This is all the power of Lord List. I merely participated in the construction. Serena felt her 100 magical perception ability and realized that the magical configurations that had troubled her for a long time became clear and many mistakes became evident. The enhancement of magical perception was merely a surface benefit. The stargazing tower also doubled the speed of research drastically. Once thoughts began to flow, it felt as though her meridians were opened up and her thoughts became exceptionally clear. Serena sat down on a chair, frozen in place, until Stella poked her. Oh, sorry, I suddenly thought of a magical mop. It's all right, Stella. Remember to prepare a guest room for your teacher in the stargazing tower. Thank you. The tower also had bedrooms that could serve as guest rooms. Compared to the rooms in the castle, mages generally preferred to stay in the tower for easy access to magical energy. The few of them began to converse. To List, Serena was not only Stella's teacher, but also a top intelligence source living long enough in the core city of Afla. Thus, he proactively asked Lady Serena, how is the situation over in Afla? Afla is very safe with a level 9 crystal tower and over 100 level 9 arrow and mage towers. Even if sandworms came, they would face hardship. However, the surrounding shelters haven't been so fortunate. The recent beast tides have caused them significant losses. Afla actively provided pink crystals, helping many shelters upgrade to level 4, and sent a master architect to build their walls. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Indeed, Afla's actions were in line with their previous expectations, aiding the surrounding shelters' growth, which was greatly beneficial to the city-state itself. Then why has Winter City taken no action? I know what you want to ask. The nearest small city to your shelter has 3 major nobles. Although they are called nobles, they are merely the 3 tower masters who initially formed the city-state. Winter became the city lord because his crystal tower reached level 8, which is the main crystal tower of the city. In recent years, City Lord Winter's only blue crystal mine has been exhausted. The 3 major nobles are in open conflict, and their armies are at odds with one another, resulting in chaos. Serena stood up. The Winter family is now heavily in debt and cannot make ends meet. List had previously been unaware of the city-state's financial situation. After discussing a bit more about magic and enchantments with Serena, List prepared to leave as the expansion of the city walls could not be delayed. Stella looked helplessly at List with her small eyes. List, however, did not feel that Serena posed much pressure. Perhaps it was merely a respect that evolved from people's fear of her identity and power. Ignoring Stella's plea for help, List departed. Inside the stargazing tower, Stella sat straight and serious. Serena snorted coldly. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Update me on any progress in magic recently. Stella looked at Serena in surprise. Since becoming Serena's student, Stella had been under immense pressure. Any slight relaxation would lead to Serena's sharp reprimands and punishments. Every week, she had to report her learning situation and progress to Serena, and even a little indulgence would not escape a fierce criticism. However, Stella had no complaints, for Serena's expectations of her were identical to her own. Fear was still. Taking a deep breath, Stella pulled out her notebook. Teacher Lord List shared a wealth of unprecedented knowledge with me. This is my notes. Based on this knowledge, I have made rapid progress and gained a deep understanding of the principles of the world and everything, and I am on the verge of becoming a mage. Stella said excitedly, like a child showing off achievements to her parents. Impetuous. You've only just become a high-level mage for a year and are fantasizing about becoming a mage. Don't aim too high. I spent a full 30 years as a high-level mage. Oh, Stella wilted. Only List knew that on her status panel, Stella had already reached 1920 as a high-level mage. According to Licites, understanding the knowledge possessed by an expert is comparable to that of a high school graduate in his past life, while a master merely requires the knowledge of a bachelor's degree along with extensive experience. Deeper knowledge can rapidly advance the progress of experts and masters. Therefore, for the people of this world, a master seems to be of great importance. However, Licite knows that to establish a firm foothold in this world, being a master is merely the start. Selena's prophet and magician are already on the verge of a breakthrough, making them the closest individuals Licite can currently contact just before the realm of masters. Scholar's clock, a clock blessed by the god of time, which can chime once daily, designating a member to increase their proficiency in one profession by 1 point. The scholar's clock under construction should become the greatest bargaining chip to keep Selena here. In just 3 days, it can allow Selena to break through to the master-level magician and reach the realm beyond the Magus. As long as Selena stays in the shelter for a month, it will be sufficient. The concept of time for elves is different from that of humans. 10 days or half a month is a very short period for them. Licite has even seen Stella stay in the bath for an entire day, and if not for her craving for food, she might have remained there for a week. The new city walls are still constructed in the previous manner. The riveted structure combined with indestructible wondrous statues forms a solid defense, guiding magical beasts toward the areas of the sacred shield and the statues. The area of the shelter has expanded significantly, and the workload for the city walls has increased exponentially. Whenever Licite has time, he rushes to the construction site. Until mealtime, Old Man Seth has recently been often at the demi-human settlement, so the current chef is Aisha's mother Melissa. She is also a culinary expert, and after acquiring new recipes, the dishes she prepares are very much to Licite's taste. With more and more people in the shelter, Melissa has found several demi-human slaves who can cook to assist her, preparing to train them as chefs. The massive dining hall that Licite initially built has finally come into use, featuring an exquisite stone table over 10 meters long with a polished top engraved with delicate patterns. The core members have mostly taken their seats. Stella sits next to Selena beside Licite. The two seem to have exchanged something, with Selena appearing somewhat dazed, as if lost in a mental world. "Lady Selena, what do you think of my shelter?" Licite asked. Suddenly Selena stood up and asked, "Master Licite, please tell me, where do your sources of knowledge come from?" "From my hometown." "Where is your hometown?" "I have traveled across the continent and have never seen such a comprehensive summary of knowledge. This knowledge can almost validate my memories one by one." "My hometown is very far away. Its exact location is hard to describe." Selena did not let go of this. "This knowledge is of great help to me and may even help me advance further on the path of a magician." "Are you referring to the realm beyond that of a master?" "Yes, I have been a master for 532 years, always progressing along this path, yet I feel I have reached a bottleneck in these years." Licite smiled and said, "The existence of a bottleneck also indicates that you are closer to that realm. Indeed, this could very well be an opportunity." Selena appeared very excited. "If you don't mind, you can stay in my shelter to study. Oh, I can provide you with all the knowledge I have mastered." Selena looked at Licite warily. "What are your conditions?" "Why does she look at me like a villain? Do I seem like a—" Licite knew that it was not the right time to discuss employment. A cooperation could be a start. "No conditions are necessary. Since you are Stella's teacher, you are my friend. Moreover, you have helped us quite a bit, and I am very grateful for that," Licite said sincerely. Selena's expression softened somewhat. "In any case, your knowledge is of greater help to me," Selena said. "If we are friends. If you need help, I won't refuse a friend's request." That is enough." The meals were served on the dining table. Selena and Stella became quite synchronized, twitching their noses twice, their gazes dropping, and then they both swallowed at the same time. Truly worthy of being teacher and student. Suddenly, Licite thought of something. "Since that is the case, after dinner, I will give you a gift, Selena." Emerald City. A city built against the mountains, boasting the largest gem mine in the wasteland. It is relatively wealthy among nearby city-states and serves as a small trading center. Sylvia has been in the city for a few days, constantly wandering around taverns and trading houses to gather intelligence. To her surprise, she indeed found some information. A group of sparrow demi-humans is locked in a warehouse within the city, prepared as surplus goods to be sold to the south. Moreover, these goods seem to be linked to a certain noble, with many soldiers guarding them. This information came from a demi-human slave trader outside the city. After receiving the information, Sylvia was eager to find out if there were any familiar faces among this group of sparrow demi-humans, or any news about her father and mother. Having mastered magic, Sylvia felt very confident in her abilities and was prepared to infiltrate and take a look. The infiltration process went smoothly, as she did not alert any guards as she entered the warehouse through a window from the rooftop, which contained many large iron cages, each holding multiple demi-humans. The entire warehouse was filled with a foul odor, and the few small windows barely allowed airflow. Sylvia covered her nose and searched in the darkness for a long time, but did not find any familiar sparrow demi-humans. Wait, there is a cellar here. In a corner, Sylvia saw someone opening a wooden door on the ground and entering the cellar. A series of terrible screams seemed to come from inside. I must go down to take a look. Sylvia melted into the darkness and stealthily entered. Once the cellar was quiet, she silently drew her dagger and opened the cellar door to step inside. The underground space was quite large, with corridors paved with stone bricks, a cold breeze occasionally blowing through. Sylvia moved swiftly, confident that she would not be discovered in such a dim environment. Soon she discovered many cells underground, some emitting cries, some containing weak humans, and more were demi. Indeed, they are all slaves. Looking at the faces of despair and hopelessness in the cells, Sylvia thought of her own recent past, as she knew well what it felt like to be captured as a slave. First, find the sparrow demi-humans. Continuing forward, Sylvia suddenly entered a spacious room with giant cells in 3 directions. At first glance, Sylvia saw the sparrow demi-humans locked in the central cell. Her eyes widened as familiar faces flashed by, and suddenly Sylvia's heart stopped for a moment when she recognized a familiar face. Creak! The iron door behind her closed and laughter echoed above her head. As expected, I was right. As long as the news is released, someone will definitely take the bait. Sylvia gripped the dagger tightly, feeling the malicious gazes around her. Inside the cell ahead, the 2 frail Chia people huddled together, aged significantly, their once bright eyes now resembling stagnant pools. Sylvia's heart ached. Above her, a tall human stood on the iron net, looking down smugly at the prey. Put down the bow and dagger, or I will activate the mechanism of that cell, and all the Chia people will be engulfed in flames. Surely you wouldn't want such an occurrence, would you? Sylvia's arm began to tremble as she stared intensely at the figure above. Throw them away. The bow and dagger dropped to the ground. In the next moment, the iron door behind her opened, and a group of people rushed in to bind her, throwing her into an empty cell on the side. Sylvia continued to gaze at the adjacent cell. The 2 Chia people stared at her face in confusion, as if trying to confirm something. Sylvia turned her head away and closed her eyes. Emerald City in the sky. A blue shadow flitted in the sunlight. It was just outside the attack range of the Arrow Tower, unable to be locked on. Xingyu felt somewhat anxious. The agreed-upon 3-day deadline with its master had already arrived. It should have found the little Chia person, received a letter, and returned to the sanctuary for a hearty meal. However, the little Chia person had been missing for 2 days. Its peanut-sized brain did not allow for complex thoughts. After much hesitation, it chose not to return to the sanctuary, but transformed into a streak of light and charged into the city. It circled around the Arrow Tower's attack and entered directly above the city center, then dove down immediately, hiding beneath the eaves. Sylvia curled up in the cold corner of the cell with her hands bound behind her back. The damp chill seeped from the stone floor, making her extremely uncomfortable. She did not struggle. From the moment she stepped into this cellar, she knew she had made a mistake. She had been too impatient, as she should never have believed the information from the slave trader. Those traders were all part of the same scheme, and the news about the Chia people was just bait to lure her in. Sylvia. A faint voice came from the adjacent cell, old and hoarse like dried leaves rubbing together. Sylvia's body trembled violently. She did not turn her head, but tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Is it you? Sylvia. The voice trembled, filled with incredulous hope, yet cautious of the possibility of misidentifying. Mother. Sylvia finally spoke, her voice so low that only she could hear it. There was a long silence from next door, followed by suppressed, intermittent sobs. You are still alive. You are still alive. The old woman's voice repeated these words as if trying to pour out all the fear and despair accumulated over the years. I thought you also perished in that beast tide. I escaped. Sylvia took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and her voice regained some steadiness. Mother, how is father? He was injured. Don't be afraid, Sylvia lowered her voice. I will get you out of here. Child, do not worry about us. The mother's voice trembled with tears. The one who captured us is very powerful. He has many subordinates and the support of the nobles in the city. You cannot win alone. Can you escape? You have mastered all of your father's skills. You should be able to leave. Sylvia did not respond. She closed her eyes, beginning to sense the magic energy within her. The compound bow and dagger had been taken away, but her affinity for shadow was not relying on weapons. After becoming a master archer, her control over shadow magic had reached a new level. With just a bit of shadow, she could accomplish many things. In the corner of the cell, there was a patch of dim light. She stretched out her hand, her fingertips sinking into the shadow. The cold touch felt like diving into deep water. In the next moment, a jet-black arrow slowly emerged from the shadow, gripped firmly in her hand. This was not a physical arrow, but a pure condensation of shadow magic. Once shot, it would dissipate upon hitting the target. Its power was less than that of a physical arrow, but it was deadly enough. Sylvia released her grip, letting the shadow arrow dissipate. What she needed now was a moment of opportunity. Footsteps echoed from above. The tall figure behind the iron mesh appeared once more. Roderick Black looked down at the prey in the cell, a smirk of amusement on his scarred face. So how's the air down in the cellar? Still breathable. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is that I know who you are, Sylvia, the Chia thief under Master Lister. So planning to steal something from me. Sylvia's pupils contracted slightly. Don't be surprised, Roderick chuckled. I've long since figured out your information. After all, information is the lifeblood of a merchant, and only with ample information can one obtain higher profits. That kid Lister may have developed rapidly, but he has indeed gathered a formidable force. But it's still not enough, far from enough. The things in his hands are too valuable, so much so that he cannot handle them. The good news is he has no future. Sylvia remained silent, but the hands bound behind her were getting Roderick continued. You know your Master Lister has a fatal weakness. He raised a finger. He cares too much for you Chiao people. It's truly foolish. He's willing to threaten a sanctuary and jeopardize my business for one Chiao person. Tell me, what kind of bargaining chip would he use to exchange for you? You want to use me as a hostage. Wishful thinking. Roderick stood up. You'll soon find out how wishful that thinking is. You just need to stay here for a few days while I talk to your master. Roderick turned to leave, his voice fading as he went outside. Get the horses ready, go find Lord Winter. It's time for him to fulfill his promise. Sylvia stared upwards, suppressing her anger. Suddenly, she saw a green light flash by in the direction of the vent. What is that? The green light quickly returned, standing on the iron rod of the vent, tilting its head as it scrutinized Sylvia. The Chia person broke into a smile. Serena, do you know about that kingdom from 500 years ago? The elf had lived for thousands of years and should have some knowledge of it. Serena shook her head. I only know that kingdom was very exclusionary. At that time, the elves lived on the islands of Sun Island in the west, which is our homeland. Only a few elves lived on the continent. Lister furrowed his brow. He was confident in Sylvia's strength, but strength alone does not prevent unforeseen circumstances. After all, Lister furrowed his brow. He was confident in Sylvia's strength, but strength alone does not prevent unforeseen circumstances. After all, humans are fragile. Has something delayed us? Aisha asked with concern. Qingyu won't be trapped. Something must have happened that led Qingyu to make a decision without return. Lister said. Should I go find her in Emerald City? Aisha inquired. No need. Selena raised her hand. Let me foretell for you. Please describe the characteristics of Sylvia and Qingyu and Aisha looked at Selena and felt a glimmer of hope. After all, she was the most powerful seer. The sanctuary fell silent, and even Aisha instinctively held her breath. A faint green light appeared around the elf, its glow resembling the dawn, filtering through leaves, spreading in circles through the air. After a moment, she opened her eyes, a hint of fatigue in her gaze. She is trapped, Selena said. Aisha's face turned pale. Sister Sylvia. There is no danger to her life, Selena added. I saw chains, a cellar, many suffering people, and a little green bird. She can find a way to escape, though the process will be a bit troublesome. Lister sighed in relief. As long as she was not in danger, there was still room for maneuver. Did Qingyu find her? Lister asked. She should have, Selena nodded. That bird is very special. It carries your aura and has a pure obsession. It will be of help. Aisha then patted her chest, as she had been worried about Sylvia all along. Lister pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Selena, I also want you to help me foresee something else. Selena looked at him. What is it? No rush, please follow me first. I haven't given you the gift I promised. In front of the talent statue, several people stood still. What is this? Selena asked curiously. The talent statue can grant people extraordinary talents. Lister said. Talent. Selena tilted her head, gazing at the gigantic statue in the sunlight, suddenly feeling very small. Indeed, it can bestow certain abilities on people. Abilities. Selena couldn't help but fall into memory. Thousands of years ago, when she first began to study magic with her teacher, the most frequent words she heard were, Selena, you should give up. You have no talent. Most elves possess affinity for certain elements, but she had none. For instance, when first learning magic, while everyone else could easily shape a particular elemental spell, she struggled to sense the magic power. Fortunately, though she lacked talent, she had a strong will and perseverance. Her standards for herself were stricter than anyone else's, so despite slow progress, she still gradually surpassed others and achieved today's success. She liked Stella not only because Stella, like her, had no talent, but also because Stella worked hard enough, so she pushed Stella to study magic with the same strict standards she imposed on herself up to this day. However, Stella was far stronger than her and quickly demonstrated a talent for prophecy. Selena, are you ready? Lister's words pulled Selena back from her thoughts. A talent. Taking a deep breath, Selena nodded. The blessing statue shone with light merging into Selena's body. Lister looked at the panel. Talent elemental control legendary. In an instant, the magic around Selena began to boil, like a long simmering storm that erupted at this moment, taking a long time to settle. Selena couldn't help but let out a laugh, unsure whether it was of joy or bitterness. So I truly have no talent. If I had this talent when I first became an apprentice mage, I would have probably reached the realm of a magus long ago. Everything around her was incredibly clear. All the elements completely obeyed her command. If she cast magic, its power would be at least double what it was before. Moreover, her prophetic arts, relying on the trajectory of magic and the flow of stars for calculations, also saw a tremendous enhancement. Her accuracy in prophecy had greatly improved. She would no longer mistakenly perceive Lister as a callous slave owner after seeing just a few fragments. Though that prophecy had not been too far off. In Emerald City, in the underground dungeon, Qingyu stood on the exhaust vent, tilting its head to look at Sylvia, pride gleaming in its pea-sized eyes. Sylvia couldn't help but chuckle. She lowered her voice and said, "Qingyu, help me find the key." Qingyu blinked as if it understood, yet also seemed not to. It flapped its wings and darted out, quickly disappearing outside the exhaust vent. Sylvia leaned against the wall, closed her eyes again, and continued to sense the shadows around her. Soon faint movements could be heard outside. A guard yawned as he walked through the corridor, a set of keys hanging from it. Just as he walked beneath the exhaust vent, he felt something peck his head, sending a chill down his spine. He was about to angrily curse whoever had blundered into him when his consciousness suddenly blurred and blood appeared before his eyes. A bloody hole appeared on his head. Qingyu swooped through again, clutching a set of keys in its beak. Soon Qingyu flew to the cell, landing on Sylvia's shoulder, proudly lifting its head as the keys jingled. "Well done," Sylvia whispered. The chains were unlocked. Sylvia stretched her wrist, opened the cell door, picked up the guard's short sword, and then opened the door of the adjacent cell. Her mother supported her injured father as they stood up, both looking alarmingly light, the feathers beside their heads dull and lifeless like old cloth covered in dust. "Sylvia." Her mother extended her hand. Sylvia gently embraced her for just a moment. She released her hand, her gaze regaining its calmness. "Wait for me, mother, father," she said. "I will return soon." Roderick had already left for Winter City, threatening the Tower Master with himself as leverage. She had to turn herself from a hostage into a bargaining chip in the hands of the adults. First, she must kill everyone here. Not a single one could be left. As long as one person left alive, it could give Roderick a chance to inform others. She walked down the corridor, shadows spreading beneath her feet. The first guard hadn't even had time to draw his sword before his throat was sliced open by the short sword. The second guard turned at the sound and was about to shout when a shadow arrow shot from the darkness, piercing his mouth and the back of his head. Cries of pain echoed throughout the dungeon, but they all came to a sudden halt. Sylvia found her equipment, the precious enchanted dagger and bow. Charging through all the shadows, transformed into deadly traps, shooting forth black arrows that mercilessly claimed lives. It was a massacre. More than 30 guards were all killed by Sylvia within half an hour. She retrieved her composite bow dagger and backpack and took out a small bottle from her pack. Sylvia first fed the holy water to her father and mother. A faint golden glow appeared around them as the dark corruption receded like a poisonous mist dispelled by flames slowly retreating from beneath their skin. The two elders widened their eyes, their originally murky gaze regaining a hint of clarity. "What is this?" "Holy water," Sylvia replied, "a miracle grasped by Lord Lister. I now serve Lord Lister, and Aisha and her family are safe as well." "Is Melissa still alive?" "Yes, I will take you back soon, and you will see them again." Sylvia stood up, looking at the bewildered slaves, her voice steadied significantly. "The master I pledge my loyalty to is named Lister, a great tower master. He can lift the curses upon us and is willing to accept the half-bloods, providing us with a warm shelter, ample food, and stable work. If you have nowhere to go, come with me." The dungeon fell into a dead silence. Then a canine half-blood knelt. "I will follow you. I will follow you too." More and more voices echoed, and without delay Sylvia used her keys to unlock the cells one by one. They could not return to the city along the same path, as enemies might still be lurking there. Fortunately, Sylvia discovered that the dungeon was connected to the outside, and by following a passageway, they seemed to be able to reach an outer camp. This was also Roderick's escape route. A group of people advanced along the underground passage, quickly leaving the Emerald City. This tunnel did not lead to the wasteland outside the city. Its exit connected to a hidden sanctuary outside the city nestled in the mountains. Shoo! As Sylvia stepped out of the tunnel, she saw the towering crystal tower in the distance. Surrounding the tower were numerous buildings with soldiers patrolling in formation, torches illuminating the darkness like a vast net. These were Roderick's private soldiers. There were far too many, at least 200 to 300, and Sylvia did not have the confidence to face them alone. The half-bloods behind her were also very weak and lacked combat capability. "Qingyu, go and tell the Tower Master my message." Sylvia took out paper and pen from her sleeve and wrote down the details. "Everyone, let's rest here for a moment. I will go outside to scout the situation. Do not worry, we will surely be rescued." Qingyu flew out, heading towards the sanctuary at the fastest speed. Lister sat in the conference hall. This is the situation. The slave trader Roderick has imprisoned Sylvia, using her parents as leverage to take revenge on us and seize our goods. We must go rescue her. Aisha, Harper, you two meet Mr. Seth and take the Griffin to hurry there as fast as possible. Yes. Lister looked at the letter in his hand, deep in thought. The letter had just been delivered by Luke. Young Luke said that while heading to the city, he encountered a young knight at the main gate. In just a brief moment, the knight handed him the letter and instructed him to deliver it to Lister. The letter was signed by Frederick Winter, the nephew of Lord Winter, detailing all the plans of Roderick and Lord Winter. It also indicated that he was being monitored and could not provide assistance. What a good boy. It seems I must visit Lord Winter soon. Serena stood up saying, please let me accompany you, Lord Tower Master Lister. I still have some reputation and he will give me some face. No, this is an opportunity. Lister would not easily swallow this humiliation. Those who dare to threaten his people must pay a heavy price. I can go alone. It's too dangerous, boss. Aisha said anxiously. Don't worry, didn't I learn a new spell from Teacher Serena? But, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Instead, you should be more cautious on your way to the Emerald City. Serena and Stella said, we will meet Lord Tower Master Lister outside the city gate. Nothing will happen. A group of them rode the Griffin ahead. They did not wait long, and as Frederick Winter had said, a subordinate of Lord Winter arrived at Lister's sanctuary, delivering a message inviting Lister to the Lord's mansion for a meeting to discuss the impending blood moon. This was reasonable. At the same time, Qingyu brought back Sylvia's message. Reinforcements will soon arrive at Sylvia's location. In that case, you can come with me, Qingyu. One person and one bird rode a war horse into the city. Today's Winter City was much quieter than usual. The guards at the city gate had doubled, and passing merchants were repeatedly interrogated. Even the fodder on the backs of their camels was thoroughly checked. Lister glanced up at the patrolling soldiers on the city wall, his expression calm, as if he had truly been invited to discuss the calamity of the blood moon. Qingyu perched on his shoulder, burying its little head in its wings, looking like an ordinary pet bird. Lord Tower Master Lister, the Lord has been waiting for a long time. A knight in silver armor took the warhorse, his attitude very respectful, but his hand remained on the hilt of his sword at his waist, clearly very nervous. Entering the reception hall, Lord Winter was already seated at the end of the long table. Beside him was a tall young man with sparse hair, a fierce expression, and a gruesome scar. A Lister guessed he was Roderick. Lord Tower Master Lister, you have finally arrived. Lord Winter stood up warmly, opening his arms. With the blood moon approaching, the entire Emerald City needs to unite. A Tower Master as young and talented as you is precisely the force we need most. Lister nodded and sat down on the opposite side of the long table. You are too polite, Lord Mayor. I am merely a rural Tower Master. My sanctuary is still busy with repairs. For such a significant matter as the blood moon, I can only protect my little area. Roderick chuckled, saying, Lord Tower Master Lister, you are too humble. Last time a calamity struck, your heroic deeds even reached the Emerald City. Lister frowned, saying, Lord Winter, please do not allow your slaves to interrupt our conversation. Roderick's face immediately flushed. Winter immediately said, No, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Roderick Black, a great merchant of the Emerald City. A great merchant. As far as I know, Roderick is merely a despicable slave trader. Does such a person even have the right to discuss the blood moon? Or is he a powerful practitioner? Lister had already scanned with his panel and found that Roderick was merely an expert-level swordsman. Roderick's face twisted in fury. Being publicly humiliated made his pride unbearable. I hope you can still laugh after knowing the situation of your subordinates. What do you mean? Lord Winter stood up. Cough, cough, Lord Tower Master Lister, we are all here for the development of the city and sanctuary. It would be better to maintain harmony. Let me present my proposal. We all know that you possess precious healing potions and many items that enhance soldiers' strength. If the city can unify and allocate these resources, everyone will be much safer when the blood moon calamity. Unified allocation. Lister picked up the cup on the table, gazing at the crimson fruit wine within, yet he did not drink. How would that be allocated? Mayor Winter smiled and said, It's simple. You can hand over the potion recipe to the city lord's manor, and we will handle the production and distribution. As for your sanctuary, I will provide ample compensation, and you shall have my friendship. Do you take me for a fool? If you have any bargaining chips, show them now. Rodriguez's anger could no longer be contained. He had been waiting for Lister to yield, for the young Tower Master to panic, and to surrender the holy water-blessed honey and the pink crystal trade route for a single Qualian. Yet Lister merely stood there, a faint smile on his face, looking at him as if he were a joke. Rodriguez's breath quickened. He no longer wished to hear Mayor Winter's empty words. Rodrigue abruptly raised his hand and drew a grayish-blue feather from his bosom. The feather was beautiful, with a faint silvery sheen at its tip. Even though it was broken, one could tell the original owner was young and graceful. Tower Master Lister, you recognize this, don't you? Rodrigue held the feather between two fingers and slowly raised it high. A rat accidentally wandered into my territory. Unfortunately, she is now in my people's hands. If you wish for her to leave Emerald City alive, you had better listen carefully to every word I say." The hall fell silent. Mayor Winters sat in his high-backed chair, his fingers tightening slightly, his face still maintaining the dignity befitting a city lord. Several guards stood by the wall, their hands already resting on their sword hilts, as if waiting for a single command to seize this young tower master from his remote sanctuary. Rodrigue stared into Lister's eyes, his tone growing colder. "The formula for the holy water, the source of the blessed honey, and that clever merchant, Tony, wasn't it? Cooperate, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, it won't just be that Qualian and her parents who die. The blood moon is coming. If your city walls are breached by catapults, do you think you can survive the calamity?" Rodrigue had shed all pretense, revealing his greedy, jealous nature, strutting about like a triumphant monkey. Lister was silent for a moment, then slowly broke into a smile. "You know, Mayor Winter, I have never taken kindly to threats, especially those made against my friends and subordinates." Rodrigue frowned, and Mayor Winter's heart skipped a beat. Lister slowly lifted his eyes and said calmly, "Sylvia has already escaped." Rodrigue froze. The next moment, Lister was standing before him. No one saw how he moved. Not the guards, not Mayor Winter, not even Rodrigue himself. It was the speed of a superhuman physique combined with the mid-tier magic spell Windwalk. By the time the others reacted, Lister's hand was already pressing down on Rodriguez's head. Bang! Rodrigue was slammed onto the long table. The sturdy wooden table splintered instantly, sending goblets, silver plates, and documents flying in all directions. Blood trickled down the cracks in the table. Rodriguez's body twitched, a garbled sound escaping his throat, his eyes still wide open. At the same time, a stone spike protruding from the ground pierced through Rodriguez's heart. The hall was deathly silent. Several guards finally came to their senses and drew their swords. "Protect the mayor. Seize him." Lister released his grip, leaving Rodriguez's corpse hanging in midair on the stone spike. He took a step forward. The stone tiles beneath his feet suddenly emitted a dull rumble. The sound seemed to emanate from deep within the castle, spreading along the walls, pillars, vaulted ceiling, and floor. The chandeliers in the hall swayed violently, as shields and decorative swords on the walls fell crashing down. Several guards who charged forward lost their footing and tumbled to the ground. Lister took another step. The stone tiles rippled like water for an instant. The guards felt an immense force explode from beneath their feet, sending them hurtling backward uncontrollably to slam heavily against the walls. Some struggled to rise, only to find their knees too weak to support them. Mayor Winter's face turned. He finally realized that the young tower master had never treated this as a negotiation table. Lister knew all the schemes, but he simply did not care. This had never been a trap set for Lister. The true architect of the trap was himself. Lister walked step by step toward Winter. The city lord's manor hall was spacious, paved with expensive stone tiles. Pillars bore the Winter family crest, silver chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, and rows of guards stood along the walls. But at this moment, everything seemed to become a part of Lister. With every step he took, the entire hall trembled. This was the power of an architectural master. The most formidable profession in the wilderness without equal. Mayor Winter rose from his chair, instinctively stepping back and knocking over his seat. His lips moved as if to speak, but his throat seemed blocked, allowing only heavy, ragged breaths. "Tower Master Lister." He retreated to the wall. There was nowhere left to go. Lister stopped before him, looking down at the ruler of an entire city. "So, Mayor Winter, are you declaring war on me this time?" Mayor Winter's legs gave way, and he slumped against the wall. He glanced at the gruesomely slain Rodrigue, then at the guards strewn across the hall, his face stripped of all composure. "No," Mayor Winter said hastily. "This was all Rodriguez's private scheme. I did not agree. I was merely deceived by him." Lister said nothing. Cold sweat beaded on Mayor Winter's forehead. "Tower Master Lister, Winter City has never wished to go to war with you. I have never coveted your possessions. I will fully support your goods and protect your trade routes. Please forgive me." Lister remained silent. Since he was already here, taking only these things was not. The Winter family would have to bleed heavily this time. Just then a young man stumbled into the hall. Tower Master Frederick Winter rushed into the hall. Seeing the devastation, his expression shifted dramatically. He knelt on one knee and said, "Tower Master Lister, please spare Mayor Winter." He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. "The Winter family is willing to pay compensation. All those involved in this matter will be handed over to you for judgment. We will also actively purge Rodriguez's remaining followers and give you a satisfactory answer." Mayor Winter looked at his nephew, his expression complex, as if he had guessed something. Finally he sighed. "He is right, Tower Master Lister. We are willing to make amends for your losses." Lister sat down on a stool and stroked the bluebird. "In that case, let us have a proper discussion. The wings of the griffin spread in the night wind, the airflow tamed by the wind, attribute magic, becoming an invisible force propelling the colossal beast forward. Aisha tightly gripped the rope on the griffin's back, her feather-like hair blowing backward, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the gradually clarifying outline of the wasteland below. The lights of Emerald City formed a dim halo in the west, while their target lay further north. The message that Sylvie sent back contained the precise location of the refuge along with its distance and direction from the city-state. That's the place. Aisha sat in the midsection of the griffin, one hand resting on her bow, the other holding a small crystal ball borrowed from Serena. The surface of the crystal ball revealed a blurry image, underground passages, burning torches, figures curled up in the shadows. Through the crystal ball, Aisha, now a high-level mage, could harness the power of the star-observing tower. This crystal ball was also borrowed from Serena. Sylvie is still alive, and her parents are as well. Aisha sighed in relief. Just as Sylvie described, this refuge is filled with the private soldiers of the slave trading group, at least 200 men along with 5 arrow towers. Harper checked the string of her compound bow and drew a few penetrating arrows from her quiver, spinning them on her fingertips. Aisha, you attack from the outside, while Ying and I deal with the arrow towers. Seth sat at the back, lightly stroking the ice longsword obtained from the underground city, his half-squinted eyes gleaming with sharpness. A fine decision. I will protect Aisha from the side, Seth said. Then let's move. Sylvie is hiding in the shadows, and when she sees us act, she'll have the chance to strike, Aisha said. The griffin began to descend. The wind attribute magic circulated around it, forming an almost silent airflow barrier that could block most of the arrow tower's attacks. The arrow towers detected the magical beast entering their attack range and began to fire. The griffin immediately descended, approaching a rocky high point of the mountainous refuge. Jump! Aisha and Seth both leaped down, blue air cushions made of wind appearing beneath their feet to soften the landing. This was a new technique that little Ying had recently learned in the star-observing tower, a high-level application of the wind element that could securely catch a person even if they jumped from over 10 meters high. After dropping off the two, the griffin immediately ascended. 200 meters ahead, 3 arrow towers. Harper quietly reported the coordinates: 1 sniper type on the left, 2 rapid-fire types on the right, all level 4. First, take out the sniper tower. The griffin let out a cry and immediately soared upwards, rising above 100 meters in altitude, adopting the most familiar battle posture, a dive. With the assistance of the raging wind and the acceleration of gravity, the griffin descended like a meteor from the heavens, crashing down towards the sniper arrow tower. Boom! The top of the arrow tower was shattered into pieces by the griffin's forceful strike. Harper drew 3 penetrating arrows from her quiver, knocked them, and closed her eyes for a moment without aiming. Master ability, penetration. In an instant, the 3 arrows flew out almost simultaneously, carving 3 straight, silver lines through the air. The first arrow penetrated the outer shell of the left rapid-fire tower, creating a massive breach in the hard outer wall formed by the energy converged within the crystal tower, exposing the internal core that flickered with blue light. The second arrow was already flying and accurately hitting the central core, causing it to shift. The third arrow completely blasted the core out of the arrow tower, causing the entire sniper tower to collapse with a thunderous crash, turning to ashes. In the blink of an eye, 2 arrow towers were destroyed. On the ground, the private soldiers turned pale. They had never witnessed such a scene, and now it was daytime. How could a griffin attack their refuge? Moreover, there was clearly an aboriginal riding on the griffin. Counterattack, bring it down. Countless arrows shot towards the griffin, all deflected by the wind attribute barrier, failing to inflict even a scratch. At this moment, Seth had already accompanied Aisha into the refuge. Countless enemies tried to intercept the two, but they didn't realize they were facing a sword saint and a master archer. Aisha drew the enchanted longbow obtained from the underground city, knocked an arrow, pulled it back fully, and in the next moment the arrow was infused with a ricochet property, instantly piercing through a man's forehead and ricocheting off the rock wall. The densely packed enemies sustained multiple wounds, screaming in agony. Aisha did not pause, continuously firing arrows as she followed Seth forward. In the air, Harper put away her bow and looked towards the interior of the mountain. There are still 2 deep within. The griffin silently glided over the low walls surrounding the refuge and landed on the highest point of the mountain, where the 2 distant arrow towers could not reach. Suddenly, Harper saw a shadow flicker at the edge of the wooden house in the center of the refuge, and Sylvie emerged from the shadows. There were dried bloodstains on her face, several tears in her clothing, and a glint of coldness in her eyes. Not far away stood a heavily armored man picking up a huge chain hammer and shield, preparing to rush into battle, completely unaware of the change in his shadow. Sylvie took up her bow, dark arrows coalescing, aiming at the shadow of the armored warrior. Whoosh! The silent shadow arrow seamlessly merged into the shadow of the armored warrior, and the next moment, his muscular, powerful body suddenly froze, an expression of shock appearing on his face. Sylvie emerged from the darkness, where is Eric? The warrior clenched his lips tightly, his face full of rage as he struggled, but could not escape the binding of the shadow. Even if you don't tell me, I can find him. Sylvie's figure vanished, and a pitch-black dagger glided across the warrior's neck. Aisha had already cleared the enemies in front and made her way to the center. Aisha, Sylvie shouted loudly. Aisha rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Are you all right? I'm fine. Sylvie patted Aisha's back, then looked at Seth and Harper. The Aboriginals underground have all been rescued, but the exit of the passage is blocked very securely. It requires a key to open. Their leader is named Eric, the deputy of Roderick. This person has hidden away, and the key is most likely in his possession. Aisha took out the crystal ball and looked at the image inside. I think I know where he is hiding. Aisha turned her head and pointed not far away, right over there beneath that level 4 crystal tower. There's another secret passage, and Eric is preparing to escape. The key is in his hand. I will go capture him. Seth drew his longsword. No need for you to take action, Aisha revealed a sly smile. I am also a master architect. How dare he hide underground in front of me? Don't underestimate the days I've spent on the construction site. Aisha raised her hands. Master ability transport. The rocks deep underground began to tremble as if a sleeping giant was being awakened. Aisha closed her eyes, extending her perception to every stone and crack underground. Rise. The ground split open, as if an invisible giant hand had reached up from beneath, violently tearing the earth apart. A fissure 10 meters deep appeared beneath the crystal tower, and at its center were the few who had been preparing to flee. Sylvia had already drawn her bow, and black arrows pinned several people in place, rendering them immobile. Once we get the keys, we can leave Elsa, Sylvia said. Elsa shook her head. Not far away, Harper and Ingying had destroyed another arrow tower. Lord Lister's intention is that those who threaten him must pay a heavy price. Boom. The final arrow tower collapsed. The remaining private soldiers in the sanctuary fled in terror, scrambling to seize mounts and escape. Lay down your weapons, and I will spare your lives. Elsa's voice echoed through the sanctuary. She stood at the edge of the fractured ground, her longbow still drawn to its full extent, the arrowhead aimed at the fleeing soldiers. A few bold soldiers still tried to rush toward the stables. The next moment, Sylvia's shadow arrows rose from beneath their feet, piercing straight through their knees. Screams rang out, and the rest immediately halted. Old Seth, wielding his ice sword, blocked the east. He had not even drawn his blade. He merely thrust the sword's tip into the ground. A layer of frost spread along the rubble, and the soldiers were instantly seized by a bone-chilling cold. It felt as if moving forward would make them collide with invisible sword chi, their bodies severed into several pieces. Seth squinted and said, I'm in a good mood today. Lay down your arms and surrender, and I will spare you. On the other side, Harper stood on the back of the griffin. Ingying circled above the mountain sanctuary, and the fierce wind whipped dust into the air. The soldiers looked up at the 5 destroyed arrow towers, and finally someone broke down and threw away his weapon. I surrender. With the first, there were soon others. Longswords, bows, and shields clattered to the ground. The sound of metal striking metal rose and fell in a chaotic, desperate rhythm, yet a sense of relief permeated the air. No one wished to die. Elsa looked at Sylvia. Sylvia nodded, then walked over to Eric, who was pinned by shadow bolts, and retrieved a set of keys and several seals from his pocket. Eric's face was pale. Where is Roderick? Why is this secret sanctuary under attack? Shh. These demihumans are exactly the ones Roderick conspired to deal with. Eric had already realized that this time they had bitten off more than they could chew. Does Roderick have any other layers? Sylvia pressed her dagger against Eric's throat. Most of them are all here. Eric swallowed hard. There are some in warehouses in Emerald City, but those people aren't core members. They just helped Roderick gather information and contact clients. Sylvia did not press further. She gave her dagger a slight twist, and the cold gleam reflected on Eric's face, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Take them away. The cellar exit was opened. The captive demihumans and human slaves were brought out one by one. Many instinctively covered their eyes when they saw the sunlight. Sylvia's parents were among the crowd. The 2 elders were still weak, but the holy water had dispelled most of the dark corruption and greatly alleviated their chronic ailments. Coupled with their renewed vitality, they could now walk on their own. Father, mother. Sylvia approached, her voice softening. We'll be able to leave here soon. Elsa also stepped forward, her eyes slightly reddened. These were the family members she had lived with day and night. Sylvia, Elsa, it's so good to see you. Sylvia's mother took her hand, her lips trembling slightly. The inventory was quickly completed. Roderick's private soldiers had originally numbered over 200. Many had died in battle, been shot while fleeing, or been swallowed by the cracked earth. In the end, barely 60 remained standing. Elsa looked at them with great satisfaction. Seth asked, what should we do with these people? Lord Lister has said that labor is the most precious asset. These men are strong and well-fed. They should work in our iron mines. Harper shuddered. She felt she could see a hint of Lord Lister's shadow in Elsa. Sylvia said, Elsa is right. They committed too many atrocities alongside the slave traders. Killing them outright would be too merciful. Sending them to the mines is more fitting. The mines are short on manpower. The iron production can't keep up with the consumption of the falling star furnace. Harper nodded. Old Seth glanced at the prisoners. Let them sign slave contracts. At least let them begin to atone for their sins. Several soldiers' faces turned ashen. Some wanted to beg for mercy, but seeing the bow in Elsa's hand, they swallowed their words. Soon Eric and his men were escorted to the base of the Crystal Tower. Sylvia found the contract scrolls left behind by Roderick in the warehouse. Following the slave traders' customs, she had each soldier press their blood seal onto the parchment planning to transfer the ownership to Lord Lister once they returned to the sanctuary. Those who made a fortune from slaves their whole lives only to have their own contract tools used against them in the end. How ironic, Sylvia mused. Let them ponder that slowly. Seth sheathed his sword. What about this crystal tower? Harper asked. There was a fourth-tier crystal tower within the mountain sanctuary. If they could bring it back, it would be a considerable gain. But it was too heavy and the sanctuary was too far away. Elsa also felt regret, but there was no choice. It's too far. We don't have ground dragons or large wagons to transport it. But we can take the Arrow Tower crystals. Harper had already retrieved several glowing blue crystals from the ruins. 5 in total, all fourth tier. We can install them at the mountain sanctuary. Yes, put them on Ying. Elsa nodded. There's also the warehouse. Old Seth led a search. Grain, weapons, herbs, account books, blue crystals, and several chests of goods that hadn't been moved in time. All were brought out. Elsa saw the account books, which contained all the income and expenditure records of the slave caravan. Keep the account books safe. Give them to Andrew when we get back. He has a sharp eye for numbers and should be able to dig up more evidence of Roderick's crimes. Seth said, Let's pack up and head to Emerald City first, Elsa said. With so many people, walking is too slow. We need to rent some carriages to take them to the sanctuary. They escorted the prisoners along with the rescued demi-humans and slaves and made their way along the mountain path toward the outskirts of Emerald City. Winter's Lord Manor. Lister listened to the two men before him who kept making excuses and began to grow impatient. You still haven't shown any sincerity. We're truly sorry, Lord Lister. The Winter family's finances are in a terrible state. The city Lord of Winter finally steeled himself. We can only offer some goods from our warehouses as compensation. What exactly? We have a 5th-tier crystal tower and 3 5th-tier Arrow Tower crystals. This is all we have left. Despair was etched on the city Lord of Winter's face. He knew that before long the city-state would change its name. Not enough. Lester was not satisfied. What terms did Roderick offer you to secure your cooperation? Promised us a share of the profits from your goods. Lester said nothing, merely fixing his gaze upon Old Winter. And a deposit of 20 pink crystals. Lester thought to himself, just as he had expected, that old fox Mayor Winter would never let Roderick gain something for nothing. Since these are ill-gotten gains, he'll accept them. Mayor Winter froze, his last hope resting on those 20 pink crystals now utterly dashed. Yet he had no will to resist, for he had been the one to collude with Roderick in threatening Lester first. He had assumed that a level 5 crystal tower and 3 Arrow Tower cores would be enough to delight any small sanctuary, but Lester clearly had no intention of stopping there. In truth, Lester's purpose in coming was outright extortion, yet they were utterly powerless against him. Tower Master Lester, the Winter family, is currently facing financial difficulties and truly cannot produce any more pink crystals. You are aware that the blood moon is approaching and the city-state must maintain its defenses. Lester set down his teacup. When you threatened me, did you consider that my sanctuary also has to face the blood moon? Mayor Winter was left speechless. Frederick spoke in a low voice. Uncle. Mayor Winter took a deep breath. The Winter family will do everything in its power to help your goods enter the city-state market. Whether it be holy water potions, blessed honey grain, or ironware, as long as they are sold within Winter City-State, the mayor's office will provide protection and reduce transaction taxes. By how much? Exempt from transaction taxes for 3 months. Lester stared at him. A vein throbbed on Mayor Winter's forehead. 1 year. Mayor Winter gritted his teeth as he spoke. Within 1 year, your goods will be exempt from transaction taxes in Winter City-State. The mayor's office will be responsible for clearing the bandits and unruly nobles that obstruct trade routes. Not bad. That shows some sincerity. Lester nodded. A year's worth of tax exemption was undoubtedly a substantial income, likely netting him dozens of pink crystals. Beyond that, I also need skilled personnel, Lester said. Skilled personnel? Mayor Winter was taken aback. My sanctuary is developing and lacks many professionals. Lester continued, physicians, carpenters, geologists, and so on. I hope we can deepen our cooperation. I provide the positions, you provide the talent. Deepen cooperation. Mayor Winter trembled as he sat down on a stool. Upon hearing those words, he finally felt that this incident was reaching a resolution. I can arrange physicians and carpenters for you, but geologists are very rare. The Winter family controls several mines, but we hire geologists from Emerald City. We do not have any of our own. That is not my problem, Lester said. Frederick immediately stepped forward and volunteered. I know a geologist. He used to work for the Emerald City mines, but was expelled after offending the mine owner. I saw him in a tavern not long ago. Excellent. Lester turned to Frederick, his tone softening slightly. After the blood moon, I need to see these people. There is no need for coercion. I will offer them satisfactory wages. Agreed, said Mayor Winter. The mayor's office will first deliver the Crystal Tower and Arrow Tower cores to you. I will contact the professionals shortly. Lester nodded. With that, he turned and left. Mayor Winter glanced at Frederick, who immediately followed. The hall fell silent, and the surrounding guards rushed forward to check on the mayor's condition. Mayor Winter waved them away, remaining motionless in his chair, lost in thought. As he stepped out of the mayor's office, the night had deepened. The streets of the city-state were utterly silent. Patrol soldiers watched Lester from a distance, not daring to approach. News of Roderick's death had not yet spread, but the commotion at the mayor's office was not lost on the perceptive. Winter City was about to undergo a transformation. Lester mounted his horse. Once this blood moon is over, my sanctuary's population will continue to grow. The mine's farmlands and workshops will all expand. The current sanctuary is already proving insufficient. Frederick nodded earnestly. Are there any good locations nearby where I can develop? Lester sought intelligence from Frederick, a local. With the level 5 crystal tower that the Winter family was about to compensate him, he would have 2 spare crystal towers on hand. Should he place them all together to increase the number of arrow towers within range and bolster the main sanctuary's defenses? Before the blood moon arrived, Lester would certainly do that. But after the blood moon, developing separately would undoubtedly. Frederick pondered for a moment before speaking. If you are looking for a site for a new sanctuary, I do know of a place. Tell me about it. About 200 kilometers from here, near an old mining area. Frederick continued. It was originally the territory of a tower master, but because it was close to a water source, and due to several previous beast tides, he was forced to abandon his sanctuary and retire to the city-state. So that area is vacant. Although everything would need to be rebuilt from scratch and many magical beasts roam there, it is a beautiful place. Lester raised an eyebrow. A place right next to a mining area can be beautiful. To be precise, it's the lake beside the mining area. Frederick said, there is a colorful lake there nestled in the valley like a gem. Many miners say it is a palette left behind by the gods. Lester's interest was piqued. It sounded like a remarkable natural landscape. Give me a map. I'll go take a look when I have time. As you wish, Tower Master Lester. The next morning, the sanctuary buzzed with activity. A convoy sent by Mayor Winter arrived at the city gates carrying a disassembled level 5 crystal tower and 3 level 5 arrow tower cores sealed in metal cases. In addition, there were 20 pink crystals, a staggering fortune. By evening, Elsa and Sylvia also led a large procession to the foot of the city walls. The rescued beastkin and slaves numbered over 100, many of them reduced to mere skin and bone. At the side of the towering walls, the armed patrols and the majestic statues, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Sylvia's parents stood among the crowd, their eyes dazed. It was only when Elsa's mother Melissa rushed out that the family embraced and wept together. Lester did not disturb them. Elsa, register them. We may not have enough rooms, so set up temporary tents for now. Tomorrow send these private soldiers to the mountain sanctuary. We must hurry. The blood moon is coming. After gaining her talent, Serena's magical abilities had greatly enhanced, and her precognitive powers had achieved a new breakthrough. The two had obtained more accurate intelligence within the astral tower. There were only 10 days left until the blood moon's arrival. These subhumans will temporarily retain their slave contracts as their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. They will be managed uniformly like the other subhumans in the sanctuary. Aisha, having gained experience, quickly arranged everyone. In the afternoon, 63 captured mercenaries were sent to the mountain sanctuary, where there were ample rooms for temporary accommodation. The blood moon had entered the countdown. Lister entered a state of full work as if he had returned to the time he first arrived in this world. Aisha assisted Lister from the side. Under the efforts of the two master builders, the new city walls quickly took shape, doubling in size compared to before. The items from Lord Winter arrived on the third day. Lister also set up the level 5 crystal tower in the main sanctuary. With Hamilton's crystal tower, the main sanctuary now had 3 crystal towers, and all of Lister's arrow towers and zigzag towers were also activated. From the outside, the entire sanctuary had already become an indestructible war fortress. The mountain sanctuary was equally important, but comparatively easier to defend. Its entrance was narrow, and Lister and Aisha directly blocked all entrances, setting up numerous rock spikes and caltrops around it, completely transforming it into a stone fortress bristling with sharp spikes. The magical beasts would not attack the sanctuary unless they could see living creatures. To be on the safe side, Lister also distributed spears and bows to those mercenaries and stockpiled a large amount of holy water. Even if a few magical beasts broke and they could resist, especially with the assistance of the Earth Dragon Mog. The Crystal Tower of the Mountain Sanctuary was also upgraded to level 4, with the 20 pink crystals compensated by Lord Winter, and all arrow towers were upgraded to level 4, so there was no need to worry too much overall. At the same time, the subhuman settlement was also busily preparing defenses. After receiving Bianca's loyalty, Lister did not take back the pink crystals from her. The crystal towers and arrow towers of the subhuman settlement also needed upgrades. Bianca was very grateful. Now the subhuman settlement had become Lister's training ground, and with the existence of the hidden treasure of the underground ruins, she could not abandon the entire settlement and send everyone to Lister's main sanctuary. Thus, the crystal towers and arrow towers of the subhuman settlement were all upgraded to level 5, and Bianca's stockpiled pink crystals were entirely consumed. Lister and Aisha had no time to build walls for the subhuman settlement, so like the mountain sanctuary, they built 2 layers of caltrops and trenches for the subhuman settlement. The defense with the joint level 5 arrow towers was basically sufficient. If they truly could not hold out, and the sanctuary was breached, they could all retreat into the first layer of the underground ruins that had been cleaned out. Finally, Lister also allocated a master-level archer position to Bianca. With the help of blessed honey and compound bows, anyone could become a powerful master archer. This ability was not only for the survival of the subhuman sanctuary, but also for Bianca's self-protection. Although the subhumans were very loyal to Lister, Bianca was still their priestess, and they were still more comfortable accepting her orders. The countdown reached the final 3 days. The Griffin family also arrived, bringing several sons and a pack animal carrying the last of their belongings. He had completely locked the door of his sanctuary, leaving only an empty crystal tower standing on the wasteland, and he brought all the arrow tower cores with him. I give up, Master Lister. Old Griffin stood before Lister, forcing a smile. I don't have the confidence to hold on any longer. If we continue to stay in the sanctuary, when the blood moon arrives, perhaps our whole family will die. I am already old, whether I live or die doesn't matter. But my sons are good young men, still young, and should be able to help you. I hope you can take us in. I nod and say, during the blood moon, you and Luke will guard the city walls together. If your sanctuary doesn't disappear after the disaster, you can return to rebuild. Old Griffin shook his head. The wasteland is becoming increasingly dangerous. It is absolutely beyond what we can withstand. My crystal tower can be taken at any time by Master Lister. The Griffin family will henceforth pledge allegiance to you. Old Griffin, Luke, Nolan, and Jet all half-kneeled before Lister. Don't worry, we are old friends. Just stay here and enjoy your retirement. Luke and the others are all quite good. I will arrange the best positions for them. Thank you, Master Lister. Everything was proceeding in a busy manner. Until the day before the blood moon appeared, Lister rode a griffin, checking between several sanctuaries repeatedly. After confirming everything was fine, he recalled the map Frederick had given him and flew southeast according to the marked location. The wasteland retreated beneath him, and the grayish-yellow land gradually transformed into rolling hills. In the distance, several abandoned mine shafts appeared, resembling wounds in the earth. The little griffin continued to fly forward. Soon a valley appeared before him. The sunset's glow fell upon the lake in the valley, the light rippling like a beautiful gem, shining with 7 colors. Lister could not help but be immersed in it. Frederick was right, it was indeed beautiful. Many magical creatures emerged from the ground, gathering here to rest and drink, appearing peaceful and serene. Just as the little griffin landed by the lake, the Wonder Construction Manual suddenly opened automatically. Pale golden words appeared. Discovering natural wonder, colorful glazed lake type, natural wonder effect. When incorporated into the sanctuary range, all citizens' happiness levels are increased. The fatigue of the residents around the colorful glazed lake significantly decreased, and their mood recovered greatly. Lister was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the Wonder Construction Manual could also record naturally generated wonders. Although the effect of the colorful glazed lake could not directly accelerate development, increasing happiness and restoring citizens' fatigue and mood was a way to indirectly enhance development efficiency. Cattle and horses also need to rest. Constantly using holy water has its limits. After the blood moon ends, let's build the new sanctuary here. The old mine can provide stone and/or veins, and the lake area can provide a water source, making it indeed suitable for long-term development. The only problem is the distance from other sanctuaries. Perhaps it is time to build a road. Within the sanctuary, everyone had already taken their posts. The light of the crystal tower rose, enveloping the city walls layer by layer. Lister spent 10 pink crystals to elevate both the arrow towers and zigzag towers to level 5, with defense towers distributed at key points in the sanctuary. Aisha stood on the city wall, checking the arrangement of the troops. Sylvia's figure gradually blended into the shadows. Harper and the canine archers guarded the northern wall, while Seth stood on the city wall, his ice sword planted in the ground. Old Griffin held the compound bow guarding the western city wall with his sons. Stella and Serena stood atop the stargazing tower, gazing into the depths of the wasteland. As night fell, the originally bright full moon in the sky was suddenly stained with blood. The roars of magical beasts echoed from all directions. The moment the blood-red moonlight fell upon the wasteland, the magical energy in the air began to boil. This caused a heavy feeling in everyone's hearts, especially among the mages in the sanctuary, who sensed the surrounding magical energy turning frenzied. On the city walls, several beastmen wielding composite bows began to breathe rapidly. Their pupils turned slightly red, fingers clenched tightly around their weapons, as if they had heard some faint call, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Don't look at the moon." Stella immediately raised her staff. She stood at the top of the stargazing tower, her expression serious, as the water element quickly gathered around her, forming a thin layer of clouds that enveloped the sanctuary. By the holy spring, the prepared holy water was sent into the waterway, flowing through the stone trough into the magic array, and then lifted into the sky by rain magic, turning into fine golden raindrops that fell. The gentle drizzle enveloped the entire sanctuary, falling upon everyone. The blood-red hue in the beastmen's eyes quickly faded, and their previously restless breaths stabilized, as if they had suddenly awakened from a nightmare. "The holy water is effective against the blood moon," Serena said. List sighed in relief, yet showed no signs of relaxation. In the distance, countless crimson eyes lit up and deep growls echoed, surging toward the sanctuary. The most direct manifestation of the blood moon is to enhance the abilities of all magical beasts, driving them into a frenzy. The first wave of magical beasts charged forward. The constantly growling magic wolves, the blood-red slimes, the twisted giant rats, and several crazed magic lizards, stimulated by the blood moon, moved much faster than usual, quickly breaching positions they could not reach before. The arrow towers opened fire first. The level 5 rapid-fire arrow tower unleashed a barrage of light arrows, while the attacks from the zigzag tower continuously changed direction midair, forming a shrinking web of light that shredded the magical beasts at the forefront. "Steady. Wait until the magical beasts get closer before shooting," List commanded from the city wall, his voice amplified by magic, and the soldiers, who had been somewhat tense, felt their hearts settle a bit upon hearing the Tower Master's voice. Harper stood guard at the north wall with her canine beastmen archers. Each of her arrows pierced through a frenzied magical beast, even pinning the blood-red slime hiding behind to the ground, which was then burned to a pool of blood by the holy water rain. Slimes are magical creatures that, under the influence of the blood moon, become entirely blood-red and extremely powerful, capable of devouring nearby corpses. Serena approached the city wall, standing beside List. "These things are truly disgusting," said Old Griffin, a skilled magic archer, who found dealing with slimes quite manageable. List stood on the central wall, his gaze sweeping across all directions. Though the initial assault was fierce, the sanctuary was well prepared, with over a dozen arrow towers and 4 zigzag towers forming a tight defense, preventing the magical beasts from even touching the city wall. Qingyu sped through the air, returning from the mountain sanctuary with good news. The master archer from the mountain sanctuary, the former slave boy Ron, had written a secret letter informing that aside from a few slimes that fell from the sky, no other magical beasts had breached the mountain sanctuary. List gazed at the blood moon, taking a deep breath. This was just the beginning, and the intensity was already 2 or 3 times greater than usual. "Do not let your guard down, keep a close watch on the distance. Magical beasts are continuously emerging from underground, and their numbers are over 10 times the usual, including 4-star magical beasts." Goblin shamans. Wolf used his night vision ability to see the scene in the distance. Blood-red goblin priests appeared behind the tide of beasts. Dressed in tattered beast skin cloaks, they wielded bone staffs, chanting sharp spells, with crimson magic spreading like poisonous mist. The priest's abilities were similar to the previous tide of beasts, even stronger. The corpses of the fallen magical beasts began to twitch. Broken bones reassembled, rotten flesh wriggled to stand, and even with arrows embedded in them, they continued to charge toward the city wall. "Priests, kill the priests first," Aisha immediately ordered. The sniper arrow towers adjusted their angles as Harper, Old Griffin, and Sylvia simultaneously locked onto the distance, 3 arrows shooting towards the depths of the wasteland almost simultaneously. The first priest exploded on the spot. The second priest's head was pierced, not even having time to scream before being trampled into mush by the magical beasts behind. However, this time the priests were clearly much smarter. The remaining dozen or so priests quickly hid behind the ogres, using their large bodies to block the line of sight, only revealing their bone staffs at the areas with the most accumulated corpses to continue casting spells. The ogres charged forward, absorbing the concentrated attacks, relying on the shamans' bestowed undying bodies to slam against the city wall. Boom! The towering golem stood in front of the city wall, swinging its giant sword to cleave the ogre in two, blood and pus splattering everywhere. But there was only one golem, and over 10 ogres crashed into the city wall, causing tremendous tremors. The soldiers felt the ground shake beneath them, their faces turning slightly pale. "Boss, those priests are hiding too deep," Aisha shouted. If the priests were not dealt with, these ogres would be invincible, and the arrow towers and zigzag towers would not be able to completely kill them. Serena began to gather power with wild magic condensing on her wooden wand. Teacher, using magic under the blood moon carries a risk of losing control. I know what I'm doing. Crack. A thick chain of lightning spanned hundreds of meters, electrocuting one ogre along with the goblin shaman behind it until they were charred. Serena's expression darkened. Controlling the wild magic was mentally taxing. Let me handle it. List picked up his composite bow and knocked an arrow. His master abilities were most suitable for such scenarios. Hiding behind the ogres helps. The arrow left the bowstring. It did not fly in a straight line. It suddenly veered in midair, passing around one ogre's shoulder, brushing against the ear of another ogre, and finally drilling into the rear of the beast, tied from an extremely tricky angle. Thud! The blue-dread goblin priest's neck was pierced. Before it could react, the second arrow had already circled around the ogre's knee and shot through its chin, sending its head flying. Cheers erupted on the city wall. "Boss, your arrow is just like it's alive." Aisha couldn't help but exclaim. Whoosh! A blue light began to leap at the edge of the battlefield, aiming for the goblin shaman's head and fiercely pecking down with its sharp beak. With Qingyu's speed, few magical beasts could attack it. Qingyu and List coordinated seamlessly, arrows and the blue bird continuously carving streamlined trajectories across the battlefield, picking off the priests hiding behind ogres and piles of corpses one by one. After the priests fell, the resurrected corpses lost their magical support. Their bodies began to collapse, reverting to useless flesh and blood trampled into mush by the incoming magical beasts, continuously devoured by the blood-red slimes. It's too dense. The number of beasts is overwhelming. Seth glanced at the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Don't worry, but the corpses quickly attracted new troubles. In the sky, a blood-red magical force suddenly condensed into a mass. It resembled rotten flesh squeezed out by moonlight, crashing down into the pile of corpses with a loud thud. Isn't the generation speed of the blood-red slime too fast? Slimes are magical beings, and in the blood moon environment, they will rapidly generate and grow stronger. On the walls of Winter City, chaos reigned. The blood moon hung high, and outside the city, the corpses of magical beasts piled up like mountains. The soldiers stationed there were continuously moving stones and oil, clearing the beasts near the city wall. The Lord of Winter City stood behind the main city wall, draped in a heavy cloak. The nobles around him wore pale expressions, their usual composure long gone, leaving only a forced calm. Oh, Blood Moon, how can such a calamity continue to occur? What are we to do? Can we hold on? No one. Outside the city, magical beasts continued to assault the walls. The city had many arrow towers, and the soldiers were better trained than those in ordinary shelters, but against the overwhelming frenzy of magical beasts, they still appeared to be in dire straits. Several ogres charged forward carrying stones. The arrow towers unleashed a rain of fire arrows, scorching their chests black, yet the ogres still crashed into the city wall, shaking the entire structure. Let the mages advance. The Lord of Winter City commanded sharply. The nobles within the city had hired a few wandering high-level mages at exorbitant prices before the blood moon. The mages immediately moved to the edges of the towers. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades rained down, tearing apart the magical beasts that reached the city wall, but soon more beasts filled the gaps, with blood-red slimes writhing and devouring the flesh. These blood-red slimes were the most troublesome. Ordinary arrows would be swallowed the moment they entered, and once a soldier fell, their body would be dragged away by these slimes, turning into larger masses of flesh. Burn. Keep burning. The nobles no longer cared about conserving magic crystals. The arrow towers spewed flames in wave after wave, turning the ground outside the city wall into charred earth, yet the corpses kept increasing, and the blood-red magical energy grew denser. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. What is that? In the center of the pile of corpses, a blood-red mass fell from the sky. It crashed to the ground, spreading out like a puddle of rotten meat, then frantically consumed the surrounding corpses, its size visibly swelling. The Lord of Winter City's pupils contracted sharply. Don't let it approach the city wall. The order was already too. The giant blood-red slime rapidly grew larger, rolling toward the city wall like a snowball, devouring everything in its path. As it neared the city wall, the massive body of the blood-red slime was already half the height of the wall. Fire arrows rained down upon it, only to create a cloud of black smoke, quickly being swallowed by the crimson slime. It crashed against the city wall. With a thundering roar, the entire wall trembled violently. The slime's body pressed against the stone wall, its goo seeping into the cracks, corroding and devouring the hard bricks, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The wall is being eaten by it. A noble screamed, sending chills through everyone. The giant slime continued to climb upwards. It had no limbs, but moved like a mass of flowing flesh surging through the gaps created by corrosion, quickly surpassing half the height of the wall, extending tentacles to attack the guards atop the wall. The soldiers frantically threw oil. Flames burned on the surface of the slime, but it continued to wriggle upward through the fire with twisted faces of magical beasts and humans appearing within it. Finally, it reached the top of the wall. A soldier couldn't retreat in time and was directly ensnared by the blood-red slime. He screamed once and then was dragged into the slime's body, his armor and flesh merging into a blurred shadow. Panic erupted on the wall. The nobles instinctively recoiled, and many soldiers collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. The Lord of Winter City also turned pale. He had never felt the wall beneath his feet so fragile, as if it would be completely consumed in the next moment. Mage team, full assault. 3 high-level mages raised their staffs simultaneously. Blazing white flames coalesced into a vortex, fiercely swirling toward the giant slime, while the arrow towers unleashed their full power, enveloping the slime in searing flames. Hiss! As the slime was about to rush into the city, consuming houses, an 8th-level sniper arrow tower released a charged arrow, and the enormous magical power within it detonated inside the slime, finally dispersing its gelatinous form. Puff! A large amount of blood-red slime splattered onto the city wall, immediately ignited by the following flames, producing a piercing, sizzling sound. The monster finally perished. But no one cheered, for on the battlefield the slimes continued to generate, and the corpses that nourished them remained endless. The Lord of Winter City looked at the city wall, which had been corroded, through his fingers, growing cold. If 2 more of these creatures come, can the defenses of Winter City truly hold? The Lord of Winter City even began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The city had a larger area, higher-level arrow towers, but that also meant the length of the front line was stretched, and every inch of defense had to possess enough strength to hold, with every inch at risk of falling. All-out defense, knights patrol within the city, clear all slimes descending from the sky, and rush to the positions seeking help. Give it your all. We must block the magical beasts outside and protect our families within the city. Charge, warriors. List gazed at the blood-red slime on the ground. After it landed, it approached the corpses of the magical beasts, its gel-like body melting into the pile of corpses like an invisible giant mouth, rapidly devouring the surrounding bodies. The bones, furs, and flesh of the magical beasts were all sucked into its body, transforming into a rolling dark red foam. Serena turned to List. Master List, the blood-red slime will consume the magical beast to strengthen itself. Oh, we should eliminate it as soon as possible. Understood. Zigzag tower fire. Blue light darted across the battlefield, dispersing the slimes that were continuously devouring corpses. Master of the tower, it's not good. There's a huge creature to the south of the shelter. Stella turned around, casting a light spell, revealing a massive blood-red slime already taking shape. They are growing too quickly. It takes less than half a minute to grow from the size of a soccer ball to 5 or 6 meters in diameter. It's approaching the city wall. The zigzag tower and arrow towers opened fire simultaneously. Countless attacks rained down on the blood-red slime, but only produced ripples on the surface, soon absorbed. It grew larger. Moments later, this slime had swelled to nearly the height of the city wall. Its massive body pushed through the tide of beasts, resembling a moving blood-red hill slowly pressing toward the wall. Physical attacks are useless, Harper shouted. The shadow arrows shot by Sylvia were also swallowed. The blood-red slime rolled internally, and the shadow magic was quickly crushed by the blood-red magical force, leaving not a trace behind. It has evolved into a 4th-tier magical beast. Oh, look, there's a magical core at its center. Serena cast a light spell focusing on the core of the slime. Do not destroy the magical core. Kill the slime, and leave the core. We can use it to summon new blood-red slimes. Lister's countenance darkened. Such a monster, should it collide with the city walls, would surely breach a massive gap. Without the protection of the walls, the latter half of the night would be perilous, as the magical beasts would surge towards the breach. Serena, Stella, Elsa use holy light magic. Against magical life forms, holy light magic akin to sunlight in nature often proves remarkably effective. Lister had already thoroughly explained the principles of optics to the mages of the sanctuary, which could now be employed as a trump card. Understood. 3 beams of holy light blazed forth simultaneously. Serena hastened from the city wall to the astral tower, converging with Stella. Raising her hand, her elemental mastery effortlessly commanded all surrounding light elements, forging them into a dazzling pillar of platinum radiance. Elsa assisted from the side. The blood moon had driven the ambient magical energy into a frenzied state, Only with formidable mental fortitude and control could it be pacified, allowing the spell to be properly constructed. Serena furrowed her brow tightly. The control of a single Archmage was insufficient to harness the magical power needed to slay the blood slime. Stella, cease gathering magic. Focus all your effort on helping me pull the mana. Yes, master. At that moment, Lister ascended to the summit of the astral tower. Facing difficulties, Lister noted Serena's grim expression. The mana corrupted by the blood moon is too turbulent. I cannot control it alone. At least one more Archmage is required. Why didn't you say so earlier? I am an Archmage too. What a... Stella and Serena had already pushed their magical power to its limits. Both pointed their staves simultaneously at the crystal array at the tower's apex, which could focus the astral tower's amplification into a single point. The air was thick with a pungent, scorching odor, the residual energy from overloading magical power. Let me help you control the mana. Through recent study and adaptation, Lister had matured into a full-fledged Archmage. Though his repertoire of spells was limited, his control over mana and his perceptual abilities were exceptionally powerful. Lister stepped between the two, reaching out to place a hand on Serena's shoulder to channel his mana, but his hand inadvertently passed over her head. Serena, pardon me. Unfazed, Lister set his hand upon Serena's silver-white hair, using his body as a conduit to share her perception of the mana. Truly worthy of a peak-stage Archmage with an elemental mastery talent. TSK. The surrounding mana instantly became clear. Lister exerted his full mental power as if an invisible giant hand had enveloped the ambient magical energy. Lister's control became the final straw. The mana that had remained restless under Serena's command finally subsided, settling into stability. The Holy Light spell began to take shape swiftly. Serena's eyes flew wide. This was Lister's mental power. As a fellow Archmage, why was his mental strength so vastly superior to her own? Serena had yet to formally sign a contract and join the Sanctuary, so she had not benefited from the mental amplification provided by the over 20 masterpieces accumulated in the Myriad Volumes library. Moreover, Lister possessed the noble percentage-based all-attribute boost from the Watcher of Wonders. Serena drew a deep breath, dismissing distractions to focus solely on the spell's construction. Not far away, the blood slime had climbed onto the city wall. Should the wall be breached, the Sanctuary would become far more dangerous. Holy Light, Judgment. A pillar of platinum light blasted forth from the pinnacle of the astral tower. This beam was thicker than any before it, its surface etched with intricate runes. The entire Sanctuary seemed to be plunged into midday, or as if a thunderbolt had flashed, immersing the world in a fleeting moment of daylight. The instant the pillar pierced the blood slime, its gel-like body began to fester wildly like plastic ignited by intense heat. Hiss! A piercing shriek emanated from within the slime. Crimson smoke billowed forth, and undigested magical beast carcasses scattered across the ground. The blood slime's body contracted violently, shrinking to the size of a car. A glowing magic core lay at the heart of the remaining gel. Perish! Lister withdrew his hand from Serena's head and unstrapped the composite bow from his back. He knocked an arrow, drew the string to its fullest, and released. The arrow, suffused with dense holy light, streaked like a falling star from the heavens, burying itself precisely into the slime's body. Boom! The arrow struck the slime's magic core with pinpoint accuracy. The collision of magical forces unleashed a violent explosion. The core, remarkably resilient, remained intact, but was dislodged from the slime's body. The blood slime's form instantly lost its support, collapsing like a punctured bubble, rapidly shriveling away. Crimson mucus splattered everywhere, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Not far off, the blood-red magic core lay silently on the charred earth. Retrieve it after the blood moon ends. With the blood slime vanquished, a major threat of the blood moon was finally eliminated. Lister exhaled in relief and turned his gaze to the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, numerous small blood slimes were voraciously devouring corpses. On the distant wasteland, at least 6 or 7 sizable dark red light sources pulsed. Too many. Stella set her face pale. We'll break first at this rate. Prioritize the small blood slimes with the tower, Lister commanded in a low voice. Don't let them grow. Kill the large ones with holy light magic. Everyone rotate for rest to maintain combat strength. Serena, you've done well. A sheen of cold sweat dotted Serena's brow. She turned to look at Lister's left hand, recalling the head-patting incident. Her lips pursed slightly in a hint of irritation, but she restrained herself. Why is your mental power so formidable? Because I'm a genius, of course. Is it due to your talent? Serena was not taken in by Lister's narcissism. Partly my talent, and partly the boost from my sanctuary. Haven't you noticed Stella's mental power has grown significantly? Serena fell silent. Join my sanctuary, and your mental power will increase by 20. How about it? Try it for a year first, you can extend later. Elsa stared at Lister in astonishment, thinking, is this even possible? How do I know you're not lying? Serena asked warily. You are a seer. Serena narrowed her eyes, slightly peering into the future. In an instant, she saw a timeline where her mental power shattered its limits, crossing the Archmage threshold into a new realm. In a daze, she also glimpsed herself like Stella sweating on a construction site. The construction site was inconsequential. Serena had never abandoned her pursuit of the realm beyond Archmage, having foreseen and simulated it countless times. Yet this vision was the closest she had ever come in all her prophecies to the state beyond Archmage. How about it? There's no harm in trying. Serena took a deep breath and replied, "All right. Very well, I hereby declare you a citizen of the sanctuary in my capacity as the Tower Master." In an instant, Serena's loyalty reached 64. Indeed, she was still cautious, but taming required gradual progress, a slow coaxing to smooth her fur. Wait. What taming? Has my mind truly been corroded by this sinful era? The next moment, Serena felt a mutation in her mental strength. Everything around her became clearer. The trajectory of magical power, the speed of her thoughts, and her control over magic all reached an unprecedented level. Mage 47504950, leave the slime to me. A holy light flickered in Serena's eyes. Lister, seeing this, felt relieved and left the Star Tower, returning to the city wall to focus on controlling the Arrow Towers and Zigzag Towers to eliminate the small crimson slimes. Every second of the latter half of the night was stretched to the extreme. Even with the Arrow Towers and Serena cleaning up at any cost, discovering one and eliminating it, 3 giant slimes still formed. The second giant crimson slime formed around dawn, while the third crashed into the northern wall at the darkest moment before dawn. Fortunately, Serena experienced a tremendous breakthrough and could unleash holy light punishment alone, her power greatly enhanced, and the 2 giant slimes only inflicted slight damage on the city wall before being killed. The sacred shield visibly repaired the wall to its perfect, undamaged state. The corpses piled up at the base of the wall formed a small mountain. The shooting from the Arrow Towers and Zigzag Towers never ceased, yet the number of magical beasts seemed endless, with one batch falling only for another to arrive, an unending cycle. Old Griffin leaned against the parapet, panting heavily. He had exhausted 3 boxes of arrows, and the calluses on his fingers were worn, raw blood trickling down his arm. "Father, you should take a break." Luke looked at him with concern. "Rest?" Old Griffin laughed heartily. "I must slay all these beasts today. The sanctuary I've built over a lifetime with blue crystals will be nothing but ruins after today." Luke opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing, merely tightening his grip on the composite bow. That was also the place he had grown up. Seth stood at the gap in the city wall, his ice sword covered in a thick layer of frost. Beneath his feet lay 7 or 8 ogre corpses, each frozen into ice sculptures, yet his breathing became heavy and his hand gripping the sword handle trembled slightly. "Old man, how much longer can you hold on?" Harper approached and asked. "I can hold on until dawn without a problem," Seth replied calmly, "but don't underestimate this old man." Sylvia emerged from the shadows. Her shadow arrows had exhausted all magical reserves, and she could only fight with her composite bow and ordinary arrows. Her parents, along with Aisha's mother and sister, and all those unable to fight, were hiding in the castle's basement, the safest place where slimes could not form. "How long until dawn?" she asked. "An hour," Aisha replied, looking towards the eastern horizon. It remained pitch black with the blood moon hanging high, not a hint of dawn in sight. At 4 in the morning, the concentration of magical power on the battlefield reached a critical point. Lister was the first to sense that something was wrong. The magical energy in the air was no longer just violent. It began to converge towards a single direction, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the entire wasteland. Serena shouted, "Everyone pay attention. The most dangerous magical creature under the blood moon is about to appear." As soon as she finished speaking, the air began to tremble. Not a physical tremor, but a spatial disturbance caused by the surrounding magical energy condensing to the extreme. In the magical vision, the surrounding energy stained crimson, including the magical power from the dead creatures and the slime corpses, all converged towards a vortex. In the center of the pile of corpses, a piece of blood-soaked land suddenly split open with a massive crack. The crack was pitch black, like a black hole leading to the abyss of the Earth's core. In the next moment, a deep red appeared in the center of the fissure, slowly opening like an eye, exuding a rich aura of madness and darkness. Blood-colored magic eye. How can such a thing exist? Lister felt a chill run down his back. The magic eye blinked, then without any warning, a crimson laser shot out. A blood-red laser as thick as a barrel shot out at lightning speed, leaving no chance to evade. The laser struck the southern wall of the sanctuary, which lacked the protection of the sacred shield, causing the solid stone wall to explode as if it were made of paper debris, flying and dust swirling. 3 figures were hidden by the laser. They were 3 subhuman warriors stationed on the city wall, personally trained by Seth, among the best performers in the first batch of subhuman troops. They didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies evaporated in the laser, leaving not even ashes behind. No. Seth's eyes instantly turned red. The old man's hand gripping the ice sword bulged with veins as he roared, yet felt powerless. He could not rush down from the city wall. Seth stared intently at the magic eye. He had witnessed too much death, but watching the young men he had personally taught disappear before his eyes was a pain harder to bear than any injury. Lister's face turned ashen. He looked up at the blood-colored magic eye. The crack had not closed after firing the laser. Instead, it continued to expand. A huge, entirely blood-red eyeball slowly rose from the crack, its surface covered with fine golden patterns resembling some ancient seal. Blood-colored magic eye. Serena's voice came from the top of the star tower, filled with deep trepidation. It has transcended the realm of magical beasts, and is a fifth-tier magical creature generated by mysterious powers only appearing in legends. I never expected the Blood Moon could truly bring it forth. How do we deal with this thing? Lister asked. There is very little information on the blood-colored magic eye, but from the flow of magical energy it can be inferred that its weakness should be the pupil. But its pupil is closed. The Zigzag Tower is working hard to attack the magic eye, but the blue magical energy rays are depleted upon reaching its vicinity. Perhaps Serena is right, only attacking its pupil will be effective. Serena tightened her grip on her wand, which was embedded with her last crystal ball. The pupil will only fully open at the moment it fires the laser. That is the only opportunity to attack. Lister took a deep breath. The only opportunity to attack. This meant that everyone must hit that fist-sized pupil simultaneously at the moment the laser was fired. Stelea, Serena, prepare the holy light punishment, Lister quickly commanded. Aisha, lock all arrow towers and zigzag towers, aiming points on the magic eye, prepare for a simultaneous shot. Harper, Old Griffin, Sylvia, bring all archers and aim at the pupil of the magic eye, waiting for it to unleash its attack. The blood-colored magic eye hovered in midair, slowly rotating, as if surveying the sanctuary that dared to resist it. 3 seconds later, it locked onto the star tower. The pupil suddenly opened wide. The blood-red laser shot out again, targeting Serena and Stelea at the top of the tower. Now, Enlist roared, releasing the electromagnetic cannon he had charged to its absolute limit. The iron projectile, accelerated by the electromagnetic field to several times the speed of sound, ignited into blinding white fire as it tore through the air, striking true at the pupil of the demon eye. The laser beam, on the verge of firing, was abruptly disrupted by List's assault. In that same instant, holy light retribution zigzag towers, synchronized barrage, and every master archer's full-strength arrow converged upon that fist-sized target. Boom! Endless strike struck first. In the next heartbeat, every attack struck the pupil simultaneously. Holy light retribution pierced the demon eye's outer defense shell, the zigzag tower's beam bored deep into its core, and the armor-piercing arrow embedded itself in the very heart of the orb, nose and mouth. In the next heartbeat, every attack struck the pupil simultaneously. Holy light retribution pierced the demon eye's outer defense shell, the zigzag tower's beam bored deep into its core, and the armor-piercing arrow embedded itself in the very heart of the orb. The demon eye convulsed violently, golden runes fracturing across its surface. And the shriek intensified. Enlist watched as a new abnormal status appeared on his interface: mental disruption. Aisha, holy water. Na, rain of holy water descended once more, restoring clarity and strength to those afflicted by the shriek. We need one more strike, Selena shouted. List locked his gaze onto the demon eye, reforming his electromagnetic cannon in hand, while Selena and Stelea raised their staves anew. But List could tell their consecutive full-power casts of holy light retribution had nearly drained both elves of magic. Selena now stood only with Stelea's support. The demon eye broke free from agony, fixing the shelter's defenders with a bloodshot, hate-filled glare, its pupil coalescing into a searing crimson light. It no longer gathered energy. Instead, it lashed out erratically in all directions with crimson beams, shattering the wall like fragile glass fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Take cover, Seth bellowed. Subhumans atop the wall dropped flat to the ground, evading the terrifying barrage. Some beams swept across arrow towers, slicing through them like hot knives through butter, cleaving each cleanly in two. Aisha drew her composite bow and loosed an arrow, but it was intercepted mid-flight by a laser. And this is our last chance. We must kill it this time. Selena's gaze hardened into resolve, and she had witnessed the demon eye's destructive power firsthand. If List had not deflected its attack moments earlier, she and Stelea would have been gravely endangered. It could not be allowed to unleash another assault. Anyone struck would represent an irreplaceable loss to the shelter, and Selena would not permit such a failure. After centuries of striving, she had finally glimpsed the threshold beyond masterhood. She would not let it slip away. Selena removed the sole remaining high-grade crystal sphere from the tip of her staff. Master, this crystal sphere, Stelea suddenly said. Selena clenched her teeth. This was the crystal she had carried for over 3 centuries, the pinnacle of spellcasting media purchased with 200 years' worth of accumulated rose quartz. Master, this is far too precious. No. And Selena ignored Stelea. You shattered my crystal without hesitation back then, yet now you counsel restraint. Well, at least her student now understood what it meant to cherish her master. And she raised the crystal sphere overhead and poured every last trace of her magic into it. The sphere erupted in blinding radiance. Its internal magical lattice disintegrated instantly, releasing all stored energy in a single cataclysmic burst. That light surpassed all previous manifestations in purity, translucent, incandescent white, as if the sun itself had plummeted onto the wasteland. In holy light, apocalypse. The searing white column pierced straight through the demon eye, and this time it never fired its laser. And the golden runes across its surface shattered entirely. The orb burst inward like a grape crushed between fingers. Crimson fluid sprayed outward, hissing where it struck the earth, corroding the soil into steaming, smoke-wreathed craters. The demon eyes remains tumbled from the sky, crashing onto the mound of corpses and erupting in a crimson mist. Selena's grip loosened, the fractured remnants of the crystal slipping silently through her fingers. She stared at her empty palm, lips trembling, eyes glistening, like a hamster whose hoard had just been stolen. "And my crystal, and master." Stelea steadied the swaying Selena. "Are you all right?" "And I am not," Selena whispered, voice quavering. "That was my final reserve, 237 years worth. I saved for 237 years. And Stelea longed to tell her master that the observatory held 3 spare crystal spheres. None of this sacrifice had been necessary. But seeing her master's anguish, she decided that sentence would remain buried forever in her heart. And with the crimson demon eye slain, the raging magical turbulence receded like a tide withdrawing from shore. The beasts froze in place, their frenzy gone, but something deeper, nameless, and unknowable seemed to sink once more into the darkest recesses of their being. At 5 o'clock before dawn, a sliver of light pierced the horizon, illuminating the desolate yellow-gray wasteland. And the blood moon faded at last. And no one cheered atop the wall. Everyone slumped beside the battlements, gasping for breath. And through the night's blood moon, the shelter had lost 3 arrow towers, 1 entire wall section, and dozens of casualties, including 3 fallen. The beasts retreated into the ground fissures, vanishing once more into endless darkness, where chaotic magic would nurture their rebirth. Several goblin priests stood at the edge of the chasm, gazing toward the shelter, still standing in the distance, crimson glints flickering in their eyes. After a long silence, they withdrew, just before the sun's light reached them. Winter City State. And all 4 walls bore massive breaches. Buildings lay in widespread ruin as streets were choked with rubble beneath, which mangled bodies were half buried. Countless wounded limped or collapsed, leaning against walls or lying prostrate, staring blankly at the long-absent sunlight. Grief and suffering gave way to faint, fragile relief. And Winter's Lord stood atop the shattered ramparts, his arms still trembling uncontrollably. Even now, the image of 2 demon eyes tearing across the sky remained vivid in his mind. And how then does one slay such a creature? Had the sun not risen, perhaps the entire city-state would have perished today. In subhuman settlement. Maya peered upward from the underground ruins. The withered trees had vanished, outside the settlement had become total ruin. And back in the ruins, she turned to the exhausted Bianca. "We are safe now." Bianca looked around. The subhuman warriors bore grievous wounds, yet few had died. When the colossal slime emerged, they had withdrawn en masse into the subterranean ruins under command. Most injuries stemmed from resisting the beasts guarding the ruins' second level. And assemble the troops. Once the battlefield is secured, we march to Master List's shelter. Qingyu flew back, and he unrolled the message. Mountain shelter remained unharmed. Only a few sky-fallen slimes had breached its perimeter. No other beasts entered. Scout the subhuman settlement, List instructed, releasing Qingyu once more. And the subhumans moved out to secure the battlefield beyond the wall. Selena, Stelea, Aisha, Sylvia, Harper, and Old Griffin all collapsed onto the ground the moment sunlight broke the horizon, some sitting, others lying flat. An entire night of combat. Without the holy water, they would have fallen long before dawn. And List too was utterly spent, but he would not rest until the spoils had been tallied. Soon the demi-human warriors scavenged the battlefield, gathering all items, including some damaged, enchanted weapons and materials from magical beasts that, after being soaked in holy water, had not been swallowed by the yellow sand. "My lord, the magic eye dropped something." Wafute, whose vision was sharp in the darkness, noticed the items falling as the magic eye died and retrieved them immediately after dawn. Before Lister lay several crystals similar to pink crystals, but vivid red in color, along with a fist-sized blood-red magic crystal. "These are red crystals. a higher-tier currency than pink crystals, extremely precious, and a necessary material for upgrading a level 7 crystal tower. Serena immediately sprang up from the ground, unable to tear her eyes away from the sight. The mana concentration is at least 20 times that of pink crystals. Lister held 3 of them in his hand. His subordinates would never conceal such items. Every warrior who defended the city had a loyalty rating above 80, and Wofute's was as high as 93. The other trophy, a red magic crystal, had a deep crimson light flowing within it, moving through the crystal as if it were alive. Lister probed his mana into it, and immediately sensed a peculiar magical structure that could transform and reconstruct his mana before releasing it. Whoosh! Lister aimed at the open ground outside, infused his mana, and in the next moment a red laser burst forth, striking the wasteland floor. "Wow, such formidable power!" Stelea exclaimed. Serena, no longer fixated on the red crystals, immediately clung to Lister. Let me see. Here." Lister was thoroughly satisfied with the magic crystal's power. Serena caressed the crystal with deep affection. "This is a crystal stone inscribed with the eye magic of the bloody magic eye. It can be set as the core atop a staff, absorbing mana to release a blood-red laser. The configuration within the crystal is extremely intricate. The power of the blood-red laser is at least equivalent to a full-force strike from a top-tier archmage. Moreover, its attack attribute is uniquely potent, possessing immense destructive force." Serena aimed the staff at a massive boulder in the quarry and released the magic. A blood-red laser shot out, instantly shattering the boulder into pieces. "Lord Lister, I will replicate the configuration from the crystal onto paper and then set this crystal stone into a staff made of special materials, crafting a magic wand for you." "Excellent, Serena. I look forward to seeing the wand." The core dropped by the first giant slime was also brought up by the demihuman warriors. Serena said, "Infusing mana into this core can generate a small blood-red slime. Once born, it will be loyal to you until death." Lister felt a surge of joy. "Can this slime also grow by devouring corpses?" Serena shook her head, a look of recollection on her face. "I am not certain. The last blood moon occurred 50 years ago, and few obtained the mana core of a slime. I only know of these things from what bards have said. Let us find out through experimentation." Lister directly infused mana into the mana crystal. The ordinary mana transformed by the crystal turned into a violent, chaotic blood red. A crack split open the crystal, and a palm-sized red slime quickly formed its body, landing in Lister's palm. It was cool and smooth, like a piece of rice cake taken from a refrigerator. Name: none. Race: blood slime. Talent: none. Loyalty: 100. Status: dark erosion inactive. Curious Duong. How adorable. Stelea gazed at the slime in Lister's palm, wearing the characteristic expression of a girl encountering an endearing creature. "Can it understand what we say?" Stelea asked. Serena looked at the blood-red slime, her expression turning somewhat grave. "There is something I have not told you all. The appearance of the blood moon makes affected creatures more intelligent and more." After the last blood moon, magical beasts hidden underground were gathered by a goblin king and launched a fierce counterattack against the city-states and sanctuaries. This blood moon is no less severe than the last. This slime will be smarter than ordinary slimes, and the surrounding magical beasts will also be more intelligent than usual. Lister teased the little slime with his finger, then looked up, "So the threats ahead will become even more serious." "Exactly. We must prepare." Daylight fully broke. Lister fed the little slime some holy water, cleansing it of the night's erosion. "What should I name it?" Lister brought the blood-red slime before the talent statue and channeled a stream of energy into its body. The talentless slime burst forth with a purple light. Talent: expand and contract epic, an epic level talent. What does expand and contract mean? Lister picked up the slime. Little red: grow big. Why no reaction? The slime looked at Lister, bouncing with a duong, seemingly unable to understand his command. Grow big. Duong. Suddenly the slime seemed to grasp the meaning. Its entire body trembled, and then like a balloon swelled several times over, becoming as large as a car and enveloping Lister completely. Gurgle, gurgle. Realizing Lister could not breathe, the slime immediately shrank back to palm size. Lister lay on the ground looking at the slime wriggling on his chest, as if apologizing, and found it rather amusing. Still, it seems quite useful. After all, it was an epic talent. Moreover, the slime was still in its infancy. If fed enough energy, just how massive could it become when fully expanded? It was daytime now, with no magical beasts to devour. He would see how things went tonight. Meanwhile, it brought out 2 barrels of green potion from the hive, calling for the nearby wounded warriors to come and drink. As a botanist, FIA had a solid understanding of the properties and effects of various plants. She had pre-planted a batch of medicinal herbs that could heal injuries, and combined with a type of honey that accelerated wound healing, distributed them to the warriors who had defended the city. Lister walked toward the castle and saw Seth standing in silent mourning before 3 corpses. "I will provide ample compensation to their families." They have no families. They were merely slaves. Henry Connor, Evan. Such things will happen many times in the future. Seth let out a bitter laugh. How shameful. Though I am older, I still need you to console me. I have witnessed much death, but I was always the one doing the killing. I have never defended before, nor have I ever felt the ache of grief over someone's death. These 3 demi-humans were personally trained by me. Each one was extremely loyal and powerful. Lister sighed. Protection is always more difficult than destruction. Exactly so, Lord Towermaster, Seth sighed in return. Lister left Seth to his mourning and entered the room housing the cornucopia. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw blue crystals overflowing, their quantity greater than ever before. The room where the treasure bowl is located was almost illuminated by a faint blue light, with crystals piled from the bowl's opening down to the ground shimmering with a radiant beauty. Throughout the night of the blood moon, countless magical beasts were slain by the shelter, leading to an unprecedented surge in the treasure bowl. Lister squatted down and casually picked up a blue crystal. Indeed, the beast tide is the fastest. Aisha walked in through the door, equally delighted at the towering pile of blue crystals, her fatigue from the all-night battle fading away. Boss, so much money. Call Andrew over to count it then. Lister walked to the window, gazing at the city walls being repaired under the effect of the Holy Shield. Outside the city walls, many buildings had been destroyed by magical beasts in the last magical eye. Groups of subhumans pushed stone carts while carpenters rushed up and down scaffolding, the sound of hammers mingling with the cries of pack animals. Even though everyone was exhausted, they persisted in wanting to restore the shelter to its original state. This was a spontaneous act. Lister felt very satisfied with the morale of the shelter. It must be my excellent management as the boss. Aisha smiled. Of course the boss is the best tower master. The blood moon had passed without incident. Lister did not rest. He rode his griffin towards the subhumans. What met his eyes was a scene of devastation with dead trees flattened to the ground. The subhumans had just emerged from the underground city ruins, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, the Crystal Tower still stood proudly in the center of the settlement, and there were not many dead subhumans. As the griffin landed, the subhumans recognized Lister's identity, and all bowed to clear the way. Bianca stepped forward to explain what had happened last night. Although the underground city ruins are also very dangerous, there are no magical creatures like the magical eye as you mentioned, and the losses in the subhuman settlement have been kept within an acceptable range. It just needs some time to recover. Lister didn't say much. Under the natural disasters, they had no choice but to endure silently. The subhumans decided to defend their settlement and were prepared for sacrifice. In the afternoon, someone will bring you healing potions. Night. After a busy day, everyone was given a small bottle of fruit wine to dilute with water. The subhumans gathered together and roasted a wild boar caught by Xiaoying last night. This could also be considered a victory banquet after the war. Lister stood on the city wall next to Aisha, Serena, and Stella. Indeed, the scale of the magical beasts has expanded, and their strength is generally much greater than before. In the distance, the magical wolves seemed to have swollen in size, and even goblins had developed muscles as if they were on steroids, their heads sharp. Not only that, but groups of wild boars with tusks were charging, breaking dry trees and uprooting stones. They were even more aggressive than before the blood moon, their eyes still retaining a faint red glow. Behind the herd of wild boars, there were several strange magical beasts. They lay on the ground, their bodies stout, covered in heavy shells, with a massive conical horn protruding from their heads. As they ran, their 4 short legs dug into the dirt, resembling armored siege engines. What are those? Aisha furrowed her brow. Serena observed for a long time, her expression gradually turning serious. They should be the armored badger beasts, very dangerous magical beasts capable of easily breaking through ordinary city walls. In the distance, an armored badger beast suddenly lowered its head. Boom. It crashed into a rock as tall as 2 people, shattering it into pieces. Lister watched the magical beast slowly revealing a smile. Very good. Serena widened her eyes. What's so good about it? The Horn of Submission's cooldown is almost over. We are about to have a war chariot. Serena had been in the shelter for quite a while, so she naturally understood the unique effects of various wonders. Where exactly are these magical beasts coming from? Lister also felt a strong sense of urgency. Serena said, I know a geology master who has explored the north. The underground beneath the wasteland centered around the underground city is filled with dense passageways crisscrossing and orderly like an anthill. Inside are all kinds of magical beasts, and the underground city is their primary source. When night falls, the underground city undergoes a huge transformation. Curses descend and magical beasts continuously surge forth, attacking all living beings they encounter. Listening to Serena's explanation, Lister was secretly alarmed. It sounds like the underground city is a giant mother nest. Given the recent frequent occurrences of beast tides and natural disasters, the wasteland will likely not return to peace. Serena's eyes also displayed a hint of melancholy. Andrew ran up from below the city wall, excitedly saying, "Boss, the count of blue crystals has been tallied. The treasure bowl has harvested a total of 360 blue crystals this time." So many. Although Aisha had anticipated this, she still felt surprised. Usually the treasure bowl only produces 200 to 300, but the natural disaster allowed the output to expand by more than 10 times. If only there could be more natural disasters. No, how could I think that? If we add the 3 red crystals dropped from the magical eye, the profits from this battle during the blood moon are astonishing. Andrew took a deep breath. Of course, the losses are also significant. Lister had expected this, so he was not overly surprised. However, Serena, who was nearby, breathed a little faster upon hearing the number of blue crystals. Lister was quite speechless, a several thousand-year-old elf, yet she had no savings at all. Did she think that learning magic without talent would just burn money? Though perhaps that was just the way it was. Andrew, take the money to the city-state for procurement. We need to replenish a large amount of wood and tools. You will go to the city-state tomorrow just in time to see how the city-state is doing. Yes, Master of the Tower. Lister saw Seth standing on the city wall not far away. By the way, erect a monument for the fallen subhuman warriors in the southwest corner of the shelter and determine the specific amount of compensation. But they have no relatives. The compensation. If they have no relatives, then use the compensation for the public fund of the army to improve their quality of life. Andrew had many questions in his heart, but said no more. Serena looked at Lister in surprise. Subhuman slaves, they were just subhuman. A death was death. In other shelters there might not even be anyone to collect the bodies. Now Lister was willing to erect a monument for 3 subhumans who had just joined recently, and even grant compensation that only knights would receive. This young man was indeed different from most nobles in the wasteland. As night deepened, still no one went to rest. Everyone was waiting for the attack. Tonight, the first night after the blood moon, foreshadowing the change in the strength of the incoming magical beasts. New characters finally appeared. The increasing number of armored badger beasts turned their attention towards the city walls of the shelter, beginning a collective charge. The ground shook even more violently. Several heavily armored magical beasts charged out from the dust. They were larger than wild boars, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, their back armor layered like shields forged from black iron. The leading magical beast lowered its head. It ignored the arrows shot from the arrow towers charging through the attacks. Even though the arrow towers fired countless sparks on its back, they could not truly penetrate its shell. Boom! The armored beast crashed into the outer stone slope. The entire northern wall trembled. Several new recruits turned pale, their feet nearly unsteady. Although the wall had not collapsed, the outer stone bricks had already developed spiderweb-like cracks. Good heavens, Lisite raised an eyebrow. Are they here for demolition? Selena stood on the castle tower, her magical vision scanning the armored beast. Its shell has strong resistance to ordinary physical attacks and low-level magic. Its abdomen is relatively soft, but when it charges it almost stays close to the ground, making it difficult to attack. In other words, if we can flip them over to attack their abdomen, we can kill them the fastest. Aisha had already raised her hands. The master's ability transport was activated. The ground beneath the armored beast suddenly tilted to one side, the hard stone slab seeming to be lifted by a giant hand. The armored beast was turning around, its massive body losing balance, and it crashed to the side, exposing its gray-white abdomen. Shoot! Harper's arrow was the first to fall. The penetrating arrow pierced the armored beast's abdomen, blood gushing out. The arrow tower under Lisite's control kept shooting arrows, pinning the beast to the ground. There are 3 more. Lisite took out the wand that Selena had hastily pieced together during the day. This wand was still quite rough, with a blood-colored magic eye crystal embedded at the top, and the tail still had unpolished wooden thorns. Selena had not yet had time to acquire the materials for guiding magic. However, relying solely on the blood-colored magic eye crystal, this wand was already powerful enough. Lisite infused his magical energy. A blood-red light gathered in the crystal, and the next moment a laser swept out, hitting the armored beast's head with precision. The hard-bone shield was instantly pierced, and the armored beast's massive body stiffened abruptly before crashing down heavily. Cheers erupted from the castle wall. Lord Towermaster, it's dead. Lisite looked at the wand in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. It may be ugly, but its power is indeed impressive. This is just a temporary version. Do you understand? Once I find suitable materials, the wand I create will make all the mages feel ashamed. Selena immediately exploded. Lisite laughed at the jumping elf. The third armored beast had already charged in. This time the armored beast did not rush towards the city gate, but instead slammed into the side of the north wall. That area had just been repaired after the blood moon. Although Lisite had reinforced it, it had not fully solidified yet. Boom! The wall shook again. Cracks spread upwards, and debris fell. Aisha's expression changed. Boss, this won't do. They don't even need to charge in. If they just slam into the wall a few times every day, it will need constant repairs. Lisite certainly understood. The beast tied before the blood moon usually only charged at living things, with the magical beasts acting on instinct. Now these creatures seemed to have learned to attack buildings, which was enough to cause headaches, even with their low intelligence. Release Little Red. Stella stretched out her hand, a small blood-colored slime happily bouncing in her palm. Little Red jumped with a thud, seeming very pleased to finally make an appearance. It had been fed with holy water and magical beast corpses by Lisite for a day, its color deepening. Go stop that armored beast. Little Red jumped down from the wall. The palm-sized slime quickly expanded in midair, landing as a large mass of red gel. With a thud, it bounced up, perfectly blocking the charging path of the armored beast. The armored beast lowered its head and charged. In the next moment, it became trapped in the red gel. Little Red's body sank sharply, then effortlessly enveloped the armored badger's head, sealing all space and cutting off the air. Moreover, Little Red possessed a powerful digestive ability, beginning to corrode the armored badger's shell. The armored badger immediately started to struggle in pain, but soon fell silent. Little Red quickly digested the magical beast into a skeleton and spat it out, bouncing back to the castle wall, returning to its palm-sized form, jumping around on the wall as if showing off. Well done. Lisite patted Little Red for a while as a reward. The slime was very fond of being petted by Lisite. The defenses of the shelter stabilized. The exhausted crowd went to rest, leaving some soldiers to take turns on guard duty. Inside the castle, Sylvia stood by the window in a daze. Her parents and Aisha's mother Melissa were resting in the newly built house. Last night, they had hidden in the basement, listening to the sounds of battle outside until dawn, but their safety had not been threatened in the slightest. For so many years, she had thought she had gotten used to loneliness, accustomed to being all alone. Now suddenly, she had something she needed to protect. She knew that the shelter had now become a home she could not let go of. Sylvia. Lisite's voice came from outside the window. Sylvia transformed into a shadow and crossed the window, appearing before Lisite. Sir. Recently, you and Qing, you should make a few trips to Winter City and Emerald City, Lisite said. After the blood moon, all forces will need to be reshuffled. Especially Winter City, the Went family probably won't be able to withstand the pressure. I understand. And Emerald City. Lisite narrowed his eyes. A person like Roderick can't have built such a large business solely on their own, and he actually has a few hundred private soldiers in Emerald City. The lord of the city definitely won't ignore that. Sylvia's eyes turned slightly cold. She certainly wouldn't forget that slave trader, nor the numb eye. They'll keep an eye on it. Lisite nodded. Get some rest early. The shelter continued to undergo renovations and expansions. The wild boar pen expanded once again, and every wild boar that appeared every night was captured by Little Ing, with none wasted. The slaughtered wild boar meat could also be directly stored in the polar cold nest without worrying about spoilage. Now Lisite could enjoy tender fried pork chops and lean meat porridge every day. The slaughtered wild boar meat could also be directly stored in the polar cold nest without worrying about spoilage. Now Lisite could enjoy tender fried pork chops and lean meat porridge. The subhuman settlement could only be regarded as his auxiliary shelter, but due to its location above the underground ruins and many subhumans being reluctant to leave, it gradually evolved into a military camp. Now he had 3 crystal towers in his possession. They were the level 4 crystal tower taken from the Hamilton family, the level 5 crystal tower compensated by the Lord of Winter City, and the level 4 crystal tower from the Griffin family. Lisite planned to keep the Hamilton family's crystal tower to expand the main shelter's area. The Griffin family's crystal tower could be temporarily retained, but the level 5 crystal tower from the Lord of Winter City was a bit too wasteful if left idle. The Rainbow Glass Lake is a wonderful place, as the effect of the natural wonder can raise the happiness of all the subjects within the territory. Happiness is a very important attribute, meaning Lisite can better and more vigorously exploit the subhumans under him all while they feel, I am very happy. Work efficiency greatly increases and work goals are significantly enhanced. Lisite couldn't help but reveal a capitalist smile. However, Lisite planned to set off after the next round of wonder construction was completed. The subhuman warriors also needed to recuperate, as a large number of magical beasts were gathering near the Rainbow Glass Lake, which could not be cleared away by just a few masters.